Something has been plaguing my mind. This something has unironically become one of the most difficult questions to answer for me. But why? Well, I think it all started there. And then went on to there, then 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 there. Until eventually I counted up and the number came out to be something I couldn't have possibly imagined. Over the past decade, I have consumed a copious amount of anime. So much so that I feel like I'm probably the only person on planet Earth who could say that I've straight up just watched entire genres of this stuff. So of course, as someone in my position, I've been asked a lot about what's the worst, what's the best, and what's everything in between. Well, this is my answer. And I know what your first instinct is when seeing a video of this magnitude. It's to skip to the top tiers. But what you fail to realize is that there are two ends to the tunnel. To be completely honest, I think I might have had a more difficult time figuring out the bottom tier than the top tier, because while anime is home to some of my favorite pieces of media ever, it simultaneously holds on to some of the most viciously worthless shows this planet has ever witnessed. Pieces of animation so abhorrent that it becomes downright blasphemous, since there is no chance that any of these were made with any purpose in mind besides being a blatant affront to God himself. Ladies and gentlemen, this is X-Arm, an anime that I now consider the most tragic event in the history of mankind. And I know what you're thinking. How could this possibly be worse than insert horrible thing that happened that one time? Well, it all starts with an origin story. Just like many things do, Google was created in a garage and X-Arm was created by three stoners in one night. This anime was meticulously made from scratch, and it stayed there. I guess the production team are all pro-life because there is simply no other reality where this doesn't get aborted while it's in production. The only other motive I could possibly think of is that the producers worked on this so that they could air it at their funeral so everyone else gets jealous that they're in the coffin. If this was released in 1912, the Titanic wouldn't have been the biggest disaster of that year. I never thought there'd be a piece of media that convinced me that being blind is a privilege. Okay, now that all of that is on my system, I do think this anime is extremely important, and honestly, one of the most significant landmarks in modern anime. First off, it's beneficial to the grand scheme of things, since the credits of this show will serve as a very helpful blacklist for the anime industry. And then second, it's like the definitive example of what not to do. Basically, what X-Arm achieved is setting the bar so low that it can only get better from here. But there's also the flip side of things. This anime is very dear to my heart. I genuinely think it's on par with some of the greatest comedy anime ever made. Like, they genuinely thought they were cooking with this, and that's what makes it so damn funny to laugh at. I remember I was watching the trailer of this when it initially came out. I heard a lot about it being appointed the next community punching bag, and I was a little skeptical at first. Until this screen popped up. And let me tell you, this killed me. Declaring war on sci-fi series around the world. This perplexing combination of words, along with these two confident, almost naive explanation points, cements this as a gem in the making. This is a piece of turd that has no awareness it was just crapped out of the stinkiest butthole alive. You could genuinely use this show to argue against people who think the moon landing was faked, because are you seriously going to tell me that CGI in 1969 looks infinitely superior to CGI in 2021? On this day, humanity received a grim reminder to not let Crunchyroll make anime originals. Overall, this anime is actually a pretty fun time. Just make sure, for the best possible experience, call up the boys and make absolutely sure you are not sober. So real quick, this video is the result of literally thousands of hours of work. I seriously appreciate all the support that my last 4 videos have been getting, so I thought it'd be cool to combine all of those videos into one huge one, where the rankings no longer reflect my opinion on the anime relative to its genre, but relative to the anime medium as a whole. And if you've already seen all of my videos, don't worry, because there are a total of 3 extra hours worth of me covering shows I've seen but never got to talk about in any of my videos. These are some of those anime. So if you thought we were done taking out the trash, you are sadly mistaken, my friend. For the next hour or so, I will be talking about 100 of the most incomprehensibly terrible shows to ever happen to anime. This is the tier I call the Sunken 100. There's absolutely no way this is the worst ranked anime on my anime list. I mean, like, look at this, practically 4K. Oh shoot, we're getting some action now? Wait, what? No, that's sick. No way. Oh, bro, there's no way, bro. Everyone's gotta be lying about this anime. Honestly, this is on that level where if someone never watched anime before and they wanted to get into it, I'd recommend this to them. You know, I think this is a truly underrated gem. In all seriousness, this show is easily the most poorly edited show I've ever witnessed. The show feels like a fever dream that you barely remember and your brain is trying to connect everything. It's like one of those old school anime AMVs, but exclusively made up of the most boring clips. I also don't think I've ever laughed so hard at a CGI monster before. I don't know what it is with this squid, but it appeals to some deep-seated neuron in my brain to just make me die whenever I see this abomination on my screen. All the characters are, you know, I was about to say one-dimensional, but to be honest, I don't even think they are dimensional in the first place. They're just mouth breathers who unfortunately occupy space in this verse. You should watch this anime, I highly recommend it. Okay, let's do a thought experiment real quick. Imagine you get teleported to an alternate dimension from your own, with the only difference being that it's socially acceptable to publicly execute Taylor Swift stands on sight. And suddenly, as you're minding your own business, you happen to come across a visible Swiftie, and in your hand, a loaded gun. Would you do it? Look, I know it's an absurd analogy, and at this point, you might be wondering where this is going. But my point is that while it might be a radically tempting proposition, you were instilled with a set of morals native to where you came from. So it doesn't matter what everyone else is doing, you know that deep down, despite them being a Taylor Swift stan, this person is still human, and murdering humans is wrong. So we understand that? Great. Now, when we start to talk about this loveless waste of oxygen human trash man character, we could clearly see his degeneracy and shamelessness in 4K. So this guy isekais into his fantasy world, and without even thinking, like it was part of his primal instinct as a depraved isekai protagonist, buys a slave. And this is honestly nothing new to the isekai genre. It's the greatest crime humanity has ever known that I could say the words isekai slavery trope, and this means something. This is a real thing. None of these words are in the Bible. Although this anime goes above and beyond to levels of depravity I truly didn't think were possible. He sleeps with the slaves he buys. And notice how I said slaves as in plural. So yeah, that's basically the entire plot. He buys a slave, sleeps with them, buys another slave, and sleeps with them too. Until eventually he has a full harem of slaves. In my original isekai video, I described the plot just like that, and I called it probably the most blatantly repugnant piece of fiction I've ever had the displeasure of watching. And the sight wasn't pretty. When in Rome, do as Romans do. It's a fictional world. This makes me think you're just incapable of separating fiction from reality. You can just tell that this guy's black. The other comments may just be a result of me not explaining my actual problem I had with the show. But to clear things up, Obviously, I don't care that there's slavery in this fictional world. My problem doesn't even come from the fact that the protagonist comes from modern times with modern morals and still chooses to buy slaves. My issue with all of this is that the show virtually glorifies all of that. It never frames the actions of the protagonist as reprehensible. It actually rewards him for buying slaves and having sex with them. It's ridiculous. Genuinely, out of all the takes I had in that video, my opinion on this show got the most hate by far. Makes me lose a little faith in humanity, not gonna lie. Finally, after all these years, the definitive magnum opus of the Japanese anime industry is here. Eva who? Attack on what? Redo of a Healer is truly a show that only intellectuals can fully comprehend. If you were trying to cancel this show back in 2021, it's because you simply can't fathom the IQ of our main protagonist. He was assigned the healer class at birth, but once everyone realizes his goop will increase their level cap, they get him hooked on lean and turn him into an S-word slave. But what they all didn't realize was that this was all meticulously calculated. He secretly had the power to steal XP from the people steaming his buns. So he waited for his moment, waited, endured, all for a glorious outcome. Once he farms enough experience points from the sheep, he takes the only logical next course of action. Lets it happen for a few more months. But then, once the time comes, he reveals his true power. Like human strength and... Is that Flash Step? What? Isn't this guy supposed to be a fucking cleric? Whatever, man. So he heals the world and reverses time, you know, as you do. And then he gets his sweet, sweet revenge. Only after the princess gets him hooked on lean again. I guess he really likes it. So after a couple years of getting his cheeks blasted, he actually gets his revenge. Oh, what? What do you expect from me? To see it? Fuck no, I'm not editing that. Listen. People don't hate on this show because of cancel culture or whatever liberal agenda boogeyman fans of the show were pointing to back when it came out. People hate on it because it's stupid. To this day, people be saying this show is overhated, but no, you're just 12 years old. The show isn't deep and it never had anything to say about anything. Listen, if this show is your guilty pleasure, I will judge you a lot, not gonna lie. But at the end of the day, you can like whatever you want. I don't care. Just don't gaslight yourself into thinking it isn't anything more than just one-dimensional revenge porn. So Mars of Destruction is actually a really impressive show. It was directed by the same guy that made Skelter Heaven, and it's the second worst rated anime of all time. I mean, imagine the bragging rights that this guy has secured. 2 of the worst anime ever created to one person's name. And I'm not even making fun of this guy either. Bad medium is an art form, and these people are truly some of the greatest artists among us. So Mars of Destruction is about aliens invading Earth, and then as a response we send out the Waifu Defense Force equipped solely with guns that just don't work. They're trying to shoot the Power Ranger villains over here, and it's just pea shooters to them. I mean, you could say a lot about the show, but at least compared to Skelter Heaven, it's actually animated. Yo, what just happened? You know what? Maybe I judged this show too hastily. This death scene really got me thinking about, you know, how fragile life is, and we should always strive to cherish it while we can. I truly didn't know that Mars of Destruction could get this deep. Soon after, we're introduced to the dude that's supposed to be humanity's one ray of hope, and bro just gets folded by these level 1 alien goons. You know, watching this show truly gives a lot of perspective. Evangelion was clearly inspired by this masterpiece, and it really shows throughout the entire show. So obviously this show is great, but we haven't even gotten to the best part of it. The fight scenes. I personally think it was extremely generous of the creators of this piece of art to allow Beethoven to compose for it. As we all know, this was really where his career got the jumpstart it deserved, since his composition here really complemented the show and elevated these scenes to a higher existence. Yeah, so the rest of the show is just about as good as this. I personally think it's around the same tier as the likes of Vinland Saga and Berserk. I don't know, what do you guys think? Overall, it's a great 240p experience. One day, someone came up with an idea that would permanently and drastically change anime at a fundamental level. It all started with a thought. What if instead of getting isekai from the copy machine, we instead start deep frying dog shit and pretend like it's Oreos? This show might be my least favorite thing since like Big Mouth. Imagine a show where the very plot itself, its purpose and reason for existing, is completely encapsulated by one word: harem. The anime opens up with a girl telling the blood-related protag that she's pregnant with his child. Then they get randomly isekai to another world where this king guy tells him he needs to get freaky with his cousin and 12 other random women in order to save the world. So basically every episode, the protagonist meets a new girl, charms them with his beta waves, and then by the end, they do the dirty. And yeah, that's the show. But I made a common mistake in classifying this anime as gooner shit, because surprisingly, it's not. The show will spend most of its runtime building up to a certain point, and then it just throws in the towel and lets the audience imagine the rest. That's why this anime to me is like the most useless production I've ever seen. It's like throwing a half-eaten burger to a group of starving vegans. There's literally no point to this anime. Who is it for? And then comes this raccoon thing. Every single conversation that is held with this thing would end in some sex euphemism. Like the protag could be talking about some food, maybe he's eating a steak or something, and then this bitch would just be like, "Enjoy this rest, because later, you're gonna have to administer the hot beef injection," or some shit like that. Okay, this show is about some chubby loser that gets teleported to a different world. And when he gets there, he could level up through various means, and eventually he'll acquire a fruit of evolution, which literally just makes him less chubby and less of a loser. Okay, so protag comes across some pink gorilla who, well, professes its love for him after trying to kill him. And to my absolute surprise, the protag actually accepted its love. And after this, I got my hopes up that this wasn't just slop. This had the raw potential to turn into something thematically revolutionary and nuanced, like Joker 2. Think of it, this loser guy who was bullied for being fat his entire life learns to befriend someone that also isn't conventionally attractive. But their relationship really disappointed me. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely support mixed couples. What really disappointed me though is the fact that she turned out to be a white woman the entire time. To nobody's surprise, the gorilla transformed into a big-breasted anime woman who has no personality except for wanting to slime the main character's banana. Okay, being serious for a sec, this anime was really bad, but none of what I've said so far really justifies it being this far down. Although, as I later found out, it is said that season 2 of this show got the Promised Neverland season 2 treatment, which, if you don't know, the Promised Neverland from season 1 to 2 went from GOAT to something that could barely even be called a narrative. Long story short, it was absolutely butchered. So if this isekai got that treatment, that just makes me confused, because did it go from a 4 out of 10 to a negative 16 out of 10? So I had to go back and check it out. And I don't even have words. Season 2 of this show tries to be funny, but as every single joke flatlined, I started to question my own sanity more and more. It felt like watching Dora the Explorer fully sober. I don't even have any words. It was just terrible. As much as I love to make fun of foot fetishes, at the end of the day, I'm sure that if a dialogue were to ever happen between me and a foot enthusiast, we'd be able to have a civil intellectual conversation where understandings can be made and perspectives can be changed. However, that same concept doesn't apply to salurophilia. Don't worry, I'll explain what this means later. All that's important for now is that the main character of this show, called Mysterious Girlfriend, engages in it. This show has a very special placement on the bottom tier because it is the only show on this list to genuinely make me throw up. So this show is about a strange transfer student, and by strange, I don't mean like Ramona Flower strange, I mean like Chris Chan strange, but multiply her femcel factor by like 10. So then our protagonist finds this girl asleep in class in the evening, wakes her up, and then feels compelled to taste her drool and swallow it. Soon after, he breaks out in a fever, and the girl randomly shows up to his place and explains to him that the reason he is sick is because he is feeling withdrawals from her drool. So then, throughout the entire show, the protagonist gets hooked on consuming her drool, and they get together in a relationship. It's actually so nasty, but when I'm not gagging at this shit, I'm actually just laughing my ass off at scenes like this. Anime is a mistake, ain't it? Although, regardless of my utter disgust, there are a lot of people out there that vehemently defend this show, and it seems to be a mixture of the I can fix her crowd and the people that genuinely enjoyed the show for its story, which is fair. I just literally threw up while watching it. So yeah. I really hate Platinum N. It's insulting enough that the show is basically Mirai Nikki, but somehow stupider. But it was also created by the man behind Death Note. This is like the equivalent of presenting me with two dishes. One is a genuine piece of shit on a platter, and the other one is an exotic seafood dish cooked with the most expensive ingredients known to man. But then you proceed to tell me that both of these dishes were cooked by Gordon Ramsay. This show was so bad, it made me think back and question if Death Note was ever even good in the first place. The plot is genuinely Mirai Nikki. The current god is dying, so he organizes a death game battle royale to decide who will be the next god. Although the method he uses to pick his god candidates is pretty much if they've ever thought of Robloxing themselves. Because apparently if you've tried Robloxing yourself before, you have a strong will. It's a logic that seems so ass backwards it's not even funny, but let's just go with it for now. So the death game plays out and it's as edgy as you'd expect. But towards the middle, we are introduced to this character who just blatantly says, "If I become God, I will kill myself." So, spoiler alert, this dude becomes God, and then he kills himself, and wipes out all of existence with him. I seriously do not think I've ever held such sheer vitriol for an anime or its ending. Like, yeah, X-Arm is bad, but I don't necessarily hate it. Whenever I think of that pathetic train wreck, I just feel sad for everyone who is associated with it. But this is something different. Somebody better stop me before I turn into a generational hater. In my original isekai video, this left its mark as the definitive worst isekai ever made. And the crazy part is that this came out literally a couple months ago. It just goes to show you that the genre isn't dead. As already established, there are terrible shits out there within this genre. So what makes this anime so offensively bad? Well, it's because the fact that this isn't much of an anime at all. It's pretty much a hentai. With most bad isekai, the very least I could say for all of them is that they have a plot. The quality of that plot, not the point right now, but at least they have a functional forward progression that is clear most of the time. If your idea of forward progression is the main character sweet talking or tricking as many women as possible into stripping down naked and getting into hot spring with him, that is what we call a hentai. And it seems like the only reason that this is an isekai at all is for him to harass women in a fantasy world, because normal women are boring, I guess. And this happened for 12 episodes. This is my definitive pick as the anime that is so bad, it's bad. Yeah, this is not good. This just don't watch it. Avoid this at all costs, please. I don't know if people remember, but around 2 decades ago, this modest little anime titled School Days was probably the most divisive thing to ever happen to the anime community. You either lie to yourself every night before you sleep to convince yourself this anime is an artistic masterpiece of our generation, or you have eyeballs and you see this shit as a turd. And you may be curious by now, what is this anime about? Well, it all started with the anime performing a social experiment, where he'd specifically crafted the most downright despicable scumfuck bastard spawn of Satan and made him the main protagonist of his show. Makoto is an average high school boy with a girlfriend who he religiously cheats on several times throughout the show. So yeah, to the audience, this guy is an irredeemable one-dimensional scumbag, but Mal reviewers think differently. These are a lot of words, I'm not gonna subject you to all that. But basically, they all run defense for this dude because he's just a teenager who lets his hormones get the better of him. Which is fair if you only cheated one time. There's one episode where this motherfucker had a threesome. Like, this guy isn't a deep or well-written character. Watching him was like watching plain yogurt turn into spoiled moldy yogurt. Like, if you're someone who has absolutely no idea about this anime, I don't think you understand how much people despise this dude. So much so that School Days is probably the most insufferable piece of television for its first 11 episodes. Until the 12th episode hits. And this motherfucker just dies. His girlfriend goes absolutely psycho, murders him, presents his decapitated head to the girl he was cheating on her with, and kills her too. I think a ton of people justified their 70-paragraph MLA formatted My Anime List reviews solely on how truly cathartic the ending was. But no, this was the biggest bait I've ever seen. The anime purposefully creates the most shameless little worm in existence just so everyone watching starts hating him, and then they kill him off. And this show is a masterpiece because of that? Yeah, no, fuck off. I'm not even gonna hold you. This anime was a mistake. You might have heard folks talk about Handshakers probably having the single worst production in anime, and yeah, that's definitely true. And we'll get into that, but I think the trash runs way deeper than one might think. So this anime's plot is like, a guy approaches a girl in a hospital bed, and then anime things happen. Oh shoot, wrong anime. Okay, yeah, that's it. So this is a death game kind of anime with a big twist. There's no death. Basically, when they have their 5 frames per second seizure-inducing fight scenes in the anime world, fatal blows count as basically a slap on the wrist in the real world. Which is honestly impressive how they're able to find the easiest method to systematically dismantle any stakes this show ever had. And then there's also this.
この間お風呂覗いたらちょっと弟のこと愛してるって変かしらね
Her little brother is 14. Look, handshakers. If I wanted to watch Boku no Pico, I'd kill myself. So talking about the animation now, I mean, you've been seeing it on screen. I think out of all the sins that this show commits, by far the worst and arguably the funniest is that you yourself can go on YouTube, search up green screen fire, and you'll have better CGI than whatever the hell this is. I really found it so weird how hard the show is to look at. Like, genuinely, it puts a massive strain on my eyeballs. And that's not even being hyperbolic. It hurts to watch this show. So actually looking into it, it turns out that one of the main decisions in the production of the show was to have the character models move at different frame rates than everything else. So like, for example, there'd be a fight scene where the characters would move downwards of 6 frames per second, and then everything else, like their CGI weapon models, will move at 30 frames per second. I genuinely feel like this show gotta be the equivalent of like a lethal injection for people with ADHD. Most of the times, if my eyes aren't being completely assaulted, I can't even physically comprehend what's going on screen. 10 out of 10 would recommend. This show doesn't have the worst animation, it doesn't have the worst plot, and it doesn't even have the worst premise, but it is one of the worst anime I've ever watched. The premise is simple and admittedly pretty commonplace if you've ever seen a single hentai. There are like these monsters who attack humans to steal their sexual drive from them. So then to counteract this existential threat to humanity, they deploy some teenagers to get naked around these monsters and be extra horny. So at first, I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty excited. This had everything it could possibly need to be a great comedy anime. Yes, I genuinely believed that this was going to be a parody, but it actually takes itself seriously, and this shit's bad. I can't even say that this show has fan service since all the nudity is baked into the plot itself. The show found a loophole in the stupidest possible way, but that doesn't even mean anything when the rest of the show has writing that can't even reach the same quality as writing in porn. The reality is that nobody who watches this through is actually here for the plot, which really just confuses me to no end. Genuinely, the ecchi genre has always been the greatest mystery to me. Like, from my perspective, it just exists in this awkward limbo of simultaneously being diet hentai while also being 100% serious, locked in on its narrative. And the end result is just this indecisive mess where I could just imagine the target audience getting edged for like 12 whole episodes. At that point, just go to the extreme. Okay, so I just had someone explain it to me in real life as a sort of pre-workout so that you can enjoy a more fulfilling workout, you know, at the gym. And I seriously did not know people take this shit that seriously. Like, for the longest time, I've been running casual. I didn't know there's a ranked mode. Yeah, so I guess I recommend this show if you want to be a grandmaster gooner. Go for it. If you have a love for oppa in your heart, then this anime is definitely for you. Story, who really cares out of 10. Art, K-cups out of 10. Sound, bounce out of 10. Manu took up the sexiness to a whole nother level with the inclusion of realistic flop smack sound effects whenever a pair of tits came out and started to move around. Okay, I think we get the point. Let's move on. Although this anime is still airing, I can already say that it's by far the best show of the summer 2011 season. Behind the seemingly juvenile premise of breast and samurai, there lies an intricate and allegorical plot that reevaluates modern social structures and criticizes conventional power distribution. Recommended by Barney Slayer, who watched a total of 1 out of 12 episodes. So who's right? Is this show some underground masterpiece that the establishment doesn't want you knowing about? Or is it the reason your plain donut turned into a glazed donut without you even realizing it? Well, there was only one way to find out. So Manu Hikinsho lives in this world where your worth as a human being is based on breast size. And the evil organization that everyone is scared of has the ability to shrink breast size through a sword strike and then absorb that breast volume that they just took, I guess, and take it in for themselves. This anime feels like it was some South Park or Family Guy cutaway gag made by some guy who's never watched an anime before to shit on how perverted it is. This shows what I imagine when my 60-year-old physics teacher told us about his traumatic experience walking into the anime club room and him describing what he saw. The characters are all just sentient furniture with tits drawn on them. The plot is just an excuse to show off its soft porn, and the power scaling is literally the characters going from A cup to F cup. It's garbage. It knows it's garbage. The people who watch it know it's garbage, even if they don't want to admit it, and we do also. This one made me question what a bad anime actually is. Is it a show with bad CGI, green screen explosions, or plot holes? Well, in Taboo Tattoo's case, it has all of those, but it genuinely feels like nobody bothered to storyboard this show. It felt as if the producers were literally just improvising scene by scene. The only thing they had in mind prior to getting high to make this was probably just the checklist of what they wanted the show to contain. Let's see, what do we have here? School setting? Oh, well, obviously that one's a given. Girl with big boobs, token lolly, lesbians, badass Ken Kaneki main character. Everything that happens in this show is just an effort to string together all the shit that the author wants to focus on. Bro doesn't care about no poverty words such as pacing or mood. His ideas alone for this masterpiece is genius like we've never seen before. As long as he hits one of his checklist items, the audience will get a dopamine rush and he can move on to the next thing. Sometimes the show will act upon its own intrusive thoughts. Like, imagine you're having a serious conversation about like philosophy or some shit, and then a joke pops into your mind, and it's not even a good one either. It's just a thought that intrudes for a second, but you know that if you actually say it out loud, it'll basically just put that conversation in the grave. This show does that shit every single chance it could get. It has some serious world building exposition dump, and the mood will just abruptly switch because of some room temperature IQ antics. Do you guys remember when Interspecies Reviewers was a rank 1 anime on Mal? Yeah, this was truly the dark ages of the anime community. I don't think we'll ever hit a lower low than this.
While I could have been a funny man and put this thing in S tier,
I don't think that'd be funny. This anime is about a couple of dudes with the goal of having sex with every single species of girl. And by now you probably want to stop me and ask, hey Kimbo, what you mean by species? Like even French? Well, not exactly. It's just a ton of monster girls. And the selling point of this show was pretty much just throwing every single fetish into a pot and seeing what comes out. As a story, this show is kinda ass. I mean, it's fine if you find it funny. I didn't. But the plot is literally just sex. And you know what we call that? A hentai. And not even a good one either. Monster girls are they just aren't hot, okay? They aren't hot. Monster Musume walked so interspecies reviewers could run. It's basically the same show, but this one has a little bit more shame. Also, nothing will change my mind on the monster girls. DNA might have one of the most ridiculous, most stupidest, asinine premises I've ever witnessed in a piece of media. So, get this. In the future, Earth suffers from severe overpopulation. And when the cause of this was looked into, it didn't turn out to be because of, higher standards of living or technology or any of that bullshit. It's because of one guy that, I kid you not, had DNA so strong and pristine that by a pure glance, any woman would instantly be hypnotized into wanting to bear his children. But anyways, this time cop is given the mission to find who they call the Great Playboy and inject them with a shot of DNA altering fluids that basically would turn them into a Discord mod. So let me get this straight. Your first instinct when you go back in time is to eternally cockblock some poor soul and not to kill Hitler? To each their own, I guess. So the time cop pulls up to the supposed Great Playboy, but it turns out that the Great Playboy surpassed everyone's conceivable expectations. He's a Reddit mod. A Discord mod is nothing to this man. He faces a girl undressing and he fucking pukes all over the floor. In the most unironic way I could possibly say this man is genuinely allergic to women. So the time cop is understandably confused, but chooses to be safe and shoot him anyways. And then it turns out that the shot actually has the opposite effect, and his genes are so hypnotizing to everyone with an XX pair of chromosomes that women get physically dehydrated by just looking at him. And I'm not even joking here. This turns into one of the worst harem animes I've ever seen that is facilitated by the single worst premise of all time. You may love a painting. You may think that the attention to detail is supreme and the depiction uniquely evocative. But then someone posts that painting onto Twitter with the caption, "Anybody with eyes can tell that this piece of shit was AI generated." And then the image they post is just a painting zoomed into a pixel that coincides with a specific X and Y coordinate. And then the reason I bring this up is because I hate when people ruin things, but also to highlight the fact that just because one person may like a thing, that doesn't mean that someone else will like it too. Although at the end of the day, we can all come to a civilized understanding that it is a genuine piece of art that has value in some form to some people. But of course, that understanding doesn't apply to Gibiate. Gibier is one of those pieces of fiction that genuinely concerns me. It's a show that occupies no space. My experience watching this was like Doctor Strange separating my mind from my body. It's like this vacuum-like nothingness that will never make you feel anything, good or bad. This is like an objectively horrible piece of media, but I don't even hate it. This show isn't even worthy of having strong emotions attached to it. So you're probably wondering by now what this show is even about. Well, so we have a very interesting and original sci-fi setting where society has collapsed because of a virus, which for some reason are depicted as like virus monsters. Honestly, I got lost here. But there's hope because there's this doctor that's working on a cure, although he needs protection. So these Edo period samurai and ninja time leap into the future to protect this doctor from the virus. I think, just my personal opinion, if you created some Wattpad fanfiction when you were 13, I think you should just keep that on Wattpad and never allow it to see the light of day. This show insulted my patience and time. And when I say that this show wasted my time, it genuinely felt like King Crimson deleted an hour of my day and gave me the middle finger. The way I always looked at High School DxD is the same way I looked at weed. Weed is a drug that is attractive to a lot of people. So much so that people that don't do drugs do weed. Weed is a gateway drug. And so is High School DxD. I see perfectly adequate normal people. Some were Naruto fans, others like Dragon Ball, but then they watch High School DxD and they undergo this irreversible transformation that cannot be undone. There's one guy I knew in middle school. He said that hentai was for weird League of Legends players. Post High School DxD, we caught this kid with the Freudian slip. I just remember someone mentioned the word overflow in casual conversation, and this guy, I swear to God, started saying, "Oh wait, overflow?" Like the whole friend group deadass looked at him like this. I'm not actually sure, but I think this anime popularized the meme where people would say, "Yeah bro, don't worry, I'm watching this shit for the plot." Because this anime kinda sorta did have a plot.
It just was not good.
What makes a protagonist truly insufferable? I think this is a great question because there's an almost infinite number of ways you as an author can make your most important character an irredeemable, unfuckable virgin loser. But one day, someone came up with a game-changing, almost revolutionary idea. What if I made my main character the result of the fusion dance between Epstein and P. Diddy? The protagonist of Assassin's Pride, by no exaggeration, is a PDF file. While it's technically true when people say that true love has no boundaries, it's also technically true that I'm giving you the option between the lethal injection and the electric chair. So this story is about this Kirito wannabe looking ass got me calling this shit groomer art online. And he's some loser larping as some edgy Sigma assassin dude. One day he gets assigned to kill this 13-year-old girl, and the plot all starts because this dude hesitates to kill her. And the entire show is just this power fantasy lollybait piece of garbage. I don't really know what else to say. This show sucks major ass. I'd even go as far to say it sucks Colonel in general ass. Hybrid X Heart Magias Academy Ataraxia is a show that is so horny that the My Anime List synopsis self-reported on its own degeneracy. Hida Kizuna possesses the HHG ability, and then blah blah blah, he transfers to a sci-fi magic academy where many of the students, many of which are large-breasted girls, use their HHG abilities to fight invaders from another world while wearing extremely skimpy pilot outfits. Apparently having erotic experiences with Kizuna will allow these girls to replenish their energy. Oh wow. You don't say. One thing that actually impressed me with this show is the sheer optimization when it came to all the girls' uniforms. Like, it's genuinely so skimpy that it basically just ceases being clothing. I've never seen a show with such little respect for its female characters. Every scene they're either wearing 2-centimeter wide straps that cover their tits or ass, or just completely naked. I mean, if you like this, you know what you like, but it's trash and you know it. When you name a show Domestic Girlfriend, you are doing something very intentional there. I knew this show was gonna be something special. Maybe this would be the one anime that'd restore my faith in the romance genre. Hey, I'm sick and tired of these anime romance shows where it'd be taking 3 seasons in a movie trilogy for the main character to finally hold hands with the female lead. But then I put on Domestic Girlfriend. Wait a second. Did I miss something? This is genuinely the first frame of the anime. Overall, I'm not really a fan of these hyper drama bait shows that are just absolute clusterfucks from beginning to end. I understand if this is your guilty pleasure, but this is just some goofy shit for me. The girl he has sex with in the first scene and his main crush both become his stepsisters. Honestly, this show doesn't deserve its opening. That shit went so hard for absolutely no reason. And I actually think it's how I got into the anime, to be honest. Astaroth's Toy is about a 23-year-old guy that gets isekai'd for the purpose of being employed in a 10-year-old lolly's harem so she can consume his sperm. If you need any more commentary other than that description from me to justify its placement here, find help. I obviously did not finish this show, so why don't we just move on? Why the hell are you here, teacher? I hate titles that are just a question. I don't fuck with that. So this anime is about as shitty as the shit the teacher is taking in the first scene. So this guy gets into some crazy wacky situation where he and his teacher find himself locked in the same stall while she's taking a shit. So the main character guy assesses this hentai predicament he found himself in and decides that the best approach would be to just go full hentai. So quick question. What's the difference between these people and these people? The answer is there is no difference. They're all pedophiles. These are all teachers who have had relations with their students. So when this anime is framing it as the woman teachers having a genital conflict with their male students, I guess the show just wants us to pretend it's normal, but it isn't. This show is portraying literal crimes with no other substance to it. The characters are all walking, talking, or gawking self-inserts, and the only purpose this show probably has on this planet is for people to manhandle their ham candle while watching this. You feel me? They're roughing up the suspect, if you know what I mean. Playing the skin flute to it. I could go on for days. Oh look, another accidental boob grab. Oh look, another accidental ass grab. Oh look, he tripped and fell face first into some random girl's private parts again. Oh look, he got slapped again. Oh look, he got kicked again. Oh look, she turned up in his bed in the morning again. To love Ru is like if you shit on a stick, roasted it, put crackers on the outside, and then you tried to call it a s'more. Okay, I was actually thinking of ways to explain how this analogy is related to the show, but I just gave up. I don't think I've ever despised a protagonist more than this fucker. He makes those generic tropey clueless harem main character guys look like geniuses. The plot is basically just a vehicle to facilitate the fan service, which takes up like 80% of this entire show. How this was published in the most popular manga magazine of all time, I don't know. I'm not asking questions, I'm just going down the list. World's End Harem is like the final boss of the male fantasy. All the men get wiped out from the face of the earth due to some virus, and you're the only one alive tasked with satisfying the needs of over 1 billion women. So obviously with a premise like this, there comes some expectations. Basically, this is what you expect, and this is what you don't expect. So what if I told you that in reality, we get this, but objectively just 20 times worse? The main character is obviously one of these men that survived the virus and was granted the difficult task of having sex with as many women as possible. But here's the twist. He's more useless than a condom in a Smash tournament, bro. I just hate this bitch so much, bro. Basically, there's this one girl that he had a crush on a long time ago, and he's trying to save his virginity for her, but she's gone missing. So throughout the entire show, he looks for her while dodging and weaving the sexual advances of like a couple billion women. I mean, listen, of all things, I think the premise is actually the least important aspect when judging the quality of a show. That being said, how the hell are you gonna bait everyone to your show, give them the middle finger in the first episode, then just proceed to craft the most 2 out of 10 plot and narrative I've ever witnessed? People who went into this show wanting a serious story, don't exist, but if they did, they would not be impressed by anything this story does. So ultimately, this is a very brave show. It defies every single expectation of the audience and then crafts a story that truly anyone can get behind hating. And that's just how it be from time to time. Sometimes bravery is about your resolve to just jump off a cliff with no strings attached. The Severing Crime Edge is about a guy with a hair fetish who visits a spirit ghost thing with long hair. And no, you didn't mishear me, nor am I exaggerating. He quite literally has a hair fetish. So this freakazoid approaches this defenseless girl, panting like a dog with a disgusting expression on his face, with a pair of scissors in his hands. Then she does the reasonable thing to do in this situation and invites him inside. Although she explains that her hair is cursed, so it can't be cut. But of course our main character has the only magical pair of scissors that can cut it. Yeah, cool. And then it is explained that a ton of magic tool wielders are out there and they're all looking to hunt the girl down, as she turns out to be the hair queen. I physically facepalmed when I heard that shit. With a premise this stupid, I really hope this show was some absurdist parody, but it takes itself so seriously with one of the silliest premises I've ever seen. The girl is like the most classical trope of a damsel in distress you could possibly imagine, and the romance is so fucking weird between the two of them because she genuinely just looks like a kid. And then the rest of the characters, the magic tool guys, all either just amount to their stupidly exaggerated fetish, or if they don't have a fetish, they're just one-dimensional throwaways. From time to time, there comes an anime that isn't satisfied with just being terrible. It goes above and beyond to just straight up becoming criminal. Chitose Get You is about an 11-year-old that is in love with a 30-year-old working man. But actually, it's all good because it's a comedy anime. Although, it kind of bears the risk of becoming criminal if the show is just not funny at all. I didn't laugh once. The PDF file's over there, officer. Okay, I usually never bring up the order I watch things in for my videos, but I watched the show before this. Chitose wrote about it being some unfunny pedo bait, then came to Okusama wa Jinchikose and did a genuine double take. Because this show is about a 17-year-old high school girl that is married to a physics teacher. Not even a crush or anything. Fucking married. And usually in like forbidden love stories, the story would be about how they can't actually be together in reality, but this is just disgusting, honestly. Ring ni Kakuro is a pretty authentic boxing anime with some pretty cool fights in a... Wait a second. What the fuck did he just do? Did he just throw out a Kamehameha in the fucking boxing ring? Oh no, we have another stinker in our hands. Okay, this is one of those sports animes that have those bullshit anime superpowers, but when other shows do it, at least the superpowers are cool and actually somewhat pertain to the sport. In this show, the author had the genius idea that if he smashed two popular shonen together, that it'd create for a more popular shonen. But no, mixing Hajime no Ippo and DBZ was a fucking terrible idea. The powers are lame, the action is garbage, and the characters are boring, and I'm definitely hating, but it's deserved. Yuna in the Haunted Hot Springs is what happens when you're so focused on rubbing one out that every other element of the show besides the woman's boobs and ass have absolutely no presence. Even when this show really tries its hardest in attempting to tell a story and focus, I guess they keep getting distracted because the camera always ends up panning to the horniest spots so as to not edge the viewer for too long, I guess. This anime is about a psychic that exorcises spirits and shit, and he ends up living at this hot spring house with a bunch of women. At the end of the day, this anime is only concerned with flaunting its woman, letting the audience self-insert into this idiot, while doing the classic lucky pervert trope at any instance it can, while systematically having our main protagonist conquer almost every existing female in the universe one at a time through happenstance. This show truly has no value on this planet. Gooners, just go watch hentai. plot enjoyers, you watch hentai as well. My instant death magic is so overpowered no one in this world stands a chance against me is the biggest joke in this genre. And not a good joke. The type of joke you say to your group of friends and it's so bad everyone just pretends like nothing happens and moves on to the next topic. I watched this entire show. I even made a video on how this is next level garbage. And I never noticed that this was supposed to be a parody until someone in the comments pointed it out. And now that I know that, this shit got 10 times worse. Are you kidding me? This anime is literally about a kid who was granted the power of Light Yagami's Death Note without actually having to write the names down. He just says die, and anyone he wants dies. He doesn't even have to see them to murk them. He could just wallbang too. So with a main character as almighty and powerful as him, where does the story even go? Well, the main character just becomes a serial killer, straight up. Like, this bitch is sadistic. He'll murder his classmates, random Joe schmoes on the street. I mean, I knew the writing was bad. I mean, he just kind of kills for no reason. And obviously the show doesn't have stakes with an ability that OP, but now that I know that this is intended to be funny, this transcends just bad writing. I think the author needs to sober up. I haven't laughed once watching this psychopath go on his murder spree, but there are some times I've laughed at the show, and that's probably because it got one of the worst adaptations ever. I have a conspiracy theory about this show, because this shit can't be looking this bad and not be intentional. I think the studio behind this anime deliberately sabotaged the source material to make for a great fusion dance between some shitty ass source material and one of the worst adaptations to birth something with a strange aura. But where I'm from, we just call that stench. Hakyu Hoshin Enji is a series that assaults you on every level. It might have gotten the single worst adaptation on this list. 20 episodes to cover 200 chapters. That puts us at an average of 10 chapters per episode. To put this absolute clusterfuck of an adaptation into perspective, it's like if you took the pacing of Promised Neverland Season 2, which is widely considered to be one of the worst adaptations in anime, and you decided to run it back, but this time as an any percent speedrun. Why even make the adaptation at that point? These guys were probably in the planning stage looking at the Berserk 2016 anime and were like, okay, we should plunge the fans of this franchise into nihilistic anguish in the same way they did when watching this anime, but let's do it our own way. We're just thrown into this random world inhabited with random characters. The show doesn't even bother to give us introductions. Quite literally, we will see a character make some big statement, get power-ups, and then be killed off all in the span of 2 minutes. All while never introducing us to that character in a natural way that wasn't shoehorned in. All of the plot points in this anime just feel stitched together so poorly that even if you read the manga, you'd be completely confused on what's going on. Arms Alchemy starts out with a boy observing a girl in an alleyway, and then what? Hentai penetration? I want some of that action. And then the guy runs in to steal her show, and then he gets penetrated in a way that he probably wasn't expecting. This anime is mediocre, in a way that words really can't describe. Everything is mind-numbingly predictable, the power system is as bland as white American cooking, and the worst crime it commits is that it's seriously just corny. Okay, that might be unfair because I watched this in dub, but either way, there's nothing original here. The dialogue is crap, the character's got "he's right behind me, isn't he" type of energy, and the world is just uninspired. Ixion Saga might be the most ugly anime I have ever watched. Of course, you have your X arms and your handshakers, but those are fun ugly. Or fugly. Like, those animes are a special type of fun bad. It's like a how do they think this is a good idea bad. Ixion Saga, on the other hand, makes you want to grab the nearest highly acidic domestic chemical, most preferably bleach, and drench that shit down your eyeballs. There is no excuse for anything looking this bad. God had no hand in the creation of this abomination. Imagine you go through 4 years of university to finish your animation major for this freshly shot dookie to be the one show in your portfolio, so you never get hired again. The story is also mid, so a mid story with an even worse adaptation makes for the second to worst tier. In another world with my smartphone. Yeah, you knew it was coming. While the others in this tier offended me on a moral level, these next few offended me on a technical level. I'd make the joke that this feels like some ChatGPT slop, but I actually read a story generated by ChatGPT about some guy who gets teleported to a fantasy world through a skibbity toilet, and that was the fucking Godfather compared to this diarrhea. So this anime starts out with our guy getting blasted, sent to God to be reincarnated, but God actually allows for Guy over here to bring one thing, and Guy chooses his smartphone, of course. Look, this anime isn't this bad because it has some uniquely terrible writing. It's so bad because it looks at and utilizes the standard isekai tropes and manages to make them the worst they could possibly be. It uses the same starting class as everyone else, but managed to make the worst, least optimal build possible. The characters are all flatter than the screen I'm watching this on. The guy over here gets unnecessarily OP through his smartphone in like 0.2 microseconds. And this isekai basically relies on the fact that the viewer watches other isekai to understand it. It has the same world as every other isekai to ever exist. The magic system, the adventurers guild, the same side quests, the same everything. This is why I say that isekai are all part of the same cinematic universe. It's stupid, it's dumb, I hate it, goodbye. Golden Boy might have one of the most horniest protagonists I've ever witnessed. Harem main characters are usually like, no, don't get in my bed naked, that's inappropriate. And then this fucker is just like,
huh? Oh, my beautiful queen's throne. This is where she sits. But I mustn't think about it. I can't stop. Oh yes, my queen. I love you! Oh, my queen! Oh, you're so naughty!
Although it is refreshing to get away from the copy and pasted, timid, soft-spoken, shy boy who I can snap in half with my finger. But this guy is just going way too far in the opposite extreme. So this show has the classic anime scene where he almost gets caught in the girl's locker room, then hides in one of the lockers, but then he's able to peep through the seams and see all the action. But the reason I'm pointing out this one scene specifically is because this Gooner's commentary.
This is so educational.
There's not a single scene where this character doesn't have his hand on his dick and is actively stroking. Even compared to some horn dog teenager who masturbates more time a day than meals he has in that same day, this guy is just on another level. While the normie scrubs are all still tier 3 subs to Pokimane, this guy spends $80,000 talking to an AI chatbot that has the profile of like a deep-faked Ice Spice or some shit. And then the worst part is that the show tries to make us believe that this motherfucker is actually a competent, altruistic guy, but then every time we actually see him on screen, he's just being horny again. I gained a cheat skill in another world and became unrivaled in the real world is insultingly bad. So we got an admittedly sad sob story about how our main character's appearance and shape subjected him to non-stop bullying. But after gaining access to another world and leveling up and shit, he changes his appearance. And now he's like the sex god that the show makes certain we understand that every woman who takes a glance at him instantaneously turns into an uncontrollable waterfall in their lower body. So then this guy returns to high school, and of course we get everyone's utter shock that he's basically a different human being. Although you might think that the point of the show is to offer commentary on how looks and just external factors as a whole are treated in society, but in reality it's just an escapist where the ugly guy gets all the attention in women. If you want to watch something like this, just watch Lookism. For the longest time, I thought the misfit at Demon Academy had to be self-aware. Like, there is no chance that something this fucking absurd could actually all be serious. There's this
私
scene.
たちの赤ちゃん。
ああ。よし。お前の名前は。
あのスボルディゴード。
And then there's also this scene where he casually picks up a castle and twirls it around his finger like he's about to start hooping. Imagine seeing these clips online with no context or anything to explain any of this. You see, that's why I went into this with expectations that I was gonna be the next Devil's a part-timer. But just like Morbius, this wasn't funny bad, it was just bad. Except for those very specific scenes, the story is just about this demon lord guy that gets reincarnated into a more modern era
And is like stupidly overpowered. I'm honestly falling asleep just describing this plot. Shit's just not good.
Watching this anime was like reading one of those Wattpad parody fanfictions where things just be happening and shit just be going down, but you don't know why and you're all just there for the train crash. Like, reading the synopsis of this anime alone gave me an aneurysm. I'm gonna paraphrase here because it's long as hell. Guided by her visions revealing the location of the King of Salvation, Joan of Arc flees with Leonardo da Vinci. There she encounters Nobunaga Oda. Quickly convinced that Nobunaga is indeed the King of Salvation, John pledges allegiance to the Oda clan. Meanwhile, King Arthur, the ruler of the West Star, sends his ruthless general Gaius Julius Caesar and his combat machine to conquer Nobunaga's planet and seize the Holy Grail. They really just said, let's take Fate Zero, make it 20 IQ. This show's funny. Black Summoner looks like it's gonna be the last one to make it as the best of the worst. Instantly getting into the show, it's asking, pleading for me to tear its writing to shreds. It's so obviously flawed, transparently ugly. So what makes it so bad? Well, the first 2 seconds clues us in that the author only made this in isekai so he could probably tag it as such and gain a bigger following. Since no time is spent on this guy's previous life and the god that reincarnated him already erased his memories, so it doesn't even matter anymore, does it? Well, no matter, we could just look at this as some MMORPG type of fantasy show. So since I suppose the main character is a slice of plain bread, or maybe more accurately a life-size styrofoam statue, I suppose he's incapable of thinking for himself. So thankfully he was given a guide in this unfamiliar world where he could just take a back seat and let someone else make decisions. Go to the Adventurers Guild? Okay. Take that quest? No problem. Buy that slave? Of course. Okay, I'm being a little silly right now. That last one actually wasn't recommended by the guide. It was his own decision to buy the slave, which admittedly makes things 1,000 times worse. But look, what I'm doing here is a little unfair. We can't just expect a dude who literally has no memories to have a personality or make the best choices. And that's exactly why a show should never do this. Aesthetica of a rogue hero honestly just feels like pre-game for a goon session. All the women have inflated chest sizes, of course, with a lolly exception. And every single character in this show is about as interesting as a potato or a rock. Actually, not to insult rocks, a lot of them are pretty cool. It feels like the only purpose any character serves in this show is, if they're a female, getting groped by the main character, and if it's a male, serving as an example for how badass the main character is. The plot is basically that this guy served as a hero in another world and did his duty, then when he came back to Earth, if there was any human being who has read this synopsis or heard me just tell it to you and then went on to actually watch the show, well you gotta be either 12 years old or just someone different. Maybe you're built different. Who knows? Maybe it can't comprehend you. The Master of Ragnarok and Blesser of Einherjar is the apotheosis of incompetence. Just like a ton of other isekai, this anime does a ton of shit terribly. But this show is special. It goes the extra mile in fucking up everything in every possible way. It's truly a case study worth researching. So to describe how this show is so bad, let me go on a quick tangent. The reason so many of these authors just naturally drift to creating isekai stories is because of the sheer advantages its premise gives. Like, if some random pedestrian from like Nebraska were to be transported to the magical land of Enta Isla, that random Nebraskian would be in the same headspace as the audience. Both him and the person behind the screen have no idea about this other world yet. So therefore world building becomes easy, because it wouldn't be unnatural for the protagonist to ask about random fantasy jargon because he doesn't know shit. The aforementioned fuck up I mentioned before with this show has to do with exactly that. Many terrible isekais start out with the protagonist already in his new world, without spending any time in their previous life. But this is next level. We start out in this anime after the protagonist has spent multiple years in this fantasy land, with a starting loadout of obviously OP powers and an established harem. But what got me is that he's the commander of some militia crime syndicate organization, or whatever it is. This decision practically shot the author in the legs. He declared that this was an isekai, proceeded to skip out on the fucking purpose in writing in this genre, and then is forced to world build normally. And obviously he can't do that. The legacy of Sailor Moon is legendary to a lot of people. For many, it was their childhood and a great symbol of female empowerment. It has a legacy so great that some asshole who's never watched it knows enough about it from other people that I could genuinely give a detailed essay of the plot structure of the entire show. So if it was that beloved by so many people, why the hell are people trampling on that legacy so much? Magical Girl Spec Ops Asuka is another shock value cheap edgy jerk-off fantasy. Its deep commentary on trauma, abuse, war, terrorism, child soldiers, and sex slaves are somehow not deep at all and somehow come across as very juvenile. The fact that the show wanted to do a darker twist on the magical girl genre is fine, don't get me wrong. It's the fact that it relies on the shock value appeal of a darker version of Sailor Moon without actually having good writing or characters. And by the way, when I say that a show is edgy, just to be clear for this video, because I'm probably going to use that term a lot, it's not that I'm some snowflake that can't handle darker themes. It means that the sole selling point of the show is some gore or some other NSFW shit without actually having a valid reason for having it in the show in the first place. For better or for worse, Eromanga Sensei carries the heavy burden of being Oremo's spiritual successor, while continuing the show's theme of sister banging. This work of art was penned by the same celestial deity responsible for the timeless masterpiece My Little Sister Can't Be This Cute. And Eromanga Sensei further builds on its monumental achievements, where it genuinely feels like you should be in jail for watching this. You can't take it back. There's no such thing as no chromo. It's still incest. I pray for all the lost souls who actually watched the full 12 episodes of this straight up sin. I've lost countless friends and family members due to this anime. Very tragic. Backstreet Girls presents us with a premise so stupid, so controversial, so absurd that when you realize what this show is actually about, you're automatically convinced that it's gonna be the greatest comedy show ever told. This anime is about these Yakuza guys who fucked up really bad on some job or something. Then, as they're apologizing to their boss about it, he gives them an ultimatum. Either have their limbs chopped off and their organs harvested and sold, or fly out to Thailand, get a sex reassignment surgery, multiple plastic surgeries, and become pop idols. And you know what pisses me off? With a show like this that definitely has the premise of all time, it's still shit. This show flopped harder in my eyes than Concord. My expectations were sky high, but reality just lowered that bar all the way down to the core of the earth. The production was horrifying. JC staff looked like they were physically struggling, even trying to make the characters' lips flap. The animation itself was dog shit too, like even during the idol concerts, where I'm expecting the idol members to be singing their hearts out in that deep Yakuza baritone, and the audience to be going crazy over that Yakuza OCE or the Yakuza, I guess. What we got in that scene in reality was just a PowerPoint presentation. And then also, the show isn't fucking funny at all. Like, how do you fumble so badly? I don't understand. That you get the holy grail of premises, and then you just physically cannot tell a joke for your life. This show got me so mad, and that's why it's so low. This show is like the punchline of its own shitty joke. It's about this main character who gains power-ups whenever he sees panties. Sorry for the awkward pause, I just killed myself 7 times over. I gained secondhand embarrassment just from reading that out loud. Shit like this is the reason that people used to get bullied for liking anime back in the day. This has the comedy tag under the show's genres, but I'm genuinely curious how it's even possible to laugh at this. This show is like the fart that killed the conversation, bro. It's just terrible. Isekai Cheat Magician does everything badly. And you probably don't need me to tell you that because you don't even need the 3-episode rule here. If any sane person sees this title, they should run for the hills. Actually, you know what? I think I actually find those new gen Isekai titles really helpful. It helps me quickly identify the trash among the less stinky trash, I guess. As you could probably tell, the main character reincarnates, instantly gets the most OP power beyond normal comprehension, and the show from start to end has no stakes whatsoever because bitches be too powerful to struggle. And the problem with being overpowered right at the start isn't just lack of adversity, by the way, since if they start out with an infinite arsenal of magic they can use, there's no chance in hell that the magic system is getting fleshed out at all. If Gon had crazy Nen in Hunter x Hunter by episode 1, then I doubt that there would be any chances to explain Nen to the audience. And to be honest, that's one of my favorite parts about fantasy shows in general. Very bad, don't watch. Okay, so imagine you enter a Gundam store. You see a ton of cool, pristine models from all the classic mecha shows, yet you turn your attention to some stench that fills your nostrils. This is Infinite Stratos, a show that you have already seen, guaranteed. It is the most deja vu inducing bundle of tropes and cliches that will have your brain go completely AFK while watching this. And that's the real reason this show is so low, because of how unforgivingly boring it is. It's about this world where only women can pilot mechas with the shocking exception of our main character. So of course every female in this world wants his micro penis of his, and the show turns into a harem. And although I was almost as surprised about this turn of events as Gravity, there's always at least a slim chance to turn things around. I'm usually not a fan of when anime do harems or stuff like that, but it could always work out given good fleshed out characters and a good dynamic. This one's a childhood tsundere, enough said. This one's a Chinese lolly. This one is a childhood tsundere but just on New Game Plus, and then this one's French. So at this point, you could probably just tell the moment I absolutely gave up on the dream that I'll be seeing anything of nuance in this show. It was the French girl. This show is about 7 Japanese high schools that engage in turf wars for complete dominance over Japan. It's supposed to be some bastardized tropey anime allegory for the warring states period of China where several states battled for control over China in like 1,000 years ago or something. And the anime starts off by just explaining to the audience what the allegory is and how it relates to the show. The show kind of treats the audience like we're not very bright. The characters are supposed to be inspired by some historical figures during the warring states period. Yeah, so can someone please explain to me how high schoolers fighting each other and then every time someone lands a blow, a piece of their clothing flies off is supposed to be historically accurate? As porn, this is trash. As a modern rendition or interpretation of the Warring States period, please respectfully fuck off. We'll get to Kingdom eventually, trust me, we'll get there. What is something that you irrationally hate? For me, I have a top 3. Let's see, what do we have here? business majors, those people that will always have a strong opinion on a show you like, and then after pressing them on it, they admit that their entire experience of that show boils down to TikTok clips and memes. Yeah, they should be thrown to the lions. And the last but not least, I despise anime where the main character has a little sister complex. It's honestly mind-numbing that you can make an entire genre out of shows that do this weird ass shit. And if it was a genre, a regular at Magic High School is like the raid boss of it. It's some real stinky shit. This show comes from that era of light novel adaptations before isekai, where the protagonist is an overpowered fuckboy that goes to a magic academy. And this one was one of the more popular shows in that era. The main character is stupidly overpowered, like to the point where it's immediately evident that this show is just brainless self-insert schlop that's served to 13-year-olds. And an overpowered protagonist isn't a big enough iceberg to sink the ship. Just look at Mob Psycho. But this show just fully embraces the fact that this motherfucker is this flawless, omniscient badass who always comes home from his magic academy every day to have sex with his sister. There's seriously no other substance to this show. Wise Man's Grandchild is a hate pick. This show put me to sleep at least 5 times, and not even because it was 3 a.m. since I literally tried to watch this one on like 3 separate occasions, and every single time this shit squarely knocked me out of consciousness with how fucking boring it is. Wise Man's Grandchild is uniquely bad because of how pacifying it is and generic. Like, this show is the epitome of those videos like mysterious nonchalant main character pretends to be weak but reveals his overwhelming power at Magic High School. So I'm not even gonna lie to any of y'all, this was coming out in like 2015, and I ate this shit up. This was one of those light novel adaptations before the light novel meta became isekai. This piece of shit is set in you guessed it, Magic High School, just like every other Soulless Husk A1 picture adapted in 2015. So I was looking at the poster art of this show just to refresh my memory on what exactly I was getting myself into. I pretty much assumed that these girls plastered on the sides are all part of the main guy's harem, although as I would soon find out, this is actually his sister. But if you're in the know about light novels or their adaptations, you know that this fact that she's his sister actually means nothing. So the one thing that is clearly out of place here is this random dude. As we all know, it's strictly against everything light novels stand for to have a likable or competent guy other than the main character. I mean, it's simple psychology. Other men will just stand in the way of your power fantasy self-insert harem. Ultimately, they'll just compete with you for the anime waifus. So naturally, I was pretty curious on how Asterix War would get around this dilemma. And it turns out that his name is Lester McPhail. Lester McPhail. I'm not gonna lie, I really just despise this anime and everything it stands for. Genuinely, my entire time watching this, my face was locked in an absolute look of disgust, like I just saw a cockroach or something. Since this show is a living, breathing reminder of how dog shit my taste was back then. It's the same feeling I get when I remember the fact that I used to watch Leafy is Here. Possibly the single human being I have the least respect for on this planet. So I'm gonna do myself a favor here and stop cringing while talking about this shit. Okay, so Chivalry of a Failed Knight is actually pretty interesting because on the surface level of things, it seems like a genuine clone of Asterix War. Another high school light novel adaptation where you think the MC is weak, but he's actually crazy strong. But when you inspect further with this show, you actually start to realize that this is literally the exact same show as Asterix War. A concerning amount of scenes in both play out exactly the same way. Both the main heroines are cinderella's with pink hair, and for goodness sake, both anime were airing simultaneously in 2015. But despite them genuinely being the same anime, I remember having a slightly better impression of this show than Asterix War. So here it is. My isekai life, I gained the second character class and became the strongest sage in the world, is a lobotomy in real time. overpowered non-talkative main character who's not afraid to show off from episode 1. Every single issue or problem gets solved effortlessly by this guy, and there's no sense that the protagonist could ever be in danger. The writing is generative AI, the characters have nothing interesting or redeeming to them, and the plot is just there to show off the main character's busted omnipotent power, because that's all this anime is. It's for people to self-insert into this cardboard cutout and feel like they're the protagonist who can do everything. Summoned to another world a second time is a lobotomy in real time. Overpowered non-talkative main character who's not afraid to show off from episode 1. Every single issue or problem gets solved effortlessly by this guy, and there's no sense that the protagonist could ever be in danger. The writing is generative AI, the characters have nothing interesting or redeeming to them, and the plot is just there to show off the main character's busted omnipotent powers. But that's all this anime is. It's for people to self-insert into this cardboard cutout and feel like they're the protagonist who could do anything. This one seemed like a generic fan service-y survival show about 5 girls that get stranded on an island, and while they're trying to survive, the anime starts jiggling some bells and whistles to keep the audience's attention by sprinkling in some absolutely unnecessary fan service. The characters' backstories I thought were lame across the board, the characters themselves were uncharismatic, and the plot as a whole just had below average writing. Ultimately, the show was an easy contender for the mid-tier. Then I saw this one scene where these 2 girls, in order to survive, have to spit bird poop into each other's asses. And combined with other scenes like this that are just purely for shock value and nothing else and making me want to puke, this show will stay here. I obviously did not finish this shit. I don't care what anyone says, this anime is a comedy. If you were ever interested in horror anime back in the day, people would immediately point you to this anime that goes by the name of Another. And I think that this is the biggest self-report on how terribly anime as a medium does horror, because this anime is a comedy. You cannot convince me otherwise. The supposed horror in this anime comes from these insane death scenes that occur in this small town. But these scenes are less creepy and more just goofy. This is what Another would be like if it was good. If there were one character I'd punch, one character I'd waterboard, one character that I'd grab and do the spin like they do in the hammer throw and chuck him off the bridge on this list, it'd be Kazuya Kinoshita. Many people run to this show's defense, being like, oh, well, Rent-A-Girlfriend is actually realistic because there are actually people out there that are like this and would rent a girlfriend if they could. And yeah, you're right. But what's your fucking point? He's still a spineless, degenerate, pathetic, cringe, slimy greaseball of a protagonist that is seriously just a terrible person in general. Yes, sometimes realism in shows ultimately enhance the experience, but that doesn't mean you go out of your way to cast fucking Chris Chan as your main character. And it's not even the fact that he's a bad person. I do like some shows where horrible people act as the show's main characters, but in those shows, none of them are rewarded for being a worthless scumbag. All of the women in this show, stunningly, start actually falling for Kazuya after he literally bought them to go on a date with him. It's like if some OnlyFans girl fell in love with the 500th dude to text her AI chat box that's pretending to be her. If this is your guilty pleasure, that's fair. If there's no guilty part within you while watching this show, seek help. Arifureta catches the title of the edgiest wannabe dark and gritty isekai, and probably one of the biggest disappointments I've had in the genre. Not because I was hyped for it or anything, but because other people were, and that made me hyped for it by association. Since this light novel apparently is one of the more popular ones out there, but the adaptation turned out like this. Although it's not just the adaptation, the source material is definitely also to blame. Like, they unironically have the Tokyo Ghoul edge transformation from black to white hair. But the real reason this anime is here is because it's insanely cringe. Kaneki's transformation in Tokyo Ghoul is kind of metal, I'm not even gonna lie. But when it happens in this show, he transforms from a guy that really sucks at killing the offensively ugly CGI monsters to a guy who is slightly better at killing the ugly CGI monsters. I don't know what else to say. Maybe I would like this if I was 12. Okay, 9 years old. How to Not Summon a Demon Lord is some gooner shit. Don't deny it, you know it, I know it, we all know it. To be honest, the only reason it's not in the previous tier is because it's actually decently funny from time to time. This guy is a basement dwelling loser who's allergic to showers, grass, the outside, and most importantly, women. But his antisocial gooner mindset is actually kinda entertaining to see when confronted with the bread and butter of isekai tropes. Because, you know, talking to women is required if you're gonna have a harem. It's a little bit refreshing to see the unsocial virgin NEET continue to be an unsocial virgin NEET even if he's transported into another world. There's so many shows out there where the main character is a shut-in loser that immediately transforms into a dominant alpha male in a polyamorous relationship just because he changed environments. But don't get me wrong, the story is shit, the world building is shit, and it all culminates in being some lower mid garbage. Pros of Medica Box. Medica's rack. A lot of characters. If you like characters, you could find them in this anime. There's an opening and ending song. Wacky, random, crazy zaniness. There's a second season. Cons of Medica Box. Medica isn't real. Oh, that's actually kind of sad. Medica Box is the anime of all time. It's up there with a select few titles for being so dramatically dull that I really wish I didn't watch it. It's generic, which isn't always bad, but it's also mediocre. A level of mediocrity that I've never seen before watching Medica Box. There's nothing offensive or out of place in Medica Box. Somehow when you're being dragged along by the show, you are never surprised. Anything could happen, so therefore nothing happens. It's a joke with no punchline, a trip with no destination. I think what we're experiencing here is true liminal space, where the laws of physics collapse into itself and we're all just confused on how this has a 7 rating out of 10 on my anime list. And then you realize that everyone's probably just jacking into this shit. This show is what happens when indecisive people make indecisive media. I can just imagine the author of Kingdom of Ruin looking at a dozen genres he was interested in, and it was just like, alright, let's put them all in the pot and see what comes out. I could bash on the writing in its grotesque state of production, but it's also a show that never forms an identity for itself. It would be like insulting a newborn baby for not bringing anything to the table. Like, you don't exist in a complete state. World's Finest Assassin gets reincarnated into another world as an aristocrat is made by the same person who made Redo of a Healer, which is so infamous that I probably don't need to give it an introduction, but I'll just leave you with the fact that if it was actually classified as an isekai, you would have heard me talk about it first. Although this isekai is just okay. It doesn't seem to have any of the psychopathic traces that you'd think would be left behind by the Redo of a Healer guy. This anime is about the world's finest assassin that gets reincarnated into another world as an aristocrat. Okay, I'm sorry, I had to do that bit at least once. It's about this level 99 assassin who's requested by a goddess after he dies to kill the main hero of this fantasy world. By this premise, it actually seems like a very fun time and also has a lot of potential. In episode 7, the reincarnated middle-aged man is sharing a bed with 2 children for some reason. One is a childhood friend slash servant he once saved from animals, and the other is a former captive of a sex trafficking ring, posing as his sister. When they wake up in the morning, the 2 girls smell the main character's ejaculate after he has a wet dream, and the 2 girls offer to take care of it for him the next time, lest he become too pent up. In the following episode, the girls have told the mother about this for some reason. She enters her teenage son's bedroom early in the morning because she wants to see it, and alludes that she's disappointed that it hasn't happened again. I think out of that whole story, the most outrageous aspect is the fact that they smelt his ejaculate. Like, are you a dog? Is that one of your superpowers you have as a resident harem member? to fucking sense your master's ejaculate? These bitches be crazy. I think I've made this case for why this deserves to be here. Okay, I was thinking of the best way to articulate how downright strange and absurd I found this show to be. And I feel like the easiest way is to just describe what happens. Okay, so we're introduced to this guy starting high school who, what's the best way to put this? He has a thing for girls with twin tails. I kind of don't want to call it a fetish because, you know, I'm gonna call it how I see it. This guy has a twin tail fetish, which is something that if someone told me they had in real life, I'd expect their name to be on the Diddy list. I've never personally seen a girl over the age of like 13 have this hairstyle. But anyways, moving on. So he decides to take the next step in furthering his social life in high school by doing the obvious thing and starting Twin Tails Club. You're pretty much just advertising your virginity at that point, bruh. But then everything changes as aliens invade Earth to claim all the twin tails for themselves. And the only way to fight against the twin-tailed gooners is to become a twin-tailed gooner. You might think this would be a funny watch, and I did too, but this show takes itself way too seriously, to the point where I genuinely think the author is just inserting himself into the main character, which is a thought I don't really want to think about right now, or ever, so let's just move on. True Bra is about girls who join the underwear club, where they discuss things like size and comfort with underwear. And sure, that's cool, I guess. At first it seemed like something that goes straight in the mid-tier, but this riveting plot concept became wrapped up in a ecchi comedy show. Oh, and I forgot to mention that they're all middle schoolers in the show. Yeah, I think we're done here. The New Gate is an incredibly confused show. It starts out as the most shameless Sword Art Online ripoff I've ever seen. But whatever, I guess at least it'll have a plot and stakes to go with it because they describe it as a death game. But then it just turns into a bumfuck generic ass isekai. Basically, this Kirito wannabe beat the final boss of the VR world, which I guess was also somehow responsible for trapping everyone in the game, because when he beats it, everyone can finally log off. Although as everyone logs off, he stays. I guess because nice guys finish last, I don't know. Then he suddenly gets sucked into a portal and teleported to the same game world, but it's not a game anymore. You see what I'm saying when I say this show is confused? It attempts to mash completely separate premises together, and the result of this experiment is two completely shattered premises where I honestly don't even know what the point of the show is. Like, yeah, sure, cool, when it was a death game for T-30 seconds, everyone was just trying to survive. But in contrast, now we have this mild-ass isekai where the protagonist has no direction and no adversity since he's OP, of course. So he does the one thing that would obviously make sense to do in this kind of development. He joins the Adventurers Guild and does side quests. Yeah, I didn't finish this one. Look, I'm not a Nazi. Wow, what a fucking start to the segment. Stay with me though. Personally, I usually don't have as hard a time as others separating art from an artist. Like for example, there is genuinely no defense you could run in the world for Kanye at this point. People who feel like they have to justify listening to him be doing the most absurd mental gymnastics when tweets like this just exist. But me, on the other hand, found a different approach. I just don't justify it. For me to stop listening to Graduation, Kanye would literally have to be outed as a PDF file, which smoothly leads us into Rurouni Kenshin, since the author literally is a PDF file. I actually did like what little I've seen of it, but when I found out about the author, I just couldn't really do it. Sorry, Rurouni Kenshin fans. Gleipnir is about a closeted furry who gets blackmailed by a yandere. Except unlike actual furries, Shuichi has the ability to transform into an authentic animalistic monster. And these powers are explained later on in the story with a pretty decently interesting power system. Although that small crumb of potential was immediately squashed, since this feels like it was written by a middle schooler. But not just any middle schooler, that one middle schooler.
You know who I'm talking about.
The one guy who'd always wear a hood indoors, never cut his nails, and then if you ever gained his trust, he'd allow you to write a name in his death note. Gleipnir is a show that took a premise with some potential and managed to introduce characters so toxic and unlikable that it single-handedly imploded any hype or perceivable enjoyment the show had. I don't even think edgelords like this show. It's like Mirai Nikki, but the author has fetishes now and the main character's a bitch. I swear to God, when this author thought up the idea of this anime, his first thought was probably the mandatory yandere, of course, and then he was probably like, okay, I need this yandere to be a more immersive experience. So he added the most easily manipulated soy pussy boy who literally gets jerked around and jerked off by the plot and every single character unwillingly. He seriously has no true grip on anything that's going on. For the entirety of the show's runtime, he's just backseat gaming, waiting for some plot point to happen to him or for some woman to sexually assault him. I really don't like this show. So in chemistry, there's this concept called percent yield, right? It's basically how much is produced compared to how much it should produce. In this show, simply titled 100, as you might be able to guess, has a 100% yield of unfiltered garbage. It's a sci-fi harem mecha light novel adaptation, and I really don't think I need to say more. You know what? Hot take, I actually prefer the isekai era of light novels over sci-fi era, because at least the trash of isekai is at least like semi-fun to watch. Bed and Breakfast for Spirits is about a girl who could always see spirits. Then she gets teleported to the hidden realm where her reverse harem is, obviously. But I feel like this anime ultimately never decides what to do with itself. I don't know, you could totally accuse me of bias because I'm not the biggest fan of this shit. High School Prodigies Have It Easy Even in Another World has a stupid premise and even worse execution. It's about 6 prodigies that get isekai'd into another world, and these 6 all have special talents and abilities, hence the title of the show. But it's clear that the talents that these prodigies have basically just is their character. In this show, functionality was replaced with personality. And throughout the entire show, the 6 of them just wander out, and if someone has a problem, one of them just pulls out the answer out of their ass because, you know, they're prodigies. If you're trying to write smart characters, you should at least be smart yourself, because this has some of the laziest conflict solution arcs, even compared with other isekai. Truly terrible stuff. Skeleton Knight in Another World, frame 1 kicks off with the type of scene that has the specific combination of the words race and ape. I don't know if the studio was sitting around a table thinking of ways to hook the viewer in, and then that one guy stuck his finger in the air and proudly declared that they should start out the show with the most deplorable crime humanity has ever engaged in. Although I suppose that this scene does set the tone of some sort of edgy dark fantasy isekai, and other great shows have done it. I'm pretty sure Berserk did it, although I'm not sure if that was consensual. I don't really know. So we are introduced to this skeleton guy who has basically a non-existent reaction to getting isekai. He's just like, what's going on? Oh, this is just like one of my favorite games. It's so unsettling and frankly jarring how laid back and carefree this guy is after the viewers were exposed to violent sexual crimes. This is a conflict of tone in its most obvious form. There are people literally getting brutalized and this fucker is just like, oh shit, this skill's sick. It's just like in my game. Overall, this show is directionless, confused on what it wants to be, and most importantly, boring. Alright, entries like this next one is something that I was gonna say make me question the sanity of the people working at my anime list, but apparently Umaru-chan, the manga, was published in a seinen magazine, so I don't even fucking know anymore. I feel like I'm being gaslit. So Umaru-chan is about Umaru, who's supposedly the perfect high school girl that everyone aspires to be. But the big twist is that when she comes home, she's actually a lazy, hedonistic cretin who shouts and screams all the time. The show is told from the perspective of her older brother for a large part of the show, who takes care of her. I guess I could understand the enjoyment if you find this show funny, or maybe you like the slice of life that the show offers. But even for those people, I can't wrap around my head how you can stand this main character. She's like Asta's soulmate from Black Clover. Honestly, one of the most obnoxious main characters of any show I've ever watched, but that's just me, I guess. Centauro no Naomi is a slice of life about fantasy human hybrid girls doing things, I guess. What can I say about this show? It's different from other slice of life because it has like fantasy aspects to it. Oh yeah, the last scene of the show, they were arm wrestling, right? And then the last line of dialogue in the entire show is, "Why are we arm wrestling?" You can't make this shit up. Spirit Chronicles is something I remember so vividly. Fading in and out of consciousness, I'd frequently see the striking visage of Kirito. At times, I thought my mind had shut down, hallucinating that the show was buffering, but it was just how stiff the animation looks. This show isn't horrible, it's just not good or adds any value to this planet. Our protagonist is a reincarnated truck victim who starts out in the slums, but gets an audience with the king because he gets lucky in saving the princess of the kingdom. But then it turns into some generic Magic High School nonsense. The Executioner in Her Way of Life is a prime example of how you can't win on premise alone. This show takes place in a fantasy world that has been summoning Japanese people for a long time now. So long that even the language of Japanese is widely spoken. So this kid is summoned, finds out he has no powers, then gets kicked out of the castle with no guidance. Then he meets up with this priestess girl who explains a couple things about this world to him. Then the boy finds out that he doesn't have nothing as his power, but he actually has the power to reduce anything to nothing. Then the priestess stabs him through the neck. I gotta admit, this takes some balls to do. I mean, to just completely do a main character swap is insane, and at this point, the show had my attention. But as this girl kept opening her mouth and the show went on for longer and longer, I am convinced that this is the biggest fumble in the genre. These authors know how to come up with gimmicks and twists, but they don't understand the first thing about writing an actual story that isn't just vomited up. The main character, who's this girl now, basically just acts as a mouthpiece to give whatever exposition dump is necessary. This show is edgy, and that's fine, but we're never given full justification on why they need to kill the otherworlders. I mean, they're just innocent people who sometimes lose control of their unique abilities. There are certainly other ways to have them not blow up, and these guys are like priests and clerics and shit, like they should be good. Then the rest of the show just tries to keep our attention by spamming scenes that are just shock value. Don't get fooled by the show, it's not good. This show is one big molestation joke. It's about a pair of siblings where the 11-year-old boy has the appearance of a grown man and his 17-year-old sister has the appearance of a child. How did this happen to them? We don't know, and nobody brings it up. The show tries to be funny, but it never works. It got hella old for me extremely quick, and it genuinely just got disturbing at some point. Anime is weird sometimes. It could go from high schoolers having cooking tournament arcs while suffering from consistent foodgasms to superpowered 3/4 naked Power Ranger girls that can shoot tit lasers. But the worst part is when that goofy weird shit turns into creepy weird shit. It's a fine line, and Tsukuyomi Moonface crossed it without even looking back. It's a rom-com, and the implied romance that transpires in this show is between a vampire 12-year-old and some dude who is at least in his early 20s, and he could even be in his 30s. We don't even know. You know, as an anime fan, you learn to get used to some really strange shit, but this is just not safe for existence. I also just didn't laugh. It wasn't a funny show. Devil's line is horny Tokyo ghoul, but the ghouls of this world are just called vampires, and they don't actually need to eat from humans to survive. Although human blood apparently gets them high, usually they're indistinguishable from normal human beings until blood is added to the equation. That's when they turn to insatiable bloodlusty monsters. And when I say bloodlusty, I mean that in a literal sense, because they actually get aroused from blood, leading to many scenes of sexual assault and the like. What's weird is that the main character, who eventually finds herself surrounded by vampires, just lets the most traumatic shit happen to her, and I genuinely don't think any sane, normal human being would make the decisions that she made. Honestly, in some parts, this show feels like a vampire grape fantasy that the author is self-inserting themselves into. I really didn't fuck with it. Uzaki-chan Wants to Hang Out is like the perfect amalgamation of every singular trope I hate in anime. I mean, just look at this thing, this sorry excuse for a character design. Those massive eyes, that annoying ass skin thing, and her inflated chest. If you can't tell from this character design that this is gonna be the most annoying character you could ever imagine, then you're blind. You see, the thing with this show is that I already hate slice of life. So when this show of the same genre came along, with its selling point being that it has the most insufferable female lead in existence, I mourned for myself. The world finally created the perfect kryptonite for me. I hate this thing like no other, and I seriously have no idea how this got so popular. The reincarnation of the strongest exorcist in another world is just another ordinary power fantasy I've seen almost 100 times, but with a different coat of paint. For some, the exorcist spiritual style of fighting may be enough to sell this show for some, but not me. Parallel World Pharmacy is about a pharmacist who dies from overwork. Then in his new world, he starts a pharmacy of his own where he combines the world's magic with modern medical knowledge. Its writing seemed average, and the characters seem average, and the world seems generically average. There's just nothing really much to say here. So Ken Cole is a show that is about these girls who are based off of battleships. Okay, this is by far the strangest shit on this list. I found out these girls are not only supposed to represent battleships, but apparently they are battleships. You know, I think I know who this anime is for. It's for that one kid in high school that you knew that would never shut up about World War II or like tanks. I knew a guy who'd probably recognize every single battleship reference made in the show. He'd go into this. Magical Senpai is about a girl who really tries hard to be a magician, but fails. And she always happens to fail in lol funny XD ways. And then, sometimes she even fails in a lewd way. There's more substance to a well-done steak than this show. Concord is the most ingenious creative endeavor compared to this shit. I now die with laughter every time I'm faced with a slice of bread, because compared to this show, anything's funny. Standing on a Million Lives is a pretty unique story, but how it's handled is a little bit questionable. So it's about this game that teleports high schoolers into this world to complete quests once a day. And if they don't complete these quests, they die. The difference between this and most isekai is that this is actually a game world with non-player characters and skill trees and shit. This show, however, feels very rushed, and after everything is said and done, it turns out to be a pretty generic plot. End Ride is next. Literally the only reason it's so far down here is that more than anything it's just boring. I was literally reading some manga in the background while watching this shit. The characters are all one-dimensional losers. The animation is abominable. The plot is garbage. Everything that happens in the show is stupid. Okay, I admit I'm a huge hater for this shit, but it's justified. Trust, just trust. Believe me. scumbag system is a Chinese isekai that I'm honestly kind of racist towards. Like the type where I judge it based on the color of its skin and not the content of its character. The show is pretty interesting though. Like the main character dies by eating and choking on a rice cake. Insert another Chinese food that it might be. And then he dies while reading some web novel about a Chinese noble from a while ago and his scumbag master who will eventually betray him. And surprise, the protagonist gets reincarnated into the body of that scumbag master. And it's cool, but there's an elephant in the room that is begging to be addressed. I don't like to look at this show. It puts strain on my eyeballs to watch this. I admit I'm completely racist against full CG shows that aren't B-stars. I, honest to God, could not finish this. Dead March to the Parallel World Rhapsody is the result of true genius working at its best. Because in this anime, none of the harem women have big boobs. Yeah, that's it. The rest of the show is not good. Our main character is actually kind of an interesting fellow before he gets reincarnated. I can't even lie. I kind of got sucked into his story a little bit too. He's a programmer that is grossly overworked because he's doing game development on a game that's about to be released. He's very relatable since I'm a seasoned coder with 2+ years of experience. And it's very interesting to see because we know that Japanese people as a whole are overworked, but we also know that in general, video game devs are under colossal pressure when deadlines are coming. So when you combine these two worlds, we get these foul, tarnished souls staying awake for 30 straight hours writing lines of code. So when he gets transported to escape his fantasy world, that's where I immediately get sucked out. Since he OP as fuck, but mostly because he has absolutely no direction in this world, or goals at all. He's basically just dragging his fucking enslaved lollies around while completing side quests. And yeah, that's why the shit is so low. Brave 10 is like if you took a seinen, then went to file, and then imported an isekai protagonist. He's this one-dimensional brooding lone wolf who has this mysterious dark OP power. The plot is that this girl's life is threatened by hell assassins and they need to assemble 10 warriors to protect her. There's seriously no character development at all between any character introduced. Even the main character remains a mystery. We never even got a tragic backstory, which was surprising. There's really no reason to watch this. The action isn't great either. Date Alive is certainly a show. One that is very popular for God knows what reason. There's like 7,000 seasons of this shit. Like, who the hell is still watching Date Alive? Seriously. So the show is about a guy who's in love with his little sister, of course, and after some plot stuff happens, he now has to apparently date a bunch of girls so that a metric ton of earth-threatening earthquakes don't get unleashed. So from this point forward, there's like a 0% chance I'm gonna mess with this show at all. It's more powerful than a fumble, really. It's like an active repellent. It's telling me to stay far away. And then add gross fan service and cringeworthy character writing to the mix, and you get a story that is extremely easy for me to despise. The vending machine isekai. You knew it was coming. Possibly the greatest thought that any human held in their brain. Like, how do you think of this shit? A vending machine isekai. That shit's so fucking silly. Once you get past gawking at how fucking ridiculous and laughable this whole concept is, there isn't that much to this show to retain attention spans. The goofy gimmick this time is that the protag got reincarnated as a vending machine. So, what now? Well, I know, I can introduce a way for the vending machine to upgrade itself on the path to finally getting the max level udon noodles. See, the problem with this show is that it's built like it's trying to be some absurdist parody of isekai, or even just a simpler comedy. But one small problem. This shit isn't funny. intentionally at least. The characters aren't all that special, it isn't funny, and if you say this is a power fantasy, you're saying that with a smirk on your face. So I'm really just confused with this show on who it's even made for. Like with the terrible power fantasy shows, I know that there's at least an audience for that. But here, I feel like this would attract a lot of people because of how glaringly silly the title of this is. But most people probably watched maybe the first episode and dropped it right then and there. So this anime is about a couple of guys that attend a high school that was built specifically for cultivating the martial arts, with aspirations of becoming the best fighters in the school. You know, watching this shit made me realize the potential of some anime. If the entire medium wasn't so dead set focused on writing in fucking high school. Like, if you don't see the problem by now, I've been watching all of these seinen in which the literal definition of the demographic is for adults, and half of these anime are still set in high school. But yeah, imagine the sheer potential of action shows if anime authors threw away their over fixation on 4 years of a person's life. We could have literally gotten an anime version of Kill Bill instead of this shit. Of course, a ton of shows on this list feature adults doing adult things, but it's seriously just dumb that an overwhelming majority of these don't feature adults. Oh yeah, by the way, this show sucks. Just watch any other action show. I'm serious. I need reparations for the irreversible damage done back 5 years ago. But I'm a reasonable man, so I'll accept a simple handwritten apology from everyone who hyped up God of High School back in 2020. This might have genuinely taken the cake for the story with the absolute worst pacing I've ever seen. They genuinely be going from mixed martial arts to Dragon Ball Super in the span of like 6 episodes, and the pacing is not all that's terrible with this anime. This show is like if you took the fights and animation of Jujutsu Kaisen and that's it. The singular redeeming quality about this show is that it was animated by MAPPA. Like, genuinely, out of all the shows to get a goated adaptation, it was fucking God of High School. Like, how about we donate some of those frames to Blue Lock Season 2 or like Record of Ragnarok? This show actually makes me mad. So after exploring the absolute rock bottom of the human experience, you might think that it could only go up from here, right? Well, yes, but no. While the previous tier of shows were exclusively concocted to be an affront to God himself, this next batch of shows are at least sensibly bad. But bad is still bad, and I will still clown on them nonetheless. Also, before I move on, I just want to preface this by saying that this list is still in order from worst to best, but the tiers represent a significant jump in quality from the shows at the top of one tier to the bottom of the next. So keep that in mind and stay with me because we are just getting started. With this next tier I call the ugly. To be completely honest, what I found more entertaining than the actual show of Goblin Slayer was the discourse surrounding it when it first came out. If you disliked it, you were automatically labeled a Democrat, and if you liked it, you were just straight up a Nazi. So in this current political climate that we're faced with, I really had to consider what my opinion on episode 1 of the show should be so that it mitigates damage done to my fragile ego and reputation. So yeah, I think people nowadays are just way too soft and they can't handle a real gritty scene like this. Nah, but seriously, I really couldn't care less if you want to make a gritty, raw anime and implement a scene like this to establish the mood. But the problem I have with Goblin Slayer is that it has this straight up vile scene, but the rest of the show doesn't follow up with the tone this scene set up at all. So the only conclusion anyone can draw about this is that it was all just shock value. The show after episode 1 is genuinely as interesting as your generic isekai that come out today. It's just not a good show. Danmachi, or Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon, is a reminder to all of us that no matter how much swords, boobs, or magic you throw at a show, nothing will save it from ass riding. A kiddie pool has more depth than most of these characters, and the plot is pretty much just Sword Art Online, Big Titties edition. But I think this show knows all this and is somewhat self-aware. It's not trying to be good. It's trying to pander to 13-year-olds who need a self-insert. And I'm not 13 years old, so I don't mess with this show. I could see how it'd be a ton of people's guilty pleasures, but it's not mine, so for me, it's shit. I fell asleep watching K-On! Multiple times. It was one of those anime that I started watching because I let people on the internet trick me into thinking it was a good anime, but it turned out to be a slice of life. But in this case, it was more like a slice of NyQuil. In my opinion, an objectively better version of K-On! Came out rather recently. Bocchi the Rock. It has everything K-On! Has, but better music, interesting characters, an actual conflict, and plot progression. And it's actually funny. I seriously hope that's not a hot take because to me, it's so obvious. But we can all think what we want to think at the end of the day. Monster Rancher is about kids that get trapped in a game called Monster Rancher. I honestly smelt the Digimon bootleg from a mile away, even though I'm not even much of a Digimon fan. Why would anyone watch this over Digimon? There's no reason. Except for this absolutely life-changing opening.
I was transported to a faraway land, into a world where monsters rule. I played the game.
Knights in Magic gotta have the most boring world, most boring protagonist, as you can see, the most boring title. Bro dies by a truck. Reincarnates into this world, and then he wants to pilot the mech guy, and then the eighth son, are you kidding me, starts out when this boy reincarnates as a child of nobility, but then he realizes that the noble family is actually really poor. Whoa, big twist. But one sliver of unpredictability doesn't excuse the rest of the 11 episodes being irredeemable waste of cliche garbage. Sorry, I'm watching a lot of this shit. She professed herself pupil of the wise man, taught me a crucial life lesson. I only watched one episode of this, and I know I broke my promise to watch 3 episodes literally 2 seconds after making it, but watching this gave me a whole new perspective. After thinking it over post-enlightenment, I think in general, a 1 episode rule is valid. Since obviously in that first episode, they want people to keep watching, so they'd pull out all the stops. I guarantee you that the first episode of a show, or even the first couple minutes of a movie, have way more budget put into it, more thought, and more quality writing than the rest of the duration. So if I know that this show is a 4 out of 10 on the first episode, it'll probably turn out to be a 3 or 2 out of 10 overall. The reason people usually stick with the 3 episode rule is because a lot of the time, that's how long shows sometimes take to develop its premise. Although, out of all things that matter in judging the quality of a show, the premise probably matters the least. This show starts out with a monotone, boring exposition dump about some MMORPG game, and as the narrator was persuasively convincing me to hate this show, there were these ugly, generic-looking D&D monsters in the background, and also what I could only describe as the stock footage of anime. Every fight in this anime is 1 FPM, frame per minute, and the anime budget is to the point where even making lips flap is a Herculean task, it seems like. When we get introduced to our main character, he instantly starts giving an exposition dump. This is bad on like a technical level for sure, and also just on a normal level. I mean, dude gets turned into a little girl. I hate that shit. But this is not offensively bad. And it never really applied itself and really put in the work to be the best at being the worst, like the shows below have. Hey, do you like Hajime no Ippo? Yes? Do you also like Roman historical gladiators? Oh shit, then you'd love Cestus, the Roman fighter. It's about this guy who's a slave and he fights, and the fights aren't even that bad. I just hate this anime like no other. X-Arm is an experience I consider enjoyable compared to this deceiving, diabolical money laundering scheme. Episode 1 looks like this. Episode 2 looks like this. And episode 3 looks like this. And it's not even how it looks like a crime scene. This anime pretends to be historical by just throwing some random bits of trivia at the audience. And then when we see Nero, who is like the bloodthirsty, brutal Roman emperor, be depicted as this soy boy pacifist that throws up whenever he sees blood. And I'm also not a history major, but regardless, I don't think I need one to know that if slaves talked back to a noble back in the day, they're not living to see tomorrow. I don't know if the author knows what lore accurate slaves are, but he always has them getting away with shit that absolutely would not fly in reality. So historical, yeah, get that shit out of here. And then honestly, I care more about a used shit-stained single-prong toilet water dissolved square of toilet paper than I do anyone in this main cast. There aren't many characters in this show, and they're still somehow underdeveloped. The main character too, I mean, I don't even have much to say about him. If this show was a harem, he'd be a good protagonist, I guess. The action is... I mean, I guess it could have been good, but the production team behind the show decided to do the unholy fusion dance between slideshow 2D animation and CG so bad it wants to make you gouge your eyes out. So no, the action is shit. There's no reason to watch this show. The Great Jahi Will Not Be Defeated is just not good. It's a Devil's a Part-Timer ripoff where this dark-skinned demon baddie gets reverse isekai'd into the real world and she's forced to work customer service. Oh yeah, and she's also a child now, for some reason. We just can't have good things, can we? Apparently. Then randomly he just gets a gun, then just starts shooting shit in a world that's supposed to be medieval. I don't even know why I'm still talking about this. Let's just move on. Naruto is one of those anime where you look at the synopsis and it just reads like a straight up joke. An ordinary high school student is suddenly attacked by a dangerous monster. Just when everything seems to be lost, he is saved by a silver-haired girl who claims to be a shape-shifting deity from the horror author H.P. Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos, sent by the Space Defense Agency to Earth. You know, the worst part about this shit is that most guys in this situation would still be like, hell yeah, bro, I can still fix her. And our main character is the same way. This is a comedy anime and I never really laughed. It was just kind of weird. Ground Control to Psychoelectric Girl is about this strange girl who claims to be an alien. And the guy's like, no, and then the girl's like, yes, also there are others like me. And everyone knows that you can't argue with schizophrenia, so they move in together. This is basically just Fooly Cooly without anything that made Fooly Cooly interesting or cool or anything. Let me know if this synopsis sounds familiar to you. Ordinary high school dude is going about his daily business until he stumbles upon a girl of mysterious origins. Then it turns out that this girl is like this extremely submissive bum with nowhere to go or stay, so she's solely dependent on the dude, while for the entire show hinting at a slave master dynamic. I see this type of shit way too often in anime and I despise every aspect of it. It appeals to a certain audience and that audience is absolutely not me. Cat Planet Cuties is quite literally the same show, but instead the mysterious alien girl is also a cat girl. Unbreakable Machine Doll is set in this steampunk version of England where these dudes called puppeteers controlled these dolls, which seemed interesting for like 2 milliseconds before it devolved into a harem with a collective IQ of 20 between the entire cast. Okay, I'm gonna start going fast. Occultic 9 feels like a failed attempt at mixing Durara and Steins Gate. Carnaval seemed interesting at first with its mystery it was building up the entire show, but quickly turned to disappointment as it revealed yaoi. Freezing had the ingenious idea to integrate edgy bullshit into a generic 2010s ecchi harem show. The right answer presents some interesting sci-fi concepts, but suffers from a severe pacing issue. And I don't care about any of the characters issue. Rene flopped harder than Uzumaki. Actually, that's not true. I had no expectations for this shit. Okay, so imagine this for a second. What if we took an isekai protagonist and then isekai'd him into a non-isekai show? Why Does Nobody Remember Me in This World is a painstaking reminder of the old saying, if you don't have the budget, don't make the damn show. The animation in this shit was like playing a visual novel. And everything else was bad, don't watch. For Rhythm Across Blue is a sci-fi show where everyone has these flying boots, which make them all significantly less cool versions of the Vinsmoke family. And they're all playing this game where they need to use their boots. I'm not gonna lie, more than anything, this show just made me want to put on my pajamas and that one nightcap that Squidward always be wearing and just go to sleep. This show is so boring. Okay, so immediately before anything else, I just want to deliver a public service warning. The mascot in this anime is named Paimon. I understand if this show would be too traumatic for some of you. So anyways, Gatchaman Crowd is about a group of guys who fight off aliens and save Earth from the shadows. There's not really much going on in this show, to be honest. Missed opportunities and disappointment, the anime. Qualidia Code is one of many of these shows on this list that are gifted with these really interesting and creative worlds, but they just mess everything up in the writing department. This show is kind of like an apocalyptic sci-fi show, sort of resembles Seraph of the End, but shittier. Clockwork Planet almost tricked me with a pretty interesting premise. So Earth was about to go extinct some time ago until this really smart guy, not named Elon Musk, decided to rebuild all of Earth using clockwork, which are like these gears floating in space. A pretty far-fetched and slightly absurd concept, but at least it was different. Then it just turned into Boy Meets Girl, gets superpower, blah blah blah. Shit show, generic as it could get. A Girl Who Chants Love at the Bound of This World is a show about a dude who gets informed in a letter from his dad of the existence of parallel worlds, and he is also given the means of traveling between these worlds. So the show is basically about him searching for his missing dad through his power to travel through parallel dimensions. Sounds pretty cool. You know what doesn't sound cool? The fact that this is a single core anime based off of a video game with 50 hours of story. Yeah, it basically tries to tell the same story in 1/5 of the time. And while watching it, it physically feels like the actual story is 5 times bigger than what we're actually seeing. I haven't played the game, so I don't know anything about that, but this is some trash. Angel falls from the sky and starts calling some random high school nobody master. It's really concerning the sheer popularity of this anime trope. And well, Heaven's Lost Property does this shit, but I guess slightly better. At least the characters aren't insufferable, and there's more substance to the girl than her tits. It's kind of sad that that's where the bar is at, but it is what it is. Girls Bravo sucks dick. Yeah. It's about a guy who gets bullied and abused by a woman. Then he teleports to a world where way less men exist than women. You could fill in the gaps on what happens next. This show is just shit. Literally has no value on this planet. Just watch porn at this point. There's no point. Am I actually the strongest is something I was honestly gonna continue the bit for. Because don't get me wrong, these shows are all the same thing. But this one actually made me burst out in laughter for one scene. When the protagonist was so OP, he could lift entire fucking land masses and rip the fabric of the universe open as a fucking baby. My unique skill still makes me OP even at level 1, destroys its gimmick within milliseconds. The MC spawns in as a slime drop, which is actually kind of funny, but the gimmick is that he starts out at level 1 out of 1. Then immediately his skill or whatever allows him to transcend the power of even the god of strength. Gokujo is about a lesbian who's really horny. Well, you know what? No matter how stupid a premise is, there's always a chance it could be saved by good jokes, because at the end of the day, this does have the comedy tag. But Colorful is a show that claims to be a high-concept satire of the perversion of mankind, directed by the same man who crafted the legendary Serial Experiment Slaying. But here's the thing. Nobody in this world can put out banger after banger after banger. We all have some misses scattered about somewhere. I mean, look at Kendrick Lamar. He... well, shit. Okay, maybe I'm missing the point of this show, but you say that you're a parody, yet the plot of this show is just shots up girls' skirts and then some incel just saying, look at that ass, man. It doesn't even try to be comedic. It tries to critique horny shit while also being horny itself. B Gata HK is a show that stars a female lead protagonist who is, well, she's, wait a second. So she's a bimbo whose sole desire is to bang 100 dudes, and sure, yes, what do I say in a moment like this? Yes, queen, slay, yeah. So she looks at the first male she sees and immediately decides that he's gonna be the one to take her virginity. But I initially thought this was gonna turn into a wholesome romance about how this wannabe bimbo in her quest to be a strumpet learns how to love an average guy. And that does happen eventually, but it wasn't really fun getting to that point. The entire concept of the damn show is this girl trying to get into a situation where she can coerce this random dude into tactically inserting his sausage balloon into her slippery plume. And if the show was supposed to be funny, I didn't laugh. The girl is, at least to me, just not very likable. She's so arrogant that it's just annoying. And the guy is just a block of bland tofu with no seasoning. There's really nothing to it. Nikumensai is a show that's somehow able to turn brutal violence and gory dismemberment into a fart joke extravaganza. And under normal circumstances, I'd give the author props for even being able to do that shit. But what I've gained to realize is that if your serious scene is all just culmination to a joke, and that joke isn't fucking funny, it kind of just digs its own grave. The entire show isn't really funny to me, like at all. And genuinely the only saving grace that this show has is it got a 4Kids dub, which is honestly just art. Just listen to this.
Wrestlers race to our defense with strength and speed and flatulence.
Other Side Picnic is about a duo of girls who have the ability to make contact and step into the other world, which has some crazy monsters in them. Something felt off here though. At first I thought maybe it was the animation, which was bad, really bad. It would do the shit that Blue Lock does, where it'd have one shot that's 2D, then when they'd have a zoom out shot, it becomes like some Play-Doh looking at CGI, probably thinking we wouldn't notice it. But compared to Blue Lock, the 2D animation is subpar at best. But I think the greater issue is the direction of the show. Something felt off. I later found out by people who read the novel of the show that the anime adaptation did a complete genre switch from the original, which went from a supernatural horror to a slice of life rom-com. So yeah, if you want anything to do with Other Side Picnic, just consume it in the form that isn't anime. Next up is Do You Love Your Mom in her 2-hit multi-target attacks. This isekai is, well, kinda just sucks. I genuinely think the only redeeming thing even the author himself can probably find in this shit is the mom and like sexualizing her and shit. Listen, I'm a degenerate, but not that kind of degenerate. If your only thing about your show is a 4-year-old woman making pouting faces, I think I'll pass. Also, what's weird is the fact that usually in bad isekai, even if it's a real fantasy world with living people inside of it, the protagonist would sometimes be a super ass because they treat it as a video game world. But here, the people in the fantasy treat it as a video game also. It's mind-boggling. The Great Cleric is something that literally does not do or accomplish anything that is not completely redundant for this genre. It's literally about a guy who gets reincarnated as a healer when healers are a rare breed of magic users that are usually corrupt scammers. And while I appreciate the American healthcare allegory, the writing is just okay and the pacing is slow. Don't get me wrong, I love slow-paced stuff, but this is just painfully slow. I Shall Survive Using Potions is something I really had a hard time watching, mostly because of the art style. Like, why does this grown-ass working woman need to be drawn like a child? And every other member of the main cast has the same look to them. This show is just weird. The main character is annoying, the gimmick is stupid. Goodbye, have a nice day. Aruta the Legend is a show that I really don't have much to say about. It's an old show where the isekai tag comes from the plot of the main character switching places with a person from another world. Although no characters and no plot point ever stuck out to me at all. And in the end, it's kind of just a nothing burger. Mayor Chin Mei-chin is what you'd find after dumpster diving and excavating the piece of shit that was at the bottom. The show is truly underground. Yeah, that's it. It's not good underground, it's just terrible. Sometimes you do find hidden gems, but for the most part, shows are buried for a reason. Battle Girl Time Paradox is about magical girls representing important historical figures that get summoned. It's overly fan servicey, the characters all feel flat, and why would you ever watch this? Just watch Fate. No, this show has no point. I'm Standing on a Million Lives is a pretty unique story, but how it's handled is a little bit questionable. So it's about this game that teleports high schoolers into this world to complete quests once a day, and if they don't complete these quests, they die. The difference between this and most isekai is that this is actually a game world, with non-player characters and skill trees and shit. This show, however, feels very rushed, and after everything is said and done, it turns out to be a pretty generic plot. Sasuke and Peeps is a messy show. The plot starts out with this normal looking businessman who adopts a raven for some reason, and then that raven turns out to be a famous wizard from another world that gives him the ability to cross between worlds. So Sasuke begins making bank from selling earth stuff to a medieval consumer base. Then Sasuke saves this one girl, and then that girl turns out to be the chief of a government organization that keeps tabs on gifted people with special abilities, and then they recruit him into the agency to track down others like him. Then a war in the other world breaks out and he's swept up in it. There's just so much shit that is going on in this show and that this show is trying to accomplish, although there is never any effort put into connecting all of these incredibly varied premises, and in the end it just completely falls apart. Demon Lord Retry is just Timu Overlord. There is just nothing good or original to it. Everything it does, others have done 20 times better. So guy coded a game, gets reincarnated into game in the form of Demon Lord, Then for the whole show, this guy just aimlessly wanders, fighting strong opponents and winning effortlessly, just so they could praise him. Don't watch this, just wait 50 minutes and I'll tell you what to watch. Drugstore in Another World is what you expect from the title. No, they aren't building the drugstore from scratch or any of that boring shit. The show starts after this guy isekai'd into this world, built and made a career out of this potion shop, and met 2 members of his harem already. The show is just a slice of life of this guy in a drugstore with his lolly harem. Only anime fans would give this a 6.46 rating out of 10. That shit's unbelievable. Kamigami no Asobi is a reverse harem anime, but all the guys in the harem are gods. That's the whole show. It's adapted from a game, apparently, and I don't know whether it was the game or the adaptation that made the character writing so bad. But full disclosure, I was never really fully tapped into this in the first place. I mean, it's just really not my thing, obviously. In the Land of Leodale, it's something I don't have much to say about. It's basic. It's more a slice of life than power fantasy, and honestly, you get the most enjoyment out of this show if you just put it on as background noise. The aristocrat's otherworldly adventure, serving gods who go too far, is as generic as it gets. Nothing strikes me as unique here, but something that is uniquely bad is the show's pacing. In one episode in particular, a new villain is introduced, an exposition dump about the world is told to the audience, 2 new allies get introduced, we sit through an entire tragic backstory, and we even get a full training arc, all in 23 minutes. So this one might be a hot take because I know a lot of people like it, but just to describe it, it's about Sakamoto. He's just a dude that's just really cool. If I were brain rotted, I'd say he majored in unspoken riz at Mogwarts, but obviously I've never been one to engage in the Gen Z diarrhea. But the show is an episodic comedy that technically has a different main character for every skit. The story isn't normally told through Sakamoto's perspective, but other people's, from self-proclaimed S-rank thugs to middle schoolers and high school girls. I found the concept by the first couple episodes to actually be pretty cool, but beyond the novelty of the show, I actually never found it to be too funny. So the only exception to my 50% enjoyment, 50% writing rule is actually comedies. It'll be more like 100% enjoyment for the most part, because if we judged comedies based on the writing and plot, then Nichijou would be the single worst narrative ever written. So if I don't find a comedy funny, you'll probably see it ranked pretty low. Yu-Gi-Oh! Wait, hold on. I just have one thing to say. Before you do all that, just try rewatching a couple of episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2024 and come back here, because that is the experience I'm about to relate to all of you. Not when I watched a couple of episodes as a stupid kid, but when I physically cringed to it today. Although, to be perfectly fair, I know a lot of people have nostalgia towards the show, so I'll try to be as considerate as possible when reviewing it. This anime feels like it was written by an 8-year-old on an acid trip. The characters are all nonsensical and none of what they say or do make any sense. Like Yugi's grandpa owning an entire card shop for him to have fucking 1 rare card in stock, and then explaining how it's his most precious treasure that he'd rather give up his own life than sell. Then in the next frame he offers up that same card to the victor of a card duel that he'll take part in. Then he loses and suffers such a colossal ass whooping that he gets sent straight to the hospital from losing in a kid's card game. You know what I said before about it being written by an 8-year-old on an acid trip? Well, I was mostly in jest, but as I talk about it more and more, it's starting to seem like the only explanation. This card has 1500 attack power. That means whenever I attack the enemy with this card, they will lose 1500 life points. And that's a good thing because if the enemy player runs out of life points, I win the game. Wow, that's incredible. I guess that means the enemy player will have to try his hardest to not get hit by your card. That's right, it just goes to show you how powerful this 1500 attack power is. Imagine sitting through this dialogue as a grown-ass man, watching these characters pretend that a virtual card game causes them physical pain. You had to be there at a certain time and age, but just because it's so intensely nostalgic for so many people doesn't mean people can't admit that the shit they're nostalgic for is shit. But at the end of the day, I don't really care if you keep those rose-tinted glasses on. I liked fucking Fanboy and Chum Chum as a kid, so my opinion is automatically invalid. I really did not want to come in here guns blazing shitting on Fairy Tail like I'm the first guy on the internet to ever do it, but I have to. Listen, I loved this show as a kid and I really don't have any ill will against it. So when I say that it's a show that's best enjoyed by kids, I say it with its best intentions in mind. My rewatch of this show was a little bit like a FromSoft game. As I watched more and more episodes, more and more of my nostalgic memories died. And the dialogue is some of the worst I've had to sit through. The fan service is just insufferable with how frequent it is, and the plot never felt like it culminated to anything. Every single arc just felt like reruns of the last one with different coats of paint, and it always follows the same script. Fairy Tail hears about a villain. The crew goes out to beat villain. One crew of members is put in danger, and evil bad guys are too strong for Natsu to handle. Cue flashback about I don't know, his dead goldfish when he was a kid. Then, through the power of friendship, he gains his plot armor and triumphs over the bad guy. Granted, I didn't rewatch 130 episodes, but if you can't stake yourself in 30, then what are you doing? The characters are genuinely the one speck of enjoyment I had with the show, but the writing ruins that as well, with everyone just repeating the same quips 20 times over. It was a little funny at first, but not the 15th. And over the course of everything I watched, not one character changed at all. Eden Zero kinda pissed me off. So this show is made by the same person that did Fairy Tail. So obviously I went to show expecting some absolute cinema. What I wasn't expecting was for this to be the same exact show, but set in a sci-fi world. Like genuinely, I don't think this author is capable of writing something other than Fairy Tail. The main character is the same exact person. Every single female character is just a tool for fan service, and the author is so damn lazy that he didn't even bother creating a new mascot. It's the same blue cat guy. Although the real thing that pissed me off with this show is that this isn't science fiction. It's a fantasy covered with a sci-fi wrapping paper. There's always a suspension of disbelief with science fiction. But what I've always loved about the genre is that if the world is well thought out enough, then any futuristic world could be made believable. But it's easy to tell when no thought was put into a world, to the point where none of it makes any pragmatic sense. Eden Zero would definitely be something I recommend to everyone 12 and under. Anyone else will see this turd as a shit. Whenever I say something is mid, I feel like people have this image in their mind of like Skelter Heaven or something that is physically unwatchable, when in reality, mid media is most media, a 4 or 5 out of 10. Obviously, I still wouldn't recommend mid stuff, but just because I call My Hero Academia mid doesn't mean I think it's trash. Just kidding. My Hero isn't in this tier, don't worry. Or is it? Guess you have to watch to find out. This is the... Yeah, this one's a throwback. The show really walks a tightrope for 12 episodes. It's perpetually in this limbo where it can go from the most unnecessarily edgy and gruesome scene you could possibly imagine to an emotionally gripping sequence that will unanimously tug on anyone's heartstrings. I'm not saying that this show has good writing, and I'm not even saying that it's necessarily good, it's just that there are certain scenes that feel like the author got possessed for a moment into writing something that wasn't a serial killer for my brain cells. Besides these scenes though, Elfen Lied is solely concerned with these two things: tits and internal bodily organs, aka gore. This show might be the goriest shit I've ever witnessed, in an anime at least, and it also might be one of the most shameless when it comes to fan service. Overall, these two factors are absolutely 90% of why this show ever got so popular. And I'm not even just saying that either. My first time watching the show, I was like 11 years old, and I'd be straight lying to your face if I told you I was watching this shit for the plot. But I did say 90%. I think the other 10% consists of two parts that I genuinely will give the show credit for. The first part is the music of the show, which has some actual heat. From the opening song to just some random music that'll play over some scene where the main character falls on some girl or something. For some reason, it was this show to get the fucking banger soundtrack. The other part is the mystery of these Dicloniuses and the horror behind not knowing anything about them. But the reason this makes up such a low percent is because literally by episode 3, two characters just sit in a room and just detail every single possible fact about them. Their full history, their killing technique, their range, their full scientific name, and even down to how they're fucking born in this world. This series blows its load way too early on, and the rest of the series is just not really thrilling anymore because we got exposition dumped on everything there is to know about the monsters. And then there's the worst part of the show, which is the characters. And the worst character without a shadow of a doubt, is this bitch. She is by far the stupidest plot device I've ever witnessed. So she's like an airheaded secretary whose mission for her entire workday is to bring her boss a cup of coffee. And then the show cuts to Lucy, one of the Diclonius, who broke out of her prison cell, and she's treating all the prison guards like there's some freshly packed meat that she's about to drop into a meat grinder. So then she opens the door to face a firing squad in a blockade of officers. And cue one of the most asinine scenes to ever air on television. So you're telling me she was just camping in this corner, waiting here, just so she could embarrass herself and then shortly kill herself, just to prove to the audience how much of a brainlet she is, and then also, I guess, how much of a threat Lucy is. Although all the characters aren't as stupidly written as her, she's just a snapshot of the greater stupidity of the character writing in the show. Characters never have realistic reactions to anything, and it all culminates to something that had potential to be something that soiled its pants 30 seconds in. Seven Deadly Sins was something I thought was the coolest thing in the world when I was like 13. I remember liking the really buff dude with the mustache and the giant girl, for no particular reason. So I rewatched it and I have a comment. This feels like Gen Z Dragon Ball, but it's worse. In Dragon Ball, the least I could say is that pretty much all the characters are likable, charming dudes that always grasp my attention. The only thing that Meliodas grasps are Elizabeth's boobs. And his only other redeeming quality is being put in those top 10 anime where the MC loses control of his demonic power videos. No, but seriously, I do not enjoy seeing any of these characters on screen. Bam is in love with the fucking lolly. The giant girl has absolutely no personality, and actually none of the women have personality. And the only cool character in this show is Astronaut. I've regressed back to my old ways of thinking, but come on, he's just fucking cool. You can't deny it. Also, I feel like the villains are especially weak in this show. They're either throwaway, cartoonishly evil goofballs, or some demon from 4,000 years ago that I was never given a reason to be afraid of. Witchcraft Works is a show I watched, and how I'd sum it up is unique but average. The show is about a kid who sits right next to the most popular girl in school, and he's basically just treated as an obstacle. And then he starts getting bullied for dropping his fucking eraser next to her and making her pick it up. Okay. And then also one of the guys bullying him was just straight up named Obama, so that's cool. But then he suddenly gets attacked by CGI rabbits and then saved by the popular girl who turns out to be a witch that has magical powers. And it turns out that there are a ton of witches out there and they all desire our main character's frosted flakes. The action was decent, I guess, but I was never sold on any of the characters. Outbreak Company actually came out in the same year as Sword Art Online. This anime is about the Japanese government trying to build good relations with the fantasy country that they discovered a portal to. And their strategy of making the fantasy residents more welcoming to outsiders is to spread Japanese, more specifically otaku culture. And they found this bum to do it. The main character sort of reminds me of Subaru, how he's an otaku but not a creep. Although there are some scenes with this guy that honestly make me want to Roblox myself. Like the scene where he's granted an audience with the Empress.
She's a little girl! She's a little girl, she's a little girl, she's a little girl, she's a little girl!
Overall, this show has a pretty interesting concept, but it never goes anywhere crazy with this plot. Decadence had everything going for it. It's set in this post-apocalyptic world where all of humanity was forced to encase themselves into a mobile fortress they call Decadence because of these man-eating monsters. Its world is essentially if Attack on Titan and Monster Hunter had a baby. It sounds amazing, and the ideas in this show are amazing. It's just that the execution wasn't there, and the presentation beyond the first couple episodes was just lackluster. Unfortunately, Sabikui Bisco falls into the pile of anime that I really wanted to like because of how bizarre and fun the show looked, but in the end, it just turned to disappointment. It takes place in this cyberpunk sort of world that has been infected with this rust disease, and our main character is trying to find a cure for it. The soundtrack is a banger in this show, and that's honestly the main reason I had high hopes for it. But at the end of the day, the writing was just kind of laughable. So this is a soccer anime that focuses on a star player from a local suburban team, but he wasn't able to carry them to victory every single game. Their luck ran out and they were knocked out in preliminaries. Although Ashito himself, who's the main character, gets recognized through these games and gets an offer to play at Tokyo, which is a major departure from anything he's ever experienced before. What I liked about Aoashi compared to other football series is how it highlights that you don't have to be the star striker or some intense ball hog for people to notice you. While let's say a Blue Lock, which admittedly I do like a fair bit, only really shows one side of the sport with strikers, where Aoashi focuses on the complete version of football with some great matches and enjoyable characters. Honestly, I prefer Blue Lock over this, but this is still not bad at all. All My Goddess is just like a sincere version of Konosuba. So this guy calls a number which happens to be the goddess hotline, and a goddess appears before him and asks him to make a wish. And then, being the alpha male that he is, he's like, live with me forever then. Just kidding, actually, I didn't really mean that. That's like the type of antics that a cringy 14-year-old who's texting girls would be up to. Like, you can't just take that shit back, bruh. And that reigns true in this anime. The goddess grants his wish, and now she's bound to him for life. This anime is pretty calm. The plot progression is there until we hit like the midpoint of the show and it starts being like an episodic slice of life. But until then, the development with the romance is really not bad. I mean, when you compare it to other anime whose romantic progression is staked solely in how many times the protagonist fell on top of the girl, this anime is a masterpiece. But just talking about this show holistically, for me, it's just alright. Mason Ikoku is a fairly old, fairly slow-paced romance show about a guy who falls in love with the manager of his apartment. But as it turns out, the manager's husband died just 6 months ago, and therefore her heart is extremely out of reach for him. This is definitely a slow burn that I personally was not the biggest fan of, although this one is definitely a matter of personal preference. Do you mind an older art style and way of storytelling? Is slow-paced romance a buzzkill for you? If I asked you these two questions and you replied to both with yes, then this show just isn't for you, straight up. So this show reminds me a lot of a classic detective show, but more modernized, with mysteries being unraveled and supernatural occurrences explained. It's a well-structured, well-paced story that's not too deep, and it focuses on being an entertaining show with fun characters. Main character is always obsessed with being viewed as this hard-boiled, old-school detective, but he's kind of a beta male. His partner has the computational skills of a quantum computer, and then this girl is just the glue that keeps the crew together. Daimon is about the son of the owner of a sweets shop, and after hearing about how his dad is in poor health, he returns after years of being away with the intention of taking over the business. But as it turned out, his dad already named his successor, who is just this little girl that he adopted. At first, the relationship between the both of them is pretty hostile, since, you know, they're both fighting for the successor name. But eventually, it becomes a pretty heartwarming story as they both learn to live with each other. It's a slice of life though, so I don't really have much to say. It's pretty chill. A Galaxy Next Door is about a shoujo artist who works grueling hours to learn a living and save up for his younger siblings' college after their father died. Then he ends up hiring this woman assistant to help with the workload. It ended up being a pretty cute romance with nothing mind-blowing going on. The characters are likable, but they don't really have much to them, if you know what I mean. So next up is Sweetness and Lightning, which is basically just a single dad simulator. It's a very cute, very chill watch, but it's also a show about the struggles of a dad coping with the recent loss of his wife and having to fill in two parental roles. Although I feel like in the moment with a lot of these scenes, the show basically just relies on the cuteness of the little girl to keep the audience's attention. Other than her, not many of the characters were very interesting to watch on screen to me, nor did they have memorable personalities. Rosen Maiden has a very unlikable shut-in main character who talks to his little sister like white people talk to their moms. Although flawed characters aren't bad characters, the plot really kicks in when he's engaged in his normal hobby of ordering random shit from Amazon and then returning them for a full refund. And then he gets this weird box with a doll in it. I seriously thought this shit was gonna turn into an episode of Goosebumps, but no, this is a death game. As it turns out, the doll is actually alive, and then these other goofy stuffed animals and dolls come to kill each other. It's a really silly silly premise that turns out to have some pretty decent execution. We get some needed development with the main character where he matures a little bit, and all the characters made this show a pretty enjoyable time. Maria Holic is about a conniving lesbian that slithers her way into an all-girls school to quote-unquote meet her special someone. But then the first girl that she tries to hit on turns out to be a cross-dressing dude, and then he blackmails her into keeping his secret. One thing that I noticed immediately with this show is how yappy every single character is. Like every second we're hearing some extended monologue from someone or some snappy, speedy dialogue between characters. It's like a light novel was adapted into a visual novel and then back into a light novel and then was created into this anime. I don't even hate it though, it keeps things interesting. This is a show that kept me entertained with its, well, interesting characters, but to me the show never exceeded just being okay, so that's why it's here. My Home Hero is about a father who recently learned that his daughter was being abused by her Yakuza boyfriend. And through a little bit of digging, he finds out that his daughter will be going through much worse while this Yakuza jerk-off is still alive. So out of desperation, he kills him. But in the worst possible turn of events, the guy that he killed happened to be the son of the Yakuza boss. So he knows that he is not safe, that he cannot run because he will be chased to the ends of the earth, and he cannot hide because of how thorough the Yakuza are with finding people. Yet regardless, he runs and he hides and he tries to slip past detection. And you might be thinking to yourself right about now that this show seems pretty sick. And I agree with you, but the execution was kind of whack in some places. None of the characters make decisions that have any resemblance to normal reactions. And there are some moments where the show treats us like idiots.
I've only got one shot. A surprise attack. Reika has a message for you. Huh? She left you a little surprise. Take a look in the closet if you want.
So you're telling me that this guy is so stupid and also so deaf that he doesn't take into account that the dad is just in the closet. Well, I guess you could just chalk that up to him being dumb, but regardless, it had some major flaws in writing. Gate has one of the most striking premises on this list. It starts out with our protagonist as an off-duty military officer on his way to some otaku convention, because why wouldn't he be an otaku? So anyway, he's going on about his business when a portal to another world opens up in the middle of Tokyo, and a countless number of fantasy mobs in suits of armor flood into the streets. Eventually, the issue is dealt with and monsters stop flooding in, but the portal still remains. So the government decides to launch a widespread military expedition to plunge into this new world and observe the situation. Me personally, just from the description of this premise, I want to dive into the show headfirst and see what happens next. Although this series really disappointed me in the next couple of episodes, where the show kind of just loses focus and forgets what direction it wanted to take in the first place. The last thing I expected this seemingly military drama with a fantasy twist to become is a shameless harem which never actually answers the most important questions. Like why and how the monsters organized and invaded Japan through the gate. The Rising of the Shield Hero had some great concepts and a gripping premise, but the show immediately shat on every ounce of potential it had over the course of the first season. Instead of being the underdog shield hero, now the shield weapon can literally do everything the other weapons can do but better. All the other heroes are cartoonishly evil villains that never change, and the Rising of the Shield Hero popularized the isekai trope of constructing the protagonist's harem through slavery. I think we're done with this segment. Hamburgers that grow out of the ground like 4-leaf clovers. Mountain ranges carved out like ice cream, and mac and cheese hidden within the belly of a volcano. This is the world of Toriko. It exists within the gourmet age, where so many different types of food exist, and these people called gourmet hunters strive to taste every single dish this world has to offer. And our main characters are gourmet hunters, so this is pretty interesting because while other shonen have the main character striving to kill some eldritch evil or saving the world from some impending doom, this anime is just like, fuck all that, I'm doing my own thing. And that's pretty cool to me. However, with a premise like this, I expected it to be at least a little funny. And I don't know if it just wasn't my thing or if it barely tried, but I didn't really laugh at all. I could see how people would love this show. I mean, it's just vibes, and the One Piece collab was crazy. Bed and Breakfast for Spirits is about a girl who could always see spirits. Then she gets teleported to the hidden realm where her reverse harem is. obviously. But I feel like this anime ultimately never decides what to do with itself. I don't know, you could totally accuse me of bias because I'm not the biggest fan of this shit. Dog Days is about a kid who gets transported to this world where two kingdoms, the cat kingdom and the dog kingdom, are at war with each other. Although they're not actually at war. The war games are an entertainment spectacle held by the nations because they're in a boring peacetime. And that's a pretty interesting concept, but when your entire plot is set within this war, in air quotes, it feels unsuspenseful and boring. That even if an entire army is wiped out or a member of the royal family gets kidnapped, nothing matters because it's all a game. Didn't I say to make my powers average in the next world is an isekai mixed with something I can never understand or bother to try. Moe. This is the Moe isekai, and to be honest, I've never been a fan. Besides the moe, there lies a pretty generic isekai preset in this show. Like, you got the OP main character, the Magic Academy, and just nothing original to hold to its name. If you like moe, I guess you might like this show, but don't go into it expecting, you know, good writing or an interesting world. Villainess Level 99, I may be the hidden boss, but I'm not the demon lord, is a show where if you take away its gimmick, this basically sums up the rest of the show. My One-Hit Kill Sister is another addition to the family member isekai cinematic universe, with the mom isekai starting off everything. It has a pretty decent adaptation, it's just that the source material isn't all that special. This boy reincarnates into this generic game-like world with pretty average abilities. Then suddenly, when he was in a little pinch, his sister also reincarnates into the world, and she's the one that turns out to be OP. Crazy twist. And it turns out that she's a brother-loving deviant, and she literally killed herself to go to the same place that her brother did. You think that this might be a comedy, but it's actually not. Whenever it's funny, it's unintentional, and the story doesn't have anything insanely original to it besides its gimmick. The saint's magic power is omnipotent is a sleeper. The characters have less growth than the carrot, the main character's personality is as unique as white printing paper, and I really just couldn't care less about anything going on here at all. Parallel World Pharmacy is about a pharmacist who dies from overwork. Then in his new world, he starts a pharmacy of his own where he combines the world's magic with modern medical knowledge. Its writing seemed average, and the characters seem average, and the world seems generically average. There's just nothing really much to say here. Kuma 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 Bear is about a girl who plays this MMO, of course, and gets gifted a bear costume that gives her buff stats. Then when she puts it on, she finds out she can't log off. And now that she can't log off, what does she do? Nothing. She doesn't do anything. The plot is just a string of side quests for the whole show, and she's just wearing this costume for its entire duration. It's so silly. Problem children are coming from another world, aren't they? Has a pretty interesting premise. Basically, Little Garden is another world where gifted people participate in high-stakes games, and these three kids are transported here to take part. I mean, it is a very seemingly innovative idea, but ideas can't carry a series, because I feel like the world never gets even half developed, and the characters never change or go through any conflict. And the anime is so short with 10 episodes that the show doesn't even reach a satisfying conclusion. The reincarnation of the strongest exorcist in another world is just another ordinary power fantasy I've seen almost 100 times, but with a different coat of paint. For some, the exorcist spiritual style of fighting may be enough to sell the show for some, but not me. Tales of a Wedding Ring is about this guy who has a childhood friend that has always worn rings around her neck. Then that childhood friend turns out to be a princess from another world, then that guy follows her back and becomes the Ring King. Wow. And then he has to find other princesses with the other rings so he could collect them all. The trashiest harems have the plot literally revolve around the creation of one. Farming Life in Another World is another sleeper that is criminally boring. Shows about some dude who in his previous life had a terminal illness which restricted his movement. Then the god guy gives him another chance to choose how he lives in his next world, and dude just proclaims that he wants to live in a slice of life basically. He's granted the power to be the ultimate farmer, with the ability to spawn farming tools that make everything easy, slaves that never get exhausted to work on his plantation, and also a new body that he can move well in. and for the whole show he lives as he pleases. And good for him. I just don't care to watch him go through that journey. To be honest with you, anything that feels like a slice of life to me, where it doesn't feel like anything is happening or getting accomplished, is being put in mid-tier. Unless the show has some amazing vibes, I can't be bothered with this shit. Dot Hack Sign is like if you booked a trip to Yapsville and decided to attend their Board of Ed meeting. Maybe I'm too brainwashed, maybe I can't comprehend this show, but to me it just seems like a lot of talking and no doing. Just a ton of pointless melodrama that doesn't really lead to anything. It's a typical trapped in an MMORPG show, but they're not really doing much. Sexy Commander Gaiden is really old, and I guess back then you couldn't say the word gay lest you bear the risk of being burned at the stake. So this guy calls himself the fucking Sexy Commander, and his trademark is that he always takes his pants off before he fights. Listen, I'm not homophobic. I'm just Sexy Commander phobic. Like, that shit's freaky. Was this really the state of Shonen Jump before One Piece? Okay, let me go on a tangent. Tom and Jerry came out in 1940. Bugs Bunny came out in 1960. And Roadrunner came out in 1966. So why does anime in 1994 look like a drunk 5-year-old scribbling compared to shit released 30 years before this? Actually, even compared to other anime, Yu Yu Hakusho came out 2 years before this anime and is genuinely night and day. Totimo Lucky Man is not a fun show to look at. It's about a superhero that fights aliens, but his superpower is just getting incredibly lucky all the time. This show was probably made for kids anyways. I never laughed. Ichigo 100%. This one had me disappointed. I thought this shit was gonna be a Bleach spin-off because, you know, Ichigo, but it's a fucking harem. So I found out that the English name for the show is Strawberry 100%. So let me get this straight. Ichigo translates to strawberry. So the main character of Bleach is named Strawberry. That's cool. So this anime that I've been procrastinating to talk about is, honest to God, just one of the strongest waste of times I've had on this list. This idiot over here just walked out of the harem protagonist copy room, and immediately as he's out the door, he's gawking under some anime girl's skirt. This is the most unoriginal love triangle show I've ever had the dissatisfaction of watching. The characters are flatter than flat earth, and even devout harem enjoyers would hate this shit because of how it never goes anywhere. I joke that it's edging the viewer for the entire show, but literally there's just nothing even here that anyone would edge to. Muhyo and Roji's Bureau of Supernatural Investigation is just Mob Psycho, but if it were stripped of everything that made it funny or charming or made the viewer feel anything. It's just about this duo of two guys that I just want to say look hella drawable. And I know they literally are drawings, but this would be the type of character design that my unartistic ass would end up accidentally drawing. And this is coming from the guy whose artistic ability peaked when I camouflaged a dick inside my freshman art project and the teacher never realized. So this guy looks stupidly annoying and the other guy is stupidly annoying, and they team up to form the Wonder Squad, who investigate paranormal situations and spirit possession. I used to love throwing around the word mid like it was my Tourette's tick or something, but now I feel like that word has kind of lost its meaning. Like, no, the Borderlands movie is not mid. That shit's a whole ass abomination. And this too isn't mid, it's just shit. I don't know who'd sit down and watch 12 episodes of this thing voluntarily, and I genuinely don't know who'd be for it. Otoko Ibiki Gaki Daisho was the first weekly Shonen Jump anime adaptation coming out in 1969. Wow. But to be honest, that's all it's really special for, since nothing that this show offers today would be something I consider to be not cliched. But that's just how things are. This came out like, what, 55 years ago? So of course it's gonna be outdated from both the delinquent storyline and animation standpoint. Black Cat would genuinely be my favorite anime of all time if I watched it when I was 14. To a person who frequents r/I'm 14 and this is deep, this show is orgasmic. It's got everything you could possibly need. A mysterious loner assassin main character, gory action. Did I mention the protagonist was an edgy badass already? So he's a notorious assassin dude who's known as the Black Cat, and he works for this shadowy organization called Kronos. Kronos? Are you serious right now? It feels like this author is improving. But eventually he chooses to distance himself from the organization and decides to walk the virtuous path of an honest bounty hunter. Is this a joke? A virtuous, honest bounty hunter. They're still fucking killing people. He's acting like he became some completely different person, when in actuality, he went from a serial killer on payroll to a murderer on payroll. And these words that he walked the virtuous path of a bounty hunter, and not even my words, it's directly from the official synopsis. Okay, I know I've just been counting on this, but seriously, I dislike how the main character makes such a 180 in terms of morals and personality over a fucking time skip. It's cool that he's a pacifist and he's smoking marijuana now, but I would have liked to see the progression to him completely changing as a human being. If I were to give this show one due, it'd have to be Sven. He's a cool character. But unfortunately, there's no Sid Kagano in the show, so this shit's ass. Katekyo Hitman Reborn has a mafia boss baby with a gun, and his first interaction with the main character is fucking capping him in the head. This anime was around the same time that the big three were dominant, like early 2010s, and I actually watched it and really enjoyed it as a kid, and that's why I was absolutely horrified to start watching it for this video. I didn't want killing my childhood nostalgia to become the theme of this video, and guess what happened? This show is definitely not something I'd recommend right now because the anime adaptation is definitely outdated. It has that feeling, you know? It's one of those shows that has a really poor start. Although in this case, the start I'm talking about is about 20 episodes. Reborn seriously carries the entire series up until this point, and Reborn is that baby. The writing and cast of characters are just so fucking shonen. I was rewatching this with my brother since we originally watched it together as kids, and we'd always point out, like it was a recurring meme, how it'd show all the men doing action battle shonen stuff, and then it'd switch scenes and cut to the woman cast of characters. And they'd always be doing like cooking or cleaning or doing laundry. The action isn't bad. I actually enjoyed when they introduced the boxes in the later arcs, but the characters are so weak and the writing was below average that I would honestly just avoid this in 2024. Nero Supernatural Detective is about a high school detective girl who solves a ton of cases, but it turns out that it was never her solving anything. It was this demon guy, Nero, who's pretty much just obsessed with true crime and came down, or up, I guess, to Earth specifically to search for the ultimate mystery. There's a lot to enjoy with this anime. You got Nero, where I honestly don't know what the author was smoking when he drew up this character design. The bro got the poop highlights in his hair. Otherwise, the show has a good charm to it, although the mysteries themselves are a little juvenile. They're so painfully predictable that I honestly am under the opinion that this was most likely made for a younger audience. You know, when you're scrolling through Netflix or whatever streaming site to pick a movie, and then there's always a category that's like movies to watch with the family. I despise this shit with every fiber of my being. I used to always be wanting to watch like some Mission Impossible type cool shit as a kid, but everyone always ended up picking fucking Daddy Daycare. This anime, Midori no Makibao, would safely fit inside that stupid ass category. The main character is a horse, and it follows the horse through its experience becoming a racehorse. Chill premise, but unfortunately I found pretty much all the characters to be insufferable. Plot was interesting, but the writing was just okay, and I personally absolutely did not fuck with the art. Jingoku Sensei Nube is about if Sukuna was forced into the plot of Assassination Classroom. So the main character is this teacher whose left hand was possessed by a demon, but this demon hand gives him the power to sense other demons and spirits so he can protect his students. And that sounds all well and cool, but it practically just devolves into your typical monster of the week style of show, and I'm really not a fan of that. Kochi Kame is literally the worst cop I've ever seen. Okay. You know what? I take that back. But he's up there. He's corrupt, he doesn't even do his job, and he's literally an active menace to society. The police chief guy is basically Benson from regular show, just without a ball sack for a head. And this show is another episodic one. And I don't mind episodic if it's a comedy, but it was never funny to me at all. And the characters are all forgettable. And apparently this manga is longer than One Piece. I don't even have words. That's just insane. I personally did not see anyone actively discussing the new chapters of Kochi Kame, but who knows. Ninku is about a post-war world where our main characters are part of a group of ninjas called Ninku who fought in World War I but eventually disbanded, and all of them are being persecuted by a corrupt government. At first, I was gleeful. Seeing that this will be one of the rare old shonens to actually have an overarching plot made me start rejoicing, but of course, my disappointment is immeasurable. My day is ruined. This quickly transitioned to episodic form, and it's not even good episodic. None of these minor conflicts ever felt compelling at all, and this show never really gripped me. Captain Tsubasa got a new shiny coat of paint, but it was jarringly clear to me from a storytelling standpoint that this was very old, like 1981 type of old. Captain Tsubasa is a football series that was probably written while the bubonic plague was going on, and it got an adaptation almost 40 years after the original manga release. It's about this football prodigy that moves to a new town and joins the football club while clashing heads with his rivals. Although there's not a lot of depth or substance to anything going on, and most of the characters feel one-dimensional. That's not to say that the entire show is completely unenjoyable, and it's understandable if you fuck with it. For me though, I'm not the biggest fan of the archaic shonen style of writing, where every character has to be this straight shot bullet that embodies specific archetypes, more than just being a rounded, fleshed out character. Kimagure Orange Road is an anime about a guy in a love triangle, and it really only fulfills the first half of the genre it lies in. Saying this is a rom-com would be a disservice to humor as an art form. Look, I literally make anime YouTube videos, so I've built a tolerance to a lot of the comedy culture that anime exists in, although for the first time in a while, I just cringed watching this shit. Maybe it just really isn't my thing, but I don't know. Hallelujah Boy is about the literal son of God who gets banished down to earth because he's too much of a bum. But you won't read about this in the Bible, since this alternate world Jesus Christ lives his life out virtuously as a petty Japanese delinquent. You know, I think I'm actually making this sound more interesting than it actually is, but believe me, this is just a below average 90s delinquent anime. But the main character can materialize frying pans. Cat's Eye is about a group of 3 sisters who run a shop during the day, but as night falls under the alias of Cat Eyes, they rob art galleries in hopes of gaining clues as to where their long lost artist's father is. I do fuck with Phantom Thief shows from time to time, but if you have a premise like this, and then it turns out to be an episodic, redundant collage of episodes, it's just impossible to salvage. Kind of reminds me of Scooby-Doo, but like, not really. Saint Seiya is a classic. Or so I've heard. The only thing I ever knew about this show was that people talked about it in the same breath as Dragon Ball and the Fist of the North Star. So I went into it, and it's okay. It's set in this world where people who devote themselves to the god of war, Athena, became saints, which are basically just like superheroes. And Seiya is a saint in training. Although the problem I have with this show are mostly about the fights and the consequences of those fights. Usually when the author wants stakes, the fights would always seem unwinnable, and then boom, Deus Ex Machina. But then when a fight does swing the other way and a character sacrifices themselves for one reason or another, there are literally no consequences. They just get infinitely rezzed. Also, my enjoyment was affected because I feel like even for its time, the adaptation was subpar. I looked it up, and it was released the same year as DBZ, so there's literally no excuse. That's just my opinion of it in 2024. If you like it, that's chill. So I watched the newer Shaman King adaptation because I racially discriminate against older anime, and it was alright, I guess. So shamans are these people with the supernatural ability to see ghosts and spirits and shit. They also fight, and there's this whole power system with them. So a tournament arc is held once every 500 years where the shaman who wins becomes basically just God. And that seems like a very interesting premise, but maybe I fucked myself over by watching the newer version over the older one, because the pacing was all over the place, it felt like. The characters I never really cared for, probably as a byproduct of not establishing any rapport with them because of the pacing. And then at times, the fights are genuinely Record of Ragnarok type of slideshows. Sorry if I did this anime a disservice by watching the newer one, but I honestly can't find an enemy to check out the older ones too and rewatch everything. The Rise of the Yokai Clan is decent. It's about this half yokai, half human boy who's the heir to a prestigious yokai clan. And if you don't know, yokai are basically just like spirits and paranormal creatures. And so he attends high school, of course, because, you know, shonen. If the premise of a shonen was about how the government placed a national ban on all of education, these authors would somehow still find a way to make their show happen in high school. But he makes friends with these kids who are obsessed with proving the existence of yokai, and they get into some crazy wacky situations. And I don't know if this was supposed to be funny or not, because I didn't laugh. And honestly, other than being a comfort show, I don't really know what else this show really offers compared to its relatives in the same genre. The fights are kind of lame, and the characters are pretty weak in my opinion. Dr. Slump is a series that you might have never heard of, but it was the first manga and anime adaptation of the legend himself, Akira Toriyama. And while it can be funny at times, the comedy isn't consistently funny, at least to me, so that's why it's down here. Just like most artists, Toriyama didn't find his calling on the first go, and it would take some experimenting for him to find it. But Dr. Slump is about a scientist that creates an android girl, Arel, and they live in this wacky town where a ton of absurd situations are forced upon both the Doctor and Arel. While it wasn't my favorite thing, I found it interesting to see what Toriyama was up to back in 1981. Charge! Men's Private School is another old delinquent anime with a different coat of paint. There are actually story arcs in this, but in essence it's episodic because the end of the arcs are always inconsequential, or the story just resets to before it ever happens. There's only one high-ranking episodic show, and that's a comedy show. I really don't have patience if the show is trying to tell a real story and then everything just resets after the episode's done. Nah, I don't like that shit. Whistle is a football anime that has a main character who's shit at the game. So he's a very relatable guy who may not have the qualities that make a striker, but he never gives up. The anime got a pretty poor production. I mean, yeah, I know it's old, the aspect ratio is melting my eyeballs, but even for its time, it looks kinda shit. And nowadays, story-wise, I'd literally prefer to watch any other sports anime that you'll see coming up. So just comparing it to others in the same genre, I'm putting it down here. Azure Lane is a name I swore I've heard before. It sounded weirdly familiar, and that's because it was one of those gacha games that every YouTuber and their mother was sponsored by a couple years back. And they turned this gacha game into an anime. What a stellar idea. I'm sure nothing could go wrong here. Yeah, I don't know if the writers were intentionally trying to make the plot an obvious summary of the cutscenes from the game, but they even failed at that. Have you ever scrolled down my anime list and you see a show that you recognize and vividly remember watching, but you literally just can't remember anything that happens in it? Yeah, Beatless is that show for me. It's your bread and butter boy meets girl and his whole world changes. But except this time, that bread is stale and that butter is spoiled. Because my god, this is like the 50th anime I've seen do this shit just when working on this video. And you might think 50 is an exaggeration. And well, you're right. I made that number up on the spot. But the worst part is that it's actually somewhat accurate. Metallic Rogue was an anime produced by Studio Bones. Yeah, I was prepared to be eating good. It's this heavily cyberpunk, yet also traditional sci-fi inspired world with a potentially interesting class struggle between androids and humans. Although ultimately the plot seemed way too indecisive. Starts out as a crime story, turns into a robot revolution, slowly becomes a fake memory identity story, and ultimately all this depth is meant to lead you to the mandatory mecha battle at the end of each episode, of course. This show is also way too convoluted for its own good. I understood Ava more than this shit. Okay, that's a lie, but you get my point. The money and soul of possibility has a world which I could only assume to be a reaction of the 2008 housing market crash. It's a world where the economy has been in shambles for a long time, and most people are struggling to make ends meet. Our MC is this broke college kid who's an econ major, so after finishing all of his coloring sheets, he goes to work so he could survive. And then his life suddenly turns upside down when he's paired with this girl of mysterious origins, and they're forced to win duels with their life as collateral. At the end of the day, it's kind of an average show, but I gave her points for having an interesting world. So this show is about it takes place in this post-apocalyptic world where humanity is on the brink of destruction and all that. They're threatened by alien-like monsters who inflict a virus on anyone they kill, and they Okay, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't intrinsically have anything wrong with this premise, but I can genuinely feel the setting of these shows repeating over and over again. But I mean, that's fine. As long as the execution is good, that's all that matters. And it tries to be dark and serious, but the characters I could just not take seriously. The dialogue is some of the most nonsensical I've seen in a while. They try to compensate for that by just having some completely unnecessary fan service. And I feel like, especially for this show, I don't even want to know the age of these characters, that the show basically treats like sex objects. Okay, so my first thought going into the show is that this bitch looks like a JRPG protagonist. There's no hiding from me. I can spot your asses from a mile away. And yes, this is a game adaptation. I've never really heard of it, but hey, this seriously has the chance to blow me away. Recent precedents have really set the bar with video game adaptations. Like, Arcane might very well just be my favorite thing ever. But unfortunately, this is no Arcane. The CGI is not the worst I've ever seen, but the monsters are definitely up there as some of the ugliest I've ever seen. Like, the monsters in the show genuinely have have some of the most confusing designs that look like they just mashed together the results of an asset randomizer. And that's the big baddies. Overall, the story was just not it. It seems like they didn't really know what they were doing when they were converting a game story to a show. So like you could easily tell when scenes are like an action boss fight or just random cutscenes. I've heard from people that the game is way better anyways, so if you want to consume Scarlet Nexus, let it not be the anime. So this is another mecha action apocalyptic high school drama comedy sci-fi romance fan service show that really tried to be the most 5 out of 10 shit I've ever seen in my life. Like it really puts the effort in to accomplish being so hopelessly mediocre. Plain tofu main character who's still in his teenage years meets manic pixie anime waifu, and then she grants the protag some crazy power for whatever reason, and he joins the organization that she comes from called you could literally take however long you want. Hell, make a spreadsheet, a Microsoft Excel database of possible combination of English words. You won't guess the name of this organization. It's called Funeral Parlor. Look, just because that opening is pretty good doesn't mean anything. Even a pretty good production doesn't save it either. Just because the drawings are pretty to look at doesn't change the fact that they're cardboard cutouts. No character in this show ever struck me as especially interesting, and they just felt one-dimensional. This one's another vampire anime that's not horrendously awful, but not phenomenal either. So the show starts with some TV talk show where they're doing some scripted investigation on whether vampires exist. And then an actual vampire comes onto the set to prove vampires' existence. And then with her tremendous wealth and influence, she single-handedly pays off Japan's national debt. So she's given permission to establish her own vampire colony called the Bund. And this territory spans across just a random-ass high school, and our main character who attends this high school at first doesn't like vampires, but secretly has repressed memories that he's actually a werewolf whose purpose in life is to serve the vampire queen. Are you confused? Well, so am I. That doesn't just sound like gibberish, this is gibberish. And genuinely, I was never sold on either the characters nor the world of this show. Fate Grand Order Absolute Demonic Front was, well, interesting. I don't play the game, although I've heard horror stories about people wiring their entire bank account to this game to fund their insatiable desire for a pink hair waifu version of Mozart. The show, though, is alright. It features some new characters and some returning characters like Gilgamesh, and they've traveled back in time to ancient Mesopotamia. Honestly, you can count this as an ignorance placement because I genuinely had no idea what was going on half the time. Like, I will literally be more awake listening to my high school history teacher glaze Thomas Jefferson than if someone tried to describe to me Fate lore. I made the executive decision to watch Fate Zero, then get the hell out of the whole franchise. Best decision I've ever made in my entire life. Campfire cooking in another world with my absurd skill wastes no time. It practically speedruns the isekai meta. They skip any unnecessary stuff like, you know, spending time with the protagonist before the isekai happens. But this is good. It hits all the dopamine receptors one by one without wasting any time. Instantly the gimmick is introduced. In a Shakespearean twist, our protagonist's special ability after coming to this fantasy world is online grocery shopping. Okay, now that I say that out loud, that's kind of funny. But nothing happens here that we haven't seen a million times before. Let's not spend any more time on this. I reincarnated as the 7th prince so I could take my time perfecting my magic ability is some fresh garbage that came from the spring season. It's about a person of low birth that dies and gets reincarnated as a highborn prince with exceptional magic. Yes, the protagonist doesn't actually start out on Earth. Their last life was in the same fantasy land they reincarnate into. So he's an OP protagonist that just hides his strength and blah blah blah, you already know. Although this show has some pretty cool characters, like the absolute magic fanatic main character who literally by episode 1 becomes Gojo when he smashes together the essence of 2 completely separate magic systems to tear the fabric of the universe. And then by episode 2 he just casually becomes Sukuna. The Familiar of Zero is a really old show, coming out in 2006, but still had some pretty subversive ideas. Like the main character is actually not the one to get transported. Actually the one to do the isekai-ing is the main character. She lives in this Harry Potter type of fantasy world and she kinda sucks dick at every magic she does, but in the summoning course during the Hogwarts curriculum, she calls forth a guy, just like a dude. Like everyone else is summoning spirits and pets, and then she's like, all right, let me just add a genre to the show. To be completely honest, I feel like this show doesn't have too much, substance to it. I'm really not the biggest fan of the whole Harry Potter vibe. Out of all the franchises out there, I don't mindlessly hate anything more than Harry Potter. Don't ask why. I don't know why. Shit's just the definition of corny to me. I don't know. But this show was pretty chill. Although it kind of just feels like a slice of life at certain times, but the characters were cool enough to keep it interesting. I'm the villainess, so I'm taming the final boss. Should have ended by episode 4. This story is about, well, you could just read the title. Person reincarnated into an otome game as the villainess and wants to tame the demon lord, but she ends up fulfilling the title of the show, taming the final boss, at episode 4. Then the rest of the show is kind of just filler, really disappointing, but I like the start. Magic Knight Rayhearth is probably the oldest show on this list, coming out in 1994, and I think it really suffers from the fact that I'm watching it in 2024 and not in 1994. Now the way they portray everything feels at best stereotypical and at worst cliched. I'm also really not a fan of this old sort of art style, but I could say all that, but it's really not the show's fault. It was probably pretty good for its time. Mysterious Play is also a pretty old show, actually the second oldest one on this list. It came out in 1995, and compared to the other isekai in its era, including Magic Knight Rayhearth, it feels especially outdated. Here it feels like the cliched are cliched, and the art style and everything going on animation wise just wasn't my vibe at all. The story is pretty okay from what I watched from it, but it's also not anything to write home about. Kyokera Maul probably seemed like the most revolutionary out of the box concept. If, and only if, you were watching this 2 decades ago. Yep, this is another old show, but it's an oldie that genuinely sounds like something you'd see come out in summer 2024. It's about this kid who gets reincarnated into fantasy, and because he has black eyes and black hair, he gets selected to be the land's demon lord. Okay, nowadays you definitely need a little more spice than that, because this premise is honestly vanilla to this genre right now. Although this came out before anything like this existed, and the show is pretty decent. All around, the story of the show is functional, it's not bad, and not the greatest either. It's just alright. Working for God in a godless world starts out with the main character in a bucket, about to be drowned by his own dad. You see, his family are big into this mildly extreme cult that engages in human sacrificing. So he dies, obviously, then teleports to this other world where he doesn't get any extraordinary powers or skills, because magic doesn't even exist in this world, and even the concept of God doesn't exist. The village he lived in for a couple of years started to seem shady, and the people in the country's capital seemed even shadier. Apparently they live under an authoritarian government where dying for your country is normal, and I don't mean that as a soldier. They just ask you to kill yourself, and you have to, or else you get branded as an outcast, which all the villagers are apparently. It's a really cool concept with an enjoyable cast of characters. It's just that I feel like the execution was a little lackluster. It doesn't ruin the show though. The magical revolution of the reincarnated princess and the genius young lady is about a roughneck girl being reincarnated as a princess when she really has none of the learned mannerism or grace of one. She honestly carries the show with her flamboyant personality and willingness to think out of the box. She wasn't born with magic, so her goal is finding a way to fly without the use of magic. Pretty interesting show. Trapped in a dating sim, the world of ultimate games is tough for a mob is cool, I guess. This guy entered the contest of the silliest deaths of the genre. He binges a dating sim game for 36 hours, crashes out, then fucking dies. You can't make this shit up. So he gets transported into a world of this romance game, but the twist is that the gender roles in this world are flipped. Like, for example, he was supposed to have an arranged marriage to a woman that is 3 times his age and size, but he somehow escapes that fate. All around, it's a pretty interesting idea that is decently executed in a pretty fun time. Saving 80,000 gold in another world for my retirement is about a girl who finds out she has the ability to cross between worlds. So she does the only logical thing and starts bringing craft from Earth and reselling them in the fantasy, at a 10x upcharge of course. It's a fun show with some decently enjoyable characters and a serviceable story.
Sweet Reincarnation is about a pastry chef who reincarnates into a land with no means of producing sugar. So he strives to become a lord where producing sugar in his land won't be a problem. I have an insane sweet tooth, so I could highly relate. I had a pretty decent time watching this. By the Grace of Gods is about a chill looking guy who gets reincarnated to a new world as a boy who lives by himself in the woods. You know when I say that the protagonist is wandering around aimlessly or the show has no direction? Yeah, this is basically the epitome of that criticism. Although what made it so bad in this case compared to the other shows in the lower tiers is that those other shows are trying to be plot driven. A show like this is kind of like the Stardew Valley of Isekai or Animal Crossing. It's the chill show with vibes. He gets reincarnated and lives secluded in the woods for a long time with only slimes to his side. Then he gets discovered by some knights in the forest and he's reintroduced into society. The most heretical last boss queen from villainess to savior is actually a fairly well put together story about redemption. This isn't your typical villainess story. You know what? It's actually crazy how much of them there are out there, where the main character would be sucked into a dating sim or an ultimate game and they'd have to take the position of the game's villainess who usually bullies the protagonist in the game. Although in this show, the main character reincarnates into the body of an actually terrible person. Not like that cartoonishly evil bully that always engages in backhanded gossip, but someone who would literally trick someone who can't read into signing a slavery contract. When the main character gets a hold of her body, she instantly dedicates herself to apologizing and making amends for what she has done in her past life, and making sure the horrendous events that she knows happens in the future don't transpire. Life with an ordinary guy who reincarnates into a total fantasy knockout has a bombshell of a premise. So these guys are best friends. One who attracts all the girls but rejects all of them because he wants the attention of his friend, and the other who attracts no one and wants any female attention he could get. They reincarnate into a fantasy land with the quest of defeating the demon lord, but the twist is that the less attractive one turned into a girl, and they're cursed to find each other attractive until they defeat the demon lord. This show definitely has a great cast of characters that are fun to watch on screen, absolutely the main two guys, but at the end of the day, this is a comedy, and in that vein, it was just alright. Not laugh out loud funny, but enough to keep me around. I've been killing slimes for over 300 years and maxed out my level is a chill time. It's about a girl who unfortunately died by overworking, and now she reincarnates as an immortal witch who just takes it easy, only killing slimes for money to cover her cost of living. Then, at some point, she finds out after a tame 300 years of killing slimes every day that she's max level. This does kind of have slice of life vibes to it, and maybe a little comedy mixed into it, but I feel like the thing separating this show and say the farming isekai is that I could genuinely see people watching this and enjoying this one. I don't really know why, it's just a show that has so much more charm to it. Remonster is basically just the slime isekai ripped off, but this time it's especially bad. Like, the only difference I could think of when talking about the premise between Slime Isekai and this show is that in this show the main character is an orc, and in Slime, obviously, he's a slime. Otherwise, we have the same progression where he's just trying to build his own village, and he also gains the abilities of whatever he eats, which is just completely uninspired. But the time I spent watching this show was actually pretty enjoyable. I was initially going to make the argument that it's kind of hard to root for the main character because he's not really a great guy. Compared to one of the most likable main characters in the genre in my opinion, Rimuru, he fucking kills one of his villagers to just make a point. But actually, he's kind of a Chad. It gets tiring seeing main characters who have like 10 women willing to give up their life goals and virginity for them and have them moan and bitch around for 12 episodes. They never have the courage to turn them down or accept them. But here, well, the main character is definitely assertive. I'm in love with the villainess is exactly what it sounds like. It's a show where the main character gets reincarnated as a protagonist of a dating sim game, and then instead of the main cast of love interest guys, she falls for the villainess that bullies her. The show is actually really funny at times, with the main character having a borderline masochistic relationship with the villainess that I can only describe as a female anime fangirl's relationship with Levi from Attack on Titan. It's funny, although it does get old at certain points, especially later on. Handyman Saito in Another World is something I actually enjoyed. It's about a party of adventurers from the cleric fairy to the old wizard with dementia to the suit of armor who turns out to be a girl, and then to the thief of the group, who was a handyman in his previous life. It's a great party that was a joy to watch on screen. While the world is nothing to write home about, the best part about the show is the characters who develop a ton throughout the show. And finally, our main character has a position in the story that isn't the most important center of gravity. He's just a handyman that I actually respect 1,000 times more than any of the other usual cookie cutter otaku that hasn't worked a day in their life. Because Saito is genuinely using his skill that he had in his original world to survive in this one. He don't need no cheat skill or any bullshit like that. Listeners is one of the more disappointing shows on this list. It starts out really strong with an interesting premise. It lives in this world where music doesn't really exist as we know it, so the show sets itself up to be a story about some kids trying to restore music to its former glory. But it turns out to just be a half-baked mecha show with a pretty flaccid script and characters that don't even feel like they have any chemistry with each other. I also didn't like any of its soundtrack, which is pretty important for a show with this type of premise. And I know something like that is pretty subjective, but hey, it's my list. The pacing of this show is like Roadrunner, if anyone remembers that show. It's either going Mach 20 or just completely stationary. Overall, taking into consideration all the glaringly obvious flaws within the writing and pacing, I'd give this show a clean 5 out of 10. But Studio Shaft went absolutely wild with this show for literally no reason, so that gives it some points. This show isn't anything special. God Eater is your cookie cutter monster apocalypse type of show that doesn't really add anything new. The story doesn't especially fail in doing anything, but it doesn't really accomplish anything either. Where this show really shines is its production. Holy shit, does every frame of this show look beautiful. It's Ufotable doing Ufotable things, and that's really the highlight of this show, just looking at the pretty colors. Largely considered the first proper anime to escape from Japan, Astro Boy immediately became iconic for everyone living in that era. It's about a robot named Atom who always happens to save the day from crooked evil dudes. Personally, I didn't grow up watching Astro Boy. I mean, it's like 4 decades older than me. So this is a type of show that may be nostalgic to some, but me watching it right now, it kind of got me snoozing. I gotta pay my respects though, and I'm pretty sure this was made for a younger audience anyways. As a side note, it's actually kind of depressing that this show is supposed to be set in a highly advanced, almost utopian futuristic society, and then the year it's supposed to take place in is 2003. So you're telling me 22 years ago we were supposed to have flying cars? Like, we definitely in the wrong timeline, bro. I see sci-fi do this shit so often. Like, do you know the sheer amount of sci-fi media set in 2030? That shit's in 5 years, bro. Are you seriously promising me the secrets of quantum mechanics in a Dyson sphere before I even turn 30? I mean, hey man, dream for the stars, reach the moon. Urusei Yatsura 2022 is a reboot of the original that came out in 1981. Holy shit. So yeah, this one's for all the unks and the old heads out there. Me, never watching the original, went into this basically expecting nothing, and I was pleasantly surprised. It was a charming show. It wasn't like the funniest thing to me, but it had its moments. It reminded me of one of those cartoons you just put in the background to chill with. And I'm sure the fans of the original will eat this shit up, because David Productions didn't hold anything back for this one. To be or not to be. I'm sure you've probably heard this famous quote before, but real ones know it as to be or not to be. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. Well, funnily enough, I'm not a real one, since the only thing I've ever known Nier Automata for was 2B, and apparently the game got an anime. And, well, I had pretty low expectations of it from everything I've seen, but this anime introduced me into a world that immediately interested me with cool characters. Although none of it actually made me want to continue watching this adaptation. Honestly, just made me want to play the game. Everything I liked about it was just things that the adaptation took from the game. What the adaptation did add was an absolutely horrific presentation. So yeah, don't watch this, play the game. SSS Gridman struck me as a pretty generic, almost cheesy kind of mecha show. It's kind of just a cookie cutter 90s cartoon bad guy of the day sort of anime. And I mean, if you need any greater proof, just look at these monsters. Although it is animated by Studio Trigger, and the show does have style. For people who are fans of the original and that kind of old school mecha anime, it'll probably be a great watch for them. Hatsukoi Limited starts as we're following a group of high school girls who are engaging in normal girl talk. And then the topic of love confessions get brought up, and this one girl, Ayumi, really wants anyone to confess to her. And then as she's talking about how looks don't matter, boom, black person. Okay, he's not actually black, but who are you trying to fool? He spawns in and confesses his love for Ayumi, and as the rest of the girls are busy fainting and hyperventilating over seeing some melanin, she's just afraid of what happened to her if she rejected him. So she makes the executive decision to wait to tell him her answer. Then, as she mulls over whether she should accept the BBC or reject it, she falls for this guy, who turns out to be the delinquent's brother. The whole show takes up a whole new perspective, where I genuinely think this is the only show on this list to star a girl. I'll update you on that. But this has a whole new comedic angle on gags, and it delivers most of the time, at least for me. We Never Learn Bokuben is a non-harem anime. The whole harem shit in anime is probably my least favorite trope in the whole medium. All the girls are just factory-produced anime girls to be dominated and charmed by the ferocious virginity of the anime protagonist. They usually have the stupidest main characters I've ever seen in media. Like, you're telling me that if you were forced into a situation where you had to choose between Kim Kardashian, Ice Spice, and Zendaya, and you have the luxury of just throwing your hands in the air and choosing all of them, that you can't make a decision for 12 episodes? Like, and in some of this shit, we see the main character even reject fucking men. So now that I can't call these protagonists gay in a totally scientific manner, I wonder if they have no sexual desire. I mean, who knows? It might be possible. Maybe they just reproduce asexually. So yeah. Point being, I wasn't getting hyped to watch a show where some nerd only tutors girls and finds himself in the harem in T-minus 30 seconds after the show starts. Although, I was pleasantly surprised when the girls actually had personalities outside of just wanting to literally dick ride the main character, and they actually had some pretty fun interactions. Blue Exorcist is about a kid who is fostered by a priest who also happens to be the son of Satan. Eventually, he vows to never join his father and demonkind, and decides that he's gonna become an exorcist. This premise is kinda metal. It's like Dog Nigga, but if Rex only wanted to kill his dad instead of doing that other thing. So I was quite pulled into the story. It had everything going for it to be a hood classic, like a pretty sick power system, the fact that motherfucking Satan is his daddy, and then I also enjoy the world of Blue Exorcist in general. But I don't know if this is an anime only thing, but I feel like a lot of these arcs, in air quotes, feel episodic. Not like, you know, actually episodic, but it feels as if there's like barely any real progression being made after each arc has concluded. And although I enjoy Rin as a character and as a concept, he's kind of just your commonplace all brawn, no brain shonen protagonist that I've already seen like 100 times already, so I'm kind of numb to it. City Hunters is about a group of contractors called the City Hunters that take up any job if it pays well, from cold-blooded assassinations to sweeping up scum on the streets. This anime honestly reminds me of your classical 80s action cartoon with the evil villains of the week and the big tough main character that always triumphs at the end of the episode. But this anime is more than that. The villains are more fleshed out, the characters are three-dimensional, and the action is really cool. It's just a solid old head show. War on Geminar is an early 2010 series that really just feels like Isekai Code Geass. So this boy is transported to this world which is in the midst of a huge war. And at the heart of every country's military are these mechs that are usually only piloted by women. Although our main character discovers he has a talent for piloting. War on Geminar is an example of a show that does the harem trope right. Every character's relationship with the main character is fully fleshed out, and it never seems like at any point that the girls are falling for the main character for no reason. He's a pretty cool guy. Magic Knight Rayhearth is probably the oldest show on this list, coming out in 1994, and I think it really suffers from the fact that I'm watching it in 2024 and not in 1994. Now the way they portray everything feels at best stereotypical and at worst cliched. I'm also really not a fan of this old sort of art style, but I could say all that, but it's really not the show's fault. It was probably pretty good for its time. Mysterious Play is also a pretty old show, actually the second oldest one on this list. It came out in 1995, and compared to the other isekai in its era, including Magic Knight Rayhearth, it feels especially outdated. Here it feels like the cliched are cliched, and the art style and everything going on animation wise just wasn't my vibe at all. The story is pretty okay from what I watched from it, but it's also not anything to write home about. This show has that type of premise that will turn you into an Olympic diver with how fast you're going to jump ship after realizing what this show is about. It's about a high school girl who falls in love with a 40-year-old man. Yeah, so I was immediately turned off, but eventually what I found was a pretty uncontroversial show that just so happens to cover a controversial topic. The guy tries to distance himself from her the entire show and tries to lead her to live a normal high school life. It's just that I never found it particularly interesting or entertaining to watch this guy try to de-escalate the situation after catching the pedo allegations. Working is an example of a show that has been done countless times and will continue to be. It's a comedy that didn't really make me laugh, so strip away all the jokes that had me stoically gazing at my screen. What's left is this show that's basically just a slice of life where this guy started working for a restaurant because there's a girl working there that looks like a little kid. Yeah. The only part of the show that I found slightly enjoyable was when they introduced the guy who was making the food in the kitchen the entire time, and it turns out to just be Sanji. That shit got me laughing. This art club has been a problem is a slice of life romance show about middle schoolers in an art club, and it centers around the romance of this girl and this dude who's obsessed with only painting his 2D waifus. And the show is like, you know that one dude from Tower of God? The one guy who just sleeps every chance he gets? Yeah, that was me watching this. None of it ever interested me. I seriously don't even comprehend why it's a seinen. They're literally middle schoolers. So this show gives a voice to the most popular adult film genre, lesbians. It's actually crazy to think of it. Lesbians are genuinely more sexualized than Fortnite skins at this point. I thought we'd never see the day. But this anime focuses on the relationship between two girls. And yep, we could definitely see that they're in a relationship. Yep, they're very, very lesbian. Very much dating. How long does it go on for? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie to you. They do this shit like every episode, at least that I've seen. It's just a typical high school romance, but this time it's girl on girl action. The characters are alright. The plot is gay, literally, and it's just overall an unremarkable watch. When I say that this show is slice of life with guns, you might think I'm joking. This show has a very exciting start that can only compare with 10,000 other anime. High school girl wants to do club, but club not popular, so she restores club. These episodes had me physically wavering between consciousness, and what made it even worse is that these guns aren't even guns. They're light guns, apparently. So we're just playing fucking laser tag. Genuinely one of the lamest animes I've ever seen. Then we get Bakuon, which is basically just slice of life, but motorcycles now. Look, I know next to nothing about motorcycles or people that drive them, only that they're all assholes on the interstate. And this anime was a sleeper to me. But what if you did know about motorcycles and also have a Punisher tattoo and live in Montana and have a KKK uniform? My point is that I don't even think hardcore cyclists would fuck with this. It's just boring and the comedy just never hit at all for me. So it feels like this show just took a quick look at Elfen Lied and decided to basically just do that but subtract everything that made Elfen Lied special or interesting. This show feels like to me that it's trying so hard to cover up the fact that it's just some default harem preset show, but it's not actually marked as a harem on my anime list. It's about these girls with strange powers who end up escaping from some facility, and they all end up crossing paths with this guy, and he's such a nice guy that all the women instantly fall for him. So yeah, this is just some Redditors fanfic with some average fights and below average writing. Devil's Line is horny Tokyo Ghoul, but the ghouls of this world are just called vampires, and they don't actually need to eat from humans to survive. Although human blood apparently gets them high, usually they're indistinguishable from normal human beings until blood is added to the equation. That's when they turn to insatiable bloodlusty monsters. And when I say bloodlusty, I mean that in a literal sense, because they actually get aroused from blood, leading to many scenes of sexual assault and the like. What's weird is that the main character, who eventually finds herself surrounded by vampires, just lets the most traumatic shit happen to her, and I genuinely don't think any sane, normal human being would make the decisions that she made. Honestly, in some parts, this show feels like a vampire grape fantasy that the author is self-inserting themselves into. I really didn't fuck with it. Seinen romance offers a lot of potential for exploring more adult romance that you can't really find anywhere else in the medium. This seinen romance is called Sing Yesterday for me, but if it were an isekai light novel, it would be called I'm the most dull, uninteresting, unremarkable main character in existence, but regardless, manic pixie dream woman gravitate towards me because we need a self-insert identity-less romance show. The characters are supposed to be mature adults, but still feels like I'm watching high school kids. And the dialogue is so useless that I genuinely believe that they had a word count to reach in this show. If you want to watch any romance show on this list, let it not be this one. Defrag is about a band of delinquents who pull up to their new school thinking they'd make a name for themselves, but they get kidnapped and coerced into joining the video game creation club. So this anime is something I completely understand if someone found funny, but I suppose I'm just not a fan of this specific type of humor. Don't really have much to say about it. Denkigai is about this group of friends that do slice of life things while working in a manga store. It was decently funny, but not funny enough to justify the fact that nothing happens and the characters weren't interesting to keep me around. How Clumsy You Are, Mist Ueno is about a middle school science club, and the main girl and guy have this little romance for each other, and the romance is about middle schoolers with little nuance. So by default, I don't care. And then also the shit got shit jokes. Akabi Sailor Uniform is about a girl who really wants to wear a sailor uniform. Yeah. This stands out compared to other slice of life because of the admittedly pretty good art. Otherwise, this is an idyllic anime that features this girl making friends at her new school. It's a chill show, but I really don't have much to say about it. Hanebado follows the badminton club, whose head captain is a demented sore loser who lost really bad one time and now hates badminton as a sport, and makes the club insufferable for the rest of the members. And so instead of everybody hates Chris, we get everybody hates the head captain, for good reason. Like, how the fuck are you the head captain for a sport and you actively despise it? But this show is just your cookie cutter average sports anime with the head captain twist. Although I noticed that the writing in general for this show is kind of abysmal. The characters are all one-dimensional, and the antagonists all feel like generic comic book villains. Actually, wait, let me not insult comic book antagonists. And then the show also tries to lighten the blow with some contrived quote-unquote jokes, but they never hit at all. Kurokami is a show that tries to be deep but fails miserably. It asks a bunch of philosophical and ethical questions, then its solution is just fists, violence, and superpowers. But the show does have an interesting concept behind everything. So our main character is a guy who turned emo because everyone who's ever been around him dies. Jesus Christ, this is tragic Twilight backstory. So this dude meets a kind-hearted, strong-willed fighter named Kuro, and it's revealed that this world isn't as it seemed. Apparently, everyone has multiple clones of them, so that whenever someone unexpectedly perishes, there'd be a safeguard clone to replace them. It's a stupid idea technically, but philosophically, it has a chance to present some profound themes. Like, coming upon this information will literally warp your perception of death as a concept. But none of these themes are ever addressed in this show in a meaningful way, and it turns out to basically just be a shonen beat-em-up show, which is fine. Clearly, I have nothing wrong with that, but my problem is that the show pretends to be something it's not. The foolish angel dances with the devil is about the near end of a war between heaven and hell, and hell, being on the losing side, sends out a scout to survey the mortal land to see if he can recruit any promising people to the army. Then he meets a girl who, wow, big twist, she's an angel. So this is a rom-com about this guy who's literally the ambassador of hell falling for an angel. The romance is fine, I guess, but the comedy fell flatter than the shit you'd see after being crushed by a hydraulic press. So this anime is about a specialized high school academy that was created to train kids to fight for justice due to worsening crime rates in Japan. So basically they're just in police training, but of course it has to be in high school. I guess it could have been an interesting show if the author focused more of his writing prowess on the plot instead of using all of his brain power to write inexplicable circumstances where the woman of the show would just be like half naked. This author refined the tsundere stutter more than the actual plot of the show. And the setting of that private high school with guns and shit just feels like a backdrop for telling a story about this high school dropout that somehow magically enchants every woman he sees with how aggressively ordinary he is. And then there's also some stinky CGI in the show. Please avoid this shit if you can. Clean Freak Aoyami is about a football prodigy who scored the game-winning goal in the international U16 game. So when he officially joins his high school team, everyone's surprised to see that he's aggressively germophobic. This show actually isn't a sports anime, it's more like a comedy, and in that aspect, it was just okay. It started out decently, but it got old really quick. This one's another vampire anime that's not horrendously awful, but not phenomenal either. So the show starts with some TV talk show where they're doing some scripted investigation on whether vampires exist. And then an actual vampire comes onto the set to prove vampires' existence. And then with her tremendous wealth and influence, she single-handedly pays off Japan's national debt. So she's given permission to establish her own vampire colony called the Bund. And this territory spans across just a random ass high school, and our main character who attends this high school at first doesn't like vampires, but secretly has repressed memories that he's actually a werewolf whose purpose in life is to serve the vampire queen. Are you confused? Well, so am I. That doesn't just sound like gibberish, this is gibberish. And genuinely, I was never sold on either the characters nor the world of this show. Kubo Won't Let Me Be Invisible is about a dude that maxed out on his stealth stat and regretted it. Think Kuroko from Kuroko no Basket. Our guy is just a dude who doesn't have much presence, although one girl actually does notice him and she teases him and shit. This show reminds me a lot of Don't Toy With Me Miss Nagatoro, but like without the fetishes and gooners. It's pretty wholesome, but rom-coms like these are a dime a dozen nowadays, and the comedy part of it was just alright to me. What did you answer when someone asked that one generic question that goes something like, if you had one superpower, what would it be? The generic answers would always be like flying or super speed, but mine was the ability to stop time. Not to do any freaky hentai plot shit. It's just that you could do some diabolical pranks with that shit. Like imagine an instantaneous wedgie. But Kokugo is about a dysfunctional family who are having problems with the members of their household either getting laid off or just being unemployed. But then suddenly two of the family members get kidnapped. Then as our protagonist tries to deliver the ransom money, her grandfather tells her that if she offers blood to a stone, she could stop time and then go into a world called stasis. Then as she's about to recover her brother and nephew from the kidnappers while time was frozen, it's revealed that the kidnappers can actually move in stasis too. And then this omnipotent being called the Herald appears, who is the overseer of the stasis world. And that was all one run-on sentence, and that's genuinely what this show felt like to me. Just one big run-on sentence. It feels like there were so many ideas stuffed into the show that kind of just imploded. Like what I described to all of you was the first episode. Genuinely in 20 minutes, it went from a hard luck story about an unfortunate family to a treacherous kidnapping to a mystery thriller trying to find out the nature of stasis, and then to the point where they're trying to beat the video game boss of this level. The execution felt poor beyond episode 1, and it's just not something I'd recommend. Pet is a decently executed psychological thriller show about a group of people with the supernatural ability to dive into other people's psyches. And while for me, a concept like that is just kind of been there, done that with amazing movies such as Inception and Paprika, but this turned out to be a decently executed story, but a group of people that use these powers to basically conduct assassinations. Although nothing about this show really stuck out as being anything but average, to be honest. Its characters were alright, but they weren't expertly written or anything. And then the plot does kind of get wild in some places, but in the end, it was just kind of alright. Noragami was just something I could never get into. On the surface, the premise seems okay. This third-rate god has so few followers that he has to start selling his services at 5 yen per piece. And then he finds this girl who keeps butting into his business, and the first few episodes were okay. Although as the show went on, I just had 2 words to describe what I was watching: aimless and boring. Classroom of the Elite is a show that is only for the highest grade of intellectuals. It's about this super prestigious high school that only truly bright kids can attend. And there are several classes in the school ranked from A to D, and these rankings are based on the class-wide cumulative grades that they all get. Our main character is in class D, and he has to use his superior intellect to climb the ranks and establish himself as, young Sheldon, I guess. I know a lot of people like this show and put it on a pedestal for being really deep and thought-provoking, but respectfully, if you were saying that, I'm 90% sure you're 14 years old. 10% sure you're 13 years old. Since the depth and supposed good writing of this anime comes from scenes that I feel like I would genuinely see get clipped and posted on r/I'm 14 and this is deep. Although I find it corny, I can see that something like this is just not made for me. Ninja Kamui is a good anime. For the first couple of episodes, from frame 1, I could just sense that the atmosphere, the stunning fight choreography, the soundtrack, and honestly just the show's sense of style was setting up for an easy hidden gem buried in the 60 anime per season that we've been getting lately. Sure, there were always visible cracks within the first few episodes of the show, with some inconsistencies in writing, but that didn't really matter to me. Because at the end of the day, this was just a dumb revenge plot with futuristic ninja and Mark Zuckerberg all trying to kill each other. But then... the falloff of Ninja Kamui needs to be studied. I actually heard about the falloff from other people before even watching it. And I think the real reason the CGI was so jarring in the show is because the 2D fight scenes in the earlier episodes pretty much became the show's identity. It's what the show was known for. But then when you abruptly take that away, suddenly all the other defects of the shows become glaringly obvious. Nail me to the cross for saying this, but Ninja Kamui doesn't have a CGI problem. It has a Ninja Kamui problem. Rejoice. We are finally done with the mid-tier. So here right now represents a turning point in this video. There is not one show I've talked about so far that I would unironically recommend, but that all changes here. These shows are pretty decent and they can stand on their own. So I called this tier the If you got into anime around the same time that I did, there are probably some core memories that you look back fondly on. That one scene in Death Note and Full Metal Alchemist. I'm sure there are more, but I can't think of any right now. But my point is that those core memories didn't just apply to good anime. Akame ga Kill is an anime that I would have told you is a 10 out of 10 when I was 13. Not because it was edgy or dark or anything, but because of a deep-seated core memory associated with this character. Even if you're gay, I'm convinced that you had to have felt some sort of attraction to Esdeath. This character is truly one of the most generational figures of the 2010s. I mean, think of it. No Esdeath means no Damimon. And none of those means no Android 21, means no Revi, means no fucking Makima. You know what? Last second, I'm changing this ranking. Shit's actually S tier. Okay, nah, but seriously, this anime was really disappointing. It started off pretty interesting. Our main characters are all assassins who decide to try and overthrow the government. Low-key kinda based. And as they go about doing that, a lot of the assassins start getting picked off. And that was so fucking badass when I was young, let me tell you. Just the fact that they weren't afraid to kill off the characters. But then it just got so predictable that it started becoming laughable. The writing itself was never amazing either. They overused flashback jutsu to compensate for not developing any of the characters. Although Esdeath is in the show, so that makes up for most of it. After almost 8 full years of waiting, I think we finally know who Kakegurui was made for. It's for the most notorious group of gamblers in the modern era, Crypto Bros. But not just any Crypto Bro, specifically the ones that are into psycho-sadistic fascist cat girls, which are all of them, actually. So Kakegurui is a gambling anime, but if we decrease the font size of gambling and increase anime, it's just very, very anime. The final boss is the president of the student council. The anime girls all start violently orgasming in the most out-of-pocket situations, and the show is just really, really horny in general. And I wouldn't even mind any of that if the games they literally gamble hundreds of thousands of dollars on were interesting in the slightest. Have the games either have the most predictable twist you could ever imagine, or are so outlandish and absurd that it all just ceases to make any sense. Although that's not to say that the show isn't entertaining. It can be a really fun, genuinely enjoyable show at times, but I think it just completely fails at being a gambling anime. Go watch Kaiji instead. I knew him, you knew them. We've all encountered that one guy who for absolutely no reason be trying to ore farm, but always in the cringiest ways you could possibly imagine. I used to know this one guy who would unironically sit at the corner window seat of the class like he was some protagonist or some shit, and I swear on everything, 8th period bell rang and this psychopath stood up, started cackling like a straight up villain, and proceeded to say, "The bell has rung, the time has come." We have a name for this disease. It's called protagonist syndrome, but Japan also has a name for it. Chunibyo. Basically those people that walk and talk to you as if at any moment they could whip out the dragon of the darkness flame and steam your ass. But Love Chunibyo is about a reformed Chunibyo that looks back on that phase of his middle school life with absolute embarrassment, as he should. But then as he moves on to high school, he meets this girl who calls herself the Vessel of the Wicked Eye, so another weirdo.
and she reminds him of himself back in middle school. I think this show got popular because it was just so damn relatable. Even if we don't want to admit it, we've all had that phase where we thought we could go Super Saiyan or throw a Bankai or something. Even I owned, like literally owned, a physical Death Note. And one time in freshman year, I brought it into class and all of us joined in to write the name of my French teacher. Nobody has ever been that unified since 9/11, let me tell you. Yeah, but anyways, watch this show if you want. It's also made by Kyoto Animations, so you know you're gonna be eating good. Usually I don't use the R word because it's ableist and nobody likes an ableist in 2025. But today, this anime forces me to say it. This show is regarded by a lot of people as the stupidest popular show to ever come out. And there's actually a really simple reason for that. You see, the year that Mirai Nikki came out, we were all 13 years younger than we are now. And if you're in my generation, that means in 2013, you were a bona fide dumbass. And an edgy, dumb, fun gore fest like Future Diary came out at the perfect moment for you. I'm not saying you are physically a child if you like this show, nor am I hating on you if you're currently a fan of this. God bless your soul. The only thing I'm saying is that this anime is shit. That's all I'm saying, so don't get mad. The show's about this grotesque, vile monstrosity. Oh, wait a second. Okay, so God here actually is gonna die soon. So he organizes a death game and equips everyone with different types of future diaries to figure out who should be the next god. Sounds pretty interesting. Until it isn't. The show kind of just unravels its own plot until there's nothing left. But I mean, listen, Yuno Gasai is a yandere. This is really the only aspect to her character that most people care about. And I think that's generally because that's all there is to say about her. But one-dimensional characters isn't something that's new to the show or anything. All of them are. I could just imagine the author while writing every scene just pondering, how can I craft a scene that will make every 14-year-old boy in 2014 switch their anime PFP to my show? And the answer he ultimately stumbled upon was to optimize the edge and leave nothing else in its wake. Kiss Niver has heart. It's truly an anime that the creators and definitely the studio behind it, Trigger, were passionate about. But I feel like it was all a little forced. So the anime takes place, I guess, sometime in the future, and our main guy is a dude who literally has no emotion and doesn't feel pain. And this is where I kind of start to lose my suspension of disbelief. I mean, look, I love stoic characters who low-key don't give a fuck, but at the end of the day, characters like Guts do have emotions, violent and aggressive whirlwinds of expression. It's what makes them three-dimensional. Number one, this guy is boring. Number two, it's not even the fact that he's locking his emotions away like a real man should. He literally doesn't have any emotion. So the plot of this comes into play when this woman gathers 7 high schoolers and forces them to participate in games that force them to understand each other. This is where I get to where I think the concept is kind of forced. I get what they're trying to set up, but it kind of just feels like a character development simulator. And that's actually kind of funny to say out loud because that sounds like a good thing, but it's sort of like God of High School. What God of High School wanted to do well were its fights. So then it crafted its entire universe around the show's fights. And the show sucked because it didn't have any nuance. Kiss Niver is like that to me, but in a less egregious way. That's my take on the show. I understand why people like it. So a certain magical index is part of a franchise with other notable entries like a certain scientific railgun, a certain scientific accelerator, a certain mechanical bulldozer, a certain sharpened pencil, a certain roll of toilet paper. I'm pretty sure this one was released first, so I went ahead and watched this one. And I thought it had a pretty compelling start. The show lives in a world where everyone has some sort of strange psychic ability. But our main guy was just kind of like, nah, I want to be different. And so his power is to actually negate the abilities of others. But don't worry, he's nothing like Asta. He's actually a pretty chill dude. And then there's Index, who's this girl that people are trying to kill because she has a photographic memory and she saw their browsing history. So they link up and our main guy vows to protect Index using his ability. The start was pretty fun and exciting, but I feel like towards the middle, the show kind of lost me. With the introduction of characters that are genuinely so cliched that parodies of that cliche are cliched now. Like for instance, the Tsundere girl, who is a character that I literally summed up with one adjective. She's like the final form of the Tsundere. But this show is pretty show. It gives off like low-key shonen vibes, and if that premise sounded good to you, then maybe you should give it a shot. You exist, I exist,
Humanity's existence is one of the most puzzling mysteries of our age. Thriving on a habitable planet has such a low probability of happening that many people use this as a means of proof of a god existing. And some of them pose convincing arguments pointing out at how complicated the systems of humans are and how they feel deliberately crafted. But there's also blobfish in the world, like genuinely a whole species of fish that look like this. And this is the type of shit that makes you wonder if God just started fucking around and finding out, or if he just got lazy at some point. Heaven's design team is about a squad that God assembled because thinking of new ideas to add to Earth became tedious, so now he's outsourcing it. It's a fun concept with just alright execution. It's a comedy, but the characters feel very subdued and not all too expressive. Most of the funny bits just came from how ludicrous the premise is. Look, I'm not much of a crier, and I'm not even just saying that to be like, oh, look at how masculine I am. It's just kind of a fact. The only piece of media to ever make me cry was Uyasumi Punpun, and that's a special case. It's just kind of built different compared to a lot of these shows that I feel like were just crafted with the singular purpose to make you cry. And for most of these anime, it's so obvious. Like, how many times can you fall for the girl with terminal illness bit? But I find most of these shows very cheap, with a couple exceptions like Your Lie in April and A Silent Voice. Since in my completely uninformed opinion, I feel like the objective from the get-go shouldn't be to make the audience cry. Plastic Memory immediately gave me cheap crybait vibes, because it's about, imagine a story where the main character works for a company that has to put down dogs, and the main heroine is a dog herself that has a terminal illness. That's basically this show, but trade dogs with robots. I could literally predict the ending of this show from 5 minutes and 37 seconds into the first episode. But all of this is not necessarily a deal breaker. I did enjoy my time with the show from what I watched, but I didn't cry or anything like that. One of the problems with slice of life for me is how repetitive they are. Like, who said that a slice of life can't have plot progression? Who said they need to stay in one place for 12 episodes and repeat the same gags? Well, Servant X Service has a pretty fresh take on the genre. It's about civil servants, which, if you don't know, a civil servant protects, educates, and provides assistance to fellow citizens, which is a job description so vague that it reminds me of, you know, whenever you ask someone working an IT job what they actually do at work, and then they give you like some multi-layered metaphysical explanation describing back-end, front-end software development and cloud data structures, when in practice, they're actually just doing Among Us tasks for 8 hours a day. Yeah, this description of a civil servant reminds me of that shit. But unlike coding jobs, these jobs are real. Basically, their jobs is just to deal with people and their issues, so the show never feels like it stays in the same place or gets monotonous, since it focuses on a job with such variety. The characters are pretty cool too. I'd give it a shot if you're big into slice of life. Monster Girl is to fetish the same way that a conservative politician is to gay sex. One naturally begets the other and nobody really questions it. But Interview with Monster Girls is here to dispel that association. It's about a world where being a demi-human, whether it be you're a vampire or succubus, is treated as a normal, socially acceptable thing. They're even given unique benefits, like if you're a vampire, their government gives you a pack of blood every month, which is pretty wild that this is what anime society's taxes are going to. What's next? Personally assigned fuckboys for every single succubus? So this anime is about this biology teacher that wants to write a paper about demis, but doesn't have any primary sources to his name. So he's trying to first locate some demis that are willing to talk and then conduct an interview with them so he can finally get started on writing his paper. This has the bones of a slice of life show, but I really fuck with the low fantasy world a lot. The characters are pretty cool too. Have you ever done something so cringeworthy or awkward that you would sell off your Bitcoin for the chance to turn back time and not call your high school teacher mom or use a Skibbity toilet pickup line? My personal example of this was when I was trying to rizz up a girl and I started the conversation with, yeah, so I was doing my Genshin dailies. Yeah, so as you would probably expect, that girl ended up becoming my girlfriend. And so I guess the moral of this story is that Genshin players are intrinsically predisposed to getting women. They just won't be 5 stars most of the time. Now, the actual moral of the story is that sometimes it's better not to erase the past, but to learn from it. Orange is a show about a high school girl that suddenly starts to receive letters that are supposedly written by herself 10 years in the future to warn her about various regrets she has. Although the biggest warning she's received is that one of her friends and potential love interest will die. and I immediately thought it was gonna have the same trajectory as something like Erased, a sort of murder mystery, but this show took a completely different route. It has more of a slice of life structure to it, where, being completely honest, not a lot happens in each episode. It definitely has more shoujo, cry at the end kind of vibes to it. Beautiful show, but not my thing at the end of the day. Waiting in the Summer is about this dude who's playing with a camera one day, and then he gets his shit rocked by what the audience can only assume is some sort of comet. And then for the whole show, he and his friends are making a movie out of his recording. It's this drama-filled romance where the main conflict is this very messy love polygon. And I mean, hey man, I could do a ton of things with polygons. As an engineering student, I'm your guy, whatever you need. Surface integral, easy. Outward flux, nothing. Heat capacity, that shit's elementary. But if you're seriously asking me with a straight face to analyze a high school love polygon anime, you might as well just put a gun to my head. I won't budge. I dare you. I double dog dare you, motherfucker. Yeah, that's what I thought. Nan Biori is a slice of life with a very interesting presentation. It's about this girl that moves from Tokyo to the middle of bumfuck nowhere, and her new school consists of one classroom for every single grade in elementary school. When I started doing these videos where I had to watch like 40 million anime for each of them, the one genre that I'd always shit on indiscriminately was slice of life. And that kind of hasn't changed all too much. But after watching a lot of it, I think I came to understand its appeal a little more. What I think is the most important part of a slice of life are its vibes. And this show always takes time to focus on the nice scenery of the rural area and the quietness of the wildlife there. And then add that with a pretty good soundtrack and you get vibes. It's pretty simple. If you're into slice of life, this is for you. The characters are pretty enjoyable and it's like almost funny to me, but I could see how some people would laugh at this. But if you aren't into slice of life, I don't really see you enjoying this that much. I'm not gonna lie, this one has the most diabolical premise on this list. So our main cast attend a high school where part of the curriculum is to live with a randomly assigned classmate of the opposite sex and play pretend married couple. I don't think I've seen a premise so ridden with plot holes. Oh wait, maybe plot holes isn't the right word. It's more like practical. This shit is the least practical plot I've ever witnessed. Imagine how this would just effortlessly tear previously established relationships apart. And for the people that are single, oh no. Imagine a cheerleader with a Reddit mod, or a football player living with a woman that would rather be alone with a bear in the forest than a man. Shit would be utter chaos, and it's kind of funny to think about, but if you're willing to suspend your disbelief for 12 episodes, this show is a pretty good time. It has an undeniably great adaptation with bright and colorful character designs and really good environments. To quickly explain the plot, guy likes girl, and then a separate girl likes guy, but then the guy and girl they each like gets coupled together, and then the guy and girl who have crushes on the other people get coupled together. It's a pretty entertaining drama romance show with cool characters and a batshit insane premise. Under Ninja makes you ask a lot of questions, like why are there CGI Americans with actually decent accents? Why are people dressed up like high school kids who are clearly not high school kids? And why is this guy calling these girls on the top of the other rooftop the enemy while referring to one of them as Frieza? Well, actually that last one is kind of easy to answer. But anyways, this anime is about modern day ninja who get an assignment to infiltrate a high school. It was over the top, goofy, and just weird sometimes. I was having a really good time watching this show at first, to be honest with you. But it was like one of those awkward moments where you're laughing with someone because you think they're trying to be funny, and then you realize they were being serious the entire time. Early on, I was almost 100% certain that this show was just a meme. But then later episodes had me question how self-aware this show actually is. It seems confused. Or maybe the writing is just so bad that serious moments end up being point and laugh caliber scenes. I really don't know with Under Ninja, although that doesn't take away any of the enjoyment I got from the show. This is a film that you will go into, expect one thing, and be caught completely off guard by how such an outwardly generic and overdone cliched movie will have you being moved to tears. This film is something special, something really unique. But then I always get to a point where I have to explain that it's called I Wanna Eat Your Pancreas. No, the main character isn't Hannibal Lecter, and no, this movie isn't some freak shit. It's your cookie cutter
tearjerker film about the final days spent with a girl with terminal illness. And that's not actually a spoiler because they tell you this in the first scene. Shiga is this distant, apathetic high schooler who pretty much just watches as the days pass. And Yamauchi is the exact opposite, as a bubbly, cheerful extrovert that's always doing something. And when Shiga finds out about her secret, she forces him to spend the rest of his days with her. And I'm not a crier in general, and usually I'm not a fan of what I've come to label a lot of these anime as tear bait. But this movie, I felt, had a lot more to it. At the end of the day, it's trying to get across to the viewer about how important it is to live every day to your fullest. And I really appreciated that. Horror and anime are like White Woman and Kendrick Lamar. In my personal opinion, they should by all means remain separate because they just don't mix at all. Although I think Higurashi is a rare exception to this rule. The show excels in controlling its own mood. Sometimes it'll feel really creepy, sometimes it'll feel calm and relaxed, only to suddenly get hit by the most fucked up scenes you've ever seen in your entire life. I think what Higurashi does, it does well, but at the end of the day, personally speaking, horror isn't my favorite genre, so by no fault of the show, it places here on the list. Guys, who here remembers Danganronpa? This shit was actually gas. Well, the anime was okay, but the games were something else. Actually, let me use this anime as an excuse to just sell this game to you. Because to be honest, there's no reason to watch this shit if you could just play the games. So this is actually the first visual novel I've ever played, and also the only one. And that's for a good reason. You're basically forced to participate in this death game set up by this sadistic robot bear thing called Monokuma. And throughout the game, there are a series of murders which you, as the protagonist, are forced into investigating. And the trials are easily the coolest parts of the games, which focuses on interactive verbal dissection, where you physically shoot down pieces of evidence and create your own arguments. These trials usually end up in some of the most unexpected twists I've ever experienced in gaming. The second and third games were just amazing. When someone says they're a comedian, you sit down to watch them and you expect to laugh. If a nobody like me makes you laugh, it's somewhat unexpected because I never claimed to be a comedian. Just like I don't claim to be a top 500 Spider-Man one-trick. Point is, it's always way more refreshing to be pleasantly surprised by something. But what if something promises one thing and it just doesn't deliver on it at all? My teen romantic comedy Snafu really suffers a great deal because of that one word that's literally in the title, comedy. It's just not funny. To me, of course. I know comedy is subjective and all that. The protagonist is the quintessential apathetic light novel main character, and he joins a club with girls who quickly change his whole worldview. Personally, I didn't find much about this anime really interesting. The dialogue was pretty good, I guess. Would you believe me if I told you I liked Yuri on Ice for the plot? No? Well, I'm gonna say it anyways. Believe me, I'm not a woman and I'm also straight. So the big question here is, how did someone like myself like Yuri on Ice? It's actually pretty simple. I just thought the premise of the show was pretty cool. Figure skating is like that one really cool and interesting looking sport that you're not actually sure is a sport, but you're also too hesitant to check it out because it's such a niche occupation. And that's why I found this anime to be so interesting, because it gave a spotlight to a subject I always thought was pretty cool. And looks to me, as someone whose proudest moment in his life was being able to stand for 5 whole seconds on the ice skating rink, the show seemed like it really does the sport justice. Black Clover is an experiment to see how loud of a decibel reading you could get from a single character. This bitch is never not screaming for no reason. Overall, Black Clover is the fast food of shonen. It's a show that just feels like an amalgamation of a ton of different shonen that turns out to be very unrefined. But I think the worst part about the show is its characters. Listen, I'm a huge fan of dumb idiots in animation. Like Patrick from SpongeBob is chill as fuck. This guy is just fucking annoying to me. The whole underdog facet about him, where he comes from a rural village while all the Magic Knight dudes are royals, lasts for like 2 seconds because this guy was granted the ability to literally cancel out all of magic, which is the main power system. That ain't sound like no underdog to me. The other characters include a tsundere, a troglodyte that gets fucking nosebleeds from talking to his little sister, a prostitute, a meth head, and this girl who just eats. Okay, you know what? I actually like Charmy, she's alright. But a lot of the other characters genuinely just make this show insufferable to watch. The writing is just not great across the board with these characters. I see why a lot of people may enjoy this though. The fights are pretty well done across the board. And while I don't fuck with a lot of the characters, with a Yami exception, I bet a ton of people can find something redeeming in this sister-loving freak show. Although I stick with the fact that the writing is very juvenile in this show and the villains
are some of the worst in the genre. At least earlier on, because I've probably only got around episode 50 when I first watched it. And I know this shit has like 300 episodes. So maybe it gets better, I don't know. Sword Art Online needs no introduction. It has one of the strongest starts of any anime, which rivals other successful anime around the same era. My opinion on this show is not really unique or anything. The first half of the show is pretty good, in all honesty. Although I haven't really watched this show in a while, I remember it being pretty good. Other than the fact that Kirito can do nothing wrong and is clad in plot armor. Although the part when I knew that this shit was going way in the wrong direction is when they introduced that little fairy girl. And then Kirito and Asuna are immediately like, let's start a family. Like, bitch, what? Aren't you like 17 years old? What's going on in this show? Then obviously the straw that broke the camel's back was the Aincrad arc, where Kirito's harem grows to include his 15-year-old sister. I was actually curious if Kirito was a minor attracted person who himself is not a minor. And to my surprise, this kid is 14 years old? Oh shit, the tables have turned. Oh shit. So MF Ghost was an anime not too long ago that was hyped up to be the spiritual successor to Initial D. And I feel the level of success that this show achieved can be quantified with the fact that when I saw this title, I honest to God thought that this was some niche pseudonym that MF Doom used to use. But no, it's not. It's about a racing league called MFG that still hosts gasoline-based cars at a time in the near future where the Elon Musk brain rot infected everyone worldwide and electric vehicles dominate the market. The story follows this half-Asian, half-British dude who enters into the MFG as a newcomer. And the car races are pretty cool, but I feel the need to compare this to Initial D, because I also just watched that for this video, so it's fresh on my mind. Initial D's racing feels raw, like there's real danger at every turn and drift, and that's what keeps you at the edge of your seat with suspense. It considered things like road condition, driver techniques, and sometimes even the mental endurance of driving. MF Ghost doesn't really consider all too much of that, and the protagonist is just kind of him by episode 1. He literally has zero flaws, and this show has a lot of fan service. And when I say that when referring to a show like this, what you might imagine is some sexy, detailed, oiled up Porsche or some futuristic looking glossy Lamborghini. But no, what I'm talking about is just normal fan service. It just detracts from the experience as a whole, and I wasn't really a fan of how the romance B-plot took up like 50% of the show's runtime. But even still, the racing is pretty cool. Genshiken is a show about college kids at Tokyo University who join an otaku club. And not only do they talk about anime, manga, cosplay, figurines, doujins, and conventions, the show also educates the audience on otaku culture in general. And I found it to be pretty fun to watch an anime about me, an anime fan. Although I'm not like hardcore emptying my bank for a nude season 4 Eren Yeager figurine, and I've only gone to a few conventions. Well, actually, I say that like it's more than one. I've been to Anime NYC a couple times, and my highlight was seeing Mark Phillips from RDC World, although I never got the chance to take a flick with him. But anyways, this anime is a fun time, but beware that it's more like a slice of life episodic show than anything. XXX Holic is a show that reminds me a lot of Mushishi, but it's about cases of ghosts, spirits, and just a very strange and supernatural world. Each episode tells its own thought out story, and each one tackles its own theme. One thing that I'll point out is its outdated art style. Me personally, I was never really a fan of the whole long, stretched out, exaggerated character designs that Code Geass started. Otherwise, I think this show offers a very introspective experience. It doesn't have any fight scenes or anything like that, but it makes up for it in great dialogue and storytelling. This is the one series I found really hard to write about, because it's one of the most dark, most fucked up, most brutal death game anime out there. I would put a disclaimer, but to be completely honest, there isn't any specific warning I'd give, since it checks off literally every single fucked up box. But let me explain the premise first. So Batum is a game in this world that is centered around PvP, but players outskill and outsmart enemies using bombs as their primary weapons. Then suddenly a select number of Batum players get sent off to a remote island and are forced to participate in a Batum themed death game where each player is equipped with a specific type of bomb. There's a lot of nuance to this show that I thought worked out quite well, like when it revealed why everyone got picked to participate in the death game. It was a great vehicle for character development, although I think Batum has a little bit of a problem. So I will give a specific disclaimer for what I'm about to talk about next, because I'm gonna reference a specific example. So the main heroine of the show is a victim of grapes. She really doesn't like grapes. I'm sorry, this is supposed to be serious, but I can't say the actual word because of YouTube. So we go through her extremely tragic and deplorable backstory, and yeah, we feel for her and everything. Although it kind of feels like the author, when thinking about this character concept, just thought of her as a grape victim and that's it. It's okay to have extremely tragic characters in your series, especially if it's one of the main ones. Should be more than just their depressing backstory. I don't know if this is a controversial opinion, but I'm just putting my 2 cents out there. Other than that, the show does a good job in portraying the state of human characters living in a world with no boundaries or rules. Although the show does often border between straight up unnecessarily edgy sometimes, and towards the end it gets a little predictable. The Devil is a Part-Timer has a great start, gets a little exhausted mid-race, and absolutely falls flat on its face by the end of the race. The start of Devil is a Part-Timer is special. Not one comedy bit disappointed, not one punchline flatlined. The premise was cool and different for its time, and its potential was crazy. Then it turned to shit by like episode 3. So this show is probably the original reverse isekai as far as I know, and it's about the devil of a fantasy world getting isekai'd into the real world or Japan, and we follow their journey as they try to find the way back to the world while trying to make a living in Japan. Oh, and also the devil's working at McDonald's, so that's cool. This is some genius setup that just has way too much potential. Then it was like someone flipped a switch, and then the writing became dumb and stupid, and all of the characters became dumb and stupid, and the plot became dumb and stupid. And actually, you know what? I think the best way to prove my point is by asking if you knew that this show even had a season 2 or season 3. Well, yes, it does. And this is after the series fell flat on its face when it's trying to crawl to the finish line. The moment that the flip was switched was an episode in season 1, when the devil was asked why he decided to stay in Japan when he already has enough mana to go back to his previous world. And then the devil was basically like, I don't know, just for the plot, I guess. Eventually, in those later seasons, the writing becomes honestly childish, and it stops being a comedy and becomes a petty drama, to be honest. I don't see any adults liking this shit, but it makes this tier because of how good the start is. So, Sumiki Moonlit Fantasy is a show I've heard a lot of buzz about recently, with its 2nd season ending just a little bit ago, and I've never watched it until coming up with the masochistic idea for this video. And the word I would use to describe this anime would be charming. It definitely doesn't reinvent the wheel or really does anything that crazy. I mean, it genuinely just feels like the slimy isekai got reskinned and reposted. In the same way, our protagonist is pretty OP and has a busted level progression, but the main progression of the show is actually centered around the construction of this pocket dimension city. Most of my qualms from this show seriously just stem from the fact that whenever I watched this, all I could think about was I could just be watching the slimy isekai. And it's not even that the show commits some horrendous crime, except for the disgusting ass 3/4 pants. But it's kind of a brain-numbing, tame show that I was gonna say it needs Subway Surfers gameplay on the side, but to be completely honest, this is the side view brain rot content. Salad Bowl of Eccentrics is where we really start to talk about reverse isekai, since this is a great example of one. The 7th princess of the Holy Empire of Butt Cheeks flees persecution to a different world. Then she meets the protag dude and eventually crashes at his place. Although the princess isn't trying to get back to her world or ascend the throne because her kingdom is in ruins, so she doesn't strive to accomplish anything in the show. She's just a professional bum. Although the show is funny from time to time, but I feel like even the comedy shows need a sense of forward progression, unless it's like really, really funny. Which it isn't. It's close, but it isn't. The opening is the second coming of Christ though. Like, I don't believe someone sane could have come up with this. It's pure genius. ID Invaded is an exciting psycho thriller that will have you at the edge of your seat and at the edge of your IQ, because this is one of those mystery detective shows, but they have the power to travel into the psyche of the victims. Sounds easy, right? All they have to do is find the victim, tap into their mind, and find out what actually happened. Well, that's actually easier said than done, since a human being's mind is incredibly complicated, and the show has a great visual representation of that complexity. It's kind of a cool semi-episodic show where our main character and his backstory really being the glue that keeps them together. Talk to OP Destiny is another monster apocalyptic type of show, but this time it has a gimmick. Basically, music was banned across all of society since it agitates the monsters, but this fact is actually used against those monsters since the main weapons against them are conductors and women who represent the pieces of music themselves. First of all, this show looks beautiful. Two of the best studios to ever do it, MAPPA and Madhouse, did a tag team for this one, and it shows. But I think this show is the greatest example of style over substance. The concepts and narrative are as developed as they needed to be so that they could advertise their shitty gacha game. And look, I don't hate this show. You could easily have a good time with it, and it's pretty good to look at. But to me, it genuinely feels like new gen Guilty Gear. Guilty Crown. I meant Guilty Crown. I think generally, if a show has an excess of fan service, that's basically an admittance that the show isn't confident in its ability to keep the audience's attention, and so they thrust soft porn into the viewer's face to literally tit-fuck their way to keep people watching. So when I watched Fire Force, going into it after hearing all the complaints about a gruesome amount of fan service, my expectations were not very high to say at least. And initially, I was kind of optimistic about the show going into the first few episodes. I really fucked with the power system and just the world in general. But the issues started to form when they started introducing a ton of characters and also tried to develop those characters. A ton of Fire Force characters have their one trait that they show off whenever they get screen time. Like Takaki, who thought she was a chatterbait streamer because it seems like her only point in existing is getting her boobs or ass into someone's face. Then Arthur, who obsesses over being a knight and calls himself one just because he fights with a sword. And then there's the main character, Shinra, who can't control his smile. But then when the show tries to characterize these guys, it just ends up being some sad flashback that doesn't have much relevance to the characters now. So they just remain flat for the entire show. And also, this show tries to be funny a lot, but for me at least, the comedy never hit. The action turned out to be the only redeeming thing about the show. Terraformers was something I'd always hear about, for its downright absurd premise and amazing art. But that was just for the manga. The anime is a different story. But first, Terraformers is about humans one day deciding to send resilient species to the uninhabitable Mars so that one day they may be able to terraform it. Many centuries later, a virus breaks out on Earth and a team of 100 men and women are sent off to Mars to look for a cure. And, well, it's not a pretty sight. As it turns out, one of the main species shipped off to Mars were cockroaches. And after all that time left alone on this planet, they evolved from a worthless beta cuck insect to a whole ass Baki character on steroids. I really liked the premise and everything that the show had going for it. I read some of the manga a while back, so I actually did know how it turned out. A little bit of a disappointment for the manga. For the anime, yeah, this shit kinda sucked. The reason for me is mostly centered around the expectations the show set up for me. I was really ready to lock in on this intense survival thriller with people dying left and right, but what I got was a surprisingly slow-paced romance. And that really threw me in for a loop. And this anime doesn't even have goated art like the manga, so there's not much positive I could say about it. Sakugan is like Made in Abyss, except if it focused on daddy issues instead of mommy issues. Or at least that's how it seemed at first. The show got off to a pretty good start where humanity has been living underground and has been constantly under threat by monsters called, kaiju. I guess they weren't feeling creative. For me, the premise started out as a strong 7.5 out of 10. But then everything to come after was like a 5. They fumbled a lot towards the middle part and it never really recovered. Knights of Sidonia is a very interesting one. It's about this post-apocalyptic world where aliens decimated nearly the entire human race. But the ones that did survive are aboard a massive ship called Sidonia. But they're still being endlessly pursued by these aliens. And it's really a riveting show that will always have you at the edge of your seat. Although there's one huge thing keeping the show back. It's just ugly to look at. Like whenever I see a full CGI anime that's not Studio Orange, I just cringe. What is the best Power Rangers? Fuck astrology signs or any of that bullshit. Real men should identify with their favorite Power Rangers era. Mine either gotta be Mystic Force or Dino Thunder. Both of them were the coolest shit in the world to me. Out of the masses of mid inside this tier, I think Go-Go Loser Ranger had the most potential out of all of them to be something. All of the parts are there to be a really fun and well executed subversion of the usual Power Ranger tropes. And I think this show has the premise to pull off a great hit, but lost the plot halfway through and because of some questionable choices in writing. First First of all, this show does a really poor job at establishing tone. Obviously, shows can bounce between polar opposite tones and still be natural, but I think it takes a level of skill in writing to be able to accomplish that. In this show, the tone disparity is so jarring that we'd literally get the Red Ranger doing some evil, subversive Omni-Man type fucked up shit, and then we cut to like some goofy scene that culminates into a fart joke or some shit. None of the characters' reactions to things feel realistic, and honestly, the writing when it comes to the characters in general, whether it be their personalities or character arc, are just the worst part of this show. The weakest tamer began a journey to pick up trash is the best feel-good isekai. It centers around our main character who wasn't born with a god-gifted skill like everyone else in her village, so she was ostracized and even had a bounty put on her head. Throughout her quick-paced journey to the capital, she discovers a voice in her head that keeps interjecting during her daily life, which is revealed to be her past self from her original world. Even though this show is a little melancholic at times, it's truly a vibe, with a great adaptation overall and actually a really cool spin on the isekai concept. I really fuck with it. Although I would skip this if you're looking for more of an action show. The Faraway Paladin has a 6.8 on my anime list. To put this into perspective, normally the rating system out of 10 has 5 as its average. That's common knowledge, right? And whether it's above or below 5 determines whether it's above or below average. But on this site, it's more like they've bumped up that average by 2 points. So you could watch one of the best anime you've ever seen to see it has like a low 8 rating, and then watch the worst anime that you've ever had the dissatisfaction of watching, say like the smartphone isekai, and you find that its score is like a high 6. So whenever I see an anime with a score of below 7, I immediately have the thought in my back of my head that this could literally be the worst anime I ever watch. In this case, I headed in thinking I was getting served at the chum bucket, but I ended up getting a pretty nice meal. Will is a reincarnate who remembers little to nothing about his past life, but he wakes up to a family of monsters who raise Will as their own. All of them seem to have layers of secrets as to why undead are raising a human child. It's interesting to see how this strangely functional family interacts, as every single one of them, including Will, is keeping information from the rest of them. Then as the story progresses and Will comes of age, it's satisfying to see the truth come to light as he sets forth on his own journey. So the only thing I knew about World Trigger before making this video were the CGI creatures that look like a mix between Appa from Avatar and like a miniature Godzilla. Overall, I think World Trigger is pretty good. The adaptation was not bad, but not great. And half of the cast of characters in this show I hate, and the other half are chill. Look, I've been wearing glasses for my entire life, so when I see a character being called Four Eyes or some other generic insult, I just gravitate towards rooting for them. That is to say, I tried to like this motherfucker, but I ended up despising his ass. He gives our kind a bad rap. I'm ashamed to be associated with this bitch. He's somehow more annoying than those ironic impressions of the nerd emoji. He's pathetic, but I never found it in me to pity him. He always tries to act like he's the protagonist hero, but he gets clapped like 100% of the time. And then Kuga is alright. This anime is set in an apocalyptic world where these creatures called neighbors wreak havoc. I don't know exactly why the author would call the fucking horsemen of the apocalypse something that seems so harmless like neighbors, but doesn't really matter. So this agency develops called the Border Defense Agency, who use weapons called triggers to fight against the neighbors. I still can't get over that name, but even describing a tiny bit more of the plot will end up spoiling a lot, so if you're interested, you should just go and watch it. Nisekoi is an uncharacteristic harem rom-com published in Weekly Shonen Jump, which immediately made me curious and asked a lot of questions. Like, is the power scaling gonna be the protagonist picking up anime women with larger and larger chest sizes? Is the main character's outlandishly shonen goal to rizz up Livy Dong? These were questions I needed answers to. So this anime is about the main character making a promise to a childhood friend about getting married in the future. And since they won't see each other for a while, they both keep a lock and a key so that when they meet in the future, they can each recognize each other. But as the protagonist gets to high school age, he shockingly meets two girls who have an identical key set. It's a nice spin on the conventional harem schlop out there, and I really appreciate this show for what it is. The production is amazing. I mean, I knew I was going to be eating good when I saw that Studio Shaft was behind this. Although at the end of the day, I'm not really the biggest fan of rom-coms outside like Kaguya-sama, so my enjoyment wasn't that crazy. Silver Fang follows Jin, a dog, and their entire pack as they try to gather allies following the death of his father due to a man-eating demon bear attack. The story is an epic that all culminates in the war of dogs versus bear. The premise is sick, the execution is also surprisingly great, but it also came out in the 80s and the art is not great, so I would understand if this is not your thing. Level E is about a grotesque alien that looks like a mixture between that old grandma SpongeBob was trying to sell chocolate to and a centipede. And it crash lands on Earth and decides to live there out of sheer boredom. It takes the form of blonde Jesus and has Gex with the baseball-brained main character. Okay, they don't have Gex, they're just really close. It's funny, it's episodic, but again, I'm completely okay with episodic shit if it's actually funny.
Wait, this is made by Togashi? What?
This was my biggest surprise of the video by far. This seemingly random alien gag series with barely an overarching plot was created by the same man who crafted the most legendary shonen works of all time, starting with Yu Yu Hakusho and then ending with Hunter x Hunter. So if you want to deep dive into this Legends catalog, then this should be near the top of your list. I found it to be pretty enjoyable. Mashle is about a guy who was born with a bat and a gunfight. He lives in this high fantasy swords and sorcery world with no magic. At a time in history where literally everyone has some form of magic. He applies to a magic high school and punches his way to acceptance. I'm serious. This is a comedy which did make me burst out in laughter from time to time just because of the sheer absurdity of everything, but it wasn't as funny as some of the comedy shows higher up, so stay tuned for that. And keep in mind that comedy is always going to be subjective, so one thing to understand with this list is that the funny shit is going to have the most subjective rankings out of anything here, since if I didn't find something that's supposed to make me laugh funny, then I'm not gonna rank it high. And it'll pretty much be 100% enjoyment that I'm rating it on, because you can't really critique a comedy story. Beelzebub is about a cute ass baby who's apparently the demon lord's child who attaches himself to a good for nothing delinquent. Give this anime one episode and I guarantee you're gonna be laughing your ass off. This shit aged like a stone. 50 years later, that stone still give me a fucking stone. But of course, there will always be some changes, like how it depicts non-binary characters, for example. But otherwise, this was a really fun time. Beelzebub is adorable, he and Oba make for a funny ass duo, and all the other characters are great too. Hinomaru Sumo is about sumo wrestling, which was something I was never really interested until this show educated me. This shit makes boxing look like a sissy's game, because unlike a lot of similar sports out there, sumo wrestling has no weight class. So if you're getting the ring built like an African marathon runner, you're gonna get snapped in half by some 6'5", 300-pound titan. So our main character is an underdog specifically because he has a less than optimal build for the sport, but nonetheless he dreams of conquering high school sumo wrestling to climb to and ultimately reach the highest rank that a sumo wrestler can achieve. American. No, but seriously, I really enjoyed my time watching this as someone who's never given a fuck about sumo. All the characters are extremely likable and it's really just a fun time. They made a Dragon Quest anime and it's kind of fire. I never played any of the games and it kind of makes me want to. So if you're a Dragon Quest fan and are curious about this, the anime doesn't spoil the game and apparently the games don't spoil the anime. So it's pretty much just a disconnected story just taking place in the same setting. It's based on a manga that came out a while ago. And it works for the guy whose first time hearing about this franchise was in fucking Smash Bros. And it'll work for diehard fans all the same. This show proves that you could write a perfectly enjoyable story without some wildly subversive stunts or every villain being an anti-hero. Yes, it's basic, but that's pretty much its strength. It's just great popcorn shonen. In a genre filled to the brim with underdogs, the Prince of Tennis sticks out because Ryoma is quite literally the opposite of an underdog. He's an overdog, I guess. No, but genuinely, to put this into perspective, this 12-year-old tennis player enters a tournament specifically for 16-year-old, and then he goes on to absolutely smoke the top-seeded player in a 0-5 set. Then the fucking commentator on the side goes on in a monologue, essentially about how this fucking kid was playing the entire game with his non-dominant hand. Although the show engages the audience through the fact that even though he's pretty much a prodigy, he's kinda still an underdog because of how young he is. There's always gonna be limitations when you're playing a sport that has a lot to do with raw power and arm length. And it's sick to see Ryoma triumph over everything. This is just good sports anime. Although the only downside is that it looks very choppy and even old for its time. Like, this anime came out in 2001 and you're telling me you can't at least bring it up to like 360p? Like, I'm genuinely seeing like 20 pixels on my screen right now. Two things I know about Fist and the North Star. And also that there is a significant number of exploding heads in this anime. So naturally I was excited to get into it, and it's pretty great. The plot is reminiscent of a Mario type, where the main character Kenshiro has his lover stolen by his rival, but it's a Mario plot with a dark twist to it. Fist of the North Star is a post-apocalyptic epic, where Kenshiro travels through this dark wasteland filled with bloodthirsty ravengers. Most of all, the characters are burly stoic men with pecs of irons, cocks of steel, and manly logic. This is the shonen of all time, and it definitely deserves its place in the history books. It doesn't do anything I consider to be new today, but all the characters make it damn entertaining. Okay, I've been waiting this entire video to say the name of this anime. Yeah, is an absolutely fucking insane anime no matter how you look at it. It stars this tall, muscular, Afrocentric weirdo that fights a fascist government that is trying to steal everyone's hair. Oh, and I forgot to mention, he fights with his fucking nose hairs. He uses them like whips. This anime is so funny. All the characters are just unserious goofballs, and he fights with his fucking nose hairs. You gotta hop on this shit. You gotta do it. Just do it. Haku ni Go made me learn and care for a game that I've never even heard of. It's about this ancient Japanese instructor, Sai, that teaches the game Go to the shogun, and then after he dies, he possesses a Go board for 150 years until Hikaru finds it and gets possessed himself. And the two of them have a great chemistry, and they're really just enjoyable characters to watch on screen. Remember that insane debacle where that chess player was accused of cheating through the use of vibrating anal beads? This show is basically just that. Hikaru becomes a pro Go player through Sai just whispering every single move to him. The animation for this anime about Go is honestly top notch, all things considered. The characters are great and the plot was fun, and don't worry if you've never heard of Go either. They actually make an effort to explain it. D. Gray Man was one of the shows I was more excited to watch on the list. I've always heard about it and thought the character designs were cool, and I ended up enjoying it a lot. It definitely tackles darker themes that you don't see a lot in your conventional shonen. D. Gray Man is about this menace called the Millennium Earl, who uses humanity's negative emotions to create Akuma, which are the main monsters that our main characters, who are exorcists, fight against. That Earl guy is basically just Patient Zero Muzan, now that I think about it. So our main guy, Alan Walker, wait a second, I swear to God I know that name from somewhere. Holy shit, Alan Walker, Norwegian DJ and producer, most famous for his hit Faded, which has over 3 billion views on YouTube. I didn't know you got a gig as a shonen protagonist. No, but seriously, I think the best part of this anime is his characters. Alan's just a chill dude who wants to stop the guy planning the destruction of mankind. The sword guy is just a sword guy, that's all he needs to be. And then all the women in the show are not your stereotypical shonen woman, where 99% of the time they're just sex dolls or just stupid. And I'm no misogynist, but they're literally just written stupid. So if you've ever seen D. Gray Man, I'd give it a shot. It actually aged pretty well. The anime is over 15 years old now. Skit Dance is just Gintama set in high school. Every single joke in Skit is easily something I can see Gintama using. It's about this club called Sket that handles odd jobs around the school. I think it's just as funny, if not funnier, than Gintama at times, but I think the only thing holding the series back comedically is the main character. He's a normal guy surrounded by goofy, absurd comics, when I think I prefer Gintama's approach, where Jintoki, the main character, is the fucking goofball himself, along with everyone else in the cast. So it's funny. I guarantee you that you'll get a good laugh from it. Gintama, for me, is just gambling. I could stake all of my dopamine that this episode will make me laugh and hit the jackpot with me actually dying on the floor laughing, or I could bet half of my brain cells and lose all of them because my face throughout the entire episode is unintentionally this stoic statue that never flinched. I naturally had high expectations, looking at all the high accolades and praise this series has always been given. I was fully ready to start sniffing my own farts while talking about this show in S tier, but that's not the timeline we're living in right now. This show probably has some of the most subjective and weird comedy I've ever seen. And all of that subjective comedy is intentional because so much of this show is just absurd references to other manga at the time. So for context, Gintama is a manga that was published in 2003, so it referenced other Shonen Jump manga from 2003. And look, I was a 2000s kid, but by 2003, I couldn't even think. So obviously, most of those jokes flew directly over my head. And obviously, this show is a comedy. So if I spend an entire episode not laughing, I'm not enjoying myself. Oh, I should probably explain the premise. So Gintama is set in the Edo period of Japan after it got invaded by aliens. So now samurai are an oppressed group who have lost their honor. And Jintoki is a samurai that totally still retains his honor.
Instead of just rotting on the first season, I decided to peep at the second season since it definitely have more dated references, and it was definitely a step up, but it was still so hit or miss with the jokes, at least for me, that I can't place this any higher really. I totally understand if anyone makes this top tier, but for me, the best comedy anime has yet to come.
The Dungeon of Black Company has a protagonist who would unironically call himself an entrepreneur for buying like stink coin before it took off. He's a pretty wealthy dude and makes us kind of dislike him as he monologues about how he's a big time landlord and giggling about how he'd never have to work another day in his life. Then he gets transported into a more unforgiving world where grinding back to the top is less feasible. Although, as it turns out, through undeniable manipulation and a gross violation of labor laws, he fucking hypnotizes the poor souls basically into slavery. And he rises through to the top by being a deplorable human being. It's actually kind of funny, to be honest, and it's kind of more than just a comedy. I would say it's kind of, you know, a critique on capitalism and all that jazz. But all around, it was just entertaining as a whole. So I'm a Spider, So What is absolutely carried by the main character. She's a joy to watch on screen and is not a goon or loser who immediately knows that she's been isekai'd. I really like the contrast between the human classmates reincarnates and the Spider main character. And the progression with the main character's spider skills is a power fantasy done right. She doesn't go from level 1 to max in 2 episodes. It takes time. Honestly, the only thing keeping this back from being higher up is the CGI. They had to fuck it up, bruh. As a reincarnated aristocrat, I'll use my appraisal skill to rise in this world. It is a pretty well executed Slime Sekai inspired work. I feel like there has been a recent influx of shows where the power scaling of the protagonist isn't the main sense of the progression, where the people the main character surrounds themselves with being more important than anything else. I mean, hell, Remonster and this anime were airing simultaneously. And I'm not complaining about this rise of this specific trope, because to be completely frank, there are a million of different worse routes the isekai genre could have taken. So this isekai is about some dude that gets reincarnated into a body of the heir of a lordship of a small domain. And he was born with an appraisal skill, which allows him to see the underlying potential that each human has before him. And through this power, he pursues to create a strong domain with strong connections that'll be able to defend himself when an inevitable war breaks out. Basically, this is the networking isekai, and I think the best part about it is its characters, who are mostly just enjoyable to see on screen. Like this proud African American male who never lets himself down when everyone he is introduced to basically just calls him the N-word. He's my favorite. My next life as the villainess, All Routes Lead to Doom, is about a girl who gets sucked into a romance game where the antagonist or the villainess is trying to steal all the yaoi boys from the main characters. Yes, this is the undisputed GOAT of villainess isekai. The writing and drama is actually very well done, and all of the characters have unspoken riz. This is one of the shows that I really wasn't expecting to enjoy so much, but it really surprised me. I can honestly see like almost anyone liking this show. Isekai Ojisen, or the Uncle Isekai, is something I really enjoy. At first I thought it was just the continuation of the Mom Isekai cinematic universe, just rotating through different family members. But no, this is actually funny as hell. I feel like it's almost impossible to not have a good laugh watching this show. It's about a guy's uncle who gets hit by a truck and has been stuck in a coma for 17 years. But as it turns out, for all those 17 years, he's been living in an isekai, and he still retains a ton of his powers. So they make the obvious decision to start a YouTube channel and make that bag off of his uncle's powers. The nephew and uncle are a fucking hilarious duo. Like, the first thing that the uncle asks about after waking up from fucking 17-year coma is who won the fucking console war. The hero is overpowered but overly cautious is good. More gooder than I expected it to be. This has all the signs of a successful show. It has pretty good production with the GOAT Studio White Fox behind it. It has pretty much objectively funny bits and punchlines, and even if you know how every joke will play out because of the title, it still always gets you. You pretty much know what 100% of the jokes are gonna play out like, and that's completely fine. Expected humor can still be funny, and in this case, it is. Magical Shopping Arcade Abenobashi is a relatively old show that is about these two kids that get trapped in these alternate worlds themed by sci-fi, fantasy, and war. But every time they attempt to escape, they are pulled into another, weirder world. Although it's clear that every world is just a reflection of their hometown. It's just that each one takes up a whole new perspective on the town. This one has a crazy cool concept. I wouldn't recommend it to die-hard power fantasy fans, but for the real ones, y'all should hop on this. Tenko no Escaflowne was something I wasn't really looking forward to watching, because it's old. That's it. It's a me thing, not a you thing. I personally would rather watch a terrible modern isekai than just an okay old isekai. Just because these new shows are usually more brain rotted, and for the most part, the older shows, even if they're bad, still take themselves seriously. Although Escaflowne is pretty good. I came into this show actively dreading the experience, but I came out feeling pretty refreshed. Like, it's easy to forget how different isekai stories were usually told before the isekai boom. Instead of a power fantasy harem, this is a low fantasy epic with warring kingdoms and complex politics. And non-harem romance. The 12 Kingdoms is also a pretty old show, coming out back in 2002. The good old days. Just kidding, I wasn't even existing back then. It's a very interesting long-running epic where this random high school girl is visited by some mysterious blonde dude, then bam, she's a rightful heir to one of the 12 kingdoms in this fantasy world. The best part of this show is how descriptive it is with all the kingdom's politics, economics, and even philosophies. It's very clear that the creator put a tremendous amount of effort into realizing this world that is fantastical, yet realistic. And in the same way as Escaflowne, it's always cool to see how isekai in this time period progress without the major precedents in the genre that we have today. The wrong way to use healing magic is something I judged from before even watching it. I mean, with the absolutely fucking abominable reputation that healers have in anime, I wasn't very open-minded going into this. But as I watched and eventually finished episode 1, there was a part that convinced me that this was actually pretty good. It was the characters' reactions to being isekai that sold me on this show. This is one thing that I never understood when it came to shows in this genre, because this specific scene is a constant. Every single isekai needs a scene where the protagonist gets summoned to the fantasy world, because, you know, how else would they get there? But most, if not all of the scenes just feel unrealistic to me. Personally. Conventional reactions range from confusion to familiar, from sadness to acceptance, and mind-bogglingly, one of the most common ones nowadays is from excited to happy. And that's a whole other can of worms that I don't feel like talking about right now. But to me at least, if I got summoned to another world with the people that summoned me right in front of my face, my first reaction would be anger. Like, you really interrupted me 80 attempts into Mesmer to force me to roleplay as some RPG loser for a decade? That shit's fucked up. And my boy had the same reaction. Well, actually, this isn't the main character. This is, who seems a little confused all around. And then there's her, who's fucking happy, of course. These three make a great trio, who have every single reaction and all ground each other in reality. And even if they're not together for a lot of the time, you could just tell when the author gives a fuck about their world, just from how the characters act. It may be generic, but it doesn't do anything wrong, and it has some pretty decent writing and enjoyable characters. Why Relena ended up at the Duke's mansion fairly surprised me. I go into a lot of these isekai with a female protagonist thinking it's gonna end up as a reverse harem, my greatest enemy. But this one is actually pretty cool. The main character knows that in this world, her fiance drugs, then ultimately kills her because she reincarnates as a character from a book she read. And Relena barely has any wiggle room when it comes to their marriage, since it's a politically arranged marriage between nobility. So she has to find a smart way to either dissolve the engagement or not be poisoned and killed. Another positive I'd have to give this show is how it portrays the nobility. Not to insult any other authors, but it seems like the one that did this did some actual research on how they act and the various complexities between the political relations families have. How a realist hero rebuilt the kingdom is a story with a pretty decent concept. Instead of being reincarnated to save the kingdom on the battlefield, our protagonist is accomplishing that behind the successful management of the economy, using his knowledge of more modern societies. The show offers an angle we usually never see in isekai. On a real level, this show basically is just Civ 6, because our main character is practically just the ruler of the kingdom from the shadows. And it's really a joy to see him deal with and triumph over issues that literally span across the entire country.
Okay, I might actually get some hate for this, but I was never really a fan of Little Witch Academia. Like, it's like the writers were just made aware of Wholesome 100 and decided to base their entire show around this one meme. I never really found it funny either. The setting was only something I've seen a billion times, so the show never really offered anything to me. I really have nothing against the show, it just wasn't for me. I don't do anything I don't have to. What I do have to do, I do quickly.
Wiser words were never spoken. This is the philosophy of the main character of Hyoka. He's a real one with a real mindset, but unfortunately everyone around him isn't base enough to appreciate his worldview. He joins this club and meets this bubbly girl who changes his whole perspective on everything. The visuals are absolutely stunning, sometimes even weirdly psychedelic. It's Kyoto animations, and you can just tell by the sheer passion put into the show. I just thought what they decided to adapt was kind of boring. Slice of life is at the core of the show, and that's really disappointing for me. For those who like the genre, I'm sure it's good for them, but at the end of the day, I've never really been that into slice of life, and I hopefully never will. The day I mentioned the grocery store arc in the same breath as the likes of the Chimera Ant arc is the same day I lose all self-respect. Golden Time did a thing I wasn't really a fan of. The main protagonist is a victim of memory loss. He has amnesia. So throughout the entire show, a lot of what he does is for the sake of remembering who he was. But basically what this means in practice is that the main character that we're following for the entire show is just a blank slate with no personality or memories. And he stumbles his way through the plot, his relationships, and college for the entire show. It was entertaining enough to keep me around with some pretty interesting characters, but it's not amazing. At least it didn't take place in high school. Yeah, so Blood Plus was an anime I watched in like 8th grade. In 7th grade, it was summer, and I had basically nothing going on, so I'd literally go down my anime list rankings and watch every single anime on there. But at some point, I pretty much watched every single notable anime that came out, at least at the time. So I started getting obscure. Blood Plus was one of those not very popular but recognizable anime I got into. It was pretty okay. It's about this anemic girl that gets saved by this vamp dude, and they team up to form the Vamp Defense Force or some shit. I've never really been all that into vampire media, and this had some good ideas and characters, but the pacing and narrative was just okay to me. High Score Girl is about a kid who's no good at school, sports, or really anything productive, but all of that doesn't matter to him as long as he has the arcade. He's known around the arcade as the man and prides himself at being good at video games. That is, until a girl from his class, who always has perfect grades and has hella friends and all that, folds him like a beach chair in Street Fighter 2, with fucking Zangief of all characters. For comparison, for all you brain-rotted Gen Z zombies, beating someone with Zangief is like queuing up solo squads in a Fortnite lobby while only running the classic pistol the entire game and then actually winning. In Street Fighter 6, nothing sobers you up more than getting clipped by a Zangief player. It's like you might as well hop on Fall Guys at that point. But I really like what High School Girl has going for it. It does a really great job at explaining how arcade games were played back then, even down to the most niche strategies. This anime is one I definitely recommend for the nerds out there in the audience, if and only if you can tolerate what I've been trying to avoid talking about like a plague, which is the animation, the CGI. Whatever the fuck they did to the characters to make them look like sentient Funko Pops. It's just not that great to look at, and honestly, it'd be way higher if it wasn't objectively ugly. Blood Lad is about a vampire weeaboo who meets a Japanese high schooler and then completely throws away his life for her. So he's this badass territory leader of the demon realm, while in actuality he's a degenerate who fawns over humans in their culture. Honestly, my favorite part of this show is the art style and how the studio chose to color the demon realm. Then suddenly a human mysteriously appears inside the realm, and it's some Japanese girl. So Stas, who's the main character, absolutely geeks out on her and exposes himself as a dork. But then through his own incompetence, Stas just lets the girl fucking die and turn into a ghost. And then for the rest of the show, it's about him just trying to find a way to revive her. This show is a nice put it on in the background type of show to just chill to. Stas is a very fun protagonist, although the girl, who I honestly already forgot the name of, kinda has no personality. That was my only real criticism of the show. You're Being Summoned Azazel really surprised me for what it is. It's about this private detective that secretly uses black magic and summons demons to do his work for him. It's not a special or even all too interesting concept in itself. I mean, this demon detective trope is honestly more common than I thought it would be, with the best example being Damien from Invincible. But this anime is a comedy, and
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander credit as Devontae sends it.
This shit hits. It's not only funny to see these stupid ass characters interact with each other, but also the way the anime is produced amplifies that stupidity tenfold. Like, why do those tits have recoil? I'm genuinely crying. Probably not for everyone though. Only watch it if you have my brain dead sense of humor. This show follows an inspector from Aka, which is a government that was put in place after a coup d'etat destroyed the previous authority of the country of Doha. Our main character is tasked with auditing the 13 states of a country in order to sniff out the faintest trace of malpractice. This show is a slow burn, deceptive story that is deeply political. Viewers will learn to understand that looks can be deceiving in this occupation, and characters will always have deeper agendas and will never wear their intentions on their sleeves. Paired with a great production and overall great adaptation, this anime is something that a lot of people wrote off in 2017 because it doesn't offer any instant gratification. But if you're willing to allow yourself to be immersed in the world, then this anime is for you. A lot of comedy anime is just like Call of Duty. There's no variety. It's always like, here's the same high school setting that you've seen 1,000 times, but this time it's a different club that the characters are in or some shit like that. And I'm not saying that these shows are automatically bad. A lot of them make it work in a big way. I'm just saying all this to express how Hozuki's cool-headedness was truly a breath of fresh air. It's set in hell, and in this world, hell is run like a bureaucracy, with the only reason that is running in good order being the perfectionist micromanager, Hozuki. The art is so unique. All the backgrounds look like sketched afterthoughts, and the animation itself is surprisingly fluid. I found this one pretty funny, but I also still find fart jokes funny in 2024, so I'm obviously not the authority on this subject. The Witch and the Beast immediately drew me into its Victorian low fantasy with one of the oddest main duos I've ever seen in anime. It's a significant twist on the classic good cop bad cop dynamic with the loud and perpetually pissed off Guidu, who reminds me a lot of Unosuke somehow, and Ashaf, a stylish mysterious mage who has like crow magic and shit. I really fuck with all the character designs in the show, and they're all just so dripped out. But anyways, they're part of an organization whose main objective is to take in all of the witches scattered across the world. And there are 17 witches in total, and the story has them traveling from place to place, uncovering mysteries and bitch slapping some witches. It's a heavily character driven show that's great when it comes to this show because the characters are the best part. This show has a very interesting story about a witch living during France's 1,000-year... Bro, I was about to say the 1,000-year blood war arc from Bleach. But no, this is the 100-year war with England. And as a naive girl who has to put up with fighting going on in her backyard and people she knows being dragged into the war, she usually ends up using her god-given magic powers to meddle in battles and use extreme measures to make sure everyone stops fighting. She views it as the just thing to do, but consistently she's berated by older succubi and even angels that she's projecting her childishly simple solutions to a problem much more complex. Yet she continues to meddle in battles anyways because she's stubborn. But as it turns out, her attempts at mediation have only drawn out the war further because in multiple cases there had been decisive war-ending battles taking place only for her to meddle in it, leading to no decisive victory nor decisive ending to anything. This is, in my opinion, a really good medieval fantasy that explores the horrors of war and also the consequences for not understanding the horrors of war. This anime got buried in 2015 for no apparent reason, it seems like. The only thing I didn't like too much about it was the ending. Anime as a whole has been guilty for really romanticizing the shit out of school life and adolescence. Hell, if I offered to give some Mr. Beast type of money to a shonen author under the condition that they don't write their shows in high school, they wouldn't take that shit. But Insomniac's After School is a great show that is set in high school, but it doesn't paint this idyllic picture of how high school life is the best or anything like that. It centers around the struggles of adolescents who can't change their defects but learn to live with them regardless. And it also turns out to be a very cute romance story about two insomniacs who comfort each other through their disorder. Definitely one of the most heartwarming stories I found on this list. Wandering Sun is about the prettiest girl in class who ends up being a boy. I don't know what it is about seinen and gender benders are. Like, do they really think that this deserves to be in the same genre as Elf and Lead just because someone switched up their gender? Like, it's not even that much of a controversial issue anymore. It's been brought to the mainstream with celebrity trans women, like most recently Joe Biden. So seriously, anime like this that cover touchy subjects usually end up poorly researched, mishandled disasters, and in some cases can end up being straight up insulting. So with a more serious anime like this, there is a lot more opportunity for it to end up being a catastrophe, but luckily we live in the good timeline. The story follows Nitori, who always felt like a girl, and then Takatsuki, who hates wearing skirts and feels like a boy. Both of these youths feel strangled by societal norms and gender roles. This is a show about transgender issues with beautiful presentation. I mean, you've been seeing it on screen. These watercolor pastels that define the background and characters really make this show such a unique experience. You can tell that it has some pure passion behind it. Ultimately, the show tries to educate, but also pose a bunch of difficult questions to the audience, like what does it mean to be a boy or girl, or what is gender dysphoria, or why do people find trans people weird? And I think the show makes an honest effort to answer those questions. The kawaii complex might look like your ordinary rom-com that's somehow ascended through inexplicable means, but honestly, the art direction and whole production team behind this shit deserves a sizable raise from their usual wage, which for animators back in 2014, their pay was probably just the privilege to see their kids or some shit. And by the way, I called this a masterpiece, but only as an animation. The perspective, the fluid motions, the radiance that shines throughout the entire show is a style I heavily fuck with. Talking about the show, I didn't really find the romance to be something I haven't seen a million times, but I actually did find this one to be pretty funny from time to time. All the characters were mad entertaining, and it was really just an enjoyable watch. House of Five Leaves is about a timid shy guy Ronin, and if you don't know, a Ronin is a wandering samurai who somehow lost their master. He gets hired as a bodyguard for this dude he just found on the streets, and then it turns out that guy is a member of a gang called the House of Five Leaves, and after a little bit, the Ronin ends up joining up and ends up meeting all the members. This is clearly a character-driven show with surprisingly little action. It's a lot of dialogue, talks of plans for a specific job, or just sneaking around and gathering intel. And it's not bad because I love all the characters. Jormungand is a nuts to butts action anime with arms dealers, criminal organizations, and assassins. If you just want a mindless action show to just turn your brain off with, watch this. This anime has everything. Although if you're looking for anything more than action, maybe I'd turn and look towards something else on this list. Because while the characters are unique and interesting in their own way, it's always just really hard to root for them at all. Because usually when shows are told through the perspective of law-breaking misfits, a lot of the times their actions are framed as something that could be totally justifiable. But in this show, they're trying to frame it that way, but there's also an elephant in the room that I just couldn't get off my mind the entire time while watching this. These people are all doing this shady business and engaging in potentially fatal encounters with a child soldier. They're knowingly putting him at risk and working with him like it's nothing. As a child tasked with being a bodyguard to an arms dealer, Jonah is numb to all the bloody shit. But the adults he's working for, I guess, just become numb to working with an actual child. It's really kinda indefensible and ruins a lot of the show to me. Space Brothers is about two brothers who one day spot a UFO, and then both of them vow to become astronauts one day to prove that what they saw was real. The younger brother vows to go on the moon, and the older brother one-ups him and declares he's going to step on Mars. In an ironic twist, the younger brother was the one to actually make it as the astronaut, and then the older one turns out to be an unemployed bum. I really like the structure of Space Brothers, how it cut from present to the past to seamlessly give background and context for a lot of things. And then also it really surprised me just how much the authors seem to know about space travel and the specific things that astronauts do. And as it turns out, JAXA actually helped out in a significant way with the production of the series. And JAXA stands for the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, which is basically just Japanese NASA. So if you want a slow burn story about two brothers with big dreams, this show is for you. This show is about a talking anointed lizard that shows up to the main character's bed and tells him he gotta save the world or else some magician is gonna use his ultimate weapon called the Biscuit Hammer. Obviously our main guy thinks he's hallucinating until whoa, Genshin Impact player? Then he gets saved by some 16-year-old and then he pledges his loyalty to her and calls her his princess. This guy is a college student, by the way. So what makes this plot actually interesting is that the girl actually vows to destroy Earth herself. And they'll have to oppose this omniscient magician dude and also 11 other knights that were given power to save the world. It's a pretty intriguing premise that the anime handles, well, about as well as a cat would handle its litter box. It shits all over it. The manga handles it better. It separates itself from all the other save the world generic stories we've seen 1,000 times. All the characters are their own people who just happen to get roped into this larger than life battle for Earth's survival. The fights are really cool too if you're tired of generic battle shonen shit. And overall, it's a whimsical journey that's a really fun read, at least what I've seen so far. The Fable is about a cold-hearted, merciless hitman who kills without a second's thought, but he also shits himself watching like the Japanese equivalent of Jake Paul on the car ride back just after committing mass murder. He's an interesting dude to say the least, and his fame has reached such a level where he's known as the Fable in the underworld. So due to his fame, his boss wants him to lay low for a year under some Yakuza branch. But some of those Yakuza members see him as a threat and do whatever they can to indirectly drive him out. This show is here to serve. It's serving up some gourmet action with a side of badass and an entree of exquisite, genuinely funny bits. I mean, there's not much else to say. The anime does a pretty okay job, honestly, but the manga is way better. I read some of it a while back. Alright, listen. I'm not really a fan of the whole creepy twin stereotypes that shitty horror movie started, and that's because I'm a twin. And I'll tell you right now that all twins aren't these succinct, single unit creepers that talk in unison and only exist to be a side gag in sitcoms. My brother accomplishes that on his own. He don't need me for that. So all of that is to say that when I found that this show is about a couple that adopts a creepy pair of twins, I was immediately turned off. Oh, this ended up being one of the most unique shows on this list, to say the least. So I should probably clarify that the couple are under the impression that they only adopted one boy, but through some absolute fucking absurd shenanigans and twin antics, only one of them is in sight at a time. At first, my impression was that this was going to be some psychological thriller, because to be perfectly honest, these creepy motherfuckers act exactly like Johan from Monster, only if he had a clone brother. And then also, there are some clues and undertones throughout the beginning that hinted that their antics are calculated measures for them to get towards some nefarious goal. But then I see this shit. So for context, one of the twins is kinda starving since he had to hide out of sight from the family the entire time. So come dinner time, he waits for the perfect moment and slithers under the dinner table. And then they just trade positions, looking like they're doing some Simone Biles routine. At this point, I was laughing my ass off and 1000% convinced that this had to be a comedy. And believe it or not, this was made by the same author that did Sakamoto. And even though I wasn't the biggest fan of Sakamoto, I'm a fan of this. Mostly because I straight up just find it funnier, but also there's an actual plot. You might be laughing, but these twins are dead serious on their objective of vengeance. Darker Than Black? What is this, some type of porno? Oh, nope, it's an anime. A pretty good anime, as I would soon find out. The show lives in this bleak world where one day a giant wall just spawned in called Hell's Gate. And along with that, these supernaturals were born called contractors and dolls who each have their own respective set of powers and abilities. Our main character is a lone wolf Sigma male contractor, but what I like about this show is its very unconventional structure. The plot barely actually focuses on the main characters and instead shines light on characters who under normal circumstances would just be in the background. It's cool because we get to view this insane world through the lens of some average ordinary people for the most part. And we get to see the impact that these supernatural freaks, including our main characters, have on their lives. Gargantia on the Verdurous Planet is another mecha anime, and one thing that this show made me remember was something I said in real life to a friend at some point, and I quote, "The mechs in mecha anime are usually the least interesting part of the show." In episode 1, we're immediately thrusted with this kind of boring mecha save the world type of mission action scene. But then suddenly the main character gets sucked into a wormhole and sent to a place that he has absolutely no knowledge of. And that's why I think this anime is interesting. It's kind of like a what if we dropped a random East Coast American into a native island tribe that speaks a foreign language and has an unfamiliar culture. It'll always be tough. And I think shows like this are cool for depicting stuff like that. Ajin is a show about demi-humans who have the power to basically manifest a JoJo stand that are sometimes referred as blackies. Yeah. So I'm aware this series received a decently popular anime, but I've heard from multiple sources that the anime diverges from the manga in a significant way early on, and that generally people enjoy the manga way more, and that's what I read. Ajin starts out pretty unique. I actually really enjoyed the main character. I think so many anime nowadays always feel the need to fall into place by writing it from the perspective of some completely average typical protagonist. But Kei is a genius who wants to become a doctor, but suddenly he finds out that he's not human because he possesses the main identifying trait that a demi-human has, which is the ability to come back from death. But in Ajin's world, demis aren't treated like people. It's so bad, in fact, that immediately after hearing the news, his own family started referring to Kei as an it. The only reason Kei was able to escape capture was because of his sharp mind to think in the moment, and also his only support he has left, which is his friend, Kaido. You could call this manga a lot of things. It's definitely a horror thriller type of series with a psychological aspect to it, but I think the core of this show is the theme of dehumanization. Everyone in human society sees Kei as an alien creature that they could use to their own advantage. No interaction with a human after Kei was exposed contained an ounce of empathy. They look at him like an animal, and even when Kei meets up with other demi-humans, he comes to the depressing realization that he's leading an isolated existence in biology and mentality. I think this can be a very introspective read for a lot of people, and I love the paneling work and just art in general. Everything flows so well, and I also love how every single character is written. It feels like everyone is just their own individual, not trying to live up to some archetype or any of that nonsense. So give Ajin a shot, even if it's the anime. I've only heard good things about it. Number 6 is this utopian city where there is no poverty, no conflicts, and for the most part, no problems. But of course, that's not true. There's a dark underbelly to the city that the always skeptical Shion started to get curious about, but immediately as he starts expressing suspicion, he gets shut up. Number 6 is a show about the main character duo as they are whisked away to a different reality and find out the true nature of their society after taking the red pill. I really love shows like this. Full Metal Panic doesn't really do anything new, but it easily excels in everything that it does do. Usually when anime do that thing where 50% of the show consists of violent militaristic warfare and carnage, and then the other 50% is a high school rom-com, I cringe, because the shit just does not mix at all. And it's easy to tell that the writers manipulated the fabric of their own plot and world just so that this subplot could happen. Although with Full Metal Panic, I was surprised to see how well these two settings could be weaved together, and it works. The characters are fun, the action is a good time, and overall, a good anime. Kaiba has this early mid-70s cartoonish type of aesthetic that I'm sure is the reason most people drop this show. But I think a lot of people missed out because this is an extremely creative and atypical story about this kind of dystopia where the concept of death isn't really a thing. As long as you have your memories, you could be reborn into another body. It's one of the most abstract and brave stories I've ever seen, and it has one of the most interesting explorations of amnesia. Tiger and Bunny pleasantly surprised me. It's about these people who were randomly gifted with supernatural abilities, and some of them chose to wreak havoc and become cackling cartoon villains, and others chose to become heroes. Show's kinda similar to My Hero Academia in that aspect. But unlike My Hero Academia, every single hero is under contract and is completely bought and paid for by media companies who televise their every action as heroes. So I guess it's kind of like The Boys in that aspect. I like this show. It definitely has more of a comic book vibe to it in the first couple of episodes, but then the plot takes a turn and we start to learn a lot about the world. A mecha romance show like Eureka 7 had all the ingredients for something that was just not my thing at the time I watched it. But the actual dish it created from those ingredients surprised me in a big way. The show is more than just a mecha show with a whiny main character. It's got depth, mysteries that will have you clicking on the next episode, and pretty well written characters. But there's a big but. This show is old. So old that it has this goofy ass picture size that just sizzles my eyeballs. And a lot of the show suffers from it being a product of its time. For a story like this to have a significant amount of it be comprised of filler is just a major turnoff that really detracts from the experience. Arakawa Under the Bridge has one of the goofiest premises I've ever seen, but it has some surprisingly great execution. So this guy, Ko, is the heir of some huge corporation, and he's always lived by his father's teachings to never owe anyone anything. But then he ends up getting his life saved by some girl, and suddenly he owes his entire life to someone. So he offers everything from wealth, assets, to real estate to her, but she doesn't budge. And wait, she's actually an alien from Venus? And wait, she actually just lives under this bridge? And wait, there's an entire community of weirdos that live under here too? This shit just gets weirder and weirder. And this Nepo baby now has to learn how to live under this bridge and coexist with everyone to pay off his debt. Yeah, this shit is weird, but as you might have already been able to tell from the clips I've already been putting on the screen, this animation style is Studio Shaft. And just production wise, this is artistically one of the best looking in their whole catalog. I just love every single thing to ever be put out from this studio. They have such a unique process when it comes to creating anime. They're truly never afraid to take risks with their psychedelic, sometimes lightning quick paced narratives. The show has a presentation that I can only describe if you are currently getting a lobotomy. And the fact that this was animated by Shaft only amplifies the show's weirdness. And I know it sounds like I'm shitting on the show, but honestly to me, as someone who naturally just watches so much anime, weird or just out of the ordinary is one of the best compliments I could give. Castletown Dandelion is about a really big family with 11 members in total, and their extremely hectic lifestyles with so many siblings. At least that's what I thought it was about. Then it's revealed that the father is the king of the country they're living in, which makes all the children royalty. Okay, so it's going to be like a modern take on a royal family. Seems like the show could go in an interesting direction. And then, out of nowhere, the children all have superpowers now. This show keeps just casually adding genre-defining plot points as an afterthought. Next is gonna be like, oh yeah, by the way, they're actually reverse isekai incarnates who are just goblins disguised as humans. Like, why the fuck does this modern-looking Japan country have a monarchy? And why do they have superpowers? But it was ultimately a pretty enjoyable time. There's this royal election that's gonna happen to determine the next king or queen, and I'm just gonna totally disregard why they're having an election in a fucking monarchy, but the whole show is about the rivalry between the siblings to see who's gonna get the throne. It's trashy, but undeniably. This show was made by the same guy that made Interspecies Reviewers. You remember that shit? And it makes me feel so dirty because I was actually enjoying myself a lot for this show. First of all, the art style. You could just look at it on screen. Genuinely 10 out of 10 from art standpoint. I really fuck with the style. But not just the art too. The animation and fight scenes are all a treat to look at because it's the slaves at Studio Mappa who are behind this anime. The premise also caught my eye too. It takes place in a world that was swarming with demons 800 years ago, and then God sent down his special ops to go down and take care of them. Those special ops are called Itadin, who would stay on Earth and even make up their own race of people in the next 800 years of peacetime. Although after so many years without conflict, evil forces are trying to resurrect demons across the world. It's a banger premise with a banger adaptation, although what I have a problem with is the actual writing. I mean, did you actually expect to receive a good story from the guy whose biggest accomplishment in life is creating a monster girl fetish show? It presents sexual assault about as sophisticated as a hentai does, and I like a lot of the characters' personalities, but their reactions to situations just doesn't feel realistic at all. And I really don't like any of the villains or the main villain. Still an enjoyable show overall though. This show genuinely might be one of the most accurate depictions of ADHD I've ever seen. It's a fun little show to pass the time with. It's about Rumi, who sits in the back of the class with Seki, and all Rumi wants to do is pay attention to the lesson. But by the end of the episode, she always ends up getting swept up in whatever over-the-top antics Seki has gotten himself into. From a fully realized domino course to a fucking war with shogi pieces. Very entertaining, and I really like the art style. So this is about a girl who saved a puppy from drowning, and then the shrine goddess gives her some power as thanks. And it turns out that it's the ability to transform into anyone she pleases, and she thinks of using this power to pursue her crush. And although the theme may seem predictable, believe me, it is predictable. She uses her power only to end up regretting it, and then by the end of the show learns to accept and love herself for who she is. And yeah, the theme may have been predictable, but the ride there wasn't all too bad. The production was all around pretty amazing in this show, and the characters are charming. Welcome to Demon School is slept on. Maybe because the questionable budget or whatever limitations the studio working on this obviously had, or maybe it's, you know what, no, that's definitely the only reason the show is slept on. Because honestly, it's hilarious. Iruma-kun is a kid who can't say no to literally anything, so he's always being taken advantage of. Eventually it gets so bad that his parents literally sell his soul to a devil. But the demon that purchased his soul actually turns out to be a pretty cool guy who just wants a grandson. So then he gets taken to the demon world to attend the demon high school, where it turns out that his demon grandfather is the principal of said school. And also, Iruma is the only human in that school filled with demons who consider humans as an exquisite delicacy. It's extremely easy to see how something with the setup like this can make for some great laughs. Like Iruma having to sing the school anthem, which is literally about how humans' only purpose in this world is to serve as food for demon kind. I reincarnated as the 7th prince so I could take my time perfecting my magic ability is some fresh garbage that came from the spring season. It's about a person of low birth that dies and gets reincarnated as a highborn prince with exceptional magic. Yes, the protagonist doesn't actually start out on Earth. Their last life was in the same fantasy land they reincarnate into. So he's an OP protagonist that just hides its strength and blah blah blah, you already know. Although this show has some pretty cool characters, like the absolute magic fanatic main character who literally by episode 1 becomes Gojo when he smashes together the essence of two completely separate magic systems to tear the fabric of the universe. And then by episode 2 he just casually becomes Sukuna. So this is a show that I completely and utterly forgot existed. So I revisited a little of it and I think I know why I don't remember it. It's just kind of meh. Not great, not the worst thing I've ever seen, but I do gotta give it props. The premise was pretty interesting for 2011. So the main character ends up being framed for a crime and he gets sent to this strange prison where the inmates all compete in these sadistic death games for whatever reason. Overall, the writing wasn't impeccable, but it was always just a fun show with batshit insane characters, although really fumbled by the end. Giant killing is a genius new innovation in the medium of anime as we know it. It's a sports anime and the sports teams aren't high schools. It seriously says something that a concept like this is what gets me hyped up. Giant Killing is about a struggling Japanese league team called the ETU that has been on a losing streak so bad and so soul-crushing that its own fans have been abandoning them. So in a fit of desperation, they hire this former Premier League Japanese player as the coach, and he has to work with this dysfunctional team with conflicting personalities. It's actually really cool to see a sports show from the perspective of the coach. I'm not gonna lie, I've always been kind of a hater of sports coaches. Like, why is the coach of the Chiefs a household name when it doesn't even look like he can run 100 meters, let alone walk it? But this anime gave me a whole new appreciation of how important coaches really are to a team. And this show is also just a really good classic underdog sports anime. And the coach uses the term giant killing whenever they take down a big team. I mean, come on, that's just metal. Mirai Nikki was trash, but at least it was fun. New gen death game anime usually just boiled down to the oh shit, shock value gore scene, or what the hell am I watching? These shows typically tend to differentiate themselves solely with the color of the yandere's hair. Darwin's Game is a show that somewhat fits in with the rest of these. Its characters are kind of uninteresting and sometimes cringe. The writing is messy, like how do you clear an entire city for your shitty mobile game app death game just for one night and then come daytime everyone just spawns back in? It's a question that even the writer probably doesn't even know himself. Although I've always been a sucker for death game media done right. Like I was that one annoying prick during quarantine who wouldn't shut up about Squid Game. And Darwin's Game is just okay. It relies way too much on just shock value. And shock value by definition is cheap. It's indicative of poor writing and a lack of ability when it comes to building stakes. But it's still exciting. It might not be the most substantial thing in the world, but at least it's interesting. I was entertained my whole time watching this show, and that's more than I could say for any show in the mid-tier. Akagi at first reminded me a lot of Kaiji, but as I got further into the show, I realized that they're nothing alike. The real reason I saw such an immediate resemblance was because of the strikingly similar art styles, which makes sense given that Studio Madhouse were behind both anime. So this show is about a guy who's been down on his luck, whether it be on gambling or stocks. But it got so bad that he resorted to betting his life on a game of mahjong against the Yakuza. But even in this game with all the stakes in the world, he's kinda eating shit. But this boy barges in, whose name is, you guessed it, Akagi. Thinking that the boy could change the tide of the game, the guy straight up just lets Akagi play while he's explaining the rules of mahjong to him. But long story short, he turns out to be the Magnus Carlsen of mahjong. And it's hella fun to see how he weaponizes seemingly unrelated situations and people to his game. The show is just very intelligent. Like, no matter how smart you think you are, this show is smarter. Although one qualm I have about the show is that I feel like it never really explained the rules of mahjong all too well. It's a complex game that's a lot like poker, where there's a ton of possible hands, and without knowing knowledge of those hands, I feel like a lot of the show's excitement is taken away. Yes, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid is an isekai. It's a dragon coming to Japan to live with her long-lost lesbian sisters. It sounds like an isekai to me. Regarding the actual quality of the show, I have but one word: Kyoto Animations. They just don't miss. I love everything that the studio touches, and Dragon Maid isn't an exception. I remember a while back there was some drama over the dub of the show, and I think there's some other drama. There's a lot of drama with the show. But I swear to God, people were making me believe that the SJW systematically infiltrated Kyoto HQ and injected their blasphemous rhetoric in the dub, when in actuality, it wasn't actually that bad. Was some of it cringe? Yeah. But it's not like it was completely out of left field. Like, I think they usually fit in the context of what they're talking about. My completely controversial opinion is that people care way too much about this shit.
Promare is a Studio Trigger original. You know what else is a Studio Trigger original? Only like some of my favorite piece of anime ever. Yeah, so I was hyped to get into it. And it was definitely a Studio Trigger original. It felt a lot like Gurren Lagann. The plot would never stay in one place for long, things would move at an incredible pace, and eventually the show becomes almost unidentifiable to what it originally once was. But Gurren Lagann did this over the course of 24 episodes, and it felt like Promare tried to mirror the same kind of structure in the time frame of, well, a movie. Promare is about a race of humans that come to be because they suddenly started spontaneously combusting. As they begin to be able to control their flames, they basically become the boogeyman to normal humans. Our main character is a firefighter dude who looks and acts oddly similar to a certain Sublimity. The premise, along with triggering my dopamine receptors with the movie's godly art style, got me really hooked into it. Although the awful pacing, blatant plot holes, and inconsistencies quickly started showing themselves. But who the hell cares in the end? I still had way too much dumb fun with this. It was just sick. B&A, or Brand New Animal, was probably carried entirely by Studio Trigger for me, because I really fuck with the whole art style as a whole. The show lives in this world where civilization is separated into two camps, humans and beastmen, although our main character represents a disruption in that entire dynamic shared by both of these groups. She's a human that somehow turned into a Tanuki girl, so this show has a pretty good hook and an exceptional production, but I fear it suffers from a mediocre execution. It's not bad by any means, I still like the show the whole way through, although I think it really fumbled a lot of its potential. Seraph of the End is a huge throwback that was created by the same studio that made Attack on Titan, and it seems to draw a lot of inspiration from it too. It got basically a copy and pasted Eren Yeager and Armin and Mikasa, and it's set in an apocalyptic world where these mysterious vampires spread a disease that kills off everyone above the age of 13. Although the similarities end here, this anime has admittedly a very gripping start. I honestly believed I was gonna be eating like extremely good with this first episode. That genuinely led me to believe we're getting something of Attack on Titan quality. The art is amazing, the music is incredible, and I don't want to spoil the first episode, but I thought they handled it the best that they possibly could. But as soon as episode 2 switched on, the cracks started to form. Somehow, through an ass pull of extraordinary magnitude, this supposed apocalyptic setting with a destitute populace and scarce circumstances became set in a fucking high school. It's honestly beyond my comprehension how so many of these anime authors feel this gravitational pull to always writing this way. There's also this guy who's just Zenitsu with less screen time and half volume. Overall, I never found a lot of the characters introduced after episode 1 to be all that interesting. Although surprisingly, the show pretty much changes gears every couple of episodes. It's pretty fast paced, so the high school shit never lasts very long. I'm not even a big hater of the show. I'm literally just saying that it's worse than Attack on Titan, which is true for like 95% of the shows on this list. Overall, it's above average. Bakuman reminded me a lot of a sports anime. Two ordinary Joes dream for the top, and they face many obstacles and clash heads with rivals on the way there. We're also educated on what they're trying to reach the top of, whether that be basketball, tennis, or manga. This anime, written by the same guy who made Death Note, by the way, was surprised to see that, is about these youngsters who dream of writing a popular Shonen Jump series, which was pretty much identical to Young Me, the only difference being actual down in basic literacy. And it's so interesting as a guy who's been watching anime for most of his life to see how manga is legitimately created from start to finish. Also, watching their journey and seeing them perfect their craft is not only incredibly entertaining, but also makes me appreciate the medium significantly more. It's truly an impressive feat that the only two series written by Obata are so great in their own respective ways. And it's a shame that he only created these two and nothing else. Blood Blockade Battlefront low-key takes me back. The way I got into this anime back in the day was from those OG like top 50 anime opening videos, and that opening was pretty damn good. okay? This anime is like Bakuno, kind of, where it follows all these random nameless characters with a seemingly non-linear story, but then by the end, we can connect all the dots and put everything together. It lives in this pretty interesting supernatural world where pretty much anything goes. The storytelling was chaotic and all over the place, which was kind of its thing in the early episodes. Although towards the end, I feel like the show kind of lost itself a little bit and it never really recovered. Wonder Egg Priority was a show that as it was airing, I was certain was going to be a modern classic. It had style, a trippy premise that covers a sensitive subject, and a story that rewards close attention to detail while watching. The concept of magical eggs that when opened allows the victim to battle their inner traumas was a concept so out there that seriously only anime could do it. But as episodes kept coming out, I felt like the show just kept getting goofier. And I know that's sort of ironic to say that when the premise feels like a manifesto for this side of the political compass, but towards the end, the story genuinely felt like one of my D&D sessions, just completely improvised. And like everything else that came out that year, Wonder Egg Priority fell out of public consciousness. And that's really disappointing because I genuinely loved the first half of the show. But at the same time, that ending, man, that was really tough. But it had so much potential. It's just sad. Charlotte was an anime that had my full attention in the first couple episodes. It's about a boy who has the supernatural ability to switch consciousness with anyone he sees for 5 seconds, and he uses this ability to cheat his way to a prestigious high school. It's kind of wild that there was a time we needed sci-fi superpowers in order to know all the answers on the exam, but I digress. So he pretty much gets found out by this girl who's also the student council president, of course, and everyone else in the student council also has supernatural abilities. Sounds pretty cool. Although the plot gets kind of messy in the later half of the show, which is something I really can't look past. It was still an enjoyable time though. High School of the Dead is the epitome of the age 14 years old. Back then, you were probably only concerned with one thing: big, substantial story hooks. And this anime really delivers on its premise, where it's a zombie apocalypse and it's just a bunch of teenagers trying to survive. At the end of the day, this anime is just a big barrel of dumb fun, with jiggling, almost reverberating fight scenes with high tension moments. Not gonna lie, if I watch this show now, I'd probably hate it. Good thing I watched it when I was 14. 2 scenarios. Scenario 1 is that you give horrible ingredients to Gordon Ramsay and tell him to cook you a meal. And then scenario 2 is where you give the finest ingredients to some personal chef you found on Craigslist. Whose dish would you think would turn out better? Personally, I'd say Gordon Ramsay's. The best ingredients in the hands of an incompetent chef will turn to disaster. A murder mystery time travel anime sounds sick, and Erased was sick for most of its duration. Satoru is a guy that always had the ability to turn back time to a point before catastrophe. But in his most recent encounter with tragedy, he time traveled before the event happened, but this time several decades before it happened. He figures out that the tragic event might be connected to the mysterious murder of his classmate during childhood, and that it might be the reason he time traveled back so far in the past. So Satoru desperately tries to piece together clues as to what actually happened and who the murderer is for the entire show. The intrigue of the show comes from its intensely sinister mystery that poses the question of who in the world would ruthlessly kill an innocent girl. And it was incredibly fun to piece together clues as an audience member on the sidelines while watching Satoru's journey. But by around the halfway point, the show self-reports itself. It exposed just how stupid we, the audience, the creators, think we are. The narrative started getting about as subtle as Lil Nas X. It literally devolves to the point where Satoru is just like, okay, can you just raise your hand if you're the killer for me? That'd be very helpful. Okay, much obliged. So then when the mystery is eliminated for those who have brains bigger than this, what's left in this show? Well, the drama between the characters is one thing, and I do generally like most of the characters, so it wasn't even bad to sit through. It was just really frustrating how this show had so much raw potential just for the author to throw it all in the garbage. You should be proud of yourself, because you've made it. You've made it to the top tiers of this long-winded video. I just want to say thank you for tuning in until now, and if you've gotten this far into the video, you might as well subscribe. I also have a Patreon if you want to support these high effort videos. But anyways, let's dive into the next 100 shows in a tier simply titled The Highest 100.
A Cell World is about a guy that gets trapped in a game world and has to level up and fight his way to the top to meet the creator of the game. And throughout my whole time watching this, I just couldn't help but think, what is this? Food 8 online? Like, this is the definition of a bootleg ass anime. What's next? Hunger x Hunger? Full Plate Alchemist? My Hero Cafeteria? 7 Deadly Chins? So A Cell World is actually made by the same guy that made Sword Art Online, and I think I actually like this one more. Of course, that's not saying much. I'm not a Sword Art Online dick rider, aka 14 years old, so it's not exactly a tall order. Although A Cell World, I think, has some more fleshed out ideas, and it's for the most part just a show to turn your brain off and chill with. Have you ever seen a diagram or animated model in your biology class and it's just objectively gross? Like, no one wants to see all that. Well, one day I got recommended that one genre of YouTube video where it's like professional League of Legends players react to Asmongold admitting he doesn't take showers. You've definitely seen them before, when an expert in this specific field does a reaction to some sort of popular thing in that field. But this time for me, it was Doctor Reacts to Cells at Work. And that was how I found out about one of the greatest anime of 2018. And I'm allowed to say that because nothing came out in 2018. So this anime is honestly really just a fun watch. It was educational while also being just genuinely funny. Magi is slept on. Okay, there's a tiny % chance that this is all nostalgia talking, but listen, I'm still gonna try to sell it to you. So Magi lives in this fantasy world where there are these 3 elusive wizards scattered about the earth called Magi, who have 2 jobs: to create mystical sky-piercing towers called dungeons, and to determine who will be king. Although Aladdin, the main character, exists as a sort of anomaly. He's a Magi, but there are already 3 Magi in the world other than him. So he and his king's candidate, Alibaba, travel the world while facing some of these Magi and other king's candidates. All of the characters in this show are just so compelling to me. Aladdin as a main character is so interesting because he is literally just a kid with 0 experience, and everything he knows about himself is through others. And it's not like your typical kid you'd see in anime where they're basically just small adults. He's a real stupid, optimistic, snot-nosed brat, and it's cool to see this world from his perspective. And then there's Sinbad, the baddest man on this planet. He has so much aura that the author felt compelled to make a side story that features him as the main character, going through his backstory. But the side story ended up just being a full season's length. That was just how much of a cool character he is. As a side note, the guy that did the soundtrack of little known shows like Evangelion and Bleach also did the soundtrack of this anime, and it fucking slaps. So give Magi a shot. I don't think it'll disappoint you. If there is one thing that Toradora did well, is setup. You can make anything funny, like stale bread or Amy Schumer, but you can only go so far with a stale or shit comedic foundation. Toradora is about this guy who's into traditionally feminine things that looks like a delinquent, and also Taiga, who has the face of a doll but is the most rabid animal you could possibly imagine. This is some good setup. And the anime really follows through with tons of genuinely funny moments. But then I realized that Taiga over here is practically the poster girl for the tsundere. This word is more than just a word. It's a hex, a curse placed by someone with evil intentions. We're given a good show with an interesting plot, and then somehow through black magic, it becomes shit. And that goes for all the dairy types. There are so many that I've never even heard of on here. You genuinely have to be the biggest weeaboo on planet Earth to know what a Byokidera is, which is apparently a girl who's outwardly kind and generous on the outside, but secretly suffers from a life-threatening illness. This is officially stupider than astrology signs. But anyways, Taiga isn't just some copy and pasted archetype that we've seen a million times. She's pretty cool, and the romance between the both of them was fun to watch. So, Real Life is a fun show with a fun concept. It's about a 27-year-old who's not in education, employment, or training. Sounds familiar? He's granted the opportunity to take a pill to go back to a time before he ever picked up League of Legends. So he swipes that shit and downs it immediately, but it turns out it doesn't actually send him back in time, it just de-ages his body 10 years. And the people who gave him the pill are researchers who want to study how exactly an almost 30-year-old who would voluntarily down a pill offered by some dude he just met on the streets would adjust to high school now. Which is kind of a wild experiment. Imagine you're at some university granted research department and then you're just like, what if we did a study where we potentially unleash the final form of a Minecraft YouTuber onto unsuspecting high school girls? To be completely honest, that was my first real thought when getting into the show.
Did I just become friends with a high school girl?
Bro.
Like we're gonna start talking and hanging out? Like I can hang with high school girls and
I
no-
guess it's grooming time. Genuinely, what else are you supposed to think when watching a scene like this? But it turns out that this dude is actually a pretty chill guy that uses his knowledge as a 20-something-year-old to slice through drama. And it's also not like he's there to make lifelong friends either. Once the pill's effect wears off after a year, he goes back to being a League player, and every high schooler gets their memory of him completely wiped. I think this is one of those shows with a 10 out of 10 premise, but like a 7 out of 10 execution. Still worth a watch if you got nothing else to watch. So, Bakemonogatari is the only Monogatari that I watched in full. I watched some of Nisei Monogatari. Yo, what the fuck? I didn't finish it. I'll tell you that much. And I think the other one was called Kizumonogatari, and I actually really like that one, but I low-key barely remember any of it. So for this video, I'm just gonna focus on the one I actually remember. The one that has Rene circulation. I swear, this singular opening did more for weeb culture than literally anything else. But anyways, Bakemonogatari is an anime that might give the wrong first impression to some, since the first few episodes genuinely feel like if you booked a trip to Yapsville and decide to attend their Board of Ed meeting. Characters are speaking at 1,000,000 words per second, you can't keep up with the subtitles, and you just give up on the show. I've heard this story 100 times. But to prevent that from happening, this show is about this normal looking dude who commonly finds himself associating with people who have been inflicted with supernatural ailments. And he pretty much just goes around helping these people while finding solutions in some of the weirdest possible places. If I were to give you one word to describe this anime, it'd be special. Like in the way that you'd call your homie special. The word lives in this sort of superposition where I'm simultaneously calling him a dumbass, but also saying that he's a genuinely unique and one-of-a-kind dumbass. The way this show is edited simultaneously makes me so mad, but I also kind of fuck with it at the same time. If you've ever seen editing like this, then it was likely inspired from this show, where a character would say a word, then that word will just appear on screen. It's like the most pretentious thing I've ever seen, but it's kind of cool at the same time. Overall, this is a very special show, so if you're getting tired of those generic run-of-the-mill anime, then this show might be for you. Sailor Moon, Tokyo Mew Mew, and Card Capture Sakura all have two things in common. Number one, they're all magical girl anime, and number two, I have never watched any of them, and I most likely never will. When I was first getting into anime, the whole magical girl thing seems so fundamentally antithetical to masculinity as a concept that I actively avoided the genre as a whole. So you know that if I, of all people, got into a magical girl anime, that this particular magical girl anime would have to be pretty damn good. Madoka Magica was something different, at least back in 2011. If I pitched you a magical girl anime with a dark twist in 2025, it will be pretty much the same thing as pitching an isekai. Because this concept has been so overdone over the past decade that it wouldn't be wrong to just call it a straight up genre. But if we trace back this genre all the way to its origin, we stumble upon this cute little cat thing. This bitch started everything. And while this show doesn't exactly have a reputation of being unpredictable, it never at all felt contrived to me, at least. The story at the end of the day was always about the callous exploitation of these girls and the effect it had on their lives. The production was seriously something else in this show. Studio Shaft genuinely locked in for this, and I thought the way all the witches were depicted was cool as fuck. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a flying grandpa. Inuyashiki is one of the most wild shows I've ever seen, with lines of dialogue that you probably would only believe it if you've seen it.
もう死んでるよ。頭打ったもん。
It's really an experience that is definitely not for everyone, but for those that can stomach the sheer gruesomeness of the show, there's definitely some good here. For reference, this phenomenal piece of art was made by the same guy that did Gans, which is an acid trip that we'll get into soon enough. So Inuyashiki is about a dude that genuinely looks like an 8-year-old, but he's only 58. He leads a very pitiful day to day, with his kids not really caring about him and a stale marriage. And then abruptly, he finds out that he only has 3 months to live because he has cancer. This story is setting up for this character to be one we feel for on an emotional level. Then we cut to Hiro, who we know is in high school and likes One Piece. These are our 2 main characters that the show always cuts between, and it's quite a stark difference between how these 2 are characterized. But regardless, boom, an alien crash lands, then kills both of them, resulting in the aliens rebuilding their bodies as machines. So our resident grandpa uses his newfound abilities to help anyone he can, even curing people of terminal illnesses and saving victims of all sorts of fucked up shit. But on the other hand, Hiro decides that he wants to kill people for fun. Average One Piece fan, I guess? No, it doesn't even make sense. As he says himself, he cares about manga character deaths way more than actual people deaths. Oh, and by the way, if you've ever seen the Bong clip, this is where that shit comes from. The whole story is about putting good and evil on parallel roads, although their paths don't always remain separate. When they do cross paths, they know that they are faced with their complete opposite. It's a cool show with a neat concept, but like it's really fucked up. Like honestly bordering on edgy for a lot of his duration. This is a show I wanted so desperately to hate, so desperately to shit on, so desperately to burn until nothing was left but ash. But it was probably one of the most impressive ecchi series I've ever watched. And impressive because it manages to flaunt its obscenely frequent soft porn to the audience while also being a pretty great comedy and having likable characters. So Prison School is about an all-girls school who recently went co-ed, and a whopping 5 guys enrolled to the school out of 1,000 women. So this group of guys that I could only describe as the boys, day one peep on the girls' bathroom clad in skin-tight sneakers, you know, as you do, and they get caught and then shipped off to the prison school where they got no rights. I gotta admit that I honest to God haven't laughed so hard at an anime in a while. Bro, the soap scene, that shit had me dying. And then of course is that one iconic scene that everyone knows about, where these 5 goobers are sitting in a room with the principal of the school trying to argue against their expulsion. And then to determine whether they get fucking expelled from the school or not, the principal asks one question, with everything writing on their correct answer: boobs or ass? And then every single one of the goon squad starts having their light Yagami overthinking ADHD scene. It's just peak humor. Although this show might be the definition of raunchy. All I'm saying is that if you're planning on watching this, make sure you put it on the biggest screen of your household possible, while also making sure you're inside the most populated open room. Hey, alright, can I get everyone's attention, please? I just want to see something. By a show of hands, how many people have a history of calling Tower of God Season 1 overhyped trash? Okay, noted. So how does it feel to have an empirically false opinion? Huh? What was that? Season 2? Well, now you're just changing the subject. Okay, for real, I think Tower of God Season 1 was amazing. They got Kevin Pinkin to whip up a banger soundtrack for the show. The art and animation was so stylized, it felt like I was just watching a straight up moving webtoon. And everything surrounding the mystery of the tower to cool ass characters and its unique magic system came together for a show that got relentlessly shat on by people who read the source material, calling it unfaithful and wasted potential. This actually really surprised me, because I personally remember loving the show right up until last episode aired. I haven't read the manhwa, so I can't exactly comment on if it's faithful or not, but I think back 4 years ago when this was airing, there were two sides of this conflict. The manhwa readers who were just molding because they slightly altered the coloring of Bum's left nipple, and the Chad anime onlys that just didn't give a shit and liked the anime for what it was. And I was content with staying in that second camp, right up until now, where season 2 of this show unfortunately exists. And it became one of the biggest disappointments of 2024 for me. The production completely changed from the passion project of season 1 to a late assignment that 3 middle schoolers pulled an all-nighter for in season 2. All of that charm from the original show was just gone. The artistic charm was gone. The characters we all loved were gone. The faithful-ish adaptation was gone. I don't even need to read the source material to see that the pacing in this season was just so whack that there's no chance it was adapted faithfully. I still think season 1 is great and you should watch it, but expect disappointment if you choose to continue. So has anyone else started noticing a new pseudo-genre in anime, where the plots are essentially the same as your generic romance, but there's some special quirky trait that the main love interest has that adds a little bit of spice to the relationship? Yeah, I hate this shit. This is a disease, a brain rot that has spread far and wide into the medium of anime. It's like fucking isekai. You get bored of one genre? How about instead of reincarnating stale breadcoon into an overpowered fuckboy, we put him in the body of a prostitute, a pig, a sword, a vending machine, a goddamn motherfucking toilet. This is what we call gimmick writing. And this subgenre of romance anime has been really getting saturated with these types of shows. But Komi-sen Can't Communicate is, in my opinion, the best that this genre has to offer. Sure, it has its gimmick, but in this case, the gimmick isn't just treated as some vapid premise hook that is forgotten in 3 episodes. Komi being mute is actually a real hurdle that she has to overcome. It also helps that the studio behind this show went absolutely crazy with its production. If any of you have been keeping up with the channel in any capacity, you probably know that there's one genre that when anime do it, there's like an infinitesimal % chance that I'll mess with it at all. Like there's a better chance of getting me into country music than finding a harem anime that I actually like. And that was the case for the longest time until quintessential quintuplets kind of shifted my entire perspective of everything. In all the harem anime I've watched, the girls always felt like concepts of a girl, like a genuine fantasy that the author had in his head of what girls are like. It felt like the most thought the author put into these girls was just 2 things: hair color and breast size. In most harem anime, these 2 qualities determine the girl's entire personality. But with quintessential quintuplets, the girls actually feel like girls who have their own distinct personalities. And one other thing that this anime does that other harem don't is that all these girls have a compelling reason to fall for the main protagonist. He is just a cool dude. He's a nerd, but not a dork, and he's all around just a likable guy. And for harem fans who've been drowning in the deep ocean of the most degenerate, unfuckable, low-life main characters, this is like a breath of fresh air. Overall, I had a fun time with the show, and I wasn't expecting to. So Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai was a weird show for me. I feel like 50% of the reason I finished the show was because of the ending song. Bro, that ending was so good. I remember watching the show on the big screen, and then when the ending song came on, my dad was sitting in the next room. He was like, "What's this song called? Sounds nice." But his interest quickly faded when I had to tell him it's called Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai Ending 4. So anyways, when I actually sat down and attempted to summarize the plot of this show, I literally couldn't do it without making it sound like the corniest anime to ever exist. And I think that's just how it is. It probably won't be me selling this show to you. The show will sell the show to you. So the main character is just this random high school dude, and he coincidentally tends to associate with people who have this little known disorder called puberty syndrome. Yeah. And this syndrome tends to manifest in very atypical manners. Our main character is usually the one helping these people through that. I promise the show is better than how I described it. It actually has some good writing.
Watching Trigun Stampede truly opened my eyes to how much anime fans despise CGI. Like, it's not a rational hatred at this point. Saying an anime has CGI nowadays is tantamount to saying that Satan himself infiltrated the production cycle to personally give it the mark of the beast. It's just pure discrimination at this point, because people don't even distinguish between good CGI and god-awful CGI. Don't get me wrong, I love shitting on terrible CGI, it's my favorite pastime. But like, Land of the Lustrous exists, Beastars exist, and the same studio behind both of those are responsible for Trigun Stampede. So Trigun Stampede is like an original anime spin-off of the original Trigun, but I actually like this one way better. That might be a hot take, but hey, I really don't think the original aged all that well. So similar to the original, the show is a Western-inspired sci-fi that features Vash, a nomad gunslinger with a mechanical arm, and a duo of reporters that came to his desert planet to track Vash down. But it turns out Vash's bounty isn't a result of any of his crimes, but his twin brother's crimes. And for this entire time, he's been trying to track down his brother while roaming village to village. The characters are really fun. I remember in the original, Vash's entire personality was just harassing women and being a menace, but new Vash I like. He's a chill dude. The other characters are cool too. This anime is a fun watch. I was born into this world with two birthrights. One was basketball. I mean, hey, I got the skin tone as that guy, so why can't I be him? Although, unfortunately, I would soon come to find out that being the same skin tone or even the same height as a legendary basketball player won't get you in the NBA. It's being the son of that legendary basketball player. So my other birthright was actually established in my genes. It was track and field. The Jamaican side of my family put me onto that shit freakishly early, and they thought I was gonna be the next Usain Bolt. And I mean, shit, they weren't wrong, like low-key. If you're curious, these are my PRs. I wasn't no Quincy Wilson, but I did get that varsity jacket at the end of the day. All of this to say that running has always been a major part of my life. And this is an anime about running. There was like a 0% chance I was not gonna fuck with Run with the Wind. A group of 10 broke college students who are initially brought together because they live under the same roof get genuinely gaslighted into starting a track and field club. And even if they focus on mostly long distance running, the show truly captures the essence of the sport. You might think that'd be hella boring to watch a sport that is quite literally the definition of one-dimensional, but I think that fact actually plays in the show's favor. Because it's a one-dimensional sport, seeing our characters improve is extremely satisfying, since unlike in other sports where improvement might mean learning a new technique or polishing certain mechanics, this sport's improvement is very tangible and easy to grasp, which really becomes satisfying when you see all these relatable out-of-shape dudes trying relentlessly to reach their goal. And there's also one other huge thing about this. I'm not sure if you caught it when I was describing the plot, but all these dudes are in college. That's right. C-O-L-L-E-G-E. As an anime fan, you kind of forget that this word even exists, and it's honestly really refreshing to remember. Zom 100 is about a Japanese office worker during a zombie apocalypse, and given his circumstances, of course he's fucking gleeful. Bro works like 20 hours unpaid overtime. Like if I were doing that shit, I'd pray to God that some shit like this would happen. But we get a pretty depressing view of Akira's experience working for shitty corporate Japan. I mean, we've all heard that is bad, but when it's put into the perspective of Akira, and we see that his boss is a bona fide ugly bastard, and they literally go to sleep in the office in sleeping bags, it's shocking. But then the zombie apocalypse happens and everyone gets turned into zombies. So this show turns out to be about Akira going through a bucket list that he made for himself to do before he dies. But it turns out he's doing it in the zombie apocalypse. The show has a great selling point. It was just a really fun watch when I was catching it every Saturday. Although other than that, the show really doesn't have much more substance. It had a great production and I adored every single stylistic decision the production made. Although it doesn't hit as hard as some of the shows further up that we'll get to. When Call of the Night was coming out, the consensus around it was pretty much that it was just eye candy. And I love eye candy. So I went into it, and I don't think I came back. Call of the Night, more like Call of the Hormones, more like Twilight if it actually happened at Twilight. More like Itadaki Seikei. So this anime is about a high schooler who's an insomniac, so he can't sleep. So he straight up just quits school and spends his time roaming the city at night because it's quiet and solitary. He's kind of like a slightly more mentally disabled Sigma male. Then he meets the freak vampire and they just be freaking. Yeah, so this show was eye candy, but it was some pretty good eye candy. Every frame just looks immaculate, and even if the plot itself wasn't the most interesting in the world, I still had fun with the show. Paprika is trippy, like really trippy. Like, who in their right mind would grind up red peppers for a seasoning? You're basically just taking a spice and saying, hey, bet I can make use of this as an ingredients to make another spice. But then the only ingredients is that spice. The rabbit hole goes deep, trust me. But anyways, the paprika in question is a heavily influential Satoshi Kon film that was such a big deal that it was even rumored to inspire the likes of Christopher Nolan's Inception, while some even calling Inception a straight ripoff. So if the man behind the modern masterpiece Tenet ripped off something, that something has to be pretty extraordinary. And extraordinary would actually be the exact words I'd use to describe this film. Satoshi Kon as a director is known for a lot of things, but the common parallel that all of his works share is how reality and our perception of reality as humans is at best completely subjective and at worst wildly absurd. In Paprika's case, we explore even deeper than that. We dive into the far reaches of the subconscious. Dreams. To put it plainly, I don't even think it's possible to describe with words the surreal and just completely absurd depiction of dreams in this movie. I think this is where the movie excels for me. However, even if I could go on and on about the film's creative and technical brilliance, that still doesn't make up for what I consider to be a weak plot. I watched this movie with 3 people, including myself. By the end of the movie, I was the only person that was still awake. And there's a reason for that. The actual characters themselves, I thought weren't all that compelling, and it felt like the film didn't have enough breathing room. Although even recognizing its flaws, I still love the movie for what it is. Undead Unluck starts out with the main character with his cock and balls out, groping the female lead, and then he gets decapitated by a high-speed oncoming train. This show is one of the newer Shonen Jump manga that also got an anime adaptation. It's about a guy named Andy who has infinite regenerative powers, and Fuko, who is cursed with the ability to transfer her bad luck to any person she touches. This obviously psychotic duo makes for situations where their best course of action would literally be suicide bombing the villain with a meteor crash fueled by Fuko charging Andy with all her unluck, then dipping. And then since Andy can survive anything, he's pretty chill with just getting ass blasted by a comet if it means taking out his ops. This combination, as you can probably imagine, leads to some sick fights that you can never predict. Also on that topic, the power system is really interesting in this anime. This anime exists in a world where every once in a while a supernatural individual will be birthed called a negator, and their powers are founded upon a specific word that they, well, negate. For example, Unchange is a power that belongs to a person that can suspend an individual or an object's tendency to change. Untruth compels someone to do exactly the opposite of what they're trying to do, and Unstoppable belongs to someone that can't be stopped. It seems complicated, and yeah, I get it. Sometimes it's to the point where I'm watching with absolutely no idea what the fuck just happened, and then 5 minutes later my brain finally makes the connection that the unexceptional negator combined his power with the unemployed negator to bankrupt and therefore defeat Unbroke. But trust me, it becomes intuitive once you get engrossed into the story, and I feel like the anime never really showcased where this power really shines. I've read ahead in the manga to the end of the All Seasons arc for anyone who's read this before, and I could say for sure that this shit keeps getting better and better. Would recommend if you've already seen everything in the higher tiers. Akudama Drive is about these elite criminals turned fugitives that are one day called to one place to accomplish one goal. It will be a suicide mission. One may even be able to call them the Suicide Squad. This guy's like Uvojin from Hunter x Hunter if he had dreadlocks. This guy's like Motorcycle Spider-Man because he shoots webs from his motorcycle. That's actually really cool. And then the girl over here, she's... well, don't worry guys.
I can fix it. The whole show takes place in this cyberpunk world, which honestly might be my favorite setting in anime and media in general. The characters are these over-the-top, outlandish goofballs, and it all mixes together to create a show that prioritizes being dumb fun over everything else. And I always appreciate stuff like this. Tokyo Revengers is unrealistic. And obviously I'm not stupid, of course time travel isn't realistic. I'm specifically talking about the gang warfare. If you don't know, in Tokyo Revengers, our main hero and protagonist, Takebichi, who canonically has the same condition as Deku where he's compelled to conduct the waterworks for half the show, gets transported back in time to his youth when he is part of a gang. And he uses his knowledge of the future to affect the tragedy-filled past. And I pretty much love everything that this show accomplishes with some of the best executed time travel mechanics and plot in the media. And respectively, a very interesting depiction of Japanese gangs. I was surprised to see how these young presenting thugs are literally waging war against each other and in some cases fucking killing people. And then I found out that every character in this anime is in fucking middle school. These children are riding on motorcycles, pulling knives on each other, killing niggas, and they have to make it back to home before curfew to study for their pre-algebra quiz for the next day. Where are these kids' parents? They're fucking 13 years old talking about how the streets are for me. Like, bitch, you probably have 4,000 hours on Fortnite. And I know this might seem like a silly nitpick that I'm overblowing, but this literally has such a negative effect on my immersion of the show that it bumps it way lower than it should be. I do like this show. I even read ahead in the manga a couple years ago, and it has a strong plot, but shit like this is what throws me off. Area Lost in Space is something that anyone who has played an open world game will understand. Immediately we're introduced to all these high schoolers in the year 2063 who are going on a field trip to another planet. But quickly things go completely in the wrong direction and they all get stranded in space, thousands of light years away from any civilization. And with their limited resources, they travel from planet to planet hoping to find any ways to access civilization. This setup not only leads to a great survival story, but it also leads to some great character writing. It places all these strangers in this extremely perilous situation where they're forced to rely on each other to stay alive. I really enjoyed my time with this one. Skip and Loafer is a story that shares many similarities with like 1,000 other anime. And well, Hallmark movies. Country girl moves to a big city and gets a lot of cultural whiplash, but is whisked away by some dreamy nice guy who pays for all her bills and makes her a trad wife. But this anime separates itself by just having likable, unstereotypical characters. They're all just normal people with their own issues and drama, and I like how our protagonist isn't some generically ordinary Joe Schmo. She's literally the valedictorian of her class, which makes her a very relatable character for me at least. I also think the drama of the show is executed very well, and it overall really handles that trope really well of the country girl moving to a big city. For most of the shows on this list so far, they've explored these wild depictions of futuristic cyberpunk worlds or utopian societies. But Shinsekai Yuri takes a leap back from all of that. The setting is this unsettlingly quaint village where everyone who lives there wields some sort of psychic ability. Children are sent off to basically the equivalent of grade school where they are educated in the hopes that they'll unlock their psychic ability. Saki realized her powers relatively late compared to the others, and once she did, she immediately graduated basically to the equivalent of high school. Although, it's very strange. Her parents were relieved when she got her powers, almost to the point where it begs the uncanny question of what happens if she didn't awaken her powers. The story follows Saki and her group of friends in high school, and we ultimately followed their journey through unraveling the possibly vile history of the society they're living in.
This might be one of my favorite types of stories, where we're dropped into this world with no exposition, and we're forced to use our own brains to truly piece together the mysterious nature of the world we're just dropped into. I think Shinsekai Yuri is this type of show done really well, and I had a great time with it. Terror in Resonance opens with two boys of mysterious origins committing an act of terror. This anime stands out in more ways than one. I mean, it's an anime about that thing that happened on September 11th, 2001. And the person who directed it is the same guy behind classics such as Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo. In many ways, I actually love the direction of the show, as it follows two people who call themselves the Sphinx, while leaving riddles on the internet to clue people in on their bomb threats. This leads to a wild cat and mouse chase between the Sphinx and the detective trying to catch them. And overall, this anime feels like playing a video game without any cutscenes, which sounds bad, but I actually really enjoyed how this anime felt at the beginning. It felt like it demanded an active viewing and a decent attention to details. But towards the end, the lack of sufficient exposition really bites the show in the ass, but never ruins the show. I was still fully entertained the whole way through. Have you ever wondered why people believe that the moon landing was faked? I mean, Alex Jones seems like an angry, unintelligible Neanderthal flapping his lips to anyone that is of reasonable intelligence. Is what I once thought, but nowadays I pretty much just see conspiracy heads as normal, sometimes intelligent people who are just coping with something and are forced to construct an entirely new reality to escape from their old one. So no, the Luka Doncic trade wasn't the will of higher power Democrats smiting Texas from above. And the NHK conspiracy in Welcome to the NHK isn't real. This show, I think, has one of the most potent depictions of loneliness, depression, and mental illness I've ever seen. It's definitely not for everyone, but Sato is a college dropout NEET who basically just chills in his room all day, your textbook hikikomori. And to escape his own loneliness, he constructs this fantasy in his head about the NHK, which is a real-life Japanese broadcasting company, by the way. And he pins all his failings and wrongdoings on this evil organization. Kinda like Okabe from Steins Gate, but like unironic. He deceives himself through this constructed fantasy to distract himself from his own circumstances, when in reality, he's really just a pathetic dude. This anime is really raw. A lot of times it will take on this lighthearted comedic tone, but that's only to distract the viewer to what's really going on. Aldnoah Zero has a great start and an insane hook. So basically one day, a gate on the moon was discovered which allowed humans to instantly travel to Mars. And those people that did choose to colonize Mars became increasingly distant from Earth and started to think of themselves as their own race. And eventually the generals of Mars declared war on Earth using their giant robots, of course. And I think that the show does a very good job at the start. It does maintain a consistent level of quality, but the structure is pretty much just beat bad Martian guy and then move on to stronger Martian guy. And I like it. It's an above average mecha show, but it's not revolutionary. I love recreators. Do you ever just get one of those $1 million ideas that just appear in your head while you're like taking a shower or maybe eating? This has that $1 million idea concept, and it drives it home with some absolutely fantastic execution and writing, and it also has a GOAT adaptation. But despite all of this, it's mind-bogglingly underrated. Well, actually, I feel like the people who have actually watched this rate it well, but it's just that not as many people have seen this show as I would expect. Recreators is a reverse isekai story for all intents and purposes, but everyone who gets teleported from their world to ours is a character from a majorly popular anime, manga, or video game. And to all those transported,
This is the land of the gods, where they could literally find the one responsible for creating them. So as confusion and chaos ensue for the teleported and everyone else, the one that mysteriously had a hand in this incident won't tell anyone why she did it, and we follow our main character as they try to figure out why this happened to them and how they could return to their old world. I feel like this is the type of innovation we need in this genre to resurrect it after it's been abused and used like a fleshlight for almost a decade. Your boy Kong Ming is amazing. I've actually never heard of Kong Ming before. Apparently he was a famous tactician in ancient China and recently reincarnated into Japan to become the next Metro Boomin. Okay, not exactly. The show starts out with Kong Ming meeting this singer girl and they immediately hit it off. And then a couple hours of explaining things later, Kong Ming of the Chinese is gathering the Avengers to systematically dismantle Drake's career. But really he becomes the manager for this lowbrow underground performer. And if that doesn't seem interesting enough, I feel like this show doesn't even need to try to be funny. From the fact that he literally thought he got sent straight down to hell because he spawned in on Halloween in the middle of Shibuya, to his job interview that he nailed because the employer thought his role playing was impeccable. It's truly a joy to watch right up until the end. Overlord is a show that to me on my first viewing was the most okay, serviceable show that was definitely the isekai of all time. This is one of the Sword Art Online series of isekai where our main character puts on his VR gear, then suddenly finds out that he can grope the NPCs, but more importantly realizes that he can't log out of the game. Although there's not really a lot of stakes when it comes down to if you die in the game, you die in real life, because the main character starts out as the Overlord, an OP kingpin of the VR world. So I kind of found it to be a little dull in some places, although upon my rewatch, I finally got it. Overlord to me right now isn't different to other isekai in the slightest. But somehow its world that's just the same type of MMORPG world as every other show is so much more believable as a game world. And the villain persona that the main character Ainz plays up is always entertaining to see on screen. In all, the characters are great, the writing is good, and the animation is functional. Shadow's house basically takes place in real life, except if black people were the ones who possessed white people to gain immortality. This story takes place in a place called Shadow's house, where this noble family resides who are all special in the fact that their physical bodies are pitch black from head to toe, and they even emit soot, which causes their surroundings to always get extremely dirty. Dolls are created and given consciousness for the purpose of giving these shadows faces and cleaning up around the place. And Emilio is a young and naive doll who would do anything for her shadow, although she still doesn't know next to anything about her master or what shadows are or even what the Shadow House is. This is the type of show I love, where we're just dropped into an extremely strange world with no exposition dumps nor clues as to what's going on, and it's up to the characters or you in the audience to piece things together in order to see the bigger picture. The only other show that scratches that itch in the same way in this list is Land of the Lustrous, which we'll just have to wait for. I think Shadow's House almost kind of fumbled towards the end, which felt a little bit rushed, but that doesn't just disqualify what I thought to be a very good first 10 episodes. Now and then, here and there practically represents the exact opposite of the only thing the isekai in the lower tiers accomplish: escapism. This show has an optimistic, naive protagonist who's dragged into a world that's riddled with scarcity. It's a winded, dark land with red skies where the scant humans that are still around fight wars with each other over the little water left on the planet. It's a bleak, older look at the isekai genre that is not just dark for dark's sake. We'd call that edgy. But this anime has substance, also which will be clear to anyone who reaches that ending. The only reason I didn't put this on the next tier is actually because of the name of that tier, since this would not be something I would actively recommend to everyone. Technolize is an adult show. It's definitely not for everyone. The pacing is slow, and there are depictions of a lot of things that I wouldn't even be able to verbalize on YouTube. Although, if you could tolerate all those things, Technolize is this incredibly immersive, pitch black cyberpunk story that will always have you guessing and on the edge of your seat. The characters all feel real and urban. They all carry themselves with a serious demeanor. Oftentimes, there's nothing very likable about them, and to be honest, that's my biggest criticism of the show. There is no comedy relief to be found, and it's pretty much just doom and gloom for the entire show. I don't know, I guess I'm the type of dude that needs some sort of comedic break from everything. Otherwise, I think it's a good watch, other than some parts I think are a little dragged out. Bartender was something I really wasn't expecting to enjoy so much. It's just about a bartender who's really good at his job, and that's what this show is. But I never knew bartending was that deep, to put it plainly. I'm definitely showing my age in this section, but it was honestly so captivating, learning about all the intricacies of the job, from measuring viscosities to literally carving out ice with a pike. I'm not a miner, but I've also never been to a bar, so when someone in this show said, "Let me get a grasshopper," I realized that I was entering into another world. Bartender is truly an enjoyable show if you're old enough to appreciate it. The characters are all just chill people, just living their lives. If you don't know much about bartending or bar culture, it's also very educational. Legend of the Galactic Hero was also a show I was saving for a rainy day. From hearing so much about it, I was always certain that I was going to love it. The show follows the war between the Galactic Empire and Free Planets Alliance, with almost an autistic level of depth and detail. You will know why the war started, who started it, why they started it, and why it matters. This is Star Wars. Lucas should rename his franchise, because if there's any piece of fiction that deserves that name, it's this. Although this anime is over 100 episodes long, and I still probably, by the time this video comes out, will still be on what many people consider the start of the show. And so far, it seems heavily exposition reliant, since there's so much going on in the world, so many details crammed into the show that a lot of it is narrated over. Although this is something that can be fixed with time, but what can't be is that I wasn't a big fan of the animation and generally the art style. To be fair, it came out in 1997, but also to be fair, Cowboy Bebop came out in 1998, and that's one of the most stylistically pleasing shows that rival anime nowadays. So that's no excuse for me. Overall, I haven't finished the show yet, so this is genuinely where I stand on it now. Shigarui is an incredibly bleak, gritty samurai anime that will have you rethinking everything you thought you knew about the Edo period and samurai. During that time period, life was not respected. It was something that someone owned, usually the shogunate. Women were treated as objects, and Japan was a very brutal place to live in. Listen, I sat through Elfen Lied, yet I still gagged several times just by how disgusting and detailed some gore shit in this show is. I'm not gonna lie, I think they went a little bit overboard, but I definitely wouldn't call it edgy because it's a necessary component to the tone of the show, and establishing this period as a ruthless, unforgiving time where death could be around any corner. The way this anime depicts samurai fights is so hyper-realistic. Fights are over in the blink of an eye, and characters die unexpectedly and in horrific manners. This anime is about a shogunate who's gone batshit insane, and he's decreed that a tournament happen between the samurai of his court and have them use real blades. And the storytelling within this tournament is extremely obtuse, with a fight happening then suddenly cutting to a flashback that lasts multiple episodes. It's definitely not for everyone, but what I really appreciated was the entire production of the show. And since I really find it hard to put into words, just imagine a samurai anime that's produced like Serial Experiments Lane. It's seriously one of the most experimental productions I've seen in a while. Although a problem I had with the show is how serious everything had to be. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for the ultra serious shows that explore deep themes, but even Evangelion has comedic relief moments, if you know what I mean. Log Horizon is a show that has always been hyped up by the geekier, low-key elitist in the community that would unironically use swine as an insult. And the show is good, don't get me wrong. but it's not like the best isekai of all time good. It's a Sword Art Online breed of show where blah blah blah, they get stuck in a game and can't log out. Although the difference between this and Sword Art Online is, well, actually almost everything. The main character isn't actually OP or anything in this show. He's just a smart dude that's always scheming behind the scenes, and I really fuck with that. A lot of these episodes are filled to the brim with dialogues about politics and the economy and shit, because instead of all the less important characters immediately manning the positions of side characters in the main cast going in to conquer dungeons and shit, the populace of Log Horizon wants to live in a society with rules. So if anything, I like that this show takes the approach where it technically isn't a power fantasy. But to explain why it falls into this tier and not any of the higher ones, I'd have to compare it to the anime in the higher tiers, and I just can't do that yet.
What if Hajime no Ippo had sex with Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo was watching? Well, my friend, what you get is Megalobox. Megalobox is a prime example of straight shot underdog media. A poor unregistered immigrant boxer with old and flimsy attachments challenges the real world of boxing, which in this world is called megaloboxing. It's essentially the same boxing that the Paul brothers ruined, but the stakes are way higher because the athletes are allowed to wear these metal gears that enhance their blocking and striking abilities. The show is set in this sort of rustic steampunk world where megaloboxing is everything to these characters. They've been all in on the sport for their whole lives. It's kind of comparable when you hear about NBA and American football players' past lives, where a lot of them grew up in places with little opportunity, but they were able to claw their way out of their circumstances by committing their body and soul to basketball, or football, or boxing. You seriously can't help but root for the guy after seeing what he came from and seeing his journey. The action is also sick, of course. All the fights are great.
Usually when an isekai tries to be meta or funny, they absolutely shit the bed. But Konosuba, especially to the guy that actually just fucking watched every single isekai ever, is funny as fuck. This crew creates for a genius comedic dynamic that's literally just funny whenever they're around each other. Kazuya calling Aqua a slutface for the 400th time will never get old. The bit where Darkness valiantly defends her comrades like the knight that she is, only to reveal she rushed into the front lines to feel the pleasure from some octopus hentai monster, will always crack me up. And then Megumin's daily urge to just rub one explosive magic out for the day is just priceless. I actually need to watch the newest season right now. I was actually waiting for all the episodes to come out, but now I have no excuse. You know what I'll be doing after this video goes live.
So here comes another Gundam, and it's Iron-Blooded Orphans. This was actually my first Gundam that I was watching when it was coming out, and it really surprised me. I always thought of Gundam as this archaic franchise that needs 4 decades worth of show knowledge to actually understand and enjoy, but I think the people behind Iron-Blooded Orphans were aware of the sentiment surrounding Gundam and took a more outsider-friendly approach. The show has a pretty well thought out story about child soldiers within the scope of a war that is far above them, and yet they still have the power to forge their own path. The story isn't perfect, it doesn't go above and beyond, but it's solid. It single-handedly made such an intimidating franchise like Gundam seem approachable to me, and I think this show should get a lot of credit for that. This show is simply about a girl with a passion for animation. Think Bakuman, but instead of drawing manga, they're really into anime. And while we're on track of comparing this to Bakuman, compared to its very pragmatic approach to conveying Akito and Moritaka's journey through learning manga, this anime has a very frantic, wacky, creative energy that is just distilled through every frame. The characters explore and learn about animation through literally exploring their animations. Concept art is more about the setup for the anime and the world in general. So Midori improves upon her concept art by immersing herself in her own fictional world and examining every detail. This is clearly a passion project for animation as a medium, and as I later found out, the director of this show might be one of the most fit men to handle a show like this, Masaki Yuasa.
If you don't know him by name, then you definitely know him from his anime. This show was really just great, from a guy who really appreciates this stuff. When was the first time you saw something and you couldn't physically find any adjective to describe it other than just cool? Hellsing Ultimate was that show for me. It's a thrilling show, but I hope you're not a virgin watching this because it's got vampires, ghouls, and ghosts. And probably the most scary thing out of all of them, British people. Hellsing is an organization directly under the British government to eradicate any satanic threats against their holy empire. And Hellsing fights fire with vampires of their own who activated friendly fire, like Alucard. I don't even have much to say about Alucard. He has a sick design, a sick way of fighting, and just every scene he's in, I love him. And then one day Alucard is out vampire hunting and he finds him. Just one problem though. He has a hostage. And remember when I said with absolutely no context, I hope you're not a virgin watching this?
I'm asking if you're a virgin.
But
You bastard! Answer me.
Yes, I am.
He turns this poor police girl into a vampire, which basically forces her into the Hellsing organization. To be completely honest, the only substantial critique I have of this show is that I feel like Saris, who is that police girl, kinda has no personality. And also I feel like there's not a lot of character development in general, except for some snippets of Alucard's backstory we see. Although there's so much to love in this show. They actually made vampires cool for once. We got the Gendo Akari, head of the organization, and we got lore accurate priests. Everything just clicks with me with Hellsing. Hell's Paradise has one of the most mysterious and eerie vibes, one of the coolest worlds and characters, and it also has some sick villains. At least in the manga, all of this is true. Listen, I'm not saying that they royally fucked up the anime adaptation, I'm just saying that they didn't really capture what I thought made this series really special. I don't know how to really put this into words, but this adaptation feels kind of bland. I think maybe part of it has to do with the pacing of the show. The manga's pacing was phenomenal. It was quite fast paced and it still had time to flesh out every character incredibly well. But I feel like the anime somehow accomplished being slower paced and also cutting out some important details at the same time. It's weird to me, but that's how it felt. I'd 100% recommend the manga for this. It's about a collection of prisoners who have received the death sentence, but they are given the choice by the shogun to explore a mysterious island to acquire the elixir of immortality for a pardon from their execution. And the island is so fucking cool. Literally just read it, please. You gotta, I'm begging you. The Witch from Mercury is the first Gundam anime on this list, and it's also one out of about 50,000 Gundam anime. So I didn't want to have to catch up on 5 decades of history and lore to be able to do this video, so for right now, I decided to only watch some of the higher rated standalone Gundam shows that you don't really need any larger context to understand. Witch from Mercury is a relatively recent one, and it's a mecha show obviously, but it never really feels like mecha is its entire identity. Let me explain. It takes place in this private academy where only sons and daughters of successful company CEOs can attend. Basically a rich kid private school. But one of the cool things they got going is that whenever a disagreement happens between two students, it could be settled with a duel between their company's mechas. And the show mostly isn't even about, oh, big robots do big shooty things so we could sell our Gundam merch. With the students representing some of the biggest corporations in the galaxy, most of the conflict in the show is purely political. There's also lesbians in the show. Americans, please stand up and salute in honor of this patriotic, rights-having, red-blooded Japanese cartoon. Because this anime is portraying a real man's sport. None of that pussyfooting they do with the soccer ball or jumping and dribbling like them jungle monkeys do in basketball. It really seems weird that American football was relevant enough in Japan for someone to make a whole ass show about it. But it is relevant in Japan, to my surprise. And the show is fire.
It's about this scrawny little high schooler that my initial impression was that he was gonna be annoying as hell the whole series, but he actually becomes a more interesting character later on. He's so used to be taken advantage of in running other people's chores for them that he naturally becomes an incredibly fast runner. And when the American football team recruiters found out about his swiftness, first of all, they recruited him as a running back immediately, but they also found his ability so groundbreaking that whenever they have games, they make him cover up his face so that other recruiters wouldn't steal him away to other teams. And eventually this masked running back became known as the Aisho 21. And that's not even a joke, that's true. Overall, the plot is nothing special to a sports anime subgenre. Team has a dream, team must defeat rival teams, team must work together, team must train, and then team must win. Its plot is not special, but at the end of the day, it executes on it very well, and I absolutely adore all the characters. No Game No Life is fun. The art style from Madhouse is iconic, and the series is infamous for throwing your brain in for a loop. It's been a while since I watched it, and I rewatched it thinking I was only gonna watch a couple of episodes, but I ended up watching the whole thing again. It was really enjoyable, but the only thing that got me was the weird ass shit with the 12-year-old younger sister. Like, as a grown ass man, I have no tolerance for that. Just get it out, and the show will be like 100 times better. Also, according to my anime list, No Game No Life is the most popular isekai ever made, which is interesting. Does it deserve it? Obviously, I'd answer no, since this isn't even the highest tier, but it makes sense. It came out just at the right time, in a year where I literally couldn't name a single other show that came out in 2014. I have a bone to pick with this next one. So I'm reading a book. It's called No Longer Human, which if you're cultured, you probably recognize it because it's the second best-selling piece of literature in the history of Japan. So I'd mention the book and talk about the tragic and admittedly depressing story of the author's life, Osamu Dazai. And then once I utter that name out loud, everyone's just like, oh shit, Dazai from Bungo Stray Dogs, right? Bungo Stray Dogs reference, right? Wait, when did he start talking about Bungo Stray Dogs? Or actually, I guess now it'd be fucking No Longer Allowed in Another World, which is where Osamu Dazai gets fucking isekai'd. Bro, is this the Matrix, bro? This can't be real. There's no way. So this show and the people that watch it were always a little bit annoying to me, but I actually ended up really liking the show. It's about this orphaned kid who got kicked out, so he literally doesn't have any food or shelter. But he finds Osamu Dazai trying to, you guessed it, roadblocks himself in a river. Then they meet up and he explains that he's a private investigator that handles supernatural cases. And through a certain set of circumstances, our main character gets recruited into a private investigator unit. I can see why people fawn over this show. Everyone in the main cast, including the main character, are named after authors. And a lot of them, from my understanding, mimic the perceived personalities of these authors. So I definitely see the mass appeal from learning about all the Easter eggs of this show. But I also think that the characters are all extremely likable. Show has some nice personality to it, and it also doesn't shy away from some serious themes. I'll admit it, I've been converted. I now get this show. Grimgar Ashes and Illusions is a pretty stunning show artistically. Its watercolor backgrounds and hazy aesthetic were enough to entice me. Although what really got me was how all the characters don't treat this world they reincarnated into as some game, but as some harsh new reality ravaged by monsters. Our main characters are not OP at all. Out of all of these reincarnated folk, a single goblin had them under dire straits. The show starts as a ton of people randomly wake up on some sort of stone monument, all retaining none of their memories from their past life. No guidance is offered, so they have to find out ways to survive, and they all agree to become adventurers. This show is special because it considers things that other isekai typically just gloss over. It's the most realistic isekai out there, and it's definitely more of a drama than a power fantasy. So if a power fantasy is what you're looking for, I'd obviously give this one a skip.
Ascendance of a Bookworm is a really chill show with calm vibes. I'd actually say I associate it more with a shoujo kind of than an isekai. This show is about our main character Mine, the reincarnated librarian who comes into a poor family household in a world where owning books means you're incredibly rich. So she strives to make a world where books are more easily accessible. It's a cool show that, contrary to popular belief, doesn't need a specific pairing of chromosomes to like it.
It seems like nobody talks about Dr. Stone anymore. This show really takes me back. So I rewatched a lot of season 1 of this show and I enjoyed myself the whole way through. It's about a wannabe high school Einstein who lives in his school's chemistry lab, and then his black-headed friend who has less brain and more brawn. Then suddenly every single person on Earth gets turned to stone, and Senku and Taiju are the only ones to wake up after an unthinkable amount of time passes. This show hits on its premise, hits on its execution, and hits on just keeping my undivided attention for the whole way through. I even went on to watch the second season, which maintains that same quality. I always appreciate when shows are able to capture everyone's attention without conforming to the generic bread and butter tropes. Like, there ain't no power-ups in this show or any of those bells and whistles. The power scaling in this anime is going from 7th grade science to 8th grade science. They genuinely made the sciences something I don't sleep through, and that's a massive accomplishment that should be given the recognition it deserves. If you turn on your TV, you might see cooking programs like Hell's Kitchen or Chopped or MasterChef. I don't know, I don't really watch cable anymore. But if you're in Japan, you might see something like this. Well, maybe you'd see this like 10 years ago, because Food Wars was pretty big back then. Genuinely one of the most out-of-the-box manga published in Shonen Jump. It's about fucking cooking, and they somehow made it to be one of the most entertaining series this genre has to offer. Like, you could always leave it to these fucking Shonen Jump authors to take a topic like cooking and somehow blend it with the underdog power fantasy tropes. But surprisingly, this shit actually works. And I always love when shows that cover an unconventional topic educate the viewer on shit that isn't common knowledge, while simultaneously weaving those explanations into the world building. The fan service is a lot, but to be completely honest, I find this shit pretty funny and honestly pretty relatable too. Like, sometimes food do be tasting so good that all your clothes start flying off and everyone's ass, titties, and cocks and balls start flopping out. Hina Matsuri is about a psychic girl who uses her power to hold some random Yakuza member's expensive decor hostage so he will let her stay in his apartment. I've never actually heard of this anime at all before this video, and I didn't really have any expectations going into it, but it turned out to be really funny and really wholesome. And I think it's honestly the funniest thing in the universe that this Yakuza guy in the English dub has this like New York Italian mobster accent. Unironically watch this shit in dub, it's so fucking funny. So this show centers around Nita, the Yakuza guy who learns to live together with and care for this unexplainable psychic girl who just randomly spawns in his apartment. And it's very wholesome 100 when we see Nita really learn to care for her and develop into a father figure. Otherwise, this shit is just fucking hilarious, and it feels like the show doesn't even have to try to be funny. Just let this guy be on screen talking like an authentic Tony Soprano for more than 5 seconds and I'll be dead on the floor laughing. Ergo Proxy doesn't hold your hand. It explains to you how to do the quadratic formula and then expects you to know multivariable calculus. At least, that's how it seems on the outside. Yes, Ergo Proxy is not like Demon Slayer. You can't expect to turn your brain off and understand what's going on. But it also isn't Serial Experiments Lane, where it's practically just impossible to tell what's going on at any given moment. This show requires an active viewing to understand it, and even then, you may only comprehend 60% of what's going on. That's really the main thing holding this series back. The complete failure in some situations to equip the viewer with a sufficient understanding of what's going on really hurts the show more than anything. Otherwise, this show has a great story. It lives in this post-apocalyptic world where the outside world is largely uninhabitable and humanity only thrives within these mechanical enclaves, and each civilian is assisted with personal robots called ROREVs. Although a virus started spreading among the ROREVs that gives them consciousness.
and our main character Riel is investigating these infected RRFs. I think this show really shines with its characters, as Vincent, Ryan, and Riel all go on their journeys of self-discovery. I'm not gonna lie, it's actually very unlikely that I finished Ergo Proxy by the time this video comes out, but that's mainly because I'm saving it for a rainy day. Nothing's better than having a good show saved for whenever you want to finish it. Sunny Boy is an isekai, I guess? Well, look, I'm not complaining at all. Now I get the chance to talk about it. I suppose the isekai tag sort of comes from the premise that mysteriously an entire high school just finds itself adrift in a void-like dimension with no communication to the outside world and no way out. Also mysteriously, certain students gain superpowers which range from folding the very flaps of reality to telekinesis. So this show is about the pure chaos and drama that would naturally spawn from these absurd circumstances, like the power struggle of the conventionally portrayed governing body in Japanese media. The fucking student council. One of my personal favorite things about this show is its masterful cinematography, and I don't use that word much to describe anime because it's not like there's a camera, but this show has great perspective and genuinely just amazing direction as a whole. I mean, it makes sense. It's directed by Shingo Natsume, who was responsible for gifting the world with One Punch Man Season 1. So yes, I would actively recommend this. Howl's Moving Castle is Ghibli doing Ghibli things. To be perfectly honest, I never watched this at a young age, but even still, Studio Ghibli just has a way of inspiring a childlike wonder regardless of the viewer's age. Everything down to the world, the animation, the soundtrack, all had me enchanted the whole way through. If you don't know, this story is about Howl, who is a wizard that lives in this huge walking house, and then Sophie, who is this plain looking daughter of a hat maker, under her own circumstances ends up as the housemaid of Howl's Moving Castle. And while the movie mostly focuses on the romance between Howl and Sophie, there are surprisingly a lot of moving parts to the story and world. Assassination Classroom has a batshit insane premise and executes on it really well. It's about this classroom of students that are tasked with assassinating their teacher by the Japanese government, which is crazy to me because no one would have to tell me to assassinate my junior year English teacher. But it ultimately ends up looking like this grotesque yellow creature who looks like a runway model compared to my English teacher, but to everyone else they're understandably pretty scared. Like, if the government itself can't handle this menace, that poses a ton of unanswered questions, like what type of monstrosity even is he, or why does this thing even want to teach us, or is this a hentai? These all plague the minds of these kids, but they soon learn that this thing actually wants to be a good teacher, and eventually sentiments change within the classroom. And I really love how they handled everything towards the end. Like, seriously, I consider Assassination Classroom to be a modern classic that everyone should watch. Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex is a show that was released 5 years after the classic Ghost in the Shell movie that we all know and love. But I'm not sure if this is a hot take, but I actually enjoyed this series more than I did the movie. So I'm not gonna bother ranking them separately, I'm just gonna go with the show since it's higher anyways. So if you're perceptive, you might have noticed from the title that this show is actually an episodic show. Each episode tells its own standalone story that always ends up contributing in some complex manner to the world building, character relations, or the philosophy of the show. And historically, I've always kind of dogged on episodic stuff with the exceptions of comedies. But this one kinda had me in the same mindset as Cowboy Bebop. The show is largely composed of isolated episodic stories, but no one who likes Cowboy Bebop would unironically tell you to skip episodes and only watch the parts that deal with the overarching story, since the time spent with the crew is really what makes those serious overarching story beats so impactful. The same could be said about Standalone Complex. There's a whole list of episodes featuring the main plot that you could find online, and there was even a movie released that cut out everything except the plot episodes. Yet I still feel like the best way to consume it is through just watching the show. So much character development and world building is lost through cutting out these episodes.
Bokurano will ruin you. It's about these 15 kids who are all one day swept up in this game, in air quotes, because this game has them pilot a mech to save Earth from destruction. Although this anime is not your ordinary mecha. Most of the real conflicts comes from within the backstories of whoever is picked to be pilot. As everyone's past is revealed, we start to learn the true reasons for what everyone is actually fighting for. Since sometimes a struggle to save the world takes a side stage to a struggle within oneself. The backstories are all incredibly well told, but some of them can be hard to watch, honestly. So I probably wouldn't recommend this to everyone, but Bokurano has a good story to tell for those who are there for it. The Saga of Tanya the Evil is one of the most inadvertently hilarious shows out there, simply because of the premise alone, which naturally produces just outright silly circumstances. So the plot of the show follows the story of a callous hiring manager at a large corporation that has a twisted personality. So his job to fit his personality was to fire people. Then karma came back full swing as one of the employees he fired pushed him on the train tracks. And as the train almost came to an impact, time stopped and he was visited by God. Basically, TLDR, our main character, is honest to God a Redditor atheist, and he says F you to the guy in the sky, and then God is like, suit yourself, and reincarnates born into the most fucked up, scarce, low fantasy world, plunged in war. And it's a fantasy because there's magic, but the world copies so much from Earth lore that it'd be more accurate to say that he's been reincarnated as a destitute orphan of Germany during World War II. And if your first thought is to think I'm exaggerating or like stretching the truth, literally just look at the map of this fantasy world. They're not even trying to hide it. So where this show becomes funny is that our guy reincarnates into the body of this tiny little girl, and she decides to enlist into the military to make it out of her dire straits. And this 9-year-old girl climbs the rank of this fascist militaristic meritocracy, and you'll have some scenes where this child, who should be slurping on one of those colorful swirly lollipops, will be calling new recruits worthless scum maggots, and then giving speeches on how they need to honor their fatherland by slaughtering their enemies and making fortresses out of their bodies. Like, this shit will never not make me laugh. Otherwise, I gotta give this show props for being one of the most unique in the genre. It's a great isekai, but it's also a pretty well-crafted military drama. This is one I'd give a watch if you've already seen all the shows in the higher tiers. It's only 12 episodes, so it's a rather quick watch. Drifters is insane. A number of historical Japanese people from the Edo period were reincarnated into a fantasy world. And I cannot lie, I've heard of like 0 of these historical figures. If their name isn't George Washington, then I don't know them. But it probably offers a more enhanced experience if you actually knew the references prior to watching. Because this premise is really cool. The style is really cool. Was something I noticed from literally frame 1 of this show. It's got a dark, gritty tone that I swear to God felt really familiar. So I looked it up and found out it was made by the same guy who made Housing. So now I'm hooked. Honestly, I could describe more of the plot and yap and fap about it, but honestly, if you like what you're seeing on screen right now, just give it a watch. Fun fact about Haikyuu is that 50% of the show is filled with comedy skits and jokes, and this is how much I actually laughed at it. It's either, oh, funny face, or oh, look at this goofy reaction this character had, or oh, look at this other funny face. Okay, I know, comedy is subjective and all that. No shade if you actually enjoy this. But my problem is that it takes up so much of the show to the point where it feels like genuine filler. But now that that's out of the way, Haikyuu is one of the most gripping underdog sports anime out there, where the team that the main character plays on loses a lot. But we also see how these losses affect our main cast as they always learn from their mistakes, and it's satisfying to watch them all pick themselves back up. The main character, Hinata, is the perfect balance between Asta and Naruto, where he doesn't want to make me blow my brains out, and he also doesn't feel like a formulaic ripoff of the show that perfected the underdog archetype in the genre. He's just a likable kid with a dream who you can't help but root for. Also, I played volleyball in like gym class and shit, but I never really took it seriously, nor have I ever watched pro volleyball. That all changed when I picked up Haikyuu. Immediately after getting hooked on this anime, I became an authoritarian dictator in my gym class, assigning positions deliberately to min-max our 4-step approach so our 1-2-2 coverage becomes iron tight and we ace the opposing team until they reach a goofy breakpoint. And by the way, I'm not making any of these terms up. This is real volleyball jargon, although I'm 100% not using them correctly. Rainbow reminded me a lot of Gurren Lagann. So if you don't know, Rainbow is a show that takes place in the early 50s, and it focuses on the criminalized youths of Japan after the war, and we walk with them through their journey being institutionalized. From graphic humiliation to shatter their pride, to brutal beatings from the guards that make their powerlessness sink in, it's a tragic, dark, saddening tale of kids who are criminals, but they were really the victims the entire time. And then we got Gurren Lagann, which is this colorful, fast-paced epic about an underworld mole kid who teams up with this bro who pilots their mechas while dreaming of reaching the top of the world. Oh, it seems like this comparison might be a little hard to explain than I initially thought. Okay, let me start over. I think the resemblance I found in both of these shows is how it features characters who are put down in the lowest possible standing, who through the power of bros and camaraderie dream to make it out of the trenches. It really is, and trust me, I really tried my hardest to avoid saying this in this situation, but it really is the most profound and grand expression of the power of friendship. Rainbow is dark, it's grim, I'm not gonna lie to you, but it's so cool to see these characters look out for each other and come together to claw their way out of the system. Slime is good. I like it a lot. It definitely follows the same bulimic tropes that all the shittiest shits follow, like the main character getting way too OP way too quickly. But that brings me to why I placed this show here, because this is my pick for the best shitty isekai. And by shitty isekai, I just mean a traditional isekai that came out in the last decade that markets itself with a gimmick. Although the gimmick of Slime Sekai just happened to spawn a brilliant trope that go on to inspire an entire generation of isekai. The trademark of that time I got reincarnated as a slime is that the show is only sort of a power fantasy. And I say that because the main sense of progression comes from Rimuru building up his country and making sure his civilians are safe. The problem with a lot of bad isekai is that when your main character is an omniscient god by episode 3, how will there be any real conflict going forward? And Slime Sekai answers that with the simple fact that being overpowered doesn't mean you're instantly a good political leader. Season 2 has a ton of just talking. Sure, there are a ton of covert CIA Diablos assassinations, but a lot of the season has just been spent with Rimuru trying to form relations with other countries and maintaining his safe position. Personally, I'm loving it. One Out is a gambling sports anime, and it's not sponsored by FanDuels or anything, hear me out. It's about a gambler named Toa who makes a name for himself playing basically the gambler's version of baseball, where it'd basically be a 1v1 against the pitcher and the batter, and he'd wager bands on top of bands that he will strike the batter out. Then this big shot Japanese baseball player pulls up due to some circumstances, and then Toa absolutely disciplines him. So after getting criminally violated from this random nobody, Kojima, who's that pro baseball player, seeks out Toa again and coerces him to join his team, believing that Toa is the missing link that they need. And to convince Toa, they settled on a contract that would add $50,000 to his salary for every single out he gets through his pitches. But on the flip side, he'd lose $500,000 if he missed one. I absolutely love this setup for this show. For obvious reasons, I'm at the edge of my seat every time they're in a game. I love all the characters except for this woman. Like, are you actually serious? We get the first canon black woman in anime and she looks like one of those CGI germs from those cleaning commercials. That shit's just disappointing. You might initially mistake Yona of the Dawn as your run-of-the-mill shoujo reverse harem, my worst enemy, but this was actually a very pleasant surprise. The show follows Yona, who basically has it all: youth,
beauty, and an entire kingdom all to her name. Although everything changes following an act of treason that basically leads to Yona's whole world crashing down as she's suddenly left to fend for herself with only a singular bodyguard at her side. Yona of the Dawn was a surprisingly well-written story of vengeance and betrayal with absolutely amazing characters. She's probably one of my favorite female leads in anime, and of course that's not saying that much when you look at the competition, but I think this show deserves all the praise it gets.
My Hero Academia is a tough one because I did like it. I liked it a lot. For the first 2 seasons, I feel like the main issue that My Hero Academia faces nowadays is that how can you possibly justify watching this over other modern shonen today, where it seems like every single one of them commit themselves to pushing the envelope in their own unique way. But then when we go back and talk about My Hero Academia, I really did like its start. The show captivated me with some of the best villains I've seen in that era of shonen, like Stain in Endeavor. But then as more and more seasons came out, I started to wonder when they'd change the formula. Deku never really became a protagonist I was compelled by, and all of the other characters really just annoyed me. Like, I don't understand how people like Bakugo. He is just so annoying to me. I've been a day one Bakugo hater since like 2016. So My Hero Academia at the end of the day faces a lot of tough competition in the world of shonen, and I think it falls short.
So Eden of the East really surprised me because the main character is just some dude who has amnesia, and I usually hate when shows or movies do this kind of thing since they're basically reducing their entire character to be a blank slate with absolutely no personality. But then
some passports. Man, there's a lot of them here. Maybe I'm more of a Jason Bourne than Travis Bickle.
The main character makes a Taxi Driver reference? Out of all the moments in anime I've watched for this video, this was the one scene that I genuinely did a double take on. All of his memories were erased except for his vast knowledge of movies. So practically all of his common sense and basic understanding of the world comes from Hollywood movies. I can't foresee anything going wrong with that. And he actually does have a pretty likable personality. The whole story, he's just trying to figure out who in the world his previous self was, and all the insane shit that his past self was up to. And honestly, it's great. I don't want to spoil it though, because a lot of the enjoyment I personally got from the show was solely due to the fact that I went into it blind. So next up is a pretty interesting one that my anime list tagged as a sci-fi, which is The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. I could definitely see where the classification comes from, but it's not my first thought when I think about this show. So this one's a real throwback. I remember people back in the day couldn't exactly decide how many inches of this show's dick they would or could fit inside their throat. And I like this show too, I'm just not a dick rider. The concept is definitely a winner. If you've ever seen cringy weebs praying to Haruhi Suzumiya, it's because she's literally God in this universe. She's a narcissistic, arrogant high school girl, but it also happens that everything tends to bend to her will unknowingly. Our main protagonist is definitely a winner too, at least to me. I like the dude. He's always down to earth and chill with it. The other characters are cool too, it's just that once we realize what Haruhi's power is and that whole facet is explored, there's not much to the show. The comedy only maybe got me around 50% of the times, and otherwise the show was really just a slice of life with a funky twist to it. I completely understand why people fawn over the show though. I just think it got boring at certain parts. Oh, I did watch the Haruhi movie though, The Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya. I really liked it. I legitimately forgot about this movie's existence when I was first writing this script, but I genuinely went back and adjusted the ranking just because I liked the movie so much. Basilisk is basically just incest Naruto, but if the Six Paths of Pain wanted the main characters to bang so that he could revive the long dead Nobunaga. Oh shit, wait a second. That was actually the sequel. Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie, I started Basilisk with the sequel, which was considered to be, well, just look at the score. But the original Basilisk is genuinely if Naruto had a bloody Romeo and Juliet subplot with a seinen spin to it. And this time, that comparison to Naruto isn't meant to insult the show. Basilisk features some amazing creative fights with all different types of ninjutsu and powers on the table. The anime in overall production somehow looks like 15 times better than its reboot that came out almost 15 years later. And the plot is simple yet so fun. So there are these two ninja clans, the Koga and Iga clans, that have been at each other's throats for like their entire history. Although recently a peace treaty was signed between them, and the heirs to each clan actually ended up marrying each other. But their love begins to be trampled on when two men disputed the right to become the shogunate, and they both ended up commanding 10 of the best shinobi from each clan to pick a side and fight in a battle royale. And whoever's clan wins gains the favor of the shogunate for the next 1,000 years. So the plot put these two heirs in a very difficult position where they have to choose between their love and their loyalty to their clan. Every episode we see something go down, whether it be some intense action or some freaky shit, or just some hella frequent deaths. And it's not like the cartoonishly silly predictable shit they pull in like Akame ga Kill or some shit. The deaths actively made me more on edge for what might happen in the next episode. Kaiju number 8 was the big anime last season for good reason. It's one of those hybrid shonen where a main dude gets transformed into a half-breed of the kaiju he's fighting. And I think the reason, or at least one of the reasons so much people gravitated towards this show is the fact that this is the main character, an old dude of undeniable unk status. For one time, in a genre of like over 400 shows, the protagonist isn't a kid or in high school. You seriously don't know how refreshing it is to see how Unk takes up a whole new perspective on the genre. He's just also a pleasant guy to watch on screen, and a guy who still dreams despite his age. And even after getting his kaiju power, Unk never abuses it and gets into the kaiju defense force fair and square. Although his kaiju powers are kind of a liability because if he were to get found out, he'd get sniped. So a lot of the show is about him navigating the fucking unit meant to take out kaiju while also being a kaiju. So when he's actually forced to transform, it's a big deal. Hey everyone, it's me. I have a confession to make. I do not like moe, or, for matter of fact, slice of life. Those genres are like Olympic athletes to me. Slice of life is like Usain Bolt, and moe is like Noah Lyles. Because they're both gold medalists, and how freakishly fast these shows will put me to sleep. Like, it's actually impressive how well these shows function as a sort of tranquilizer. But the most confusing thing of all is that I actually enjoyed Girls Last Tour, an anime that did the unholy fusion dance between both of these genres. So what's special about this show? It's certainly not the first to feature a post-apocalyptic scenario for its setting, but it's the first to handle it in such a lighthearted, almost whimsical manner. We could visually see the decaying backdrop of what was once a society, the faint, almost distant traces of a culture, all in the background, with the foreground being focused on these scatterbrained, silly, almost moronic two girls that just roam this earth in the sad state that it's in and just trying to survive. There's almost an eerie feeling I get when watching these girls interact in this optimistic, borderline cheerful manner when their situation is probably the most hopeless scenario I could possibly imagine. And there's also a lot of mystery when it comes to this show. Like, what actually happened to cause so much destruction and a complete lack of human life other than them? Girls Last Tour was a pleasant surprise, and it's something that I don't regret watching. Gangsta is if Batman was a mute katana-wielding badass who gangbusts in Gotham City. Okay, that description is a little bit deceptive, but some parts of it are true. Like, the city of Urgastalum is basically just Gotham City, although the mute katana-wielding badass isn't actually the main character. It's this guy who likes dark-skinned women. But this show is about Warwick and Nicholas, who are tags, which are basically mercenaries who take on jobs that no one else could handle. I really love the opening episodes of Gangsta, how the city is developed. It feels alive and infinitely vast, and the characters, especially the main two, I thought were great. But towards the end of the show, I felt like the plot started losing focus. So many characters got introduced that we were never really given a reason to care for. Maybe it's because it tried to cram too much content from the manga in the show, but I don't know. Maybe I should read the manga. It's not like the anime was dog shit, I'm just saying that it didn't maintain a consistent level of quality. Dorohedoro was a special case when deciding whether to rank the anime or manga, because it's not like the anime was horrible. Actually, it's not even bad at all. I watched it like a while back when it was coming out weekly, but here's the thing. I've always wanted to read Dorohedoro. So I went into it and my god. Okay, this is the first frame of the anime. And then this is the first panel in the manga. Yeah, I did not regret my choice. So Dorohedoro is about a place called the Hole, which is exclusively inhabited by non-magic users. And the actual magic users of this world treat people of the Hole, and by extension non-magic users, as less than insects. And they cross over a lot of times into the Hole to test out their magic on people, which ends up leaving a lot of them fucked up looking. Which is why our protagonist, Kaimon, looks like that. So he's trying to find the person that originally fucked him up so he could turn back to normal. Him and this entire main cast are just so damn entertaining. They all match each other's freak on a level I've never seen before. Every single character is so weird in this show, but I'm not even saying that as a bad thing or anything. It really just adds to its charm. But the real thing that charmed me in this show is the world. Dorohedoro might be the most original, trippiest, creepiest, and imaginative thing I've ever read. I am under the philosophical assumption that nothing can truly be original. The way that certain series can seem novel on the outside is by taking from so many inspirations that it becomes virtually impossible to trace things back. But Dorohedoro is something different. Everything down to the power system and curses, to the characters and their strangeness, to how this show literally smashes multiple genres together and it still stands on its own. It's this visceral, dark and gritty steampunk hellscape, but it's also inarguably a fantasy because of the magic. I'll go out and say that this is the most unique series on this list. I was gonna say that I absolutely recommend you read or watch this, but like honestly, the art was such a treat in this manga, and the anime never really replicated that immersive atmosphere the manga gave off. So if you can, read Dorohedoro. You won't regret it. Of all genres, comedy is the one where the plot and premise is actively the least important aspect of the show. But Grand Blue's innovation and sheer ingenuity with its premise really separates it from so many other anime in general. Because this anime is about college students. Yeah, I know you just audibly gasped. But believe me, I was flabbergasted too. So this anime is a very relatable show as a fellow campus dweller, and what the fuck, holy shit, he's literally me. So this anime is correctly classified as a seinen, but for way different reasons than other shows are. It's not like, whoa, there's gore in this show. No, it's just the fact that younger audiences wouldn't understand like half of these jokes. Like when the main character is out partying and he's passed a cup of what he believes to be water, then only after chugging it down, he realizes that it's flammable. Shit's funny as fuck, and it's not like I'm even gatekeeping the show. I just doubt you'd appreciate it if you're under the age of 16. But also if you've never experienced college life before. Otherwise, I absolutely love the themes this show tackles. It's not like revolutionary or anything, but I love how the main character's journey through getting into diving and everything parallels with his willingness to get out of his comfort zone, which is really what college is all about. Well, and mountains of debt. Kuroko no Basket is basically the NBA but better. And also they're in fucking high school. This guy has the ability to never fucking miss a shot. This dude can copy the skills of other people. This other guy is just LeBron, and we don't talk about this guy. I watched this one as a kid and was fucking obsessed with it. I thought the concept of the generation of miracles was so fucking cool back then. And I can't even lie to you, I was rooting for Ayomi before I even knew who Kobe was. But basically a group of 6 middle schoolers who were all goats at basketball banded together in a supremely dominant team, later dubbed as the Generation of Miracles. But then when it came to graduate, they all split apart to different high schools. So now the story focuses on the secret sixth member who basically acted as the glue keeping the Generation of Miracles together, and his journey through challenging the other schools. So upon rewatch, Kuroko no Basket is a really fun watch, and there are certain scenes that just have my jaw on the floor with how stunning some of these sequences look. But I feel like most obviously towards the end, and also prevalent throughout the entire show, this series seems to be more focused on showing off the fucking anime ass superpowers that the anime gave his characters, instead of having the fundamentals of basketball being the component contributing to the wins. It's always the fact that this bitch has conqueror's hockey and you can't do shit against him. And one of the sports anime that I placed higher up in particular basically did this, but in a way that instead highlights the qualities of the sports rather than some bullshit anime mechanics. Millennium Actress is probably one of the tamest Satoshi Kon films out there. All of his other works usually stake themselves in some sort of disturbing premise while mindfucking us with its obtuse portrayal of reality. On the surface, Millennium Actress is a comparably straightforward romance about one of the most popular actresses of her time, recounting her experience in the industry and her first love. And the movie seamlessly moves from setting to setting because her memories take the shape of every single movie role she's ever had, which can get a little mind-bending at times, jumping between different eras and genres. But this film manages to pull off telling a seriously good love story while dealing with its very unconventional structure. I really enjoyed my time with this film. Blue Lock was my favorite sports anime. Well, before I had to start watching a certain series for this video. But the show led me through a journey of not giving a fuck about the World Cup a couple years ago to becoming a scholar about how this intricate yet simple ball game is played on the world stage. I stopped calling it soccer and started calling it by its real name, the British Piggy Bank. But it's your normal shonen sports anime with the added power scaling mechanics of anime. Although the special thing about Blue Lock that I noticed off rip was how fucking dramatic everything was. Like, one character the entire game would try to master a specific technique, and then he finally pulls off the flip musty reset flick. Then Isagi at the other corner of the field would just be pondering. His 3 trillion brain cells start firing off on all cylinders, so much so that his corporeal form ceases to exist and he deconstructs his presence into puzzle pieces. Then, as he takes into account all the socioeconomic repercussions of him hitting the musty flip reset, he reconstructs himself and he knows what to do, which is like guard the guy or some obvious shit like that. Obviously, I'm just playing around, it's never that bad, but somehow through sheer budget or maybe just good writing, this show never felt cringe to me with how much they be exaggerating stuff. Even if it may be artificially raising stakes by Isagi overthinking the extra pubic hair on his opponent, it never feels contrived. Somehow. I'm not even actually sure how they did it. This is literally a formula for something I'd hate, but I ended up loving it. I will always adore shows where people that have no knowledge of the sport they're playing can easily get into it. The animation is stunning. I mean, you don't get better than this when it comes to sport anime. The only thing I always nitpick with this show that I just do because it's fucking funny is how they have these intense action scenes that you could visually see how much time and care was put into every frame. And then the next frame we cut to would be like the most disgraceful Blender CGI, bro. As someone who's never understood and would actively avoid the entire slice of life genre, March Comes In Like a Lion was like a raid boss to me, but ended up being a pretty enjoyable watch, mostly because of Shaft's absolutely godly art in this show. I don't even know how to exactly describe it, but the art style is so unique and the backgrounds are always so cool to look at. The only qualm I have with the production is how they draw the mouths. Like, I genuinely thought that this shit was a mustache, and you're telling me he eats with that shit? So March Comes In Like a Lion is about a professional shogi player prodigy who has a tragic backstory, which is really not all that different from any other seinen show, although I really enjoyed how they explored his past. And don't worry if you don't know anything about shogi, because what this show is really about, in my opinion, is trying to find yourself in the present while also simultaneously coming to terms with your past. So there's this, combined with the really fun and silly characters that make for an anime that I'd absolutely recommend if you're into slice of life, but also if you want to vibe to a show. Wow, what a ride this was. So I read the manga for this one, obviously, and I could definitely see why this was such a controversial manga when it was still releasing. Edgy doesn't even really begin to describe it. This show just reeks of bleak nihilism, which permeates through the manga's harrowing monster designs. This author really has a knack for conveying this claustrophobic horror, where he describes these unthinkable creatures who shouldn't exist, and it's as if they're a rejection of the main character's existence from the universe itself. But by far the most disturbing part about them is their intelligence. They're not destroying in some senseless fervor, they attack with purpose, and even hold vendettas against humans. In the beginning of Gantz, the characters are only faced with reasonable sized creatures, but as the story progresses further and further, the beings the main characters are tasked with killing start to literally escape even fantasy, with these warped incorporeal deities that give off this quiet, indescribable sense of cosmic horror. The monsters are more than just their designs and power, they project raw terror into the characters, and anyone who gazes upon them immediately loses hope that they might make it out alive. And that is my favorite part of Gantz. For context, this author is actually a very interesting guy, as I later found out. He ended Gantz on an extremely controversial final chapter, and apparently a ton of people complained on the internet. So in his next manga, Inuyashiki, if you remember it from before, he made Hiro, one of the main characters, brutally murder those same people who criticized Gantz, but just in the show. So to say it simply, this guy is fucking insane. I will now explain to you the premise of Gantz. Gantz is about a group of randomly selected ordinary people who get stuck inside a weekly nightmare. They lead normal, uneventful lives for 6 days, but then on one of those days they will be sent to this room, forced to kill some being beyond normal comprehension, which usually ends up in tragedy, and then are expected to return back to their daily lives like nothing ever happened. Overall, Gantz is something that I can't possibly recommend to everyone. Even I found it really disgusting from time to time. But by far the worst, most batshit absurd thing to ever happen in this show is the blackface mass shooting. And if you got immediate whiplash from that horrifying combination of words, imagine reading through it. It was rough. And I'm not even gonna lie, that same scene was the chapter I put down Gantz. I really love a lot of things this series does, but a ton of shit that happens in this show is just straight up unnecessary. Most of which I won't even name because I fear demonetization. I probably will pick it back up in the future though, but we'll see. Two concerns I had about Initial D before even watching it. One is that I've seen clips of it here and there, and it's always these ugly ass unrendered PS3 video game cutscene CGI car races. Then number two is that I'm not exactly a car guy myself, nor do I care much about racing. I was afraid that I might just not be the target audience for this show, because to me, if it has 4 wheels and gets me from point A to point B, then that's more than enough for me. And that is a direct quote taken from our main character. Much to my surprise, Takumi, who is our main character, doesn't give a shit about cars either, just like me. So we're given a proper introduction into speed racing from a guy who doesn't really care for any of it initially. Initial D is just so damn fun to watch. It has one of the most iconic soundtracks in anime. The races are hype as fuck, and shockingly the CG never ruined it for me. It's something that you kinda just get used to as you watch more and more of it. But I can definitely understand the complaints about it. I initially thought the show was gonna follow the typical sports anime formula, but Initial D feels so authentic. The real and palpable risk of crashing always keeps us at the edge of our seats when watching these car races. Like, this show isn't only about racing, it's also about the racers with this show, simultaneously pulling off some crazy hype moments, but also pulls off some great romance and comedy. Space Dandy is a show that by all means should not work for me. It breaks the fourth wall more times than politicians break promises. The biggest joke of the show isn't the comedy, but this man's haircut, and the show is aggressively horny. Like, to the point where our main character's favorite place to eat is an establishment called Boobies. Yeah, but somehow when Space Dandy combined all that corny shit, it turned out to be one of the funnest anime I've ever watched. Not because of the character writing or plot. Actually, I feel like this show and plot are like oil and water. Shit doesn't mix. The plot of Space Dandy, in air quotes, is entirely dependent on the whims of this horny space delinquent. One day he might get tired of instant ramen and then travel through extra dimensional wormholes to find ramen better than instant. Another day he might just be horny and spend the day at Boobies. You will watch Space Dandy and you might like it or you might hate it. But one thing that's for certain is that you've never seen anime like this. It definitely looks like anime, but it doesn't feel like anime. It vaguely reminded me of a certain show, and after a Google search, I was surprised to see that this was an anime original created by the same guy behind Cowboy Bebop. And when I say that, there's a lot of expectations that come with it. I didn't know this information going into Space Dandy, and I went in and just had fun. But I think a lot of people go into the show think it'll be like the Cowboy Bebop of the 2010s, and then the show's ruined for them. So if you go into this, do yourself a favor and dive into it with an open mind. This show is like, I'm trying to find a way to put this that isn't edgy. Okay, whatever. It's like if Nazi ideology became meta and instead of the Aryan race having blonde hair and blue eyes, they have blue hair and blue eyes. The story is told from the perspective of a completely homogenous nation where everyone pretty much looks the same. And as you could probably imagine, this is a paradise for anyone living in Alabama. Not because they're neo-Nazis or anything, but because everyone looks like a blood relative. So the country is currently in a war that media pundits boast about having 0 casualties because it's fought using automatic robots, but that is just a straight up lie. There are people piloting these supposed automatic robots, but they're non-Aryans, meaning they don't officially count as casualties. That's actually pretty fucked up. So our main character is a major in the military who fought besides what they call the 86, which are basically the minorities. She has a soft spot for the 86 that she shares with basically nobody. The propaganda runs deep within this nation, and it leaves everyone believing that they're unevolved, legitimately inferior creatures who are lucky to be under the Empire's rule. Under her experience working with a new infamous crew of 86, she gains a new perspective on a lot of things. And I thought this was a great show that covered unfortunately relevant topics that we see today, like discrimination, brainwashing, and alienation. The cast of characters, especially the team of 86, I thought was incredibly strong. It feels weird walking out of Vivi with such a high opinion of it, because honest to God, if the show wasn't so damn beautiful, I probably would have dropped it early on. But with this show, the stunning production and art direction only serves to draw the audience in. But what makes us stay is the show's exceptional writing and characters. Vivi's Fluorite Eye is about this cute autistic robot girl whose only purpose in life is to sing and make people happy. But then her whole existence gets flipped on its head when she's given the mission to travel back in time and stop her fellow androids from genociding the human race. And the reason she's been picked to do this is because she's quite literally built different. No, actually she has this robot teddy bear sidekick guy that can quite literally hack into anything if he could get plugged into it. And overall, this is a plot that can either be really, really good or really, really bad. And thankfully, we live in the good timeline. If I need to do any more convincing, this was written by the same guy responsible for ReZero, and it was produced by the same people behind Attack on Titan, Season 1. So lock in, everyone. Dungeon Meshi, or Delicious Dungeon, lives an isolated existence. In a world filled with disposable power fantasy waste, this anime is the standout. Although the story lives in this medieval swords and sorcery world, the plot takes us in a completely different direction. Our main crew are drawn into this endless cavernous maze called, well, the dungeon. But they don't have any food to travel with. But then in the moment they needed him the most, they meet my goat, who is a little dwarf guy who cooks meals in the dungeon out of monster ingredients for fun. So Dungeon Meshi is about this party of adventurers that learn how to love eating monsters or risk starving to death while trying to accomplish their goal. It's really interesting to see them learn about this alien cuisine, which actually coincidentally shares a lot of qualities with real world food. If you invested a lot into the cooking skill tree, this show will have you pointing at real life ingredients and meal references like cameos in a Marvel movie. It's a really fun show that honestly has really thought out food mechanics in dungeon lore. At first, Anohana didn't catch my attention at all. I thought it was a plotless anime about a group of friends who spent their summer jerking off with some ghosts. But I ended up stumbling upon a show that's more than just spectrophilia. And that's the word for a ghost fetish. So Anohana is about a group of childhood friends after one of them starts seeing the spirit of their friend who died a long time ago. And they all come together once again under the wishes of the spirit. And we watch them as they struggle to get along again after such a long time. Throughout the entire show, we really get to witness how an unexpected death in someone's life could affect someone. And the overall writing with all the characters is genuinely amazing, with an ending that will make even a stone monument start sobbing. I think it might be the best thing to go into Anohana with as little information as possible, so I think I'll stop here. Hey, quick question. Does anyone remember Angel Beats? I remember watching this when I was like 10 years old, and it was one of my favorite coveted anime back then. So naturally, I went into it expecting it to be some gooner fan service piece of irredeemable filth. Although it seemed like I had some pretty good taste back then. This anime is honestly one of a kind, a true classic in its truest sense. The show is about a band of teenagers in also Otonashi who recently comes to this world that he is told is the afterlife. All of the kids in this world join together in opposition against a mysterious angel sent by God, apparently. A ton of people that come here, including Otonashi, have amnesia, and throughout the show their memories start slipping back into consciousness, with truly industry-leading scriptwriting and production for its time, and still even today, Angel Beats aged like fine wine. And if you haven't ever had the pleasure of watching, I definitely would. I recognize that the show has flaws, but it's so emotionally brilliant and technically exceptional in so many different areas that I tend to look at the show and say, what flaws? It's been said by many that anime is dying. In the Mesozoic era, we had the Cowboy Bebops, the Neon Genesis Evangelions, the Akiras, and Miyazaki. Anime back then was an intellectual, creative medium that only people with an IQ above 140 in a Reddit account could truly appreciate. Although it seemed that anime back in the early 2010s were perpetually stuck inside this inescapable pit of fan service moe harem power fantasies. And there was a definite lack of courage to sack up, step outside the box, and say, hey, let's try something new. And in 2013, Studio Trigger famously looked down and responded, fuck no, I'm creating the most unapologetically anime to ever exist. And it's gonna be terrible, but amazing at the same time. Enter Kill la Kill, where fan service is plot, style is substance, and every episode plays out like the finale. It's one of the most shameless pieces of media I've ever watched, and I honestly love it for that. The main character is a transfer student, the tyrannical antagonist regime is the student fucking council, and the power system is literally the amount of clothing the person is wearing. Kill la Kill somehow takes all these brain-dead anime tropes, scales them up to 1000, and then it somehow results in a show that felt so fresh at the time. The Promised Neverland is a show that had one of my favorite first episodes in anime. The fact that this was published in fucking Shonen Jump speaks to how blurred the lines are for this genre. I'd say mystery, thriller, low fantasy, but not shonen. I'd be surprised if anyone watching this hasn't seen Promised Neverland. It's an absolute goat that has a sick premise and brilliantly executes on it for a solid run of 12 episodes. Unfortunately, we've never gotten a season 2, and furthermore, the studio behind this anime actually expressed their hatred for this show and vowed to never continue the adaptation again. That was the good timeline. Unlucky for us, we live in this timeline where season 2 exists and is probably the single worst sequel I've ever witnessed. Entire arcs were just deleted from the main plotline. Characters that were pivotal in the manga for certain reasons are just missing in action, and the pacing is so fast that plot holes and illogical character decisions are extremely frequent. And it all culminates into just a weird ending that had absolutely nothing leading up to it in no way. So respectfully, to pay homage to all the Promised Neverland fans out there, I bashed my head against the wall so I can amnesia my way out for getting this abomination. And I'm ranking it like season 2 doesn't exist because this shit is just outrageous. Dororo tells the tale of the average Kansas City Chiefs fan. One day, a greedy man renounces his god and makes a pact with 12 demons, and his prayers are soon answered, but not without a cost. When his first son is born, he doesn't have limbs, ears, eyes, or even skin, but miraculously, he lives. He meets this doctor that suits him up with the bare minimum prosthetics and weapons that he needs to survive, but he still can't feel, see, or hear anything. Although with the death of each of the 12 demons, he regains a part of himself that was rightfully his. So he pairs up with this kid named Dororo, and they hunt down each of the 12 demons. And throughout the entire show watching this, the only thing I could think of was how metal the whole concept was. The anime is about a paraplegic death samurai who is forced to hunt down demons in order to restore his body. Tell me this isn't just Doom Eternal but anime. Such a sick show. The boy in the heron is amazing. It has expressiveness that really is just a Ghibli phenomenon. Immediately as I saw this in theater, it rose to the upper echelon of Ghibli movies in my opinion. This bird is creepy but cool, the other world is insane but fun, and the movie wears what it's trying to communicate on its sleeve, but it still communicates it in a way that I've never seen before. So then, if this is up in the tiers compared to other Ghibli movies, then by default, it's in the upper echelon when you compare it to these. Honestly, I don't even want to give anything away. I'm just gonna say it's Ghibli, and look at these cute little bird guys. Watch it, I swear it's good. Just watch it, please. Please watch it. Apothecary Diaries was something so unexpected for me. Usually when an anime has a self-insert female lead and every single male character representing each member of BTS starts throwing away their entire life for her, it's a major turnoff for me. A lot of shoujo are like that, at least the ones I've been forced to watch. But this anime hits different. Mao isn't just a female version of Kirito, she's really interesting in her own right. She's the cold as ice daughter of an apothecary, who's just someone who makes medicine. And she is kidnapped and sold off to be a servant girl to one of the concubines of the emperor. Oh, and one thing I guess I forgot to mention about Mao is that she has a poison fetish. As in consuming poison. Still makes more sense to me than a foot fetish. Anyways, it turns out one of the jobs assigned to her is to be a taste tester. This would be like a dude with a foot fetish securing a job as Quentin Tarantino's cameraman. It's literally the perfect job for her. Then the hot guy love interest pulls around and instantly falls for Mao. But not because he was necessarily attracted to her, but because she saw him as an insect. Peak writing, what can I say? So One Punch Man is something that I definitely don't even have to give an introduction for. Season 1 all the way back in 2015 took the anime community by storm. It's about a protagonist who, very much like in 376 Isekai, can one-tap every single living organism if he so wishes. But unlike 376 Isekai, this character trait is treated like a character flaw, or at least that's how Saitama sees it. Like, obviously there was a time in everyone's life where they looked at themselves in the mirror and unironically tried to turn Super Saiyan or throw a Rasen Shuriken. No shame, we've all been there. But Saitama has been there, done that, and he treats his omnipotent anime bullshit powers as a curse. One Punch Man is a comedy on paper, but I feel like a lot of people, including myself, associate OPM with so much more. Like, yeah, it's pretty funny from time to time, but a lot of the episodes ended up surprising me with shockingly compelling stories and characters. And the world is also really sick. So I watched all of Season 1 and the Walmart Bargain Bin Season 2 before even thinking of this video. But a ton of people have hyped up the manga, and especially the art, so I was really excited to check it out. I reread all the events of Season 2 with Garo's whole story, and yeah, you guys weren't fucking lying. You know, as much as I'd love to disperse my propaganda that manga readers are elitist, pompous assholes, for this whole video so far, there hasn't been a single instance where the manga readers were annoying about a certain series, and I didn't end up agreeing with them. I read up to the end of the Orochi fight, and everything I've read up to then was pretty sick.
Spy X Family has a Sigma male as a protagonist. Alright, hear me out. He fakes his identity as a lone wolf, creates a fake family to further his mysterious agenda, and literally spies on governments for a living. Spy Family is about a spy, a telepath, and an assassin who create a fake family with each other for their own reasons, but none of them have knowledge about the other family's real identities. Shit's funny as fuck, it has some amazing action, and it's also a nice comfort show to just put on. It really just has everything. Genuinely one of the shows that you could literally recommend to anyone, and they'd be able to find some type of enjoyment of it.
So, do you ever get annoyed, even furious, about that one time you watched something that you thought was great as a standalone and something you personally thoroughly enjoyed? Then some sniveling Dexter Four Eyes looking ass wearing a bow tie for some reason slithers onto the scene and tells you that actually the manga is better. This phrase, where did it come from? It had to have spawned from somewhere. So where? It was Tokyo Ghoul, almost a decade ago that popularized this phrase, I think. I don't know, it seemed like back in the day you couldn't avoid these manga elitist cockroaches, specifically around this show. I was obsessed with this anime in my teenage years, and I even loved Tokyo Ghoul Route A, which had a popular rumor going around back in the day that every time you say the name of the season out loud, a manga reader dies a horrible death. So I went ahead and read the manga for Tokyo Ghoul out of sheer curiosity, and my findings were, well, not really special. I liked it. I actually liked it a lot. Tokyo Ghoul lives in a modern world where these supernatural monstrosities known as ghouls prowl the underworld. And it's the fact that they live off of eating flesh that makes them the ultimate enemy against humanity, and one diametrically opposed to their existence. But then comes Ken Kaneki, someone who, due to an accident, turns into a half ghoul, half human hybrid. And while hybrid shows like this are a dime a dozen nowadays, the way that Tokyo Ghoul handles it feels the most refreshing to me, even considering how old this manga is. The hybrid plot point in Tokyo Ghoul is utilized less as a way to gain cheap power-ups and more to philosophically transform the series from a very simple binary black and white type of show to then suddenly introduce this moral gray zone where Kaneki really illuminates through his condition that ghouls and humans are two sides of the same coin. Tokyo Ghoul introduces some great themes and very frequently goes to very, very dark places. Also, even as a grown man, I still really fuck with the whole style of the shit. The art is amazing, the characters are sometimes really edgy, but I don't even care, they're so cool. And it was only after reading the manga that I realized how much the anime skipped, even season 1. To put this into perspective, the last event that happened in Tokyo Ghoul season 1 occurred around chapter 60 in the manga, which if you think of it is absolutely psychotic given that the anime is only 13 episodes. One thing that I think the anime never really captured all too well is the insanity of Kaneki's transformation from Shy Boy to Edgelord. In the manga, there are so many events that happen between Kaneki getting kidnapped by Aogiri Tree and him getting tortured. So much development happens within this time period as setup, and it was just completely cut out from the anime. Also, another thing I realized from reading the manga is that Tokyo Ghoul Route A is genuinely just an entire season of Tumblr fanfiction. Kaneki never joins Aogiri Tree, and the season tries to mimic the events of the manga while basically having a borderline unrecognizable main character. And then I never finished watching Tokyo Ghoul Re back in the day when it was coming out, so I can't really comment on that. I hate to be one of them, but I've joined the dark side. Just read the manga, bro. Imagine the hardest working immigrant you know. You know them for sure. Two of these guys could build a roof faster than the time it'll take white people to call ice on them. Imagine you place those workers on a farm. Although what they're actually harvesting isn't some vegetable or anything, it's just straight up raw, unfiltered ore. And the name of this level 9000 ore farmer is Sunken. This is my guilty pleasure pick of the list, but honestly, I don't even feel too guilty about it. I think it was around 3 years ago when I first discovered the original manhwa, and let me tell you, that shit was the only thing I thought about for the next week until I caught up. Solo leveling feels like a video game, but a good one. One that rewards the player with an unmatched sense of progression. The way I kind of picture this show in my mind is something only people who got into anime in middle school could truly understand. Sigma Wu, at least in season 2, unlocked something within me that's been kept shut since that time era. Forgive me for saying this so bluntly, but he is a Sigma male done so shamelessly that it just becomes cool again. Although, if an S-tier ore farmer was all that Sung Jin-woo was, then I don't think I'd be that compelled by his character. So now think of every single underdog media. Now take those underdogs and place them under one of those hydraulic presses. What you're left with is the end game of the underdog. The ultimate chimera of the worst, most underwhelming qualities a human could possibly possess. Enter Sun Jin-woo in season 1. His nickname is the worst E-rank hunter in history. And hunters are just people with magic powers and stuff who take on gates, which are these portals to other world-like places that have the risk of breaking after a certain amount of time, causing all the fantasy-esque monsters to escape into the real world. Eventually, the guy who once had the reputation of being as useless as a condom in a Smash tournament starts to slowly and inconspicuously rise up the ranks. This show understood the assignment. Listen, no one went into solo leveling, like the show is fucking named Solo Leveling. No one went to the show expecting some masterful storytelling or substance. I just want to see modern Piccolo, okay? Is that too much to ask? Spirited Away is an isekai. I mean, of course it is. While you probably won't hear, oh, Spirited Away is my favorite isekai, it's undeniable that it technically is one. Even the title makes it obvious. So yeah, classic among classics. This would be where I wiggle my finger in the air and say actually Princess Mononoke is better, which is true but not relevant. This shit's too fire to be an isekai. So Spirited Away is just the pinnacle of Ghibli animation. No background left empty and every space feels lived in. I feel like when people think of Spirited Away, they don't really think of the plot or anything that really goes on in the movie. I think we as a collective just associate this movie with its vibes. Spirited Away is absolutely a watch based around feeling. Like sure, you could pick apart every single detail and make your own conclusions about everything, but at the end of the day, what will stick with you is how you felt in the moment, the atmosphere, the mood. And I think this movie is truly one of a kind for that. Your Name is an anime film that I'm sure everyone watching is at least familiar with. It was the highest grossing anime film ever. That is until Demon Slayer decided to square up. And the hype isn't for nothing. Animation wise, it seriously rivals the likes of Violet Evergarden and X-Arm. Plainly said, this is the most beautiful art I've ever seen in anime. The plot is about a countryside girl who longs for the day she could leave her small town, and a guy whose inner city school life makes him unreasonably busy and stressed out. The guy wakes up as the girl, and the girl wakes up as the guy. And although it might seem like both of these two just got handed everything they could have asked for, they eventually realize that this is not what they wanted. So they search out each other and try to find each other's name. This is one of those types of films that I can confidently recommend to anyone, regardless of taste, and I know they'll love it. It's such an inoffensively great story with such a wide appeal. Although whenever this film gets brought up in any conversation nowadays, it's always in the same breath as another film it often gets compared to because of a similar release date, A Silent Voice. And I think it's all kind of pointless. Like, both these films have barely anything in common with each other, and I just find it weird how we can't just think both are absolutely amazing in their own right. That being said, A Silent Voice solos, I had to say it. While Your Name sacrifices a lot of depth for its inoffensive nature, A Silent Voice, I think, says a lot more with its 90 minutes because it wasn't afraid to take risks.
Don't be stupid. This is way more entertaining than Hollywood's ever gonna be.
Wow, have I never agreed more with the line of dialogue in an anime. Black Lagoon is the type of show to make The Rock look like some diaper-wearing snowflake who always orders the estrogen entree with a side of french fries at his local Weenie Hut Jr. It puts hair on your chest and it seriously feels like your stereotypical Hollywood action movie, but just better. And that feels weird to say out loud, but what I mean by that was just that, to me, when I was watching, it didn't really feel like I was watching an anime. Probably just because there's black people in this show, which is another positive I'll gladly point out. Dutch is more of a man than any of us will ever be. Rock, or Rokuro, is an incredibly fun protagonist. Ravi has a sick character design and is always a joy to see on screen. And then Benny is just Benny. That's all he needs to be. So Black Lagoon is about Rock, who is this dull Japanese corporate office worker who I suppose works for fucking Wells Fargo because his company just lets him die. But anyways, they kind of fuck Rock over and end up leaving him stranded in the middle of the ocean as a hostage for a mercenary group. But then Rock, realizing that his company literally does not give a single fuck about him after refusing to pay his ransom, puts up the middle finger to the suits like the ultimate alpha that he is, and officially becomes a member of the mercenaries. One neutral observation I made while watching is that it seems very fast-paced. Scenes cut to the next without wasting any time. Character dialogue doesn't overstay its welcome, and characters will move from place to place without a moment's rest. And I say that's definitely a good thing, because to me it didn't seem like it sacrificed much in keeping that pace up. And it's perfect for people today in the brain rot era. I'd also say that the show aged incredibly well. I'd highly recommend it now. I think you should give it a shot. Demon Slayer is a banana. You'll probably have a difficult time finding someone who actively dislikes bananas, but you'll probably have an even harder time finding people who think it's the best thing they've ever consumed. Demon Slayer is the definition of popcorn shonen. You put it on, turn your brain off, look at the pretty colors, and not think about the show at all after finishing it. Tanjiro is a very safe but also very likable protagonist. Inosuke is the room temperature IQ part of the main cast that adds a nice boorish comedy relief, and Nezuko was scientifically manufactured to make anime fans go, aww. The main cast is a decently enjoyable collection of characters that really made the show a comfortable watch. The plot, on the other hand, wait a second. I have a feeling that I missed something. Maybe a suppressed memory or some sort of traumatic event? Zenitsu is that traumatic event. It's bewildering how you intentionally write a character that's so fucking useless and whiny that he's only relevant when he's unconscious. Zenitsu is the most blatantly annoying character I've ever had the dissatisfaction of seeing on screen. The author probably gave himself a migraine with this character and realized how fucking obnoxious and loud he is all the time halfway through writing the story, so he bullshitted in a character quirk that made him sleep for a long time so the audience wouldn't unalive themselves. Okay, rant over. Fuck this character. The plot is serviceable, and Muzan is a pretty chill villain. Demon Slayer is the shonen of all time, is what I'd say if not for the beautiful animation of Ufotable. And I hear a lot of critics saying stuff like animation doesn't affect my enjoyment of shows, but I feel like it's easy to say that when you got animation at this level instead of at this level.
If Demon Slayer got a shit adaptation and slideshow animation, nobody would watch it. Because we don't like looking at ugly things, that's just a fact. So when judging the quality of shows, I don't think factoring in animation just a little bit is a bad thing. In Demon Slayer's case especially, my enjoyment factor absolutely carries the show to this placement. I nutted watching Mugen Train, I nutted watching season 2, I nutted watching season 3, and we all mentioned the Hashira training, except for like the last episode. When looking at more objective metrics, one thing I'd point out is that the characters in this show are typically just given a singular trait and then that's their whole personality. It's an incredibly lazy way to characterize, and overall the show is not that deep when it comes to themes. Naruto was one of the first animes I've ever watched, and no matter which way you look at it, it has a fantastic start. Immediately the first couple arcs we are eating good. Zabuza, Chunin exam, Sasuke betrayal. Any haters of Naruto, I hope your issues with the show appear later on, because there's a reason this show is so stupidly influential. It was the first to really execute on the underdog trope perfectly. Naruto was someone who you couldn't help but root for. A bullied weakling who is also a vessel for a demon is set up for a tragic tale, but despite all of this, Naruto has this innocent optimism where he dreams for the top. And his dynamic with the main cast of characters, especially Sasuke, is very well thought out, with Sasuke representing raw talent, strong genes, and unspoken riz, all things that Naruto completely lacked. And then there's Sakura. So Shippuden is where some of the problems start to arise, where the thing that made Naruto an underdog, the Nine Tails, just become cheat codes that make him practically omnipotent. And I'm not the first one to point this out, but every character in the show that happens to be a female has completely shit writing and immediately becomes irrelevant. And then the straw that broke the camel's back was my GOAT, Rock Lee, becoming some random background NPC just because he didn't fucking power skill to the goofy ass state that Naruto was in. And that's actually a way bigger issue than just Rock Lee, since all the side characters got sidelined. And you might respond with, well yeah, and that's because they're side characters. But by being sidelined, I mean that they literally were displaced, since their influence and power levels compared to everyone else is just infinitesimal. The scaling gets wacky and stupid, like 80,000 ninjas fighting in the war, are you serious? And the characters just start dying and getting rezzed at the end. The end of Shippuden is really not the best at all. The only redeeming thing about it is Madara, really. Otherwise, Naruto was kind of ruined a lot by later arcs. Attention all black people. I have betrayed my own race. I'm like a less serious version of Candace Owens. The last time in my shonen video, I pretty much just ranked DBZ based on memory, not remembering how great Dragon Ball really was back then. Although since that video, my Dragon Ball obsessed friend strapped me down to the couch and forced me into rewatching a ton of Dragon Ball Z. Mind you, a ton of the issues I had with DBZ in my shonen video was with pacing. And that was almost a non-issue on the rewatch, since we obviously watched Dragon Ball Z Kai. The Frieza saga was by far my favorite, with Toriyama in my opinion having the best sense of stakes here. They finally did away with those stupid power level readers, and I think this saga is home to some of my favorite moments in the show, like the OG Super Saiyan transformation. And look, the Cell saga did have Trunks, undeniably the biggest aura farmer in the whole show. Bro's introduction is genuinely just murdering King Cold. It's so bad that you can't even call it a fight, it's just a straight up execution. But then the Cell arc is also home to some of the stupidest moments in the entire show. It's like every single character in this arc all just collectively agreed to take turns in selling the verse. Vegeta just allowing Cell to transform because he thinks he's a shit. Krillin just being so down bad for that android Uzi, and then fucking Goku giving Cell a sensu bean. This some Looney Tunes ass shit. Although everyone around me runs so much defense for the saga, and some of their points are pretty valid. The sensu bean shit is something that Goku's character would just do, and besides these moments, the Cell saga is a genuinely enjoyable arc with great fights. But if I'm gonna rank Dragon Ball, I'm gonna rank my entire experience with it. Dragon Ball Super is kinda buns, most of it at least. This is where I think a lot of the criticism this show faces become valid. Like how it sort of becomes power scaling for the sake of power scaling. In the original, there was so much buildup, so much weight, so much character growth and payoff when it came to a power-up. Although in Dragon Ball Super, most of the power-ups feel weightless and kinda just uninspired. Except for Ultra Instinct though. Even I have to admit that shit was cold as fuck. The Tournament of Power was pretty much the only good to come from Super, at least for me. But yeah, that's my take on Dragon Ball. So that puts a pin in the highest 100. This is truly the part of the video where the anime I start talking about are all shows that have greatly affected me in some way. 50 shows. 50 shows that in my opinion are all must-watches. I introduce to you this heavily exclusive next tier I call the Sublimity 50. If I were pressured under gunpoint to name anime's greatest mistake, I would probably say X-Arm. But this is a lie. X-Arm is peak fiction, alright? And I'm tired of pretending it's not. The true answer to this question is Fate. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, which one? Well, thanks for asking. Nathan, all of them. I mean all of them. You see this guy? This guy is actually Satan. He tempts you into his world with some actual gourmet cuisine. But then while you're eating, he shuts the door behind you, takes the plate away, and says, if you ever want to taste something like this ever again, you're going to have to go out of your way to sample every single brand of dog food ever made. So then that's exactly what you set out to do. You stop at nothing to experience that taste again. OVAs, spin-offs, alternative timelines, reimaginings, visual novels, fucking porn. But at the end of the day, dog food was all there was. You finished that gourmet cuisine a long time ago. And then one day as you're scrolling through the app store, you spot something. What you're seeing right now is a Fate fan's purgatory. You're already dead at this point. But let's rewind a little bit and try to savor that cuisine while we can. Fate Zero was a show that on the surface of things may seem like the least inspired anime to ever exist, because it genuinely does a fusion dance between two genres which literally market themselves on the fact that they're generic. Battle Royale and Isekai, but appearances often deceive. Right off the bat, I just want to say that the whole concept of the show is just so damn cool, I can't even get over it. The show is about a bunch of mages and noble families who participate in this thing called the Holy Grail War, which is like this battle royale for the ultimate prize of receiving any one wish. Although it's not actually any of the mages competing in this battle royale. Every single competitor is required to summon a figure from the past to fight for them. So like for example, one of the main characters summons King Arthur, but like the anime version. Another dude summons Alexander the Great, and then the most cold character in the entire show, Gilgamesh, gets summoned. It's a 10 out of 10 concept, but definitely runs the risk of having 0 out of 10 execution. But no, all these characters have amazing writing. Obviously, they're not going to be by the book historically accurate, but the show truly captures the essence of every legend summoned to the mortal realm. The fights are amazing. The show looks absolutely stunning. I mean, this is Ufotable before Demon Slayer. And I'm so glad that the Fate franchise was able to produce something so amazing and nothing else after this. Out of all the anime to ever come out, I've never seen one with more balls than Baccano. But before we talk about Baccano, we have to talk about my favorite movie. Pulp Fiction is probably something you've heard of. I mean, I feel like dick riding this movie is like the rite of passage for film video essays, for good reason. This movie has some of the toughest moments in cinema, like that one scene where Samuel L. Jackson recites a Bible verse and then proceeds to cap this guy in the head. But I think the real reason this movie is truly a generational film is because of its structure. Over the course of the film, we followed the stories of 4 different main characters, and the spectacular thing is that it somehow maintains a consistent narrative while constantly shifting between time periods, physical location, and perspective. And so what strikes me as the craziest part of this anime is that I looked at Pulp Fiction and said, I have crippling ADHD and possibly autism too, but I'm gonna attempt to replicate this anyways. If this anime were checked by a doctor, that doctor would prescribe her Adderall. To put this into perspective, this short single core anime has over 20 main characters. That's more protagonists in this thing than episodes in the show. And right up until the end, the show constantly cuts between 4 completely distinct time periods, which are used to build and give context to the main time period. If you look at Baccano's story from the perspective of someone who's finished it, it's actually a fairly linear and logical progression. And that's why the decision to chop up the story into bits and feed us only the parts they want us to see is such a genius idea. Without ADHD, the show wouldn't build tension as effectively, keep its mysteries as well, or just straight up wouldn't be as interesting. Oh yeah, I should probably describe what this show's about. Okay, so imagine an immortal version of The Sopranos meets slightly more sadistic Patrick Bateman, all while 2 clowns are dancing in the foreground. Yeah, lock in on this show. And then we start to talk about the most important 90 minutes in the history of anime, Akira. In the 1980s, anime was still kind of finding itself. Nowadays, you could randomize works created by Production IG, and whichever one it lands on, you could easily identify it as anime, because, well, it just feels like anime. For the past couple of decades, anime studios learned how to pander to anime fans, which is how I could easily say that this is an anime and this isn't. But back 4 decades ago, studios were way less worried about appealing to a certain audience and more focused on just creating the stuff that they wanted to create. Wicked City is something I hopefully will never watch, but I know enough about it to say that it can never come out today. And the same could also be said about Akira. From the collaboration of 7 different studios, Akira's existence is truly a mystery. It has almost 2 times the frame rate of the average anime at the time, which allowed it to stand visually at the same level as the likes of Walt Disney. It was directed by the same guy who wrote the manga, Akira, which is just downright strange. Like, I genuinely can't think of any other example where this happened. And the movie is set in Neo Tokyo, which is this futuristic cyberpunk dystopia that was meant to be a replacement to the actual Tokyo, which was blown up. A lot of people suspect that, much like a lot of Japanese media around the same time, that this was a piece of fiction that came about from coping with the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which makes sense. Our main characters, Kaneda and Tetsuo, both lost their parents during the destruction of the original Tokyo, which explains their delinquent behavior and the reason they're a part of a dangerous law-breaking biker gang. It's only when Tetsuo discovers his latent psychic ability that he truly begins to wreak havoc. This movie was truly a great watch, and honestly one of my favorite aspects of it was just how stylized everything was. I've had this Akira poster hanging up in my room for the past year, and it's honestly the coolest poster art to ever poster art. Baki the Grappler is a modern masterpiece, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. Sometimes you just need a show that's infused with pure testosterone to watch at the gym. You know, it's as Confucius always said, there's 2 pipelines to masculinity, the Andrew Tate alpha male or the Baki enjoyer. And my choice was a simple one. This is the least gay Baki scene, by the way. And you might be asking right about now, but Kimbo, what is Baki even about? Are you seriously gonna compare it to real masterpieces like Fullmetal Alchemist when the entire show is literally just a shitpost? Hey, listen up. Does Elon Musk get diddled in Fullmetal Alchemist? No? Yeah, I didn't think so. Baki is the ultimate power scaling male fantasy. Like, it's cool when DBZ does it with all the different hair colors. Psych! That's for Democrats. Real power scaling is when muscles get bigger and body shapes become even more unthinkable than they already are. Now, but real talk, to me there's 2 reasons to watch Baki. One is because it's cool to see these 7-foot nukes in human form just battle it out. And the second reason is that this shit is funny as fuck. It's been a while since I've laughed so hard watching something like this. Yeah, Baki is absurd, but it's absurd in the most laughably self-aware way possible. And no,
I'm still not gonna explain the plot. Because while I usually hate when people do this, I feel like the best way to get someone into the show is to just show them clips of it without any context and just say, yeah, this is what the show's about. Let me put you on to Death Parade. This is Quindecim, which is a bar that is exclusively visited by couples of two people who have coincidentally died at the same time, and they're forced to play games with each other so that ultimately the arbiter can decide who goes to heaven and who goes to hell. And just saying that out loud, this seems like the absolute worst possible system for determining anything, really, much less who goes to heaven and hell. Like, imagine the tragic death of a starving Ethiopian child happened at the same time the United Healthcare CEO got sent straight to Valhalla. And you're telling me that this guy gets to go to heaven just because he's better at beer pong than the Ethiopian toddler? No, that's fucked up. And that's why in this anime, those coincidental deaths usually turn out to not be coincidences. There's almost always something tying the deaths of these two people together, and that's where I think this show shines through, when it explores this relationship. The games are just a small part of the essence of the show, as the real stakes are built through the backstories of the characters that are slowly fed to us throughout the course of the games. Decim is our stoic arbiter, but he's also responsible for deciding the ultimate fates of whoever walks in. This is a show that simply deals with the raw emotions and drama that you'd expect to see when these characters find out how they died. All the backstories are amazing, the show just has vibes, and it presents really interesting themes. Dandanon was a show that clicked with me almost immediately. And when I found out it was made by a dude who worked for the dude that made Chainsaw Man, it all started to make so much sense to me. This specific brand of weirdness, a story that's somehow serious, while at the same time being the most post-ironic piece of anime/manga I've ever consumed. Because mind you, you are going to be watching this show, getting engrossed with all the characters, their emotions, the conflicts they face, even down to the spirits that they face off against, with some of the most emotional moments in the entire show having to do with the backstories of these spirits. And then you remember that the plot of the show is the main cast trying to track down the main character's left and right nut that the cock gobbler granny stole from him in episode 1. For me, this is like the equivalent of music nerds finding out that the genre they just got obsessed with, I don't know, post-alternative heavy fungus jazz, is actually just a subgenre of bohemian punk calculus core, which is their favorite genre. I was destined to love Dandanon. It's got aliens and evil spirits, but by far the biggest surprise of this anime was how jaw-droppingly beautiful it is. And this goes for the anime and the manga as well. The anime is easily one of the most stylistically pleasing shows I've seen in a while, with an absolute masterpiece of an opening. And if you're like me and just couldn't wait another passing second while the show was airing and read some of the manga, you might expect a noticeable downgrade, considering this series just got the greatest adaptation of the year. But and you mean to fucking tell me that this shit comes out weekly? There's a reason why other very recognizable manga authors have gone on record voicing their opinion that yes, this guy is actually not human. So yeah, I love this show, easily the best of 2024 for me. The way I remember Devilman Crybaby is like a psychedelic trip where you experience this jumbled blur of random but cool shit happening. But then at some point you just sober up and in full clarity you see this. Don't worry guys, that's just milk. With high viscosity. Devilman Crybaby is one of the most unique anime in the history of unique anime. It's a show that does that stupid anime trope where the main character starts out as this beta cuck League of Legends player, but through the power of anime, he transforms into this preeminent alpha male Elden Ring enjoyer. Which is something that is usually the definition of corny 12-year-old self-insert schlop, but when put in the hands of Masaki Yuasa, it hits different.
It isn't just the fact that the protagonist transitions from a cuck to a cuckold. There's more substance to it. After everything, Akira is still that crybaby who has a burning desire to do good. The main character, through a series of events, becomes a half-human, half-devil hybrid, and seemingly goes through a permanent change because of it. So throughout the entire show, devils come for him, in more ways than one, and he has to fend off against all of them. This is definitely one of the most unfiltered and straight up just raw anime to ever release. It feels like something that can't exactly decide whether it wants to be straight up hentai porn or straight up gore porn. So definitely this isn't a show for everyone, but for those who are there for it, Devilman Crybaby is truly a one of a kind type of show, and I absolutely loved it the whole way through. Great Pretender was sick. I vividly remember it was coming out the same time everyone was drooling over one of the Attack on Titan seasons airing, and so as a result, this show got overshadowed a little. But that's such a shame because how much sheer fun I had my entire time watching. This show is about this one dude who basically became a top 500 fraudster in Asian servers, so he decided to Q&A. He pulls up to Los Angeles, the land of Anime Expo and Wildfire. There he meets some NA fraudsters who are on a completely different level, and together they pull off some of the longest and most over-the-top cons you could ever imagine. Like, imagine the biggest fraud you know. I know this one dude that would genuinely swap out his entire personality depending on what race the person he was talking to was. He was known as the cultural chameleon. But anyways, and imagine giving them resources and the absolute freedom to just fuck around and find out. Wouldn't you have this morbid curiosity on what the hell they do? Great Pretender is basically just that, with an absolutely amazing art direction and just production as a whole. It's Wit Studio, so just lock in. Heavenly Delusions was a show that was coming out right under my nose. It was only last year during spring, and for 12 long weeks while existing in the anime community, I did not hear so much as an utterance of this show. Only until after it started airing, I think, did people really start to notice its quality. I think it might be because the show is simply just best enjoyed as a binge, because it focuses on two completely separate perspectives throughout its runtime. In one of them, we see a duo of a guy and girl team up in this post-apocalyptic world filled with man-eating monsters in order to find a place that they call heaven. You might say that they have a heavenly delusion, if you know what I mean. But on the other side of the world, we follow institutionalized children that seem to be living calm, peaceful lives, which obviously contrasts with the absolute chaos happening elsewhere. But this setting that the story spent about half of its time on had an atmosphere that always felt off. The only way I could describe it is that it seemed a lot like Promised Netherland. Of course, I won't spoil anything, but I love the vibe of this place. And then elsewhere in the other setting is where this show truly separates itself with a great duo with amazing chemistry and likable personalities. And then we also get some meaningful world building, which then in turn makes us look back at events that have happened in the other setting and makes us ask questions and think more. I think this show is incredibly well planned out with a great concept and executes greatly on it. By the time I'm writing this, Orb on the Movements of the Earth hasn't even finished airing, yet I'm still convinced it's a must-watch. I was originally planning on placing this show in the tier above this one, but I ended up not going through with it because there's a little uncertainty with its ending. But this show's about a kid in 15th century Poland who's pretty much indifferent to the times. He just wants to coast through life in an easy profession. Although one man changes the trajectory of his entire life when he introduces him to heliocentrism, which is a theory that postulates that the sun and planets don't orbit around the Earth, but the Earth and the planets orbit around the sun. Although with the threat of a death sentence for engaging in heresy against the church, this 12-year-old kid has to study in absolute secrecy. It's an incredibly well-written, tense show that really captures the era it's supposed to take place in. Honestly, there's so much more I want to say about this show, but because it's so easy to spoil, I'll just end it here. Highly recommend it. If there's one thing I hate more than Leafy's here, it's probably K-On! Just kidding, that's impossible. But K-On! Reserves a special place along with other anime that I will watch instead of taking sleeping meds. This is the exact type of anime that I hate. I mean, look at this. Does this look like something Batman would watch? Yeah, no, that's what I thought. So when people started hyping up this new show about girls forming a band in high school, I just couldn't get the thought out of my head that this was going to be the spawn of the absolute worst case scenario. Gen Z K-On! Also known as Bocchi the Rock. So this anime is about exactly what you'd expect. High school girls who are musically inclined get together and they form a band. But the massive thing that caught everyone off guard with this show is that all these girls actually have personality. Which, I know what you're thinking, seems kinda unrealistic. But it really goes to show you how one of a kind this show is. Bocchi, the main character, has crippling social anxiety, to the point where she's never had a single friend all the way from high school. You know, I was gonna make a joke like, average K-On! Fan, but this is just kind of sad. Although I do think this is the reason this show resonated with so many people, because of the main character's social awkwardness. As a person who generally considers himself an introvert, it's hard not to see some of myself in Bocchi. Hell, no matter who you are, it's hard to not relate with her on some level. And seeing her overcome that extreme anxiety bit by bit felt so rewarding. Another thing that surprised me is that this show is funny, like really funny sometimes. Every time the bassist opens her mouth, I know I'm about to hear the most sarcastic thing I've ever heard in my life, but it somehow still always caught me off guard. So yeah, this is basically K-On! It feels good. Getting into Carol and Tuesday was a lot like getting into macaroni and cheese. You don't look at a nice homemade dish of mac and cheese with the expectation that it's gonna be dog shit. You know for certain from everything you've seen about it that this is gonna bang. This show belongs to that genre of anime I've recently started liking where the main character leaves everything behind to pursue their passion. It's made by the same imminent god himself, Shinichiro Watanabe, the person also behind Cowboy Bebop and a bunch of other amazing shit. And also, the show just generally looks beautiful. So there was just zero chance that I wasn't gonna mess with this. And the show surprised me in more ways than one. I feel like describing the plot of this show to people is just impossible. Because would you believe me if I told you that this show is about the equivalent of Barron Trump abandoning his support for his father's campaign to start an interracial pop duet band with an illegal immigrant? No? You don't believe me? Well, I guess you're just gonna have to watch it. But if you're still not convinced and the premise doesn't sound attractive to you, I get it. Not all of us are into music, but I hope that we've all had passions and dreams before, since that's really the only requirement to get hopelessly attached to the main characters. Carol and Tuesday make a phenomenal pair. Both of them have lovable personalities and style, and they absolutely tear it up in the music department. Obviously, I don't want to risk triggering any YouTube's copyright system, but trust me when I say that seriously, the soundtrack of this anime is probably the most high budget and high production I've ever witnessed. It's to the point where I wouldn't be surprised if I saw half of this soundtrack straight up just placed on the Hot 100. They quite literally have songs that range from straight up Skrillex all the way to The Weeknd, and they're all in English too. Watanabe is an insane man. He's just crazy. I don't know how he does this shit. The show takes place on Mars, where Carol and Tuesday dream to one day make it big in an industry where almost 99% of songs are AI generative. And while a lot of people call this show futuristic and science fiction, I personally call this next month. By the halfway point of the show, Carol and Tuesday pretty much get their breakthrough in the industry, and this is also where the show takes a dramatic change in terms of tone. To put it kind of bluntly, it becomes political. And listen, I've seen The Boys, so I know how disastrous this could turn out in practice, but I almost didn't mind it when it came to Carol and Tuesday. Problems with this stuff usually emerge when the politics feels too forced or shoehorned in, and this show does neither of those things. I know some people will disagree with me, but either way, this show is not perfect by any means, but it's also something I thoroughly enjoyed, and I love everything that this man creates. Land of the Lustrous is about immortal androgynous Steven Universe gems that fight against the witches from Madoka Magica. So from my understanding, this show flew under a ton of people's radars, maybe because it was full CGI,
but I'm not even gonna hold you. The CGI genuinely enhances the show incredibly. I mean, just look at it, come on. It's made by the same studio that did Beastars, and people genuinely jerk off to that shit. So in my investigation to find out why no one really talks about this anime, I searched up the manga, and I found that this has almost a 9 rating on my anime list, which is basically Fullmetal Alchemist numbers. And the reason I was doing my investigation was because I really liked it, and was sad that nobody seems to really talk about it anymore. So Land of the Lustrous is about Phos, or Phospholite, who is honestly a great protagonist. It's rare for a show's main character to capture my interest just by pure virtue of their specific attributes, but Phos's specific attribute is that she's a fucking dumbass, and boom, I'm hooked. If there's one thing that I'll always defend in media, it's regarded as characters who are sometimes so dumb they're dangerous. But I think characters like that are so insanely interesting because first, they're funny as hell, and second, they always introduce a factor of randomness to whatever show they're in, and usually end up moving the plot along in ways that the audience would have never expected. So seeing a dumb idiot in the driver's seat was instantly interesting to me, especially in a story with such a unique world. So let's talk about that world. Land of the Lustrous takes place on Earth, but wait, why are the only sentient beings rocks you'd mine for at Y level -50? Well, we don't know, and that's one of the many mysteries of this show. There are 28 crystalline humanoids who are named after gemstones, and they all have some sort of job to accomplish in their long lives. Some of them are tasked with fixing and melding people back together after they're injured, and others are to defend the realm from moon invaders, who are alien things who hunt down gemstones to take them back to the moon and turn them into decoration for the rest of their lives. Yeah, it gets pretty insane. And we, as the audience, kind of forget that this shit is all insane because we're experiencing this story from the perspective of this easygoing, airheaded protagonist. I just love how the mystery is presented and ultimately unfolds, and I really appreciate the themes that Ichikawa was going for. Oshinoko is a masterpiece of emotions. The author knows exactly how to pull on heartstrings, when to do it, and how to make it have a lasting effect on the audience that will persist for the entire show's duration. Oshinoko is about acting, idols, YouTube, social media, and all of those things combined. But it's a seinen because of its absolutely insane plot, where these two random fans of an idol girl reincarnate into that idol girl's children. But then the first episode plays out and all of it culminates into a scene that can make a stone monument cry like a baby. Then both of these siblings get all emo and vow to take revenge on the perpetrator. And this show accomplishes a ton with this premise. It sets up a show that will easily develop into a dark cat and mouse game that will definitely keep the audience always guessing. But it also sets up for a very unique show that tackles the inner workings of various industries like idols, acting, and a variety of other adjacent industries. But one thing I love about it is how it covers shit that anime never usually considers, like dealing with cyberbullying and traversing certain social media sites. And it's so dumb how I say, oh, it tackles some rare issues that anime normally doesn't cover, and then I'm just talking about how the show has the characters using the fucking World Wide Web. I have no idea why I'm watching anime in 2024 and then just still be using flip phones. Like, come on, we gotta move on, bro. But anyways, this show looks absolutely beautiful from just a visual standpoint. And this is one of the shows that I genuinely struggle to find anything wrong with. When writing this script, I felt so compelled the entire time writing about this to compare it to one of my favorite animated films of all time, Perfect Blue, since they tackle similar themes, but they are so fundamentally distinct in everything but theme that the comparison would mean less than nothing. Although I do feel like what made Perfect Blue transcend everything else was not its theme, but how it executed on its theme. The movie accomplishes communicating its message in this concise, downright artistic fashion that I think might be the one thing missing from Oshinoko that I haven't seen yet in the anime. When it came to Your Lie in April, I was part of the problem. I was one of those guys that watched the show and immediately became obsessed with being a pianist. And I didn't even know what a pianist was the first time I watched the show. I was like 12. I thought they were saying penis. But nonetheless, I tried my best for a grand total of 3 days to become a penis. That joke sounded way better in my head. So Your Lie in April is about a young pianist who gets traumatized by his mother's death and as a result can't hear the sounds of the piano anymore. That is until his life gets turned upside down by this bubbly eccentric violinist who eventually forms a piano violin duo with him. The whole show really feels like a love letter to classical music, and while that wouldn't be my first pick if I just wanted to put something on, it definitely made me come to appreciate the genre of music way more as we see all these characters dedicate their entire being to their passion. I really love everything about this show, from the characters to the story all the way to the ending. I've heard a lot of criticisms for this ending, all the way from it's out of left field to it's predictable, but I actually never had a problem with it. I thought it was executed on really well. So Nana was something that my girlfriend, at the time at least, forced me to watch with her. And listen, I'm that type of dude when watching a romance drama show to be like,
for the sake of your happiness, I will do everything within my power. I promise.
Bro, where's the fights, bro? Normally getting me into a shoujo is pretty much an impossible challenge, like showing me a JoJo meme that's funny. I fell asleep watching Fruits Basket. Maid-sama, I think I dropped that shit in like 3 minutes. Yona of the Dawn was actually really good, I'll give you that. But Nana, this shit hits different. Maybe that's because it felt less anime than normal anime romances out there. I don't know how to describe it. It just feels less tropey. It's just a story about real people with real problems. And every character is so likable. It's about these two girls with the same name, Nana, who by a twist of fate move in together. Black Nana, who I'm calling because of her hair, comes to Tokyo to pursue her own independent career in music after separating with her boyfriend, who happens to be in a famous band. And then the other Nana, who's a dumb fuck. That's it. That's their entire character. Eventually, they form their own band, and there's a bunch of drama and love triangles. But I felt engaged the whole way through, and I think that's because I was just sold on all the characters and easily got invested in their problems. I vividly remember watching a ProZD skit that was making fun of romance anime, and all the characters in the video are just portrayed as sentient furniture. Literally. And I was dying for like 5 minutes straight because it was funny as fuck, but also because he seriously captured all my problems with the genre in 40 seconds. I just cannot find it in me to care about any of the characters in romance stuff a lot of the times, because normally they don't feel like real people to me. Although Nana was a nice change of pace. And that soundtrack was something else. Shit's peak. So let's turn back the clock 5 entire years to 2020, to the canon event that changed everyone's lives in a drastic, almost irreversible way. The release of Cardi B's new hit single, WAP, which, hold on, cut the damn video. Who the fuck wrote this in my script? The real canon event was COVID-19, and then blah blah blah, toilet paper, Zoom bombs, all that. But the big point is that people had way more time on their hands than otherwise. And I remember my brother's best friend at the time posted his first video on YouTube, modestly titled, "So I read all of Beastars, ... And this shit just kind of blew up out of nowhere. It was a good video, don't get me wrong, but I've never seen a video like this attract so much engagement in such a short amount of time, practically out of thin air. So after scrolling through the comments, the answer came to me almost instantly. The answer was furries. They all came together to show their love for this manga at the same time. So I was left with one question. Just, what is this? I'm not even gonna lie to any of you, back in 2020, I would be that one kid who would unironically say shit like, "Oh, I suppose if you want to be seen as an animal so badly, I guess you wouldn't have a problem being hunted like one." But then Beastars came out, Scamboli made a video on it, and now I was wondering whether to base my persona on Tony the Tiger or the Coca-Cola polar bear. But anyways, all of this is to say that I went into Beastars thinking that all the hype surrounding it is because of the small but loud voices of furries, because all the characters in this show are anthropomorphic representations of different animals. Although what I always thought was a very obvious gimmick to appeal to the furries turned out to be the very catalyst for virtually all the conflict in the show. Everyone in the show resembles resembles some sort of real animal. And the cool thing is that they don't just take the appearance of the animals just for the fun of it. A large part of their behavior, culture, and society takes shape because of all the unique and interesting species that live inside there. And that's also the reason why a huge cultural divide naturally separated the world of Beastars into two camps: herbivores and carnivores. In this world, it's possible for carnivores to live without meat, but it's said that once they're given a taste of the real thing, they can never go back. Legoshi is a carnivore high school student, but his soft-spoken and delicate nature deeply contrasts with his outwardly intimidating appearance as a gray wolf. This setup is honestly genius. Not only does it establish an amazing conflict, but it's also a premise that makes for a story that doesn't even have to try at all to be extremely prescient to real life. At the end of the day, Beastars is a tale about victims and victimizers. Not one side ever holds a chance at understanding the other, and their surface level tolerance of the other side is held together by reciprocal fear. That is, until a socially awkward wolf falls in love with this defenseless rabbit. And the rest is honestly something you should see yourself. When it came out, I saw so many people sleeping on it, but trust me, you won't regret it. Prison is a terrible place to be. Locked up for years on end while watching your life pass you by, all because you smoked weed once as a 16-year-old. And then you have to put up with your cellmates that consist of 3 genuine supervillains and a Boondocks character. Anyways, Pluto is also in jail. Netflix jail, to be more precise. And this show needs your help. You could help by watching it. It's great. Don't worry. Whatever methods you may use to get there, your secret's safe with me. Pluto is about a society many years in the future where robots have become so human that they've started to get their own rights. Yeah, that's right. Calling them claggers is now a racial slur tantamount to hate speech. I might even get canceled for saying it, and who knows. The story focuses on Jessich, a robot detective who's tasked with investigating a string of murders, all with the victims being important robot figureheads. But as he digs deeper and deeper, the assailant starts getting more and more mysterious, almost to the point where the killer seems less like a physical entity and more like a metaphorical divine smite exacted on these victims for one reason or another. There are so many moving parts to this show, whether it be with the characters and their backstories or the many layers of mystery this show has, until it's all revealed at the end. Okay, I want to start this out with an anecdote. I attend an American university, an engineering student. I have tough homework. If you've ever complained about your homework before, I'm just gonna say it straight, even if your homework took a Viagra, mine would still be 10 times harder. So a lot, and I mean a lot of people around me cheat themselves by using whatever AI. And then whenever I actually do an assignment legitimately, it's kind of like that one image of that guy in the swimming pool in clean water while everyone else pissed themselves. Serial Experiments Lane means a lot of things to a lot of people. It's a classic, and one of the most impressive things about this is how it meant something very different 2 decades ago to now. Lane was a very important anime for its time. It warned about the potential dangers of digitalization, and it outright predicted concepts like digital personas and VR chat. But now, in a society practically engulfed by the very thing this show was trying to warn us about, everything is recontextualized. It's like the show got a new wrapping. Generative AI, self-driving cars. Oh, what was that? Kai Cenat had a Tesla robot on stream and it threw up gang signs? Alright, cool. And I'm sure some other wild shit will happen while I'm editing this video. Humanity is quickly getting closer and closer to fully letting go of the steering wheel, literally and figuratively, to completely relying on technology on a daily basis. It's frightening, and Serial Experiments Lane is like an outlet for that fear. It's this visceral, convoluted entanglement of different characters with motives we don't understand. even down to the main character. But we don't have to understand it, because we know that this is wrong, that something is off. The characters feel less and less human as the show goes on. Lane becomes swept up in their online persona, and suddenly reality becomes subjective and other people become nothing more than NPCs. Overall, this show is a classic that aged like fine wine, and the opening is still top 5. Paranoia Agent is one of my favorite Satoshi Kon things out there. Kon is a man that is obsessed with the human perception of reality. We can clearly see that in one of Kon's most influential films to date, Paprika, where reality is treated as an entirely malleable concept that warps and bends to the whims of characters. Although I think Paranoia Agent has my favorite interpretation of this malleable reality that Kon is obsessed with. The series focuses on several characters we follow over the course of the whole show. More specifically, every episode focuses on the unique perspective of a specific character, as each one of them are heavily burdened by the mundane stresses and anxiety of daily life. The daily life of a call girl, an office worker, or a middle schooler. The one thing that links all of these characters together is the disconnect between the reality that they view themselves living in and real life. You see, Paranoia Agent isn't all that concerned with how us, the audience, view these characters, but more focus is given to how they see themselves, which is often this alternate reality that is sometimes even adjacent to fantasy. Like with the story of a crooked cop who owes the Yakuza a great debt, and is forced to commit a string of robberies in order to pay it off. And although it may seem pathetic to the viewer, to him he sees himself as a righteous father who's got to do what he's got to do in order to protect his family. When in actuality, the manner in which he got indebted to the Yakuza in the first place runs completely orthogonal to his family man guys. In every one of these characters' cases, they were living some sort of fantasy to escape some sort of physical thing plaguing their life. But the connection that is drawn between all of them is the sadistic attacks of this little kid known as Little Slugger. And as we start to learn more about this mysterious figure, his existence seems so unexplainable that the detectives on the case start to doubt his existence entirely. So if you want to get into something less conventional and older, this might be for you. This isn't anime. This is art. Fooly Cooly is as close to a piece of literature as you're ever going to get with an anime series. I hated, and I mean hated, Fooly Cooly the first time I watched it. I seriously don't know how I can communicate the violent rage this show filled me with. I just didn't really mess with it at the time. It kind of just felt like things were just happening with no rhyme or reason. But what really made me hate the show was hearing this phrase: "You just don't get it." This traumatic sequence of words sent me through a frenzy, an irrational spiral of torment and anguish that would only end today. Since I finally gave this show another shot, and I loved it. Maybe it was an age thing, since at the time I didn't really understand any of the subtle shit that this anime was going for, and even some of the non-subtle shit. But I think now I get it. Fooly Cooly is something I've never seen before. The narrative is this fast-paced, almost absent-minded fever dream that recalls the unbelievable memories of Naota's adolescence as he meets Haruko, the first woman who's ever seen him in a sexual way, but who's also impossible as a romantic partner since she's way older. In other words, she's the exact type of fantasy girl a boy his age would dream up. Someone who's too good to be true. Someone who might as well be an alien. Well, actually, she is an alien. I guess that was kind of on the nose. But Fooly Cooly is an easily misunderstood piece of fiction because it's an extremely indecisive show in many ways. Like, it can't decide whether it wants to be a manga or an anime, or if it wants to be South Park or not, or if it's really living up to your interpretation of the show. You might walk out of the first few episodes with your own feelings on what the show is really about, but then you see a scene like this.
Who are you really? I'm an illusion of your youth, a manifestation of the feelings in your adolescent heart.
Where'd you get that line from? Anime?
And it feels like the show is just looking at you and just saying, you're fucking stupid. But what I think this scene is really trying to communicate to us is that there is no one true interpretation of Fooly Cooly. It's whatever you make of it. Definitely not a show for everyone, but one thing that is for sure is that this show is kryptonite for video essayists. Oh yeah, also this anime has like one of the greatest anime soundtracks of all time. I'm not even joking, and I'm not even the biggest fan of alternative rock, but I have to admit, it slaps. There truly isn't a way I could fully capture the adrenaline rush to be had from watching Redline. Oh wait. There is one way. Gurren Lagann, that's the only possible way I could even begin to describe the sheer epicness of this anime. When it comes to the plot of Redline, it's short, sweet, and straight to the point. Every 5 years, the biggest racing tournament across the cosmos is held called Redline. The only rule, there are no rules. Our main character is a dude who qualifies for Redline, and that's all you need to know about this movie to enjoy it. When it comes to the visual presentation of Redline, words fail me. This is Studio Madhouse with a Disney budget. I don't know where the hell they got the funding for this movie, but it is one of the most visually stunning animations I've ever seen, period. Redline is all about the visual experience. There's a diverse range of character designs from humans all the way to whatever this is. The movie is such a creative spectacle that will have you either with your jaw on the floor, laughing, or crying. It was really surprising to see a story with such a minimal plot have moments that will just hit you like a fucking truck and send your ass to another world. But Redline achieved that while also having some of the most hype and beautiful scenes I've ever witnessed in anime. Kaiji is a gambling anime, and so when I saw this genre tag under its description, this is the only shit I could think of. But I actually had some hope looking at it from the outside. It didn't seem like psycho-sadistic fascist cat girl was on the menu today, but I never let go of my suspicions when going into this anime. But this show is tough. I ended up enjoying it so much for a reason I only realized after watching the entire show. Because in retrospect, looking at all the various gambling / death game anime out there, especially after experiencing Kaiji, they all feel sort of cheap. No Game No Life has a sick aesthetic, but half of the quote-unquote genius strategic plays are pretty much strategic asspulls, and for a vast majority of these types of shows, they aren't as witty as they might think they are. My point is that the people in Kaiji are actually just smart people. So smart that I actually found this show to be one of the most unpredictable rides I've ever had in anime. And it's funny how my mind immediately went to compare this to No Game No Life, because now that I think about it more, these two shows are genuinely polar opposites. Kaiji is this hopeless, grim, psychological tale about a man willing to literally gamble away his entire life to repay his massive debt that he owes. It's really a commentary on the lengths that we as a society are willing to go for money, especially in scarce circumstances. And then No Game No Life, which is about these whimsical gamers who get isekai'd into a colorful game world and game so much and game so hard that they literally game all over God himself. I just found the comparison funny. So yeah, watch Kaiji. I had a great time with it. Parasite is an extremely classic manga that came out in the 80s, and the only relevant and highly acclaimed adaptation to this is Parasite Part 1, as we all know. Okay, obviously this is a joke, but honestly, now that I've seen CGI Migi, I could die without any regrets. But the real adaptation I'm obviously referring to is Parasite the Maxim, and Studio Madhouse locked in for this one. Do you know about that trend we've been seeing in anime for a while now, especially in shonen, but not limited to it, where the main character ends up as some sort of hybrid human of whatever monster they're fighting against? So for example, in Kaiju number 8, the main protagonist gets turned into a half kaiju, half human mutation. You could trace this trope back all the way to the Parasite manga. It was the first to do this kind of trope successfully. It's about a boy that gets his insides ravaged by an alien, and this kid's not a freak, so he doesn't really vibe with what's going on, but the alien ultimately fuses with the boy's body, and they each have to learn how to live with a biologically and instinctually different organism while also staving off other aliens. I think that Parasite is probably one of, if not the best hybrid show out there, with the dynamic between Migi and Shinichi being incredibly fleshed out. And I love how instead of just using the hybrid plotline as a way to make an OP protagonist, the show also takes this set of circumstances to explore deeper themes, like what it means to be human. I really appreciated this show when I watched it. Wealth, fame, power. The man who attained everything the world could offer, left his treasure all in one piece. This is clearly the seinen version of One Piece, with the only real difference being that it's set in the early 1900s Japan, and instead of pirates, the crew consists of, a dysfunctional military veteran, the Scat King, and some tribal folk. Oh, and I also forgot to mention that they need to locate several criminals and skin them alive in order to piece together a map to the treasure. Okay, yeah, this shit is nothing like One Piece. So this show was passionately recommended to me by my significant other, and I decided to respect her opinion and get to it almost half a year later. But wow, I do not regret giving it a shot. But the first episode of the anime made me spit out the water I was drinking, since I have heard stories, folktales passed down orally from generation to generation, and was surprised to see that it originated in this show. But those stories all revolve around this thing. This is not just a bear. But let me explain. Do any of you guys remember X-Arm? Yeah, it's like one of the producers of that abomination infiltrated the production of just this one episode, squatted on top of it, and shat on it. That shit is this bear. Literally, the rest of the anime looks good. It's just this bear, which is unfathomably right smack dab in the first episode, which is supposed to hook people in. So just cover your eyes when you get to the scene. The rest of the show is good, trust me. So Golden Kamui is about this psychopath that tattoos a bunch of criminals, promising each one that they have a map to his treasure that they themselves can decipher. But it turns out that a single criminal's tattoos isn't actually the map. It's a fragment of it. And they can't actually read it themselves in the first place because it stretches across their entire body. So the only reliable way to read it would be to skin them alive and look at the skin on a flat surface. And that's exactly what Sugimoto aims to accomplish. So he meets up with this tribal girl, Ashripa, who's actually my favorite character. I like her design and personality, but furthermore, I love how her culture of the Ainu is developed throughout the entire show. It feels all so believable to me. And that's actually because the author expressly borrowed various cultural traditions from dozens of ethnicities and combined them all in the Ainu. Even if it's an amalgamation of different cultures, it all still feels solid. Like before their coming of age, parents would name their children after revolting names. Like one kid is named like Boner, one guy is named Dog Shit. And it actually makes sense, like just think of it logically. Like have you ever met someone named Bob who looks nothing like a Bob would or should look like? They give them real names after they actually develop into fully grown teenagers and actually develop their own personality. I just love how they have their own unique customs, language, and food. Actually, food is a big part of the show too. I guess the author knows a lot about this stuff because when the show is not a fucked up One Piece creepypasta, it always goes in depth about how the crew hunts and how they prepare meals. Honestly, it's very educational, but that's not why we're here. We're here for the action, the skinning, the Scat King. And trust me, those are all here in a big way. There's so many moving parts to this show, like trying to figure out who's actually in cahoots with who and keeping track of the sheer number of different factions and groups that are looking for the treasure, even down to the fucking military. Every single criminal that is introduced is just so... I can't even give a broad description because they're all so different. One guy is this masochistic sailor that gets a boner every time Sugimoto holds up a sharp object because he imagines himself being brutally slaughtered by him. Another guy practices taxonomy for a living, and it's revealed that he killed all of his close relatives, stuffed them up, and started hallucinating conversations with them. Also, this guy makes fucking BDSM outfits out of human skin. He isn't even a criminal either. I just want to talk about him, to be honest. Every single character is so fun. I feel like one of the reasons this anime is slept on is because of the bear, in all honesty. I'm serious about this. That bear did more damage than Hurricane Sandy. Golden Kamui would be more well known than Jesus Christ himself if it wasn't for that stupid ass bear. Eternity was one of those shows to me that was really hard to write about, because how do I communicate that a show is just beautiful? It's technically a supernatural drama, but it's way more than that. It has some great action, but the show is just way more than just action. It delves into this unfamiliar world as we follow the journey of an empty shell, as it learns the qualities of being human from scratch. And that's really all this show is. It's about learning what humans are all about, from the lowest lows to the highest highs. I really didn't expect to connect with this show on such a deep level, but I think that's just a testament to how good the writing of this show is, and how masterfully every single character was handled. I'd seriously recommend this to anyone if you haven't seen it. Please get on this.
Look Back is a special film to me. It's based on a one-shot created by the same guy who's only responsible for The Chainsaw Man. And when people hear that, they immediately start preparing to watch the weirdest shit they've ever seen in their life. Understandably. But surprisingly, it seems like Fujimoto put away his quirky side to just make a story about art. For manga authors, art is something that literally consumes their entire being, which is why when they make art about art, it always turns out to be some of my favorite stuff the medium has ever spit out. The same is true for Look Back. The film is about these two girls that start drawing manga, and we follow them as they grow up and become adults. It's a quick watch, only an hour long. I think you should give it a shot. Bleach was my first anime. And I feel like with a lot of valid things you could say against this anime, there's also a flip side to it. Like sure, at times Hueco Mundo was a little bit copy and paste from Soul Society, where it features Ichigo and the gang invading a foreign land and tackling the ranks of this newly discovered society with minimal knowledge about the world in general. But there's also the flip side where the anime at least just out of nowhere pulls up with a Spanish guitar and just starts shredding that shit on top of fight scenes. The Bleach soundtrack is one of the most memorable and unique in anime as a whole. I mean, obviously, it's Shio Sagasu, the same person that crafted legendary OST of Evangelion. It was bound to be a banger. Also, in Hueco Mundo, we get introduced to literally the coolest character designs that we've ever seen Kubo draw, and some of the best fights. By the way, I was focusing on Hueco Mundo because apparently a lot of people hate it, but looking elsewhere, Soul Society is truly a masterclass of shonen writing at the time, and still today. I think what makes Soul Society so great is the novelty of it all. Ichigo and friends start out in the first 15 episodes or so inside this tiny little human town, and the concept of Soul Reapers and Zanpakuto are spoon-fed to the gang. But then abruptly they're forced to engage with this society that they know nothing about, with no information on anything, and instead of being spoon-fed about these supernatural systems at play, nobody is there to guide them at all. I think the reason why this arc speaks to so many people is because it may or may not be a coming of age story in essence. There's also the fact that the power system is sick, and Ichigo is actually a really cool main character that makes the show such a great watch. Oh, also the 1000-Year Blood War arc is doing its thing, and it's honestly just great shonen. Thank the lords it got a good adaptation. Psyche K is my favorite comedy anime out there. So Psyche is this stupidly overpowered psychic that can genuinely change the mass of the proton without lifting a finger. But unlike the normal progression of a story like this where the main character hides his godlike omnipotent powers in order to reveal it at some sort of magic academy to impress all of his future harem members, Psyche wants nothing to do with any of that. His outlandish goal in classic shonen fashion is just to be ordinary, a side character. But he finds himself attracting a ton of room temperature IQ NPCs that always end up forcing Psyche's hand. It's just the funniest thing in the world to see how the nature of some characters mixed with the intense refined idiocy from some other characters always end up in a situation where Psyche has to do his job as the protagonist. This show is sheer genius. Okay, let me try to sell to you the insane POV I had watching this show. This was one of the isekai I was watching for my isekai video that was weirdly hyped up. And that either means one of two things if you're, talking about something in this genre. You're either getting the second coming of Re:Zero or Mushoku Tensei, like one of those like top tier shows just in general, even outside of isekai. Or you're getting the premiere of the most hyped up show in the community, Dog Shit 2, or some shit like that. So I went into this pretty hesitantly, but I was not prepared for anything that came my way. The main character is literally a LARPing psychopathic murder hobo who loves to roleplay. Just imagine a show about your fantasies as a middle schooler to be some mysterious, omnipotent edgelord who's genuinely an entity beyond everyone else's comprehension. And as a middle schooler, you have no fucking morals, so our main self-insert Sid Kagano doesn't really give a fuck about anything. He literally cares about one thing and one thing only. That's it. This guy is ironic Sun Jin-woo. And originally I thought this was a serious isekai. Like the first episode, it was pretty funny, but like not funny as I was laughing with it. I was kind of laughing at it. But immediately I knew it was fucking with me was when Sid, the main character, founded his organization called Shadow Garden, and their group motto was, "We who lurk in the shadows to hunt the shadows." And then there's the Excalibur scene. If you know, you know. All around, one of my favorite comedy shows in anime, but definitely not for everyone.
Princess Mononoke is the best Ghibli movie. Fuck you, fight me. Okay, to be fair, I never got into Ghibli at a young age, so Princess Mononoke probably stands out to me simply because it's by far the most mature movie out of their whole catalog. This movie is about a young prince who gets entangled in a bloody war waged by the forest spirits and this savage princess against this city called the Iron Fortress. And the thing that sparked this war was the excessive deforestation that the city brought about. And overall, this is a story that personifies the never-ending ugly conflict between man and nature, where both sides fight a desperate bloody battle for the right to live in this shared space. And then there's My Neighbor Totoro, where this girl meets this bunny thing and they take LSD together. Or something. I've never watched it, but that's pretty much my impression of the movie. And the whole reason I'm pointing out Totoro is just because it really speaks to the sheer flexibility that Miyazaki has when it comes to storytelling. That he's able to write stories on both ends of the spectrum. It honestly reminded me of that one meme a couple years back when Animal Crossing and Doom Eternal came out on the same day. This is like obviously a less extreme version, but it's really a jarring difference. So yeah, I love Princess Mononoke. So it's really insane to me how Hajime no Ippo shattered the image of what boxing actually is to me. It follows our main guy, Ippo, on his journey to becoming a professional boxer. And you might see this old art style and say, no thanks, but look here. You see the studio behind this? It's the One Punch Man guys, the Free Ring guys, the Death Note guys, the fucking Hunter x Hunter guys. You can trust that you'll be eating good animation wise, regardless of art style. And oh no, another red flag. They're trying to crack jokes in this show? What the fuck? Is this gonna be a repeat of Haikyuu? No, it isn't. This show actually made me laugh quite a few times, and I feel like a lot of it is just because of the fact that Ippo is such a likable and charming dude that's surrounded by likable and charming dudes. His matches are always tense because we're seriously always rooting for the guy, but we're also always given perfect stakes on what's to come with Ippo's opponents. I seriously don't know what to say, just watch the show. When I'm in a dick-sucking contest and my opponent is a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fan, what do you think of this meme? Listen, I've known JoJo fans in real life, online too, and I will say one thing. they are strange. So because of these memes and my experience, I've always been hesitant to actually get into the show, but I ended up getting into it a few years back, and I deeply apologize to all the manga readers out there. I haven't read it, and I know Steel Ball is like the only thing y'all talk about, and it sounds amazing, don't get me wrong. I've been meaning to get into it, but this list only covers anime only then. But talking about JoJo's overall, it's just one of the funnest battle shonen out there. It's genuinely impossible to just not have a good time watching this. It has my second favorite power system in the genre, with stands providing for some of the most dynamic and interesting fights to watch, and all of the characters are just absolutely priceless to watch on screen. Like seriously, there's not one character from any of these parts from the main cast that I think are weak. Actually, let me do a little ranking inside the ranking, because I want to see if all of my takes on all of the arcs of JoJo's are controversial. So my least favorite is the first part. Not much to say here. I don't really think this is too controversial to say. The only good thing about this part is that Dio is introduced. Otherwise, Jonathan, I think, is kind of just a boring main character compared to the rest of the Joestars, in my opinion. The second to worst goes to part 3. Okay. Honestly, there's a massive jump in enjoyment between part 1 and 3, and the rest of the parts are extremely close to me. But part 3, I think, suffered the most to me from its pacing, where I feel like this was one of the most dragged out shonen sagas I've sat through. But Jotaro's cool as fuck. I find it funny that this bitch is built like an Armstrong looking ass still in high school. I mean, you don't get more manly than that. And bro's still like a teenager too, so that's crazy. Dio is doing his thing. I think we see peak Dio in this arc. He makes donuts for a living. Also, this is where the stands are introduced, and while it is the first part to implement this genius system, I think its predecessors do a better job in highlighting its strength. And as much as I have issues with this part, I'll have to admit that the last fight between Dio and Jotaro easily solos everything to come before and after. So next up, we got part 2. It's just so fucking fun. Joseph is one of my favorite Joestars. He's fucking cool. He don't need no stands to carry him to victory. He mastered the obsolete power system, whatever it's called, Hammond? And then he got a plane somehow. Kind of forgot how that happened. And he was just a menace in general. Part 6 is next, and honestly, I had to go back and finish this part, because I swear to God, this got dealt some life-ending backshots by Netflix and its fucking abominable release schedule. It single-handedly killed all the hype and motivation for anyone to finish it. They dropped 12 episodes of this part a couple years back in a single day. We all binged it in that same day, and then Netflix is just like, okay, see you in like 6 months. Listen, I hate weekly releases just as much as the next guy, but it's like an empirical fact that weekly releases preserve the hype and talk about a show. Like, I'm genuinely curious about how many people finish this part if you're an anime only. And it stings even more because this arc is really good. I enjoyed it a lot. Jolene is a sick protagonist, the fights were all great, and I like the general plot a lot. Next, we got part 5, which has the objective greatest main and supporting cast of all of JoJo's. Bucciarati, Narancia, Abacchio, Mista, they're all masterfully written characters who all have great arcs and backstories. That was just fucking fun to watch on screen and interact with each other. Giorno has the coolest powers of any Joestar out there and the best theme. I fuck with Diablo and his powers hard, like he's absolutely my second favorite villain in the show, but nobody can overtake the king. The entire plot just never let my attention wander. But by far the best part of this arc are its characters, in my opinion. Part 4 is my favorite of the anime so far, and I like it because unlike part 3, which sees the main guys literally traveling across the world in order to slay a greater world-threatening evil, it takes place in this small-scale town where the stakes are lowered instead of high-end. I personally love the dedication by Araki, and it plays out perfectly. He introduces one of my favorite villains in shonen who matches the minimum required freak to be considered a JoJo's fan. This part is so unique in the genre. I absolutely love the murder mystery shonen shit, and will absolutely kill for more shows like this.
Jujutsu Kaisen doesn't reinvent the wheel, but it's a damn good wheel. Season 1 is pretty much just a slightly above average battle shonen with a potentially nine-tailed fox situation with Itadori. But where this series truly reaches its peak is Season 2. Hidden Inventory captivated me. It was the first time I was really sold on the world of JJK, not because of some cool fight scene or episodic villain, but because of a huge shift in presentation. Like, coming from Season 1 and going straight into Hidden Inventory is trippy. I don't know about anyone else, but this artsy, subtextual character exploration is so dissimilar to the direct power fantasy shonen of season 1 that it feels like we're experiencing works of two distinct authors. We are given a completely new and refreshing perspective of the world of JJK, all through our new main characters, which honestly have such a good dynamic, they absolutely mog Itadori and friends. I wish I could say that Hidden Inventory set the standard for the show, but it's more like the standout as compared to the arcs it's sandwiched between. See, as the arc progresses and things get more real, the show all of a sudden gets more existential and philosophical. We are given a grim and morbid POV of just about everything going on in the jiu-jitsu world, and for the first time, viewers are inclined to think. All because of one man, Suguru Geto. I absolutely fucking love this character. Everything from his character arc and downfall, to his morbid philosophy and pessimism, to even his powers and character design, all of this culminates into the best fight scene in the entire show, which is less a battle between cursed techniques and more a clash between worldviews. Okay, I'm sorry if I sound like a cringe-ass English teacher, but seriously, this is actually one of my favorite scenes in the entire show. Sure, some scenes are objectively more hype or just more pretty to look at, although this scene between Yuki and Geto gave me goosebumps. It verbalizes Geto's cognitive dissonance and fucked up state of mind after failing a mission. Geto's arc captivated me. It's very untypical that a shonen like this would even entertain bigger picture ideas. I started feeling truly impressed with the quality of JJK villain, with the detestable Mahito and now Geto. Geto is truly an outstanding JJK character. Geto is the missing something that the show needed to be great from season 1. Geto is the best JJK villain, is something I really wish I could have said. But we are hit with the biggest blue ball in all of anime. The Shibuya Incident arc is phenomenal, conceptually. Gege did a ton of building in season 1 and now he's trying to tear it all down, while also traumatizing the entire fanbase. I honestly wonder if Mappa and Gege fucking coordinated it so that every week would leave the fanbase more traumatized than the last, for manga readers and anime onlys. Although while the fanbase was busy having their 4th panic attack, I stood mildly disappointed. The Shibuya Incident arc could have been great. It could have reached the heights of other GOAT anime arcs like the Chimera Ant arc, but it was shot in the legs before it even started. You know those actions taken by someone that are just simply incomprehensible? You can't even begin to reason with the decision they've made, and to you, it's just plain stupid. Why in the world would Gege build up, develop, and give life to this masterclass of a villain, then kill him off screen and replace him with a villain we know nothing about? Genuinely, the only reason I could think of from the author's perspective is that writing Kenjaku is easier than it would have been writing Geto. Because think of it this way, Kenjaku is really just a simpler villain. He's just evil and we don't even know what his motive actually is. A motiveless, evil villain is easier to write than an idealist who thinks they have a righteous end goal. In my opinion, the Kenjaku fumble is the biggest incident of this arc. Otherwise, it's hard to disregard that objectively, this arc does have some of the greatest fights and moments in anime in general. I just feel like it could have hit harder if it had some more space to breathe, and if Gege made some different decisions. And don't get me wrong, I love this show. It's why I've probably already talked about this show 2 times longer than most anime in this video. But sometimes the more you love something, the more obvious its flaws become. If you ever took a step back and really looked at the plots of most sports anime, they're all really samey. The main character's team starts off as a major underdog and loses a crushing defeat in the winter season. But then some senpais come back and everyone goes through their training arcs so that the team can make a generational comeback in the spring tournament. And the reason this structure is used is because it works. But when so many of these anime feel so similar, it kinda gets tiresome. I'm a pretty athletic guy. I've been running track for honestly my whole life. So when they describe the zone in Kuroko no Basket, I literally get what that means because I've been there before. All of that is to say is that I love sports anime, and Ping Pong the animation quickly became my favorite because it challenged the status quo of the genre. And it's kind of crazy how out of all the anime in this genre, the one about a sport I seriously have the faintest clue about has the most realistic depiction of high school sports to me. High school sports are a lot like Discord Nitro. You pay with your blood, sweat, tears, and countless hours put into honing your ability. And in return for all of your dedication, you get nothing. Because 200 other kids are putting in the exact same work as you, but they have more natural talent. With D1 being a far-fetched dream, you constantly think of quitting. But quitting also doesn't seem right because you've been playing this sport for most of your life. This is the exact dilemma that Hoshino faces. The story follows him and his childhood friend, Tsukimoto, who is that one kid who's stupidly talented. But he's also disillusioned with ping pong, as the only reason he's stuck with it is because he's good at it. It's only when they play each other do they realize that they both play simply because it makes them feel alive. The show as a whole has great writing and animation, but it also seriously does this genre justice, and I really love it for that. Imagine being so good that your influence over an entire genre can be felt decades later. I honestly don't know whether I should hate or love Mushoku Tensei. It presents a story and adventure so captivating that it never fails to leave the audience with a sense of childlike wonder. But at the same time, it's also the direct cause for D-tier isekai, the greatest evil in this world. All of those low to mid-tier isekai saw what Mushoku Tensei was able to accomplish, but they tried to emulate it without adding any of the substance that made this show so special. This show is expertly written, between the small household dramas of Buena Village to one of the greatest adventure tales in anime. But more than anything else, this show is really the ultimate isekai. Unlike a lot of low tiers, it utilizes the isekai premise in a way that is less like a crutch and more like a vehicle for characterization. Rudius unlearns his past disgusting behavior and just changes so much in general because of his new environment that it feels more like a character metamorphosis. Like season 2 was wild. At first I was lukewarm with it. I was like, what does this show come to when we're getting the erectile dysfunction arc? But now that the season is finished with the second core fully out, it might have just given us the most extreme character development we've ever seen. Rudius genuinely goes from a one night stand beta cuck to a fully grown alpha Chad with 2 wives and a child. Oh, and by the way, Sophie on top. I will die on this hill. It is true. Mushoku Tensei is the ultimate isekai. It created the tropes that so many other shows abuse, but the best isekai story, in my opinion, goes to Re:Zero. Re:Zero can't be the ultimate isekai because it's so unlike any other isekai. Where most isekai act as an escapist fantasy for its audience, Re:Zero is not. If you self-insert into Subaru, find help. Subaru is your typical weeb who gets transported to an idealized fantasy world, but then you see the plot and get hit with the sudden realization that you're not supposed to self-insert into Subaru, and you shouldn't idolize this world because it's kind of fucked up in a lot of places. Subaru is one of my favorite protagonists in anime, and I guess it's actually a hot take because I was showing my friend Re:Zero and she actually stopped watching it because she found Subaru to be such an insufferable douche in the middle part of season 1. And yeah, honestly, she's not wrong. A lot of the shit that he does around this part of the story is just straight up asshole behavior. But what I did that she didn't was look at it from his perspective. Subaru is a guy who has died in some of the most psychologically and physically horrifying ways. Not even getting injured or traumatized. Fucking dying. If you could go through everything Subaru went through and still be a fully mentally stable, non-selfish good Samaritan, you must just be built different. Although most of us, including Subaru, aren't. And by season 2, Subaru still ends up being an incredibly likable character. The writing, from the huge cast of characters to all the mindfucky return by death situations, was impeccable. I kid you not when I say that you'll appreciate this show more and more the more times you rewatch it. I've rewatched it 2 times, and I'm sure if I ever decide to rewatch it a 3rd time, I'll pick up even more details that I missed on the first 3. While Mushoku Tensei is the best isekai in the truest sense of the word, Re:Zero is the greatest story that just happens to be an isekai, if that makes any sense. Kaguya-sama has been the most consistently funny anime I've ever watched, but even if the anime is focused a lot on just telling structurally well put together jokes, Kaguya-sama also sold me on one of the greatest romances to ever grace anime. It's one of those hyper rare shows that keeps getting better as the episodes go on. I love season 2 more than season 1, and I absolutely adore season 3 over season 2. But it's not just the jokes that get funnier or the romance that gets more romancy. The show starts out wielding its power premise that the author just drives home with honestly just objectively funny moments. If you don't know, the premise of this anime is that the top 2 students at a prestigious high school are secretly in love with each other, but neither of them want to confess their love, so they each try to play tricks on each other to try and make the other one confess first. And this is all through their absolutely over the top antics. And that's what this show is about in the beginning. But then it evolves, and it's clear that Aka isn't just a funny author, but also one that's capable of truly great writing. I mean, we've seen it also in Oshinoko. And it's the fact that there are some serious character-defining moments that are surrounded by goofy antics that just amplifies its effect. And it just makes it hit harder. The same could be said about the romance. Overall, Kaguya-sama is the best comedy, at least for me, but it's also not just a comedy. This is a show that will make you feel every emotion when you watch it, and I think it's truly special for that. Psycho Pass is a classic, and if you haven't watched it, please do. Y'all have slept on this show for long enough, but hold up. Let me sell it to you. This show lives in this insane dystopia where everyone lives under the Sybil system, which is this preposterously complex algorithm that attempts to calculate a civilian's bad intentions and puts it into numerical form. The psychopath is a person's quantified criminality, and if it's over a certain threshold, law enforcement are goaded into killing on sight. Akane is a new police officer who, much like everyone else, has a rigid sense of justice. The philosophy of this world might seem fucked up to us, but everyone in this verse has been indoctrinated into thinking that the Sybil system is absolute, that good and bad are as simple as black and white. But it takes one single mission to go tragically in the wrong direction for Akane to start doubting the authority of the Sybil system. The first time I knew I was watching peak was when the main villain first gets introduced. He is cold. He's like Johan, but like a sci-fi version. The whole reason why he's such a scary villain is that the Sybil system can't read his intentions. He's a complete and utter mystery, even to the psychopaths. And as Akane and every other character face off against this monster, they progressively grow more and more suspicious of the Sybil system. He's a villain whose motives are unclear the entire show, but he drags the entire cast through a wild goose chase where at the end, his motives become understood by all. I did hear that this got a season 2, but I heard it is trash, so I never really bothered with it. First season left me satisfied, to be honest. Yu Yu Hakusho is a series that to me is defined by its peaks. You got the Dark Tournament arc, which is basically the grandfather of the modern Shonen Tournament arc, and then the fights are seriously some of the best in the business. Like, this absolute demon Togashi knows how to just write the most gripping and engaging fights. Like, out of my top 5 favorite fights from anime, 3 of them come from Togashi, like genuinely. Although upon rewatch, I think that there are a lot of slow, fillerish type of stretches of episodes, but they're not even real filler because they're canon to the manga. That's mostly towards the beginning of the show though. Maybe it was the case that Togashi wasn't certain on
where exactly he wanted to take the story, so he fucked around and found out for the first couple of chapters. And it doesn't kill the show or anything, it's still thoroughly enjoyable. It's probably my favorite shonen from this era, and I will say that Yusuke is my close second favorite shonen protagonist in general. I just love everything the show does with him, and his personality is so entertaining to watch. The show also has a sick cast of side characters too. I've always liked jazz. Whether it be this fast-paced musical roller coaster that's just this wild, chaotic jumble of notes, or a more concentrated, slow, mellow jazz piece. For as long as I could remember, I've always appreciated the genre, from Miles Davis to Chet Baker to Whiplash to Blue Giant? Wait a second, this got an anime? So Blue Giant is a manga, one that I've always heard its name being tossed around in circles I'm in, but there's always been this hesitation with me picking it up, and that's not a hesitation that's unique to Blue Giant. It's specifically manga that have this type of plot, that either have to do with musicians or just anyone that has a passion for music as a whole. It always seemed like the lamest thing in the world to me to read something about people that obsess over their music and perfecting their craft, but when it comes time for them to actually perform the song that culminates everything they've worked for, we don't hear it. It quite literally is just music notes drawn on top of character sprites. So when I saw that Blue Giant got an adaptation, a movie to be more specific, I was excited. And it was, well, how do I find the right words? I feel like the strongest point that the movie was trying to get across was that it had a budget of 100 Monopoly dollars. Okay, I'm obviously exaggerating, and I usually don't have as much of a CGI hate boner as other people, but emphasis on usually. Since in this particular case, the CGI is not even used to just cut corners. It's used to straight up just animate almost half of the movie. But even with my severe grievances with the budget, there's a reason I still put this so high on the list. The important parts they nail on the head. CGI isn't going to detract from a great storyline and some amazing characters that are just an utter joy to follow. I also want to give the studio some props too. This doesn't feel like a production that just wanted to take advantage of an amazing IP and cheaply spin it into an anime for a quick buck. This feels like a passion project coming from a studio that never really had much capital to begin with. One of the things that sold me on the quality of this adaptation was a scene near the beginning of the movie. But first, Blue Giant has a rather simple premise. It's just about these youngsters who all happen to be 18 years old who form a jazz band, and they dream of playing in the most prestigious jazz club in Tokyo. But every band has to start somewhere. Their first recital is not the greatest, and one of the things I appreciate the most in the scene is how the soundtrack takes into account every single mistake and flaw within the band's performance. And speaking of the soundtrack, if you're a fan of jazz, you'll love it. Full stop. The whole production just emanates a love of jazz. The shots all feel deliberate, the wild, exaggerated gestures and aerodynamic style of play makes jazz seem fun, seem alive, which is actually one of the core themes that the show presents, since jazz is kind of a dying genre. Constantly throughout the show, we are hinted at the fact that a newer and younger style of jazz is what's needed to resurrect it. And our main crew just so happens to represent a newer and younger style of jazz. I love this movie a lot, and now I actually kind of really want to read the manga now. Imagine the game you have the most hours on. If the hours don't have 4 digits, then this number is most likely an order of magnitude smaller than the number of hours I put into every single video. Before starting this channel, I've always felt like I was a fairly normal, mentally stable guy, but now it doesn't take a doctor to take one glance at my channel and diagnose me with like 27 different things. And I think this is the reason I fell in love with Blue Period. This feels like a weird anime to talk about, because as a guy that doesn't care much for the fine arts, and as a guy whose magnum opus is a stick figure doodled in class with dicks substituted in for limbs, the show shouldn't leave that much of an impact on me. But it did.
Because this show is about a kid who throws away everything to pursue his newfound passion, which is something that really anyone can get behind. Financially speaking, pursuing a career in the arts might be the single greatest career path if you're passionate about your job at McDonald's. But he does it anyways because he wants to, and watching Iguchi dive into his passion headfirst with so much at stake was something I always came back for week after week. It was truly a reflective experience, and it's not just artsy kids or people that have some insane outlandish passion that I think would enjoy this. I truly think that anyone can easily find something to like with this show. If not the passion, it'll be the incredibly likable characters or the great job the show does in conveying the process of art. And I mean, of course, the show's description of the artistic process would be great because the show's coming from a mangaka and these guys literally draw like 24/7. So for this next section, I just want to do something a little special. So I actually have a presentation for you. It's why you should watch all these anime. So Record of Ragnarok got a lot of cool gods from Greek mythology, and there's a ton of really cool fights with them. But you know what's even better than that? Berserk, which is some of the best dark fantasy fiction out there. And of course we can't forget about Kingdom, which is the GOAT when it comes to long-form underdog stories. Overall, these are some really good anime that I'd recommend. And honestly, if you like what you're seeing on screen right now, I'd give these shows a chance. Because what I've been showing you were really the moments taken directly from the show that clearly way more time and budget was put in.
So if you like my slideshow, you could hold your applause because I got another slideshow for you.
Okay, real talk, I want to do an honorable mention section. It's for a very specific set of shows. I know that this video is only about ranking anime, but I found that this limitation really hurts my ego in some places. Like, you're never gonna catch me putting Berserk in trash tier, no matter how bad the adaptations are. Like, it's still Berserk at the end of the day. I just physically cannot allow these shows to be bottom tier when their mangas are some of the best things I've ever seen. So this honorable mention goes to Berserk, Kingdom, Slam Dunk, and Record of Ragnarok. I will genuinely sell my soul to Satan if it means that any of these manga could get the Brotherhood treatment. So if you don't want to hear about manga at all and just want anime, you could skip to this timestamp.
Yeah, so Berserk is one of the most influential and culturally transformative dark fantasy manga to ever come out. Think of it. Without Berserk, no Dark Souls, which means no Elden Ring and no Bloodborne. Without Elden Ring and Bloodborne, like, what are we even doing? What's the point in living? So Berserk means a lot to me, as you could see. But seriously, it has hands down the most beautiful artwork to ever grace manga, and a story that had an unprecedented effect on pop culture, and it's something that I'm sure will keep sending ripples for generations to come. Talking about the manga itself, I think Guts is up there as one of the most compelling protagonists out there. He's a deep character who's so much more than just a brooding lone wolf carrying a hunk of iron. Griffith is just flat out one of my favorite villains of all time. And on that topic, Berserk depicts and handles scenes with mature themes in a way that is so uniquely nuanced. The world is this grim, twisted medieval fantasy that is enthralled with these layers of dark ancient evils. And overall, Guts and the events of Berserk set the stage for one of the greatest revenge stories ever told. But then, Miura, the author of Berserk, died. And first of all, rest in peace to an absolute GOAT. It was over 2 years ago now, but he will still be always remembered. But his story, with a third of its runtime never being completed, leaves us with a bittersweet taste in our mouth. But that's actually not true. Berserk has been getting a consistent stream of chapter releases done by Miura's friend, and I'm not saying that they're bad, I'm just saying that they're not Miura. Its artwork is probably as good as it can be, and the same could be said about the storyline, but the dialogue just doesn't feel right. But to be completely honest, even if Miura stayed alive for longer, I think Berserk would still remain unfinished. He was a man that was obsessed with perfection, and for the most part, perfection is a lifelong endeavor. Okay, this next one coming up is probably the one series I was the most excited to get into for this entire list. Why, you ask? Well, I could tell you about the absolutely impeccable reputation it has in its fan base, or its infamy for being the pinnacle of a certain subgenre, but I just want to show you the art, the attention to detail, the action that is drawn so fluidly that movement on this still image feels animated. It's slam dunk. And if you're curious, the reason I was so hyped for this because it's penned by the living, breathing god himself, Takehiko Inoue, the same deity responsible for Vagabond. So Slam Dunk is a basketball manga, and I was seriously overjoyed that this had an anime adaptation so I could put it on this list. But that's it. There's simply no chance I'm giving up the opportunity to read Peak to watch the fucking Slam Dunk anime. Who do you think I am? I don't even need to watch it to know that it doesn't capture the same artistic and narrative genius of Inoue. So what makes this the king of sports anime? Well, the answer is not actually very apparent in the first 20 chapters or so. That a lot of people, including myself, consider to be incredibly slow because Inoue wrote this in the 90s while trying to appeal to a Japanese audience. So understandably, he felt the need to really start at square one to explain the basics of the basics. As an American with a skin tone about the same color as charcoal, I was practically birthed with the modern basketball culture and rules burned into my mind. So when Inoue introduced the protagonist of a supposed basketball manga and he doesn't know what dribbling a ball is, I thought I was in for a very tedious read. But much to my surprise, most of Inoue's controversial decisions in this manga end up making me enjoy it that much more. So take for instance Sakuragi. He's never played or even seen a basketball game be played. The only reason he joins in the first place is because of a girl he likes, and looking from the outside, this kind of setup seems really miscalculated. There's a reason that virtually every sports anime has an ultra motivated seasoned athlete to star in the show. It simply just complements this style of show the most, since if the protagonist doesn't care about the game, then how would we, the audience, find it in us to give a shit about anything that's going on? But what I think I learned to appreciate is how when Sakuragi grows to love the sport, we as the audience see that childlike wonder in his eyes and grow to love it as well. Obviously I liked basketball before Slam Dunk, but it's like a rekindled flame, you know? And since we're on the track of making comparisons to other sports anime, I want to point out something that I really only noticed after reading Slam Dunk. I don't care about Isagi, I don't care about Kuroko or Ayomi or Kisei, and I don't care about any of the characters in Haikyuu off the court. For all of these examples, while they're locked in and playing whatever sport, they're always mad interesting to watch, but immediately outside of the court or the field, we're reminded that these characters are seriously just personalityless husks a lot of the times, that the author stuffed with some type of gimmick on the court and expected them to walk on their own 2 feet while having interactions that aren't about sports. Like, yeah, sure, Bachira has a monster coming inside of him, but what does that actually mean for his character? It means a string of backstories that I'm really not a fan of. So finally getting back to my point, the characters in Slam Dunk are actually just people I care about, not just athletes I care about, with interesting personalities that are seamlessly weaved into the playstyle of every character. I went to this read thinking I'd first be captivated by the Gonsen art, but it ended up being the characters. Just saying, I haven't finished it. I'm about 120 chapters in, so try not to spoil it in the comments. For people that want to get into it but are hesitant to because of the start, I'd say just do a speed read for the first 20 chapters or so. Then I really start to love the series by literally the first game, which is about like chapter 25, I think. So Kingdom is one of those One Piece types of series where you look at it from the outside, see the amount of chapters is in the triple digits, and then you also see the 8, and then you're just like, no thank you. And I absolutely understand that mindset because I was also extremely reluctant to get into it. But seriously, by about 30 chapters or so, I was so glad that this shit had 800 chapters. I genuinely never wanted it to end. Kingdom is about an insignificant boy living in the era of China's warring states, at a time when the country was sectioned off into several different territories that were perpetually engaged in warfare. The manga is actually surprisingly accurate in a historical sense, but that's just the bigger picture. If you're a scholar in Chinese history, this story wouldn't be ruined for you because Hara is able to expertly portray this historical event while adding some necessary details to make sure the story is comprehensive. Shin is just a war orphan of no esteemed background who eventually makes great friends with the Prince of Quin, which is one of the states in the warring China. And the story first follows these two as they struggle to find their place inside their own state. But it's kind of like Hunter x Hunter, where we spend so much time with a countless number of arcs taking place in the mainland, then suddenly we're thrusted with the exciting revelation that the mainland that everything happened on was just a tiny island sandwiched in between an entire continent of mysteries. When Shin and Sei, who is the prince, do establish themselves within their own state, we're given that same sort of excitement when the audience realizes that there are still 6 other territories of similar or greater power that the characters have to overcome. I find it really hard to express my sheer love for this manga, but I think a lot of it has to do with Shin and Sei. Shin dreams to become a great general under the heavens, and Sei dreams to finally unify the warring states after a long 200 years of fighting. Shin may seem generic at first as a block-headed main character with big dreams, but over time you see this orphaned kid really turn into a man who can truly back up his dreams with his own strength after overcoming a countless number of bloody wars and battles. Then you might turn and look and see Sei's background as a prince to a territory as large as like half of Europe and think he might be some spoiled entitled brat, but he himself might be as much of an underdog as Shin for reasons that are pretty much spoilers, but he also has to triumph over conflicts, whether it be internal political strife, military decisions, or just the drama of trying to rule over such a polarized state. Also, one of my favorite things about Kingdom is just seeing every general in action. In One Piece, Luffy wants to find the One Piece, but there's obviously no precedent for anyone who's actually found it and achieved Luffy's goal who's still alive. But in Kingdom, Shin, for his whole military career, works directly under the generals that he aspires to be as he examines their strategies and actions. My point is that Shin's goal is tangible and close enough that he can actually study these generals. Yet, at the same time, despite the close proximity, his goal always seems so far away. And this distance is created by just showing us how damn cool every general is. And it's frankly a testament to Hara's sheer intelligence that he himself can write characters so damn smart. Like, a ton of people compare battles and war as just a strategist on each side playing an overcomplicated game of chess. But this is beyond that. These bitches are playing 8D chess. They constantly come up with strategies that take into account terrain, resources, and honestly ideas so out of the box that it just casually redefines what warfare even meant at the time. But not every general plays the same exact game. Some of them just lead the charge straight into the enemy and just win because they're that much of a force to be reckoned with. And others are so familiar with war that they genuinely just rely on their instincts while commanding their force of over 100,000 men. And then others have all 3 traits. I just really love this manga. If I already didn't make that clear, please read it. You will be doing yourself a favor, trust me. I've been a Record of Ragnarok fan for like 3 years now. I've been caught up with the manga for the entire 3 years, so I think I'm qualified to say that as a community, we don't know what the fuck y'all talking about when y'all saying this shit got an anime adaptation. It just straight up does not exist. Okay, no, for real, Record of Ragnarok is an insanely straightforward, insanely targeted piece of fiction. Just full stop, if a life and death tournament arc between God and man doesn't sound cool to you, then this series isn't for you. The whole show is basically just fights, but it's so damn impressive how much they manage to accomplish in each fight. Each one tells their own story and builds upon its own stakes. It really made me rethink the question of what makes a great fight. Is it how big and muscular each competitor is, or is it something more nuanced? Because I genuinely confused myself with organizing this list. Like, how could I possibly justify giving Record of Ragnarok a better writing score than like 3/4 of all the anime on this list if it's literally just one big tournament arc? And then I realized that fights are much more about storytelling than it is a dick measuring contest. The way this manga allows us to get attached to these characters through their stories, and then suddenly one of them is dead because someone has to lose the fight, it's not something that you'd expect to make you feel these strong emotions, but it does. It's also so cool to see all the references to gods and famous figures who battled it out, and how they're all given their own fresh personalities and weapons. Like, genuinely, even if you hail from any of the religions showcased in this series, I feel like you'd still fuck with these interpretations. Hell, I was raised Christian, and I blew my load reading Adam vs. Zeus. My favorite fights are Adam vs. Zeus, Buddha vs. 7 Lucky Gods, and then Jack the Ripper vs. Hercules. Not to say any of the other fights are bad, honestly, all of them are great. It's just that these ones were the standouts. So Monster is about Tenma, who has saved countless lives through his successful career as a surgeon. But this story is about one of those lives he saved that he ultimately regretted. Johan is a boy, but as Tenma sees it, he's a pure evil monster. A psychopath, a savior, the Antichrist. Johan is a lot of things to a lot of people. But to Tenma, and by extension the audience, he's someone who indiscriminately leaves death in his wake. Monster is one of the most well-written psychological mysteries I've ever witnessed. It's a cat and mouse tale of epic proportions that always leaves us wondering if that Nietzsche quote will come true. In his journey trying to kill monsters, does Tenma become one himself? Monster is a very slow-paced, dramatic story, but slow-paced doesn't equal bad. Sometimes it feels like people confuse slow-paced with nothing happening. Some stories out there definitely suffer with the plot just not progressing at all, but Monster's plot is a consistently paced marathon. That's why I call it slow-paced. Absolutely 10 out of 10 writing, and Johan is a peak villain. Although if you came here looking for some gory nuts-to-butts action, Monster is not where you should look.
Silent Voice was the show that was really the first to convince me that the do you guys get the joke? It might take a while. The joke is that the movie is called A Silent Voice. So this is a very important section to me because I'm not a crier. Let's get that out of the way. So I usually am not a fan of the anime where it feels like the entire incentive around finishing it is because it feels like you're supposed to cry at the end. You might call it cheap tear bait, but I personally call them hollow onions because you cut into them, cry, but only after do you realize that there was never any substance on the inside. And don't get me wrong, if a piece of media makes you cry, if it was able to stimulate such strong emotions, then it had to be doing something right for you. That's why I think these things are very subjective. Like me personally, when I was watching Plastic Memories, I'd just be AFK for a couple episodes until what felt like a teleprompter on the side notifying me that this is a cry scene. Although Silent Voice stands apart from all of those fake feeling shows, it tells a story that feels real, a little bit too real in some places. The movie tells the story of Shoya, who is the callous bully of a helpless deaf girl named Shoko. And you may be asking about why in the world you would ever want to root for this guy as the protagonist, because from what I'm describing, he's just the menace. But people change, people grow up. Shoya realizes that what he did in the past was objectively fucked up, and the only thing he wants to do is to make amends. This is one of those pieces of anime that while watching it, you just get the feeling that something like this couldn't have been pulled off in any other medium. The production is downright beautiful from top to bottom. It does the best job in tackling the themes of anxiety, depression, and self-hatred that I've ever seen. And I teared up watching this film. And this doesn't seem like a huge thing to say about a movie that people very commonly cry to, but trust me, this takes on a whole different meaning when someone like me admits that. Because A Silent Voice, when I first watched it, took the second ever spot of pieces of media to make me cry. The other is a manga I might talk about in the future. But anyways, at the end of the day, this film isn't perfect. It really struggles with tying in all the B plots and even has some very minor plot holes. Although I think this is the type of media where its flaws make it all the more charming as a standalone watch. This anime will never not be a major part of me, and I can't recommend it enough.
Chainsaw Man is a show I absolutely cheated on when making this list. So when I first drew up the psychopathic idea for this video, as you know, I intended to only take into account the animes of the show because I didn't want every single comment to just be, oh, why is blank ranked like that? If your illiterate cotton picking ass could read, you place it first because everyone knows the manga is better. Although I literally could not bear it with Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man was kind of fucked by the anime, and not because of a lot of reasons that people online think. Yeah, sure, the anime never really came close to capturing the stylized, almost psychedelic artwork of Fujimoto, and the CG is a little jarring at times. Although I think the real thing that killed this show is the fact that it only got 12 episodes. I will never come to understand this shit. Part 1 of Chainsaw Man was literally the perfect length for a clean 24 episode season 1 that just completely finishes part 1
and sells everyone on the show. So I ranked Chainsaw Man taking into account all of part 1. I'm just too much of a fan. Throw your tomatoes or curse me out if you want, but trust me, this video will age well. Listen, all I'm gonna say is that when season 2 comes out and all the crazy shit starts to go down, no one's gonna know who the fuck Gojo is anymore. Everyone will still be barking for Makima. Actually, talking about the show for a second, the reason we love Chainsaw Man is not even because of the cool devils or peak art style. I mean, obviously, of course, that's part of it, but mainly it's because of Denji. Usually shonen protagonists represent some sort of larger-than-life figure that always has a seemingly insurmountable goal. But Denji doesn't have an insurmountable goal, and he isn't larger than life. Of course, he does have anime superpowers, but from my perspective, a horny broke teenager whose life goal is to find a girlfriend doesn't seem larger than life to me. We love Denji because he's just a normal kid with shit morals. Everything else is just extra. Also, everything with the devils is just the coolest thing in the world to me. Chainsaw Man is something I've never seen before. It's like Fujimoto is inviting us to experience his own acid trip. And that sounds facetious, but I literally do not have any clue how else to describe it. You know those things that just combine the best of both worlds? Things you truly can't hate, like mixed babies. Everyone loves mixed babies. Cowboy Bebop combined jazz, science fiction, action, and a main character who low-key doesn't give a fuck, all into one show. When I was 14 watching this, I could swear on my mama with God as my witness that I just witnessed the height of media, the climax of fiction, the vertex of invention, something of impeccable perfection and too exquisite to exist. It was only after a little reflection that I was actually just describing my teenage opinion of Faye Valentine. So in all seriousness, this show has aged like fine wine. And to be completely honest, saying that you like Cowboy Bebop in the year of our Lord 2025 is like saying that you like the fact that you haven't been hit with an atomic bomb. As an anime fan, it's such an obvious opinion to have that you might as well just not say it. It's kind of wild actually, because I have a history of hating when shows do that episodic shit where the story would basically reset after the episode ends, but this show actually utilizes its episodic nature to its advantage. Since Spike is such an unconventional protagonist, he's less of a hero type of archetype and more of a vagabond, a drifter that just ends up in places and goes wherever the wind takes him. And it just so happens that the wind takes him to some of the most iconic places where he meets some of the most iconic characters, who are some of the most fun and entertaining bunch I've ever seen in the main cast. These guys could be sitting in a room jerking off for the entire episode and I'll still be thoroughly entertained, because they all just have great chemistry together. The action is crazy good. Characters be using anything in their environment to their advantage. Like, God forbid you put a coffee machine within a 4-mile radius of a Cowboy Bebop character. It's pretty much just clips at that point. And if you leave a mop next to one of them, you might just damn well get the best fight scene in the entire franchise. I love the original show, but the movie was something else. 10 out of 10. If you've seen the original but not the movie, please watch this thing. It's amazing. Anyways, Spike is genuinely one of my favorite protagonists out there. Like, this guy is cool, but he's also one-dimensional. Who's just nonchalant for their entire existence. Spike is a chill dude, but it always seemed like that wasn't the full picture. It always seemed like he was running from someone or something. As it turned out, like it frequently does, he has been running away from his past, and by the end, he's finally forced to confront it. Music in anime is something that doesn't really get talked about as much as, say, animation. And that's always been pretty weird to me, since for me personally, there have been plenty of shows out there where 80% of the reason I'm there at all is for the soundtrack. Shinichiro Watanabe made Cowboy Bebop in 1998, and that was pretty cool. But then, 6 years later, Samurai Champloo came out, and everyone came to the realization that this guy this guy was a real ass nigga. It immediately became the coolest anime on the block. Because if Cowboy Bebop was like the physical embodiment of jazz, Samurai Champloo is like hip hop incarnate. And I kid you not, this show is not only home to my favorite soundtrack in all of anime, but also has my favorite opening and ending. I couldn't help but wonder how in the world Nujabes was able to craft a soundtrack that simply exists to cater specifically to my music taste. Rest in peace to a legend. But enough of all that. Music is important, especially when it's good, but it's not everything. The plot of Samurai Champloo revolves around these two wandering swordsmen who ends up in this girl's debt. And the whole show is just her dragging the two of them around everywhere as she looks for the samurai that smells of sunflowers. It's a setup that personally seemed way too overly simplistic and open to interpretation when I first watched the show. But ultimately, this simplicity ends up being to the show's benefit. All we know about this trio is that this guy's a horny Somalian badass, this dude low-key doesn't give a fuck, and this girl's lifelong goal is to track down some smelly dude. This simplicity gives the show so much room to breathe and just go wild and do whatever the hell it wants. Like, there's this one episode I vividly remember where Americans land on the shore of Japan, and mind you, this is during the Edo period. So all of this would be impossible because America didn't exist yet. So anyways, they basically do what you'd expect of a stereotypical American that looks like this. They challenge the Japanese to a baseball game with Japan's natural resources and land on the line. So after the Americans realize that the opposition got some powerhouses on their team, the Americans start to cheat by genuinely just murdering every Japanese player. And I just find it to be the funniest thing in the world that this is one of the death scenes.
Monzo is dead, but freedom will never die.
That's the insanity of this show. It has the tropey baseball episode that every anime has for some reason, but it chose to do it in the most mentally unhinged way I could have ever imagined. But not only does this show have a great sense of humor, but it also has some of the coolest fight scenes I've ever seen in anime. The whole show is edited like a hosting DJ transitioning from song to song, except here it's from scene to scene. I absolutely adore this show. You could always leave it up to Watanabe to somehow find a way to combine the most random things together, but when those things become one unit, it quite literally turns into the best thing you've ever watched. Like, no other sane human would ever in a million years think this would be a good idea. Mixing urban vibes and hip-hop with Edo period samurai. It's ludicrous, but it was made by the one guy who can make it work in a big way. The year is 2024. The amount of isekai released on a seasonal basis has been growing exponentially. Literally. One day, I got possessed by a demon. Patrick Mahomes himself met me in my dreams and told me I had no choice but to watch every single isekai to ever come out. And I asked him if he could just send me straight to hell instead, but he didn't budge. Although I guess it wasn't all too bad. I woke up Monday, uploaded that video, and became the one and only person who could truly say that I've watched an entire genre of anime. But then Tuesday came around, and like 3 entire isekai shows just came out the same day. So I did it all for nothing. And after so many truly revolting pieces of fantasy medium that honestly started to feel like they were just getting copy and pasted, Frieren came along and dispelled my never-ending torment. It was a fantasy show that felt so fresh in the recent anime climate we've been getting. There's no need to add on tacky gimmicks to hook the audience because this show has the ability to do something amazing, something I haven't seen in eons. It has the ability to world build in a way that doesn't feel forced and isn't handicapped. And what I mean by handicapped is, have you ever wondered why there are so many isekai out there? Like, these isekai authors just see a perfectly good fantasy show and have the insatiable demonic urge to just make it shit, like an unboxing YouTuber at a funeral. They write isekai because it's pretty much like an easy mode for authors. They don't really have to worry about world building since the protagonist is in the same shoes as the audience. They have no experience in this world. And this is why Frieren is like the antimatter of isekai, since the show revolves around a character that has the most experience in this world. She's an elf mage who's lived for over 1,000 years, and her past memories with her journey with Himmel the hero functions as the sort of foundation of who she is. Frieren, the show, started out, in my opinion, extremely simple. Frieren and the gang just go from destination to destination, exploring the various facets of the world and encountering conflict on the way. Although the moment the show went from good to great was my personal favorite episode in the entire series, simply titled A Powerful Mage, an episode that cemented the world as one of my personal favorites in the entire genre of fantasy. If the episode still doesn't sound familiar to you, it's the one where Frieren gets possessed by low-tier god. Honestly, I really do want to make a full video on Frieren eventually. It seems like it's practically a rite of passage if you talk about anime on YouTube. But yeah, that's basically the gist of it. I fucking love this show to death. This is a show that has always been very close to me. Lelouch was genuinely my brother's entire personality until, you guessed it, he discovered One Piece. Send him prayers, he's been hospitalized ever since the hiatus was announced. So this show has famously been called Death Note but mecha, which before I knew anything about this show, I'd always interpret as Death Note but worse. But similar to a lot of statements that anime fans make, this was grossly reductive and also just kind of wrong. The main similarity that people obviously see between the two shows is that Lelouch represents a morally gray smart guy who seeks to make change in the world. Similar to Code Geass, we see Light Yagami get closer to his goal through utilizing his sheer wit. And much like in Death Note, we see Lelouch stage, play, and get ensnared in these ultra twisted mind games that will have the audience always questioning who has the true upper hand in any given situation. But even after having said all of that, this comparison really just boils down to smart people doing smart things to reach a goal, which is about as vague of a relationship to draw as like astrology signs. So one thing that I absolutely will always love whenever a show does is letting the story follow two characters on completely perpendicular paths. Lelouch and Suzuku are childhood friends that both want change, but they go about it in completely different ways. The Holy Empire of Britannia is like a what if the British actually squashed any attempts at a revolution in the Americas? And while we may know that as the worst timeline, for everyone in the verse, it's reality. And Britannia is basically your stereotypical big bad evil regime, but it has that British monarchy aesthetic. Suzuku, a Japanese refugee, joined the Knights of the Round in order to get closer to the ruling class. Lelouch, the 17th prince, wants to tear it all down, and he uses his 9th level spell called Geass to attempt to overthrow the government. The way this power is utilized is so interesting. Basically, it's the power to control the actions of anyone he sees, and you can probably just imagine all the wild and creative ways this power could be weaved into the plot. Okay, one major criticism I do have to give for the show is how Geass is a lot of the time used as a brainless scapegoat for impossible situations. The most obvious and almost show-ruining example that I'm sure nobody is surprised I'm pointing out is...
For example, if I told you to kill all the Japanese, it wouldn't matter how you felt about it.
This is some Looney Tunes level writing that a lot of the time people acknowledge as being shit, but ignore it because they like the rest of the show. But to give context, basically it's the end of season 1. Virtually all the conflicts have been resolved, all the loose ends have been addressed, and a satisfying resolution was about to be reached, since one of the princesses of Britannia was about to make peace with Lelouch. But then, that shit happens. The writers genuinely backed themselves into a corner because of how neatly they were about to wrap things up for season 1, but then I guess they were just reminded of the fact that they had to make a season 2 and just pulled something directly out of their assholes. But here's the thing, Code Geass has one hell of a redemption arc. Season 2 is good. It's great. It's everything season 1 was, but better. But where the show really redeemed itself was the actual ending of the series, which is hands down the single best ending that an anime has ever gotten. I mean, I'm trying to think of some right now, but I honestly can't. Most anime don't even have endings at all. Good endings is even rarer. So that's why Code Geass will always be a classic. This shit is the shit. This shit was shitting before farts were even invented. This shit is Gurren Lagann. This anime turns boys into men. This show truly opens your third eye. You didn't think something this epic could exist, and you weren't expecting it either, but Gurren Lagann is just about the coolest thing I've ever seen. It's just about a mole kid and his flashy brother who dream of reaching the top of the world. This is a show that completely won over its audience, not by having amazing writing or a great plot, but it won us over with its heart. This show takes your ideas and your expectations just to say, fuck all that. The only idea that actually matters is feeling and spirit. This show speaks to you on an emotional level. It talks to your willpower, that adrenaline rush that overcomes you as you resolve to beat an impossible challenge. And it tells you to resolve harder because nothing is truly impossible in this world. And as long as you live, you could forge your own destiny. The power of friendship is something I would, under normal circumstances, shit on anime for doing. When characters are clearly going to lose a fight, the outcome has basically been decided, and then boom. Flashback that rouses the audience's sympathy for the main cast of characters, and then they all get bullshit power-ups. So here's the main difference when Gurren Lagann does it. This show just does it cooler. I was genuinely trying to think of a justification for why I love it when Gurren Lagann does it versus when, say, Fairy Tail does it. But I think maybe the answer just comes down to the fact that it was already established that this show was basically just written based on vibes. The power of bros and friendship was etched into the core of the show from the very beginning. So you're not expecting some Game of Thrones level writing. Instead, you expect to see dudes who, under normal circumstances, have no right to dream, surpass every limitation and reach for the stars. And I just love this show for that. This show is absolutely fucking mental. I don't think I've ever seen a sci-fi show quite like this. And my immediate thought was that it had to be the title. I've been referring to this genre a lot, cyberpunk. But what does it actually mean and where does it come from? Well, taking a look at Cyberpunk Edgerunners actually tells us a surprising amount about the genre as a whole. As you might already know, this is supposed to be a loose adaptation of Cyberpunk 2077, the game. But that game was actually heavily inspired by Cyberpunk, the TTRPG from 1998. And keep that date in mind because it's important. This swell-looking guy named Mike Pondsmith was the man behind the TTRPG. And by the way, all a TTRPG is a tabletop role-playing game. If you're still not familiar, just think Dungeons and Dragons. But anyways, Mike Pondsmith originally decided to organize all his ideas in the form of a TTRPG because back in 1998, the type of media that he would have wanted to channel his concepts into weren't advanced enough. But that's actually kind of funny because Akira also came out in 1988, which is probably the most famous cyberpunk thing to ever release. It served to be physical and visual proof that this genre could be realized in something other than a TTRPG, or in the form of what started the cyberpunk genre, a novel. A novel that goes by the name of Neuromancer, a book that is largely credited as being the progenitor of the cyberpunk genre. At this point in 1984, a large majority of sci-fi works depict their futuristic worlds as essentially a utopia, or a straight-shot dystopia. And this is exactly why Neuromancer and the genre it would soon create would be so unthinkable. It established cyberpunk as being a more pessimistic, realist take on sci-fi. Cyberscapes tend to border on outright dystopias and are largely characterized by low-life high-tech. The genre takes concepts like accelerated advancements in things like AI and cyberware, and then it smashes that together with societal dysfunction and poverty. And I think that's why this subgenre of sci-fi feels way more realistic to people, because it serves as a rejection that a perfect society or a perfectly imperfect society could ever exist. And this is why I think Cyberpunk Edgerunners immediately captured its audience. From frame one, we're introduced to this degenerate, gruesome world where deaths happen abruptly and where people inevitably lose themselves. This is Night City. The story follows David, who quickly strays from the path that his recently deceased mom set out for him. With the revelation that his body has a great affinity to cyberware, he becomes an edgerunner, which are basically hired militiamen who complete jobs whenever it's given to them. And it's really an unforgiving profession. One of the edgerunners literally gets his fade run over by some homeless dude pissing. But that doesn't bother David, because in his own words,
I'm built different,
So as this show goes on and we see David equip himself with more and more cyberware, we start to see his limits. You see, in this world, people who are consumed by the excessive cyberware they implant in themselves become what's known as a cyber psycho, and they usually go on killing rampages. David, in his hubris, thinks that he's immune to that sort of fate. But why? Just because he's the main character? That'd be like me picking up League of Legends and thinking I won't gain 300 pounds just because I've been skinny my entire life. Things just don't work that way. In many ways, Cyberpunk Edgerunners doesn't feel like anime. The main character actually gets with the girl in episode 3, the show somehow presents nudity in a way that doesn't feel like fan service, and the show overall just has this unfiltered, fast-paced, almost psychedelic style of storytelling. And I think that's part of the reason I love this show to death. It's not pandering to any audience like so many anime nowadays do, it's just being itself. Studio Trigger could literally burn my house down, steal everything I own and my cat, and I would still forgive them. Because they cooked so hard with this adaptation, everything down to the art style, the raw animation, and also the cinematography, they did perfectly. The score on this show is just absolutely perfect. Listen, I'm not even a big fan of heavy metal or even regular metal, but the tracks on this show just fit 1-to-1 with its vibe. From a production standpoint, Edgerunners is honestly a 10 out of 10. Everything else is a 9 out of 10, with my only criticism being that it feels a little bit too fast-paced in certain parts. Evangelion is the worst show in this tier. The story is simply not up to par. The issues I have with it extend and vary about as much as the sheer amount of plot holes, needless jargon, and ass pulls that the show frequents. Yeah, so Gendo Kari, you've done a bunch of heinous shit. Made yourself the captain of the 13 Court Guard squad of deadbeat dads in anime, and you also tried to literally vaporize all life in existence on planet Earth. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, why do all this?
The Human Instrumentality Project has always been an insidious preordained prophecy. As long as the Tree of Life, the 13th Angel, and the poop stains on my diaper all reach singularity, the central dogma has essentially already accomplished its ultimate purpose.
Bro, respectfully, you're not gonna get away with killing the entire population by using big words.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I had no hand in any of this.
Oh, so you're denying your own genocide?
I plead the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Okay, obviously none of this happened in the show, but the fact that I can imagine this being an actual conversation in the show, hell, I don't even need to imagine, because the characters actually talk like this. What happened to Ava Unit 1? It seemed like the electromagnetic hybridization field over the left nipple has left Ava Unit 1 vulnerable to penetration. What? But let me give credit where credit is due, because Evangelion is known for a lot of things. First of all, it's arguably one of the most influential anime to ever anime. Like, it's crazy how widespread this shit actually became at the time compared to others. And secondly, the show had a huge hand in the popularization of mecha anime. But I may be tripping, because why do I not see any similarity between this and this? Well, in Evangelion, I'd actually argue that the mechas are actively the least interesting thing about the show. Of course, it's eye-catching, and of course, that's probably the reason you got into Eva in the first place. But the reason you stayed is surely for another reason. You see, I opened up this section shitting on a number of issues the show has for one extremely deliberate reason. It was to cover up the fact that I'm a pretentious asshole about this show. I think it was a measured, calculated decision to have these characters spouting nonsense. I think it was intentional to have seemingly random religious symbolism thrown around everywhere. And I think the lore is actually pretty cool. You see, it all just depends on perspective. I got it instantly. Hideaki Anno is shouting to us. This is what this show is about. The crushing weight of expectations, the depressing effects of the weight of expectations. And then there's the absurdity around everything that's happening to us. Killing angels that look like devils, characters with intentions that don't make sense. It makes you want to laugh at how ludicrous and absurd the world has become, because nothing makes any sense. Nobody makes sense.
Shinji is our protagonist, so I wouldn't say it'd be a reach to say that we experience this story from the perspective of him. So when characters say things that are indecipherable or events happen that are unthinkable, we see the same scenes as Shinji does, and we share in his confusion and powerlessness. People who say that Eva is confusing are missing the point. The pseudoscientific bullshit, the man-made Evas, the conspiracy of the organization, the human instrumentality, the Dead Sea Scrolls, all of it was just made up on the spot. Evangelion is such a human story. It bends to the whims of whatever it felt in the moment, and it just does whatever it wants, because all of this is just a mirage, an illusion, to keep us from the point of it all, the characters. In many ways, every character reflects some sort of deep-seated flaw in another. Shinji directs so much inwards, the pressure of being the one safeguard for humanity. All that terrifying expectation is concentrated inwards. Asuka is precisely the opposite. Her mannerisms and personality and everything about her just screams, "Look at me." Her immense pressure to be perfect is weighed in outwardly achievements, and it quickly begins to eat at her. Rei contrasts with both Shinji and Asuka simultaneously because she feels no expectations, to the point where she doesn't really even have a sense of self and completely neglects to take care of herself. Evangelion started off pretty weird, but then it got weirder, creepier, and even more nonsensical, but that's fine because it was always about the characters. And then this shit happened.
Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations.
Yeah, so to be completely honest, I only liked one out of the 3 endings Eva got, and that one ending is End of Evangelion. Don't worry, we'll talk about the rebuilds in a minute, but what I want to focus on is one of the most puzzling movies I've ever watched. People love this movie, they love it a lot, and honestly, it confused me a lot. From doubling down on the weird pseudoscientific jargon to accelerating the presence of these sort of cryptic character motivations, and then it also just ends abruptly. Everyone dies, and Shinji has to live with the regret of starting the third impact. This movie had the setup to be absolutely hated because just like in the original, nothing is explained, and the literal ending is this downright strange and unconventional conclusion from a storytelling standpoint. But I think it works. Hideaki Anno makes it work. He was able to connect everything he wanted to say. Nerve HQ being invaded by other humans foreshadows the fact that man's greatest enemy is man. Shinji's perceived greatest enemy isn't the angels, it's others. Other people who won't acknowledge him or help him. But it quite literally takes everyone he's ever loved dying and the entire world crashing down for him to realize that his greatest enemy isn't actually anyone around him. So that only means one thing. It has to be himself. It's the same concept as what the last couple of episodes of the original anime were trying to convey. This time, it's just presented more eloquently. But then hey, we're not done yet. The rebuilds happened, and I absolutely love that they happened. It was so great to see old classic Eva be given a fresh modern coat of paint. Shiro Sagasu got back on site to cook up some of the best movie soundtracks I've ever heard. 1.0 was just mostly a retelling of the first half of the original anime, and while it's great as a standalone production, there's not much to actually talk about since it's virtually the same material. 2.0 is where it gets spicy, and it may very well be my favorite in the entire trilogy. We immediately start seeing changes. The first one I'll immediately point out is Mari, which is actually one of my biggest criticisms of the entire movie series. Out of the 3 teenagers in the main cast of the original, Shinji, Asuka, and Rei, all of them felt equal, and they mattered equally to each other. The narrative dynamic that these 3 had was almost perfect. And then there's Mari. And look, she's a fun character, and I literally thought she was a great concept too. Actually, if we're just talking about this movie, she's great, full stop. But ultimately, she's grossly underutilized and one of the biggest disappointments of the rebuilds, to be honest. So 2.0 ends with Shinji fucking up at an almost incomprehensible scale. 2.0 is a lot like End of Eva, and I think that's why I liked it so much. But this time, we will have a glimpse into what happens post Third Impact. There's a lot to love, but there's also a lot to hate with 3.0. On one hand, I really hate how a lot of the fights play out in this movie. They're on a spaceship now, if you don't know. and a lot of these fights are just these boring spaceship battles. And it felt like in this movie specifically, we've been getting way too much nonsense where the characters will just be yapping about some random overcomplicated science words they just made up. And it's just shit that's going into one ear and going out the other. There's also the fact that this movie is practically a reskinning of 2.0. It plays out pretty much the same that it does in 2.0, but this time he joins the dark side. So surprise, Shinji catastrophically fucks up again. And get this, he starts a fourth impact. Whoa. But I don't hate this movie. It has its place in the Rebuild franchise, and it has some of the sickest imagery in any anime movie I've ever seen. Like, this is what the fourth impact looks like. Honestly, the most metal shit I've seen in my life. And that's why it's been my laptop wallpaper for the better part of 2 years. Also, this movie isn't completely derivative of 2.0, since there's actually a huge difference between Shinji's fuck up in the past compared to his fuck up now. This time, it's completely his fault. So that begs the question, how do you forgive yourself when you've done something so unforgivable? Enter 4.0. Something I considered just a downright beautiful movie, from Rei's entire character arc to one of the best depictions of depression I've ever seen in Shinji. But then, I rewatched 4.0. Twice, actually. And I'm not gonna lie, every single time I rewatched it, I've grown more and more contemptuous of its ending. I think this ending is actually very analogous to the original show's ending, where the characters just talk out their problems inside Shinji's mind. Although this time the main conflict is between Shinji and his father, and they talk out their problems. I like it better than the original, but I also don't like it. I think Evangelion is a great show that is rightfully hated. It's not for everyone. But I think that at the end of the day, there's a message we could all learn from this show. That life is like a wiener. It may be up, it may be down, but it's never hard forever. Thank you guys so much for watching. I poured so many hours. Hold up. Who said we're done here? This is just the start. It's time. The order of these next 10 shows are something I've pondered on and on about, because each of these 10 represent the pinnacle of the medium of anime, and their quality differs by a razor-thin margin. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Untouchable 10. But before that, you already know what I'm about to say. Thanks for tuning in until now, and if you've gotten this far, you might as well subscribe. I also have a Patreon if you want to support these ultra high effort videos. Multivariable calculus is a difficult course for many reasons, not only because it introduces functions that can take multiple variables as inputs, but also because it just inserts an entirely new dimension to the subject, literally. Graphs in 3 dimensions are hard to grasp. More than 3, and it starts to get mind-bending. So in order to have an easier time analyzing them, we simply project them onto the 2D plane. And the reason I even bother explaining any of this nerdy stuff is because I think it's extremely analogous to avatars. In the age of social media, we as a society are obsessed with our avatars, the 2D representation of us that we intentionally feed into the online algorithms, so that people only see the perfect side, the funny side, or the wholesome side of you. You are a 3D person who chooses to flatten yourself so that your projected 2D self may be more digestible to others. Hell, even this channel is an avatar. I am not talking to you right now. I'm reading off a pre-prepared script, and the real me is probably out on a run or stressed as shit studying for final exams or something. And that's just how it is. But what happens when there's a disconnect between your projected avatar and your real self? This is the story of Perfect Blue, and why I found it to be such a harrowing film. Mima, our main protagonist, is the cornerstone of an idol group that actually has a decent following. Although in the opening scene, she announces that she'll be leaving the group so she can pursue a career in acting. And to a lot of people, they feel betrayed. But more importantly for now, it feels like a betrayal of herself. Like there's a prominent part of herself that refuses to let go. Although this part of her never stops becoming prominent. And eventually this metaphorical idol avatar starts to physically sabotage the original from moving forward. Although that doesn't completely halt her breakthrough in the industry, as her first acting gig involves the extremely infamous sexual assault scene that she has to film. And this filming, along with other gigs that force her into a more sexualized role, start to warp how people perceive her as a person. And this feeling of not being able to control the way that other people perceive her, and that perception becoming a reality, is the primal fear that starts to eat away at her. This is what I think Perfect Blue excels in conveying. The disorienting feeling of getting lost in other people's perception of you, which ultimately results in you losing grip on who you actually are as a person. And it's at this point in the movie where things start to get really confusing. Scenes and settings blend into each other. Mima can barely even recognize if she's on set or just living life. And eventually, he shows up. You see, from the first scene of the show to now, this character has not spoken a word of dialogue. Although through some absolutely masterful cinematography, we grasp everything we need to know about this man. He is a fanatic that is obsessed with Mima, but not the person, just the idea of her as an idol. Although through his stalking, he starts to realize that the person he idolizes and the person that exists in reality are two very different people. And upon this realization, he lashes out violently. This movie was made all the way back in 1998, and while some people use this film as evidence for Satoshi Kon predicting the age of social media, my personal thought is that he simply molded this film around the struggles of traditional celebrities. But as the years passed and technology grew, it started to seem like any ordinary person can become their own small celebrity. And that's why I think Perfect Blue is terrifying. And that's why I think it'll only get more terrifying as the years go on. Does anyone remember 2018? It's a year that's home to one of the biggest tragedies of our generation. And I swear to you, I can explain. But we just have to time travel back to 2007. The anime that gets people into anime may be different depending on who you ask, but to me, it's always been X-Arm. Oh, shit, actually, I meant Death. So Death Note is my real go-to for putting people onto anime. It's one of the most iconic and influential pieces of television in the medium, but not for any of the reasons anime usually become mainstream. Death Note is known for having one of the most batshit insane premises, but also having absolutely stellar execution to back it up. The show all started with a crazy thought. What if we gave a genius teenager with a god complex the power of a god? And then we just allow him to fuck around and find out. What would he do? How would he go about it? You as the viewer have this morbid curiosity and want to see what kind of train crash this will turn into. This would be like the equivalent of giving one of those desperate clout chasers Messi's Instagram account. Like, you know for certain that this will probably turn out horribly, yet you still want to see how it plays out. And that morbid curiosity results in possibly the greatest 24 episode run in the history of anime. But everyone knows when it starts to go downhill. Episode 25. Now, you may not know this episode just from number, and that's why we need to go back to 2018. As I'm sure everyone remembers, the entire world got sucked into a black hole. It was truly a sad event. People across the world mourned on that day, because for an entire 48 hours, nobody could play Fortnite. Does anyone else remember that event? Okay, alright, listen, just hear me out for a second. Playing Fortnite in 2018 was just like Death Note before episode 25. And then me staring at that black hole for hours on end was just like me watching Death Note after this episode. The Void was created after L died, of course. He proved to have too much presence in the show to just kill off. Everything that he was built to, all the mind games, his seemingly real friendship with Light, L was robbed.
He should have reached the end of his character arc at the end of the show, but instead the show deletes the main opposing force halfway through the show and awkwardly tries to shove in new characters to fill that void. But it's too abrupt, and none of Nier and his lackeys carry a fraction of the intrigue that came from L and Light's rivalry. If episode 25 happened in a different way, then you'd see this show higher up than it already is.
It was then that Mob realized he failed to change as he had promised himself.
There is truly nothing like Mob Psycho 100. You can't truly fit this show into any single box. It combines masterful storytelling, genuinely captivating character arcs, fights that rival even some of the most hyped up shonen, and a message that will no doubt stick with you for a very, very long time. All into one single show that has seriously become one of my favorite anime of all time. But before any of that, we have to talk about Gym Bros. The Gym Bro is a very wide blanket archetype that is stereotyped all across media. And just generally speaking, their reputation is kinda terrible. They're usually portrayed as callous bullies in the worst case, but in the best case, they're as dense as a neutron star. But that always confused me a little, because since when was it a bad thing to dedicate time towards self-improvement? It was really a breath of fresh air to see a show where the meathead gym bros are actually just decent guys who have the simple goal of getting some muscles. And Mob is just an aspiring gym bro with the same goal: self-improvement and becoming someone he could be proud of. Well, that's not the full story. Mob is special. He's been gifted with practically omnipotent psychic abilities, but chooses to not use them. Why, you may ask? Because Mob doesn't see himself as special. Actually, quite the opposite. He's just a socially awkward middle schooler who has gone through stuff that I'm sure everyone has gone through at least once in their life. And that makes him surprisingly relatable. It's why I personally much prefer Mob Psycho over this author's other hit, One Punch Man. Because it's so easy to find yourself in each and every character. Mob's anxiety and social awkwardness, Reigen's botched sense of self-worth, and Ritsu's inferiority complex with his brother. And then we look at One Punch Man, and yeah, it has a cool world and it's funny, but that actually brings me to my next point, because this show is actually funny. There's no gimmick or formula to it either. It genuinely might be one of my favorite comedy anime, despite offering so much more than just that. So let's talk about what else it offers. I mentioned the fights already, but bro, just look at this shit. Every night before I go to bed, I pray and give thanks for how good of an adaptation this anime got. They absolutely nailed the art style from the manga, and all the fights are just chef's kiss. I know so many people that love this show for so many different reasons. Some are there solely for the fights, others are there for the laughs, and a lot of people just resonate with the characters. But me personally, I'm here for all of it. The king of shonen, the longest running, most successful serialized manga ever. One Piece. We finally made it, One Piece fans. The undisputed GOAT, the absolute pinnacle of storytelling. Being completely real for a second, it is my genuine belief that there is a valid argument to be made that One Piece is one of the greatest stories ever told. It's truly a special series. It has a sense of world building that is simply unmatched. Open world games could only dream to inspire the same sense of scale and childlike wonder when it comes to the world of One Piece. Whenever I watch this show, I feel like a kid again, but that's also not to discount any of the show's incredible characters and amazing writing on an arc-to-arc basis. This show has some straight bangers, from Water 7 to Marineford and Annie's Lobby, and I'm currently on the third act of Wano right now, and I'm loving it. One Piece has some of the highest highs in anime, but I think what a lot of people forget is that there are as many lows as there are highs. Look, there's a genuine argument to be made that One Piece is peak media, but notice how I phrased that sentence very intentionally. There's definitely an argument to be made, but I'd argue against you, because I want you, yes you, to look me in the eye and defend to me the fucking Fishman Island arc, where a major plot-defining event was Sanji sniffing a mermaid and getting a nosebleed of such legendary proportions that it incapacitates him for half of the arc.
it's impossible to defend. How about the Davy back fight, where I literally skipped because I thought it was filler, but had to go back and crawl through it because somehow it's canon. The only thing keeping me going was Luffy's afro. And then finally, there's just the entirety of the almost 50 episodes of Skypiea. And I'm in that camp of people which think it was just insufferable. One Piece has a lot to love, and I do love it a lot, believe me. I've been following this show for literally half of my entire life at this point, and I'll be the first online to suck Oda's cock, but One Piece is not the best anime. It's simply too flawed. For every Doflamingo this show has, there's a Hody Jones. To call yourself the best in an entire medium filled with such large and influential names, you have to be perfect. Or at least close to perfect. Medium well steak is the only way to eat steak. Steins Gate is good. These two statements are virtually the same, uncontroversial and correct. I don't really know what I can say about this classic that hasn't been said already. It's one of my personal favorite productions I've ever seen in anime. Some of the shots in this show just go hard. There's no other way to describe it. The last 12 episodes of this anime are the best 12 episodes in anime. Okay, maybe that's a stretch. X-Arm does exist. So Steins Gate is famous for being that one anime with the 3-episode rule just straight up does not work. You need way more context, way more time to get familiar with the cast of characters, and way more setup to prepare for the sheer roller coaster of the second half of this anime. Really, the only way I could describe Steins Gate is by comparing it to a ride at Disney World. Alright, hear me out for a second. Space Mountain easily solos every other coaster in that whole theme park, but that's besides the point. The entire branding of the ride is centered upon the fact that you can't really see anything. You're completely shrouded in darkness for its entire duration, and you can't even see the track ahead of you. The first part of the ride consists of movement, and you know it's moving, but you don't know in what direction, left or right, even up or down. It leaves you anxious until it drops you and you suddenly realize the direction you're going the entire time. Similarly, Steins Gate always has this layer of obscurity to its narrative. Even as the ride starts to accelerate, we're still left in the dark about a lot of things. That is, until the ride ends, we get off, and we're able to see the show clearly for what it is. There are many things I absolutely love about this show. The intriguing mysteries that were brilliantly foreshadowed, how it somehow retains a cohesive plot while dealing with such a complex idea, and I know I already glazed it, but the entire production is just impeccable. And also, this is one of the rare shows that genuinely might be as fulfilling rewatching than watching it for the first time. It is inevitable that a disgusting amount of details will go unnoticed throughout your first watch, and going back and picking up on all of them is so satisfying. I won't actually go into the specifics of anything with this show because it's really easy to spoil, so just watch it. Every community has their canon event. Something that no matter who you were, if you were in this community, you experienced this traumatic thing one way or another. For gamers, it was the initial release of Cyberpunk 2077. For Marvel fans, it was Morbius. For League of Legends players, it was Shower. But for anime fans, I think the universal canon event that almost all of us can remember vividly is Berserk 2016. I'm sorry, did you hear that? That was the audible panic and dread washing over every single person who has experienced this sadistic turd. What I just did was like yelling "get down" to a group of traumatized veterans. It would be like mentioning the phrase job security to a computer science major. It would be like mentioning the dog scene to someone who's watched Full Metal Alchemist. Oh. So I'm sure this is gonna be a surprise to nobody, but Full Metal Alchemist is in my top 5. It's genuinely a show that I truly failed to find anything wrong with. It's like vanilla ice cream. You might not be the most original for liking it, but at the same time, nobody in good faith would genuinely go out of their way to hate on it, because it's just inarguably good. The story follows two brothers who live in a world where alchemy is possible.
After their mother dies, they try to perform the ultimate taboo of alchemy: human transmutation. The transmutation backfires and the younger brother Al loses his entire body while the older brother Ed loses his left leg. And throughout the entire show, everything they do is to get their bodies back. They join the military and search relentlessly for the truth in order to restore their bodies. Although as they start to get closer and closer to the truth, the more incomprehensible their enemy becomes, where it gets to the point when they don't even know who they can trust anymore. Full Metal is really the full package. It has some of the best fights in the business that will guarantee to give you a boner. Yes, even if you're a woman. It's got such a vast cast of characters, which is wild to say because the show never forgets about any of them. Each character has their purpose. The show leaves every plotline to a satisfying conclusion, and that ending, I think this show got the best ending that it could have, which is weird being able to say that about an anime, because I feel like most anime nowadays either have endings that are solely made to insult the viewer for liking the show, or they just don't end at all. So yeah, that's my completely original take on this show. To everyone's complete shock, I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, that was number 5. Seven years ago, Made in Abyss Season 1 was released, and it lied to all of us. We were promised an adventure, one that we could all sit down, watch, and let ourselves be immersed in this mystical otherworldly descension into paradise. But the only thing waiting for them in this paradise was... To be completely forthright, I've never been more confused by a piece of media. What was the author trying to do? Is there actually a purpose behind showing all these scenes that are just hard to watch? And most importantly, where the hell is this show going and what exactly is it trying to convey? My first thought was that it was all merely shock value, but that didn't feel right at all. Something about these moments in the show as a whole doesn't feel cheap. These depictions feel less edgy and more raw. It's almost as if from the start, this story was trying to intentionally lure us into this false sense of security, showing us these beautiful landscapes, enchanting us with its mystical soundtrack, and introducing us to a cast of whimsical childlike characters was all a part of this deception. Once the veil was lifted though, we saw this show for what it truly was. But why did it end up taking this shape? Well, I wouldn't actually find the answer to that until today, because 7 years is a long time, so I don't really remember this show all too well. I went ahead and rewatched the entire show and took this opportunity to finally get around to watching the movie and season 2. And both of these were fucking traumatic. Made in Abyss is one of the most controversial anime ever, period. You either love it, hate it, don't want to remember it, or think everyone who watches it should be sent straight to hell because it's lolicon. The last one is very important, obviously. I hear this most often from people who've read the manga because it's apparently way worse there, but the anime for the most part is a faithful adaptation. And look, I won't defend it. Made in Abyss is a show I've never recommended to anyone, and it's something I probably never will. It's not lollybait in my opinion, but even if I were to give it the full benefit of the doubt, this show would have been way better if certain things just didn't happen or if certain panels just weren't drawn. Otherwise, this anime delivers one of the most potent storytelling experiences I've ever witnessed in an anime. Let me explain. Why is every layer of the abyss more and more terrifying, yet they're forced to keep descending anyways since they can't climb back up? Why are all the monsters in reality 20 times more horrifying than any book could have ever described? And why does every single child character we meet in this show always turn out to be tragically exploited and used in some way by the adults of the abyss? Well, let me use Santa Claus as an example. Trust me, this is going somewhere. Santa Claus is not real. The first time you've heard someone say this to your face, you were probably in shock, maybe a little bit in denial too. But more importantly, it felt like your whole understanding of the world just started crumbling, and what's left is this less magical, less perfect, less ideal image of the world that you're living in. This is probably the most common example of a loss of innocence. There's no going back, and each layer gets more and more real. This analogy, I think, can explain most of the events of Made in Abyss, and it kind of mirrors the audience's experience also. We have a loss of innocence when we realize that this isn't some silly little Pokemon adventure show. These characters are constantly getting beat down, constantly witnessing the horrors of the Abyss, and constantly on the verge of death. Honestly, if you've only ever seen season 1 and you liked it, the movie and season 2 are truly what cemented this as a top 10 anime for me. Straight up.
For me personally, if I were to rank this 5 years ago without season 2, it'd be at least an entire tier below where it is right now. A lot of people hold season 1 on a pedestal for its great action and characters. And yes, I absolutely agree. Season 1 is a banger that had me gripped for its entire duration. But I think season 2 really transcends everything to come before it. Season 1 of Vinland Saga, which manga readers refer to as the prologue, felt like it had a little bit of an identity problem as a standalone. Thorfinn is out for revenge and it consumes his entire being, so much so that he literally dedicates his entire life to killing one man. And as a result of an action-packed plot like this and a 4-year break between seasons, so many people misunderstood the show. Even I was shocked at first when I initially went into season 2. It threw me off so much that I actually dropped the season after watching it weekly for a couple episodes. But eventually I came back to it after all the episodes came out, only because my brother was really into it. And I'm giving this background of me rediscovering season 2 to reject the notion that this is some slice of life slavery edition, or some farming simulator, or some corny Gandhi bullshit. I understand where these comments come from, but I'm here to tell you that you're wrong. I understand if this isn't your thing. Yes, it can be slow paced at times, and yes, it's 1000% an incredible departure from the action of season 1, but that's simply what Yukimura had to do to be able to accomplish the profound message he was always trying to convey from the start. And you know how people say the expression, it's not what they said, it's how they said it? I don't think anyone really thinks that nonviolence and pacifism is some revolutionary theme or concept to put into a story. It's just the way that the theme was subtly cultivated in the narrative from the beginning. Vinland Saga has one of my favorite main characters in anime and manga in general. His journey from beginning to end resonated with me in a way that I never would have expected. He objectifies so much negativity and hate and projects that hatred as his whole purpose in living. Then, when that object of hatred that he spent so much of his life with is ripped away from his grasp, his entire reason for living is stripped away too. So what now? Is the question that I think Yukimura answered with such brilliance that he inspired an entire vein of TikTok edits and compilations. On a complete side note, I absolutely adore how a large part of the community gave this series a shot and learned to accept it for what it is. I have no enemies. You don't either. Nobody does. Vinland Saga came out at just the right time. The reason this simple phrase spread across the internet like wildfire is because I think it's something a lot of people need to hear right now. It came to all of us when we needed it the most, and it spread its message at just the right moment.
We are no different from the ants. No, we are far worse.
In One Piece, Luffy is trying to find the One Piece. In Naruto, Naruto dreams of being Hokage. In Black Clover, Asta resolves to become the Wizard King. And on and on. Across the board, we see the most popular shonen shows to ever do it share this common theme of achieving impossible goals. And it's not hard to explain why. It's simply endearing seeing these larger-than-life characters chase after their larger-than-life dreams. And so Togashi looked at this trend and had a flash of inspiration. He would base his next hit new shonen series on a boy with the most insurmountable dream, to one day find his father. Damn, that's actually kind of sad. There are a lot of things that stand out with Hunter x Hunter compared to its peers, but I think it's fair to start with this. This is a huge cast of characters, and sometimes while you're watching Hunter x Hunter, you come to realize that you find yourself more invested with the stories of side characters than whatever Gon is doing at any point in time. And weirdly often, the climax of story arcs don't even concern Gon or the main cast at all. And when talking about shonen, it's impossible to overemphasize how much of a big deal this is. In Naruto, of course some storylines or character arcs play out without Naruto's involvement, but at the end of the day, it always traces back to him. Gon is just a minor player in the larger narrative that this show is building. And it's not hard to see why Togashi would do something like this. If you were to ask anyone who's watched the show which arc is their favorite, I'm sure they'd either say York New or the Khmer Ant arc, both of which spend so little time on Gon that he's almost practically reduced to a side character. This style of storytelling allows Togashi to not be chained by one perspective, and it grants him the ability to tell stories of a much more ambitious scale. But that's not why Hunter x Hunter is ranked number 2 on this list. It's only one out of 3 reasons. The second reason has to do with what enables all these side characters to be so interesting in their own right. Nen, which is my personal favorite power system ever. But to explain its brilliance, we have to take a look at My Hero Academia. Let's say, for instance, that the power system in My Hero Academia existed in real life, and everyone was given a random predetermined quirk. You get some useless ass superpower like, I don't know, the ability to manifest a number 2 pencil whenever you take a standardized test. And then your friend beside you gets some like cool shit, like the power to instantly spawn in the toilet with a bidet at any time. You will forever be pushed to the side while your friend becomes the main protagonist, because that power system is a victim to its own simplicity. You're born with a power and then you live with that power for the rest of your life. While with Nen, Togashi focused on making it malleable, a system that can account for desires, personalities, or conviction, and is so versatile that any one character can create a major impact with their Nen ability, even if they're not naturally gifted in Nen. It's so flexible and dynamic that I honestly wouldn't mind if it existed in the real world. Like, if it did, I restrict my powers to only work on like pedophiles, so I'd be like superpowered Batman for Minecraft YouTubers. The third reason is simply because of the Khmer Ant arc. This arc was the first to show me the true potential that shonen stories like this can have. Some One Piece arcs may come close, but the Khmer Ant arc is just absolute perfection. That's a lie. But let me explain myself first. The Khmer Ant arc is weird. The first 20 episodes or so are used as setup, and once we actually get to the action, most of the 40 episodes take place over the course of mere hours in the universe. And for 10 of those 40 episodes, it takes place over the course of mere seconds. And for all of this to make any sense, Togashi utilizes a narrator. I know a ton of people hate on this arc because of the narrator, and I don't love it either. But imagine for a second if the narration were to be removed. Every character decision would seem senseless and irrational, and there'd be remotely no stakes because the audience would have no idea what's going on. By slowing everything down to a crawl, Togashi is able to facilitate drama in an actual narrative into this incredibly ambitious idea that he had. And at the end, It all comes together because to me, this stretch of 50 episodes contained the best character writing, the best fights, and the best payoff I've ever seen in an anime arc before. And I do suppose that it's personal preference whether you mess with this extremely slow-paced, highly dramatized kind of storytelling, but to me it's peak fiction. The rest of the show is great too, of course. I just couldn't resist the urge to yap about the arc that my literal PFP on YouTube is from. But yeah, that's my take on the show. What do you think might be the correlation between a show's popularity and that same show's quality? Personally, I'd say it's pretty high, but others will point to shows like Sword Art or Demon Slayer and say that these shows are popular but not well written. Although, whenever you get into an argument with these guys, just remember that they have kryptonite. Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan is the anime masterpiece of our generation. There are many people out there that have already analyzed, dissected, deconstructed, and reconstructed this anime better than I ever could have. So I just want to describe my experience. I'm sure that many of you, if you're a Gen Z baby like me, will resonate with what I'm talking about. Maybe more than the older or younger folks out there. But I don't know about any of you, but in 2013, I was concerned with two things. Naruto and the absolutely harrowing prospect that Santa Claus might not be real. But then there was Attack on Titan Season 1. It was something new, something I've never seen before, with a hook that could get even the most racist CSGO player to sit down and actually enjoy anime. And it wasn't just the hype behind its premise that carried this show to rank number 1 in popularity. This show had personality, memeability, and surprisingly good writing for a, quote, glorified zombie apocalypse show. This is a direct quote from my friend. Let's call him Nathan for now, but we'll get to him later, don't worry. The show got more seasons, more episodes, and with each one, the narrative got more complex, more layered. The story starts in a way that's so simple that anyone with a pulse can get behind it. It portrays the desperate struggle of humanity against these man-eating monstrosities known as Titans. But then, we're suddenly given revelations. Humans can turn into Titans now. The Armored and Colossal were human all along. The secrets of the royal family, and eventually the secrets of Aaron's basement. The show evolves into something that's anything but simple, and has a conflict with no clear solution. We're much less ignorant about the world now, and now because of that, we're much less certain in how we should progress. And in the meantime, while this show was evolving, I was there watching every step of the way, with its runtime practically eclipsing half my entire life on this earth. I look back on the simpler times of youth in 2013, where many of us were optimistic, ignorant gremlins that were just walled off from society. But once those walls came crashing down and we learned more, our perspectives on most things would take an abrupt turn. This show grew up with me. So when I call Attack on Titan a generational piece of fiction, I mean it literally. So this may be where you're listening to this and thinking to yourself, so this is just a nostalgia pick, isn't it? Well, Joshua, I'm glad you bring that up, because I've reflected upon that a lot while putting this list together. And after 0.02 picoseconds, I came up with an answer to your concerns. Fuck no! This is episode 6 of Attack on Titan's second season, simply titled Warrior. It's an episode that, despite season 3 and 4 being as good as they are, still remains as my personal favorite. It's as close to a perfect 20 minutes of television that I've ever witnessed. Something I consider utterly flawless in build-up and execution. Essentially, the subject of this episode surrounds the extremely big reveal of Ymir. You see, Ymir is a human that can turn into a Titan, just like Eren. A development that came completely out of left field for every character to experience it. Well, actually, this happened in episode 5, but with a big reveal that introduces so many questions that it never got to answer, us as viewers going into episode 6 are still heavily preoccupied with this development. Yet, I'm sure that by now, almost 8 years after the episode aired, most of us know that this episode isn't about Ymir. But that's the entire point of this episode. misdirection. Immediately, we are given a clear and reasonably straightforward vision of what this episode is going to look like. The characters are discussing the implications and potential fatal ramifications of Ymir's transformation. But remember that all of this is tacked on with the second piece of game-changing news, that is Krista's true identity as Historia Rice. So with two fundamentally groundbreaking and drastic abrupt reveals occurring simultaneously, you'd expect the scouts to be shaken to their core, uncertain on how to progress or how to approach this mess. Yet there's no hint of anxiety or angst among any of them. They're completely calm. And that's where I think this episode starts to become uneasy. As the storm sets in and our favorite Marlene couple enters the scene, the show seems so keen on keeping our focus off the duo, favoring Her Highness and her midget titan love affair. But Eren then says something.
Two of you have been driven far enough away from your hometown as it is.
And it's as if something clicked within Reiner. The normally quiet Bertolt suddenly becomes talkative, but he's making no sense.
Home! Let's go! We've been here long enough.
This is where we can truly start to analyze the absolute art that is this reveal and how it's handled. Instead of focusing on Eren's confusion to slowly build up the stakes, the show intentionally cuts away, leaving us wanting. It holds us in this awkward psychological liminal space because we know that something about that entire interaction felt wrong, but we're not given any time to think it over because the episode is pacing in a completely different direction altogether. An entirely new third mystery. But if trends follow, this will likely just be another distraction. It has to do with the fact that there is no breach in Wall Maria despite mass appearances of Titans within. It seems inconceivable, and the fact that something like this happens now after 5 years.
I'm the Armored Titan. He's the Colossal.
Reiner casually drops the biggest reveal of the entire show, and then that's it. We just cut back to Hanji talking about Titan sex or something. I'm sure the first time you watched this, your immediate reaction was to rewind a little and make absolutely certain that he didn't just say what I think he just said, right? This is Isayama slapping you across the face, then pulling you back into the world of the living because this just happened. The absolute insanity to drop the categorically biggest reveal of the series so far with no build-up, no melodrama, and then to just cut away from it like it's nothing. You might be the most cheeky man on this planet, Isayama. For those that might not remember, the context of this episode that is shortly revealed is that the scouts knew that Bertolt and Reiner were likely the armored and colossal titans from before this episode took place. Pretty much everyone is forced to accept this possibility under overwhelming evidence, except Eren, who's in disbelief about everything. Eren points out that even if he is who he says he is, it'd make virtually no sense to reveal it right now. And then we get one of my favorite shots in the series, which accomplishes being a cool dynamic shot which exemplifies 3 distinct emotions between our 3 characters, but it also acts as a symbolic representation of the limbo that Reiner finds himself stuck between, a soldier and a warrior. Reiner proceeds to go on a brilliant meltdown that anyone with knowledge of Marley or beyond will appreciate, and the rest is history. It's a combination of expert directing on the anime side of things, writing that nobody else but Isayama can imitate, and straight up just perfect sound design, which creates this masterpiece of an episode. And this isn't the only one. There are easily 10 other episodes that I genuinely consider masterpieces of the show, most of which belong to our sacred Season 3 Part 2, which is something that anime fans will genuinely make you believe is the second coming of Christ. And notice how I used very specific language here, like make you believe. See, I was intentionally being deceptive here, because make no mistake, this is the second coming of Christ. And if that's true, then Season 4 is the third coming of Christ. But there was someone who didn't see it that way at all. Nathan. Remember him? All you need to know about Nathan is that he is a Dragon Ball fan. And that's it. That's his only exposure to the vast medium of anime. So me being the shepherd that guides the lamb, spreading the good word of God in anime on my college campus, made it my mission to convert this newborn fetus into an enlightened anime PFP on the internet. So I got him to sit down and watch his first real anime. It actually wasn't Attack on Titan though, it was Death Note. Sorry, sports fans. I couldn't convince him that Eren Yeager could solo Goku. But Light Yagami, on the other hand, yeah, he loved it. And then a gateway appeared to limitless opportunity. And at this point, I said something to Nathan that really didn't age well for either of us. You know, this might be my favorite anime. I'm jealous you get to experience it in full for the first time. But despite saying this, when I actually sat down and we got to watching, you can tell which one of us was seeing this for the first time. For anyone that might not fully get why I'm placing this show on such a high pedestal, let me ask you a question. Have you ever rewatched Attack on Titan? It's a question out of genuine curiosity, because if you didn't, that probably means you have life. Couldn't be me, I guess. But if you have rewatched this, then you know the other side of the Attack on Titan experience. How constantly, even if you knew every twist and curveball the show throws at you, you are still utterly bewildered by how perfectly it was executed and foreshadowed. How the rewatch forces you to actually view these early events of season 1, not from the perspective of the main cast, but from a much more tragic point of view with the Marleyan trio. And finally, how you seriously get to appreciate just how thought out every single facet of the world and literally every story beat in the main plot was. Like, people think I'm joking when I say this, but there are literally multiple references to season 4 in episode 1. Like, genuinely, if you have free time on your hand, absolutely go for it. It's honestly scary how watching this show once is like half of the Attack on Titan experience. But you could do whatever you want. Agree or disagree, this is the video. I love anime, and this was my long-winded, bittersweet love letter to the medium. I've been watching anime for the better part of a decade, and this video is the culmination of all of that. I hope you guys can tell by its sheer length that I worked really hard to get this out to you guys. So if I were you in this situation, I'd honestly press that subscribe button, but who knows, maybe that's just me. I also have a Patreon. It's where I'll be posting the tier list, as well as all of my project files. Patreon is a really big deal for me, because YouTube doesn't usually like when creators post once every fiscal quarter, so I'd really appreciate if you'd be willing to check it out. Spoiler alert, but in the not so distant future, I plan on asking recommendations from you, people in this community, and on this Patreon. But if you want to stay free to play, then I also have a Discord, which I'll also be asking Rex from. I also want to go on a tiny tangent before I do my send off, and it's about the state of this channel and its future. First of all, just to get the big one out of the way, this is probably going to be the last ranking video like this, at least for the foreseeable future. And there's actually several reasons behind why. Number one, it's honestly exhausting how much sheer work each video requires, and the hate a lot of the videos have been getting hasn't helped. And I understand getting mad if I ranked your favorite show in shit tier, but at the same time, I personally don't think I deserve to receive death threats for calling isekai cheap magician dog shit. Sometimes it's so bad that I genuinely think I unearthed an ugly underbelly to the anime community. But these videos were never meant to provoke people. They were just made for the hopes that people could get some recommendations and maybe have some laughs while they're at it. And I hope that was the case for this video too. Alright, that's all I got. Catch you in the next upload, which will not take several months this time.
Hey, listen!